That's the sound of fun. All across the valley, families are discovering their new favorite game, pickleball. At Just Pickle Courts, we design and build custom pickleball courts for homes, clubs, and communities. Beautiful, durable, and made for connection. For a free quote, visit justpicklecourts.com/radio. That's justpicklecourts.com/radio.
JustPickleCourts.com. Design, build,
Play, pop, pop, every day.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker and Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns will be in Dallas for their first go at rookie Cooper Flagg and the Mavericks tonight. The Mavericks' first game after firing general manager Nico Harrison, who traded Luka Doncic just 9 months ago. Tip-off from Dallas will be at 6:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. With the rumors swirling about the future of Ketel Marte here in Arizona, Diamondbacks GM Mike Hazen was on with Burns and Gambo yesterday.
I have to still do my job, and unfortunately, no matter what I end up wanting to do at the end of the day, and we'll hopefully have choices to make, I have to listen. I have to listen to what people say.
And with both the Cardinals and the Sun Devils in action this weekend, catch up with everything you need to know with them on ArizonaSports.com. This report is brought to you by the Berg Simpson Law Firm. Injured? Call the Berg Simpson Law Firm or visit BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire. It's the greatest radio show ever.
Fire.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley.
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta.
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jerry Carlin.
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
And Sammy Sabolka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Wednesday, Valley sports fans. Welcome to the middle of another week. What's going on, Vinny?
It's the middle of another week.
Yeah, it is the middle of another week.
This days have feels. This felt exactly like a Wednesday. When I woke up, getting ready, going to get my coffee because I'm coming over to the Dan Bickley dark side. I can't drink the coffee here anymore.
Well, yeah, listen. So, folks, if you're thinking we're complaining about first-class problems, the quality of coffee in a workplace, understand that if you brushed a wet donkey and took the hair and put it in a coffee filter and ran hot water through it, that's what it would taste like.
Ooh.
And I don't know how it happened here. And again, I don't mean to start with such personal minutia, but the coffee here was never this bad.
You don't like the Cafe Mule?
Something like that.
The camel latte.
And so this morning, to circumvent that, I drove by a very close coffee shop that opens at 5 a.m., but once again at 5 a.m., there was nobody there.
It's 5-ish.
They should change their name to Human Unseen.
Or just change the sign. 5-ish. We're supposed to be here at 5.
If you do that, I get it. But if you're running a coffee shop that opens at 5, there should be coffee ready at 5.
Look, there are
not an empty building.
There are certain. Look, I'm a stickler when you say you're open when you say you're going to be open. But if there's one establishment that says it's going to open up at 5 a.m. and they don't, and there's a floater, or like a floating opening time, it can't be a coffee shop. People have routines and needs at that time of the morning.
And I was able to drive into the Human Unseen and go right through the drive-thru, and I'm like, okay, there's nobody in there. I'm on the road. There was this poor dude who was walking up to the takeout window. I know he might have walked 3 blocks.
He might still be there.
He might. It was literally. He probably got up and thought, you know what? Okay, now I can leave. I've been waiting for my coffee, and there's nobody there.
Guys,
What happened to the work ethic in this country?
I wish I could relate, guys, but I had my bowl of caffeinated clam chowder this morning. And I'm ready to go. I mean, I don't need to wait for anybody to...
Yeah, but imagine if your idea took off and there was caffeinated soup places on every corner and people got hooked and then they didn't open.
It's true.
What are you going to come up with next, Jared? Soup ice cubes? Soup cubes?
Well, you wouldn't that... I always did think about that flavored ice cubes because the worst thing about ice cubes is that when they melt, they water down whatever drink you're drinking. But that's got to exist somewhere. I know what they... I was thinking about... there might not be enough time for this, but I was thinking about like how much things have changed since I was a kid. That the 3 main things that I learned in school as a kid no longer are true.
Reading, writing, and arithmetic.
That's right.
What are they? What are you getting at?
The planets.
Okay.
Okay. These are the 9 planets in the solar system. Boom, that's what you learn. My very educated, you even learn a thing. Except now, Pluto, not a planet anymore, right? The second thing you learn, the colors of the rainbow. Roy G. Biv, right?
Yeah.
Except indigo, no longer considered a part of the rainbow. There's only 6 colors now in the rainbow. The third thing is dinosaurs. Every kid you learn about dinosaurs, except that's not what dinosaurs looked like. They had feathers. They were colorful. Those aren't even the names of the real dinosaurs. It's like everything I learned, the only thing I learned in kindergarten no longer are true.
Oh, listen, and if I could sit here for 4 hours and tell you about the propaganda I learned in school when I was growing up.
Oh, yes.
Mm-hmm. That's a whole different Pandora's box.
And we could also have a separate, really long discussion on the things we didn't learn in school.
That too. But you're right about the dinosaurs. They did have they probably were much more aviary.
They looked a lot more like tropical birds, a lot of them. Than
yeah, exactly. I don't know that about that rainbow thing. That was never a point of my education.
Really?
No.
Orange, indigo, violet, yellow, red, and blue, and green. And then you learned it as Roy G. Biv.
I don't recall that at all.
Wow.
It wasn't a big part, but I do remember it wasn't. But
it was the single biggest part of my education.
What are they going to do next? Change the alphabet?
Because obviously nothing else was retained by you, Jarrett.
W is no longer a letter.
Right. All right, start the show, Ferret.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Cardinals back out on the grass. It's the key phrase in the NFL now. On the grass. At their Tempe training facility today. They get ready for the San Francisco 49ers on Sunday at State Farm Stadium. We will also get our first look at the Week 11 injury report. Later today, elsewhere in the NFL, Cardinals fans will not get a chance to see Jaguars rookie Travis Hunter play in Glendale a week from Saturday. Hunter had surgery to repair the LCL in his right knee, has been placed on injured reserve, will miss the remainder of the season. He finishes his first campaign in the league with 28 catches for 298 yards and a touchdown on offense and 15 tackles and 3 pass breakups on defense. And now people are asking the question, how feasible is this plan for somebody to play both ways in the NFL?
Yeah, we questioned it at the very, very beginning of the football season. I don't think that the answer is trending in the direction they had hoped.
Nope. Suns are in Dallas tonight looking for their 4th straight win as they get their first look at Mavs rookie Cooper Flagg. Mavericks come in at just 3-8 on the season. They've lost 5 of their last 6. Jalen Green remains out for the Suns with that hamstring injury that was re-aggravated last Saturday night in L.A. In fact, the Suns released info on Green Tuesday saying it is a right hamstring strain and he will be reevaluated in 4 to 6 weeks. Yeesh. On the Dallas side,
what do we expect?
Yeah, when it becomes reality, that's the reaction I always have. I always hope for the best. It's never the best.
I think it's going to be longer than that, but that's just me.
Yeah, reevaluate. Doesn't say returning in 4 to 6 weeks.
That's a good point.
On the Dallas side, Kyrie Irving still out with that knee injury. Both Anthony Davis, Derek Lively listed as questionable for tonight. In the latest version of the NBA injury report released this morning, tip-off is at 6:30. You can hear all the action right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, beginning with pregame coverage at 5:30. Speaking of the Mavs, I don't know, they made a little move in their front office yesterday. They fired general manager Nico Harrison on Tuesday. Harrison will forever be linked to the blockbuster trade of superstar Luka Doncic to the Los Angeles Lakers last winter. Dallas fans have remained mad about the trade, with Fire Nico chants raining down on the GM as recently as Dallas's loss to the Milwaukee Bucks on Monday night. Michael Finley and Matt Ricciardi have been promoted to lead the team's basketball operations department on an interim basis. Wonder what the mood's going to be like at the arena this evening.
Yeah.
And just shifting the anger and angst to somebody else.
Yeah, I mean, who do they boo now, right?
Patrick Dumont. Tuesday night in the NBA, Oklahoma City rolled over Golden State 126-102. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander pacing the Thunder with 28 points. The champs moved to 11-1 on the season. And on the losing side, Draymond Green questioning his own team's commitment to winning.
Yeah,
Philadelphia slid past Boston 102-100. Kelly Oubre's layup with 8 seconds left proved to be the game winner. Derek White and Amias Keita missed shots in the final seconds for Boston, who weren't wearing any green last night.
And as we talked about pre-show, when I saw the Celtics uniforms last night, I did a double take. They were white and gold, and in a parallel universe, if they were any other team, you'd go, oh, they're kind of sharp. But they're the Celtics. You have to have green in your uniform. Some things are inviolate in sports.
That's why I learned that in kindergarten, that the Celtics are green. And now, look, another thing.
That's it.
They weren't in violet. They weren't in violet, though. They were in white and silver.
Knicks blitzed Memphis 133-120 behind Jalen Brunson's 32. Denver gets a road win in Sacramento, 122-108. Nikola Jokic at 35 and 15 for the Nuggets. And the Jazz torched Indiana, who is here tomorrow to take on the Suns, 152-128. Utah shot over 55%, hit 19 threes, and posted the highest single-scoring game in the league this season. In college hoops, fifth-ranked Arizona cruised past NAU 84-49 in Tucson last night. Freshman Dwayne Aristode led the way with 18 points, all on threes. Jaden Bradley had 13 for the Wildcats. U of A next plays Friday night against 15th-ranked UCLA in the Hall of Fame series in Los Angeles. NAU will resume its schedule next Tuesday against Embry-Riddle. Going from Arizona to Embry-Riddle, playing all the in-state schools.
Yeah, Embry-Riddle is making the rounds.
Major League Baseball handed out its Manager of the Year awards, and for the second straight season, Milwaukee Brewers skipper and former ASU head coach Pat Murphy wins the award. Murph guided the Brewers to the best record in baseball in a playoff berth, where his team got swept by the eventual World Series champion Dodgers. He becomes the first National League manager to win the award in back-to-back years since Bobby Cox with the Braves in 04 and 05. And there was a repeat winner in the American League, too. Stephen Vogt of the Guardians wins the award for the second straight year.
It's unbelievable.
And new college football playoff rankings released last night. No change in the top 5, and it looks a lot like the AP poll. It's still Ohio State at number 1, followed by Indiana, Texas A&M, Alabama, and Georgia. Man, this time last year, I was so in tune with what was going on with the college football playoff rankings.
Yeah.
Now I'm just like, wake me when it's all over and we have a bracket.
Yeah, I heard the ESPN morning show going on this impassioned rant about how could Miami be ranked at 11 when they're not even in contention for the ACC title, and I'm like, who cares?
I mean, I kind of had the who cares thing, and then I looked more into it, and they're exactly Miami's in 7th place in their conference right now.
There's so much football left to be played, right? We still have 3 full weeks.
That's the stupid part about this weekly show that they do.
Yeah, I guess.
It's for reactions just like that. That's all it is. There you go. There is your splash for Wednesday, November 12th. Coming up next, can the Suns continue to thrive tonight without Jalen Green? Can they continue to thrive without Jalen Green for the next 4 to 6 weeks? We'll get into their reality straight ahead. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Allen left wing. He'll drive to the basket. Euro step in the lane. The layup goes, and Grayson Allen has a new career high 42 on the night.
The Suns visit Dallas to see what Cooper Flag is all about. Pre-game tonight at 5:30, 6:30 tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done, with precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, You'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Does this sound like you? Where every step or reach is a reminder of what hurts, a reminder of what you're not able to do, and how far you've drifted from the life you used to have when you didn't feel that pain? Well, do I have good news for you, because relief is closer than you think, and it doesn't have to come from a scalpel. QC Kinetics taps into your body's own regenerative power using natural healing factors that help restore and repair damaged tissue, reduce inflammation, and relieve pain at its source. No surgery, no pain pills, no long recovery. Just your body remembering how to feel alive again. Let QC Kinetics regain what pain took away. And now's a great time to use your HSA and FSA funds to get started before the year ends. The consultation's totally free, so call QC Kinetics today. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Black Friday is going on now at every AutoNation store. Hurry in and save for a limited time. Buy with zero down. Plus, make no payments till next year. Shop new and used cars, trucks, SUVs, even top luxury models. Drive with zero down. Plus, no payments till next year. Save your cash for the holidays. Go to your nearest AutoNation store now.
Limited term financing on approved credit. 90-day deferred payment. Interest accrues from date of purchase. See store for details.
Hey, Arizona contractors and homeowners. Pioneer Landscape Centers now carry irrigation supplies. And we're celebrating at select locations. From turf to stone, we're your go-to for top-quality landscape and hardscape materials. Tap into more at pioneerco.com. That's pioneerco.com.
Hey, it's Luke. Can the Suns keep things rolling as they get their first look at Cooper Flagg and the Mavericks? We'll be previewing Suns Mavs at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Shout out this morning and a thank you to our listeners, viewers, fans, followers in Waddell. We appreciate you out in Waddell today.
Jalen Green getting helped off of the court right now, and that is certainly not good news, as he is going to head into the locker room. Jalen took a drive into the lane. It was a non-contact injury. Looks like that hamstring potentially that kept him out for the first 8 games.
Yeah, I think that's what everyone felt there initially, as soon as you see him go out. Yeah, you just feel for him. He worked so hard to get back. He had such a great night the other night. Highs and lows of sports in 48 hours, so. Yeah, no real update right now. Dwayne will take him back. There'll be more testing tomorrow back in Phoenix, but yeah, feel for him right now.
That was last Saturday, Jordan, not reacting to the play-by-play cut you heard from Tim Kempton and John Bloom on the Suns radio network. Jalen Green tweaking that hamstring. It was immediate. He walked him gingerly, left the floor, never came back to the floor, and now we do have an update on the status of Jalen Green, and the reality of it is the Suns will be without his services for at least 4 to 6 weeks. That's when the reevaluation will happen. I would assume with that timetable, the reevaluation happens at 4 weeks, and then they go from there. But 4 to 6 is what they're putting out there publicly, and this is an absolute bummer for this team that we saw 30 minutes of them being a whole team.
Okay, I'm
actually less than that because
I'm going to push back on this.
Okay.
I'm not going to go down this road of being like all depressed of this news that we already have expected that it was going to be this long period of time, and B, this team has shown no inability to function without Jalen Green. They're in a really good place right now. And so I'm not bummed out about this buyout. I'm not. It's a shame. You would love to see him get integrated, but I think they've got something really good right now. And I think they're going to continue to grow this. And if that happens, when he comes back, it's just going to add to the mix.
I would agree with that. But also the small sample we got from Jalen Green was so tantalizing.
Yeah. But you and I know, but Jalen Green's history would tell you that what we saw in his debut was not going to be every night.
No.
Okay. No. And you're right. It was tantalizing. It was fantastic. And more than anybody, I want to believe that Jalen Green is going to use this as a launching pad for his entire career. But that's not been his story to this point. He's been very available, which is no longer his story. But when he and again, this 4 to 6 weeks thing, they obviously have to go super conservative with this because this kid went from being never hurt to not being able to recover from his first serious injury. Setback in China, injured second game that he's out there. So now they're going to have to put him in bubble wrap for a while and then reevaluate, because you remember when they were ramping him back up to play prior to his first game with the Suns, he came out and said, it's the medical staff that was holding me back. They were sitting on me. Those were his words. So Jalen Green thought he could play sooner than he actually did play. And when he did play, he got injured very quickly. So clearly, they're just going to go put him over in a corner now and say, we're going to have to give you some time to get this thing fully regenerated. I think, I've said it before, I think in some ways it's going to be a blessing in disguise.
Bick, I would fully agree with you if the injury was more 2 to 3 weeks, where the Suns are playing real good basketball right now, and they could ride that for maybe another week to 2 weeks and then get Jalen Green back in the fold. 4 to 6 weeks is a long period of time in a lot of basketball games.
No, I grant you that. I absolutely grant you that. And it might have been on the shorter side if they weren't, or if they're not dealing with something where they don't quite fully understand, because they weren't quite on top of this to begin with, and that's no fault of the medical staff. I think that everything that this team is trying to build in terms of grit and hustle and cohesion and togetherness and moving the ball, I think an extended run without Jalen Green, I think it's going to help this team in the long run. And again, what are we talking about here? Are your expectations that this team is gunning for a top 8 seed?
It's stayed the same right now. I'm trying to weather my expectations because of just, I mean, we can be honest, the lack of talent compared to the rest of the West. Like, we came into the season expecting, all right, a successful season is more wins than they won last year. And on the pace right now, it looks pretty good. But without Jalen Green for an extended period of time, he was supposed to be your second best player.
I understand that.
And now you're not going to have him, and it's going to eventually take a toll is what I think I'm trying to say.
I will say this, that, to your question, Bick, is your expectation top 8 in the West? No. But what I've seen so far, and Sammy went right to the talent card. Based on the talent against other teams in the West. Look, talent is overrated.
Yes.
A lot of times. Sure. And we know that but more in Phoenix than any other NBA city right now. The Suns had more talent on a given night than 75% of their opponents last year and didn't show it. But what I've seen so far has shifted not my expectation, my hope for ceiling maybe would be a better way to put it. Play-in.
Oh, yeah, listen, I'm with you. So
and a healthy and productive Jalen Green if you had him for 82 games, maybe you can shoot higher than that. But that's not their reality.
Right.
I really want to see how they respond to, because this is already, this is the second bummer news for Jalen Green. They dealt with the first one quite well.
And as I said, I think that what Jalen Green gave the Suns in his debut performance, there's probably a lot of people who think that's what his norm would have been, that every night that is what you were going to get. And to me, what I see from the Suns without Jalen Green so far, it's pretty substantial in a lot of ways that are not related to talent.
Well, and I think one of the reasons why you feel that way and other people who feel similarly to you are saying that is because of what we've seen from Grayson Allen so far.
And Royce O'Neal.
And Royce O'Neal.
And Colin Gillespie.
And Grayson Allen coming off a game where he had a career-high 42 points and set a franchise record with 10 three-pointers. He was a guest of Burns and Gambo yesterday here on Arizona Sports. He elaborated on this year's team and how it differs from last year's team.
I think that it's embedded in this team's identity, and the only way that we're going to be successful and going to win games is if we fight, compete, we're on the same page, and we're connected on both ends of the floor, and our defense connects into our offense. And all those traits are the only way we're going to be successful, and all those traits are also great traits to have when you're trying to fight to come back into a game or in a rough stretch. So making those things part of this group and this team's identity just kind of naturally leads into a team that isn't going to go away when we're down in a game. If we have a rough stretch or a couple bad games, I don't think it's going to kill our spirit. I think we're going to come out with the same competitiveness.
I have such mixed reactions to that. It's like, good, I'm glad that this is part of this team's identity, but it also frustrates me in reverse about last year's team, that the simple concept of playing hard was never really introduced to that group.
Well, and you know what it proves to me is that you can't just will that stuff into existence. Either the group has it or they don't. And I've said this about the 05 team. Sammy, you may have never heard this story before. The Suns went out and they signed Steve Nash from the Mavericks. They brought him into a team that had a lot of talent, but they had no real leadership or direction, and they hadn't experienced success in quite some time. They were in the gym 5 minutes when the general manager would oh my goodness, we have got something incredibly special. He started calling people in the media. I was one of them. Gambo was another, saying you need to get down here. And that team started the year 31-4. My point is that when you get great chemistry in a basketball team, it's not something you can piece together. It's not something you can predict. There's a level of organic nature to it that just comes from the players themselves, and you can't script it, you can't demand it, you can't command it. It just happens, and I feel some of that happening from this basketball team. They are winning games on spirit and camaraderie and ambition. It's not. And that is bringing out their talent. So that's why to me, maybe 3 weeks from now this team is going to hit a wall. And I'll say, man, I was wrong about that. Man, they really just need some sheer offensive skill on this team. We'll see.
Yep. Operation Santa Claus is back. Every $20 donation gets you an entry for your shot at autographed gear or premier tickets from your favorite teams and athletes like Randy Johnson, Larry Fitzgerald, Buda Baker, Luis Gonzalez, Lourdes Gurriel Jr., and more. Text the word DONATE to 620-620 now through Friday. That's DONATE to 620-620. It's Operation Santa Claus, presented by Sanderson Ford. Coming up next, how can Drew Petzing fix the Cardinals' offensive line? Or does he even think it needs to be fixed? We'll get into some comments from the OC next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on this Wednesday here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This Friday, the second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament, presented by Sanderson Ford and benefiting Operation Santa Claus. The more you give to the clause by texting the word DONATE to 620-620, the greater your chance to win awesome autographed merch and experiences that you can't get anywhere else.
The final boss of prizes?
It's a baseball autographed by World Series champ Luis Gonzalez, a jersey signed by World Series champ and Baseball Hall of Famer Randy Johnson, plus a football signed by Cardinals great, future NFL Hall of Famer Larry Fitzgerald. See you at Dink and Dine Pickle Park, Mesa Riverview this Friday. More info at arizonasports.com. Click on contest. Message and date rates may apply.
Southwest Gas, proud to support the lifestyle of Arizonans. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and whether it's cooking a traditional meal, providing hot water for invigorating showers, or creating ambiance for holiday traditions and family gatherings, Southwest Gas provides safe, reliable, sustainable, and affordable natural gas service. And natural gas bills, still one of the lowest bills a customer receives every month, and continues to provide unmatched value for heating homes, warming water, cooking meals. In fact, a typical new home can save nearly $900 per year in energy costs by installing natural gas. More than 92% of Arizona customers prefer natural gas service in their homes, but natural gas is more than an essential ingredient in the home. It helps support community growth and economic development. Southwest Gas has been a part of it for almost 100 years. Southwest Gas has been there helping turn neighborhoods into communities, houses into homes, and big dreams into reality. If you want more information about how Southwest Gas is supporting a sustainable energy future, please visit swgas.com.
At the Window Depot, builders and contractors don't wait weeks. You get what you need today. Factory direct windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, it's all in stock and ready to go at wholesale prices. Whether you're tackling a remodel or a multifamily project, we've got job site quantities and no membership required. Our windows are proudly manufactured and assembled in Arizona with small business service and big box selection. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Arizona, pickleball is booming, and Just Pickle Courts is leading the charge in Arizona. Whether you're dreaming of a backyard court or upgrading your community center, Just Pickle Courts builds custom courts from concept to construction. We handle everything with precision and care. And right now, you can get a free court planning consultation, plus 2 free court upgrades when you visit justpicklecourts.com/radio. That's justpicklecourts.com/radio.
Our Scottsdale roots run deep. Now we're expanding our office to make your estate planning experience even more personal.
For decades, Scottsdale families have trusted Morris Hall to safeguard their futures, creating plans that protect loved ones, preserve wealth, and ensure that legacies last for generations.
Brooks Crandall, attorney at Morris Hall.
And now, we're deepening that promise with our expanded Scottsdale office, located at Scottsdale and Shea. That means more space, more resources, and the same trusted guidance families have relied on for years. With 9 offices across Arizona, we're here to serve families statewide. Because estate planning isn't just about today, it's about every tomorrow that follows. And whether you're starting a family, preparing for retirement, or planning for the next generation, we're here to help you do it with confidence. Whether you're just getting started or need to update an existing plan, we'll be with you every step of the way.
Schedule your appointment today at our Scottsdale and Shea office or at one of our 8 other locations across Arizona. Visit morrishall.com.
Feed a family, make a kid happy, and win a new car.
It's the 25th anniversary of ABC 15's Operation Santa Claus, presented by Sanderson Ford, Sanderson Lincoln, and U-Haul. Make a donation of food, new toys, child-sized clothing, or money, and you could win a new Ford F-150 Super Crew truck or a Lincoln Corsair SUV. The more you donate, the more chances you have to win. All donations benefit St. Mary's Food Bank, Military Assistance Mission, Southwest Research and Resource Center, Special Olympics Arizona, and the New Life Center. Bring your donations to Sanderson Ford, Sanderson Lincoln, select U-Haul locations, or make a donation online. For more info, go to givetotheclaus.com.
Sanderson Ford, Lincoln, and ABC 15.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker and Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Cardinals continue to prep for the San Francisco 49ers coming to town, and Kenny Dillingham and the Sun Devils are getting ready for West Virginia coming to Tempe. For more on both the Cardinals and the Sun Devils, head to arizonasports.com. The Phoenix Suns will be on the road in Dallas for the Mavericks tonight, and not only will they be without Jalen Green tonight, he's expected to be reevaluated in 4 to 6 weeks after re-aggravating his hamstring. But tip-off from Dallas will be at 6:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And last night down in Tucson, the 5th-ranked Arizona Wildcats took care of NAU 84-49. The Cats had 5 players in double figures. Their next game will be at the 15th-ranked UCLA Bruins on Friday night, and that's what's trending now.
Hey, it's Wolf. How did the Arizona Cardinals fix their offensive line issues? We'll ask former NFL offensive lineman Max Starks later today. We get going at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I wouldn't say that. I think they're playing hard. I think we've played some really good fronts. I think the communication has been good. I think at times, you're losing one-on-ones in critical situations, which is hurting us. And certainly we need to evaluate how and why that's happening and try to clean that up. But I think those guys play extremely hard. I think they play well together. I think they're doing everything they can to win games.
Drew Petzing, the offensive coordinator of the Cardinals, addressing the media yesterday, talking about the offensive line, where he sees it struggling. Doesn't sound like he sees it struggling that much.
Yeah, that was rather alarming, and Drew Petzing's comments, judging by the reaction, are not going over very well at all, and I completely understand why. What is the line between covering for players and being honest with the media as conduits to your fan base?
I think that line is moving...
Constantly?
Well, I think it's moving constantly in one direction, and it's moving in the direction of publicly covering for players.
Okay.
There's very, very little in terms. And look, if you go down that road and you're throwing players under the bus constantly in the media, that's not a good strategy either. But when you talk about the separation of probably what's happening, what's being talked about in meeting rooms, and what's being talked about with a podium and a microphone in front of you and people asking you questions, that separation, I don't think, has ever been bigger, generally speaking, in professional sports.
Okay, so the Cardinals have gone from a top 3 rushing team in the NFL to what, 19th, I believe? They've gone from top 5 pass blocking unit to 31st. And there's no change in the way the unit's playing?
Well, there's no change in the personnel. Other than the coach of the offensive line.
Well, and so and this is what a lot of Cardinals fans think is happening here. That inside, maybe the loss of Clayton Adams is a bigger deal than they want to admit.
Mm-hmm.
That the loss of that coach might have been the loss of their very best coach. Just spitballing here, folks, just trying to figure out why an offensive line that has pretty much the exact same cast of guys is terrible this year when they were among the NFL's best last year.
Yeah, we got enough of a sample size to say there's certainly a difference in the performance. And if you look at the individual, again,
the rankings are they're staggeringly different.
Well, if you look at the individual rankings too, as put forth by Pro Football Focus, I said earlier in the week on Monday after that performance, the offensive line got whooped. I mean, film study could not have been very fun for that group.
No.
And I suggested, hey, 3, maybe 4 new starters on the offensive line necessary to build. And I'd be willing to give Hjalte Froholt a pass. I think he's been good, decent to good, to really good at times. He ranks, from Pro Football Focus, 16th out of 37 centers ranked. Paris Johnson Jr., left tackle.
Franchise.
8th out of 76. Pretty good, right?
Yeah.
Everybody else,
bad.
Evan Brown, left guard, 55th out of 79. Bad. Isaiah Adams, when he was ranked 72nd out of 79.
Bad.
Will Hernandez, 75th out of 79.
That was the guy that was supposed to come in and be the savior.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Jonah Williams doesn't have good grades either.
Jonah Williams, 59th out of 76 tackles ranked.
Yeah. So again, so Drew Petzing is saying that nothing's changed.
Basically,
clearly something has changed. Last year,
something has changed.
On all accounts, the Cardinals' offensive line was at worst a top 15 unit. This year, they're in the bottom third in every statistical category. So clearly something has changed. And maybe it was just Clayton Adams, but the personnel has remained the same.
Right.
Yeah.
But if you're Drew Petzing or you're Jonathan Gannon or you're any member of that offensive staff, clearly the run game coordinator who they've got running now is certainly swimming. I would say that's fair to say. But this is not something that you would want to admit, that we let the best coach walk out the door. Now, again, that's me editorializing.
I'd be like, how big a difference could that coach make?
That's what I was saying for 3 months, Jared.
But
until you look at what's going on in Dallas with that offensive line and what you're seeing here now.
Because what I'm thinking is this is a lot of the same players, right? So can't you just say, do what you did last year when that coach was here?
That's a great question, because you would think, and Justin Fry is the new offensive line coordinator, you would think that if Clayton Adams were all that, and it sure looks like he was all that, that at some point in time you would bring a coach in and say, you need to watch this man's every move. So if we ever lose him, we don't lose this system.
Unless it's like literally a game-by-game thing where you have to come up with game plans on how to block different players each game, and they don't have that anymore.
But again, Dallas comes knocking at the door. Hey, Clayton Adams, we see what you are doing in Arizona. We like what you're doing in Arizona. Would you like the keys to this offense?
Yeah.
And the Cardinals' reaction was, okay, cool.
Okay,
Congrats.
see you later, man.
That's great.
Good,
One of our guys got plucked
Bye.
from another team. That
Yeah.
means we got a good staff.
Yeah, and what the Cardinals could have done at that point in time, and I said this before, you could have promoted Clayton Adams to offensive coordinator to keep him, and then bumped Drew Petzing up to associate head coach, whatever the word is, assistant head coach, whatever. But at the same time now, then you're disrupting really the machinery, the triangle at the top, if you will. And clearly the Cardinals didn't really see this as a point of emergency.
And if Wolf were here, he'd be, suplexing you onto the table right now.
Do your job!
Right, exactly.
Right.
But what are we to believe that nearly every member of the offensive line got worse or is not trying as hard? It's very bizarre, isn't it?
Yes.
And you could blame maybe some of it is like, well, they're missing their top two running backs, but it didn't look good when Benson and James Conner were healthy.
Yeah, and generally speaking, compared to other position groups, the Cardinals' offensive line has been relatively healthy. Once Will Hernandez got back into playing shape, there hasn't been a whole lot of shuffling on that offensive line, and continuity is supposed to mean something on the line. And it really, they got dominated on Sunday.
And we're going to get into this later, but some of the film work that people have done, from Teo Mackey of AZ Central to other national people, the Cardinals got hammered in the film room this past week. They came out with a lot of stuff they've been doing, hoping it would continue to work, where Seattle came out with schemes to attack what they knew was coming. Who do you think won that battle?
Not the guys in the white and red uniforms?
And this is a problem because the Seattle team now they're young. They've got a head coach who is way better than I thought he was going to be. To the point now where some people are saying this guy might be a top 3 coach in the NFL. Mm-hmm. And look, you can argue with me, but the results are right there in front of you. The speed and the viciousness in which the Seahawks played on Sunday is a team with 100% buy-in. 100%.
I'm looking forward. I hate to say this. I'm looking forward to the Seahawks-Rams game a little bit more Sunday than I am.
Listen, that is going to be unbelievable.
Yeah. Coming up in the 7 o'clock hour, we're giving you the chance to win tickets to see your Cardinals take on the San Francisco 49ers or the Jaguars. So be ready to call in and win. Listen, at 7:45, 11:30, and 4:30 today for your chances to win today through Thursday. Coming up next, college football broadcaster Gus Johnson is known for being an insane loon during games. So why is he getting criticized for being an insane loon during a game? We'll get into that and more next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Wednesday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Grayson Allen is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo show, coming off of his Suns franchise record, 10 made three-pointers. Congratulations, man. That was an absolute blast to watch. You just joined us last week. We appreciate you kind of double dipping with us.
Come back next week if you want.
It's open invitation. Whenever you want to come on the show, Grayson.
We got a job for you, too, when the career's over. If you want to do sports radio, we'll fit you in here somewhere.
If I get 11 threes in one of these games coming up, I'll get back on the show.
Sounds good.
You got
Sounds like a plan.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
So nobody wakes up and says, hey, I got a great idea. Let's go window shopping today, as in let's go replace all of our windows. But we all know the Arizona sun does a lot of damage to our homes. And if you have been in your home over a decade, up to 15 years, chances are you need new windows. And if you do, I've got great news for you. My friends at Advanced Window Products have rolled out their Black Friday sale, which runs through the end of November. You are now going to get $3,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. That is their largest discount discount of the year, the best sale of the year. And as a customer of Advanced Window Products myself, I can tell you, you will not be disappointed. My new windows look incredible. The whole process blew me away. So professional, so impressive from installation to cleanup. Highly recommend Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public. No middleman markups. They've got their own factory in the valley. They'll build your windows. They'll install your windows. They'll guarantee them for life. And once again, through the end of November, $3,500 off any purchase of 10 or more. For more information, call 480-764-2002, online at advancedwindows.com.
When I answered the phone in the middle of the night, I heard the words no one is ever prepared for. Your husband is gone. This is Deb, owner of RJP Estate Planning. When my husband passed, life changed forever for me and my daughters. And what followed was unimaginable. Unexpected claims and disputes from people trying to take what wasn't theirs. But I had two things on my side: a caring and competent team at RJP Estate Planning and my living trust that ensured no one could take what was rightfully mine. Let RJP help protect your family, just as we've helped over 40,000 Arizona families since 1995. And if you're 60 or over, you can save 60% on a living trust.
To save 60% on a living trust, call 480-576-5457 by November 13th. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right.
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing, where we believe there's only one way, the right way. We only use the most durable, top quality products at a fair price. As a third-generation roofing company, we believe that if you have a lifetime tile, you should have a lifetime underlayment, which is why we only use the best products and offer the best warranties in the business. Look us up at azroof.com for a free estimate.
We'll always keep you watertight.
Are you craving bold flavor and fast lunch that hits the spot? Mitch Varel this year. I want to tell you about Ojos Locos Sports Cantina. They're serving up handheld street food that's big on taste and easy on your wallet. From tacos to wings, you can grab lunch Monday through Thursday from 11 to 2. Deals start at just $10.99. 4 Arizona locations, all bringing the heat and the hustle. Perfect for a midday break that doesn't slow you down. Ojos Locos, más tacos, más wings.
Ready to ditch the Santa bod guys? Give yourself a leaner holiday. Paul Calvise here. Red Mountain's testosterone for men has helped hundreds of guys revive their gym life, sleep, bedroom. Stack TRT with a GLP. Burn fat, build muscle. Buddy did it right. More energy, more confidence. Limited time. GLPs right now from $149 a month. And TRT startup fees are waived. Real doctors, real results. Book at redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250. Keyword Red Mountain.
For these legends, the pressure is where they shine, just like the reward at the end.
There's an urgency to winning the Charles Schwab Cup. It doesn't get any easier.
It all comes down to the Charles Schwab Cup Championship, November 13th through 16th.
Don't miss all the excitement at this year's Charles Schwab Cup Playoff. For tickets and more information, head to schwabcup.com. That's schwabcup.com.
Hey, it's Luke, and the Suns keep things rolling as they get their first look at Cooper Flagg and the Mavericks. We'll be previewing Suns Mavs at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Mendoza in trouble. It's out. Touchdown! Wow! A miracle play. Unbelievable. Did he get his foot down?
The ruling of the touchdown is under review.
Oh my goodness. No way. Oh my goodness. Was the left foot the first one to touch? Oh my goodness, it's a touchdown. Oh my gosh!
That was the call on
on Fox, Gus Johnson and Joel Klatt reacting to Fernando Mendoza, to Omar Cooper, one of the most amazing catches you'll see. It was featured in Hardware by Jarrett, and also the call of Gus Johnson, kind of obscured by the massive amounts of crowd noise in that particular cut, but just losing his mind. Gus Johnson's been known to lose his mind.
Very much so, but not like that. And again, the moment was enormous. The toe drag swag on that catch was about as epic as you will ever see in football.
Yeah, it's a catch that, and The Athletic actually did a piece based on the Omar Cooper catch of the most amazing college catches over the years. And I went through and I watched a ton of them. And this one graduates to the level of, with the naked eye and real speed, you just go on with your day. Oh, it's an incomplete pass. Yeah. And then when you see the slow motion replay, it defies human physics and the physics, laws of physics for a player to be able to get inbounds and make that catch. Just an amazing play. And he lost his mind on the call.
He did, but it almost sounded like he was about to cry or something. It was very, very bizarre. So a lot of people are ripping him for either overstepping the moment, ruining the moment. One Detroit radio host said he is 100% fake. Wasn't there an incident with Gus Johnson a while back?
He made some waves once, and I forget I was looking for the cut, but everything that you look for now is just dominated by this particular story.
Oh, is it? I gotcha.
There was one call where somebody was running away from the defense, and he made the claim that he's running. It looks like he's running from the police.
Oh, that's what it was.
He made some waves for that.
That's what it was.
This is what he's known for.
Yeah.
He's known for being way over the top and going crazy. Some people hate it. Some people love it. But he's in the same vein to me as like a Bill Walton used to be. Whereas, like, if that's your taste, if you like somebody who's different, then you like it, but it could also be completely annoying because he goes crazy and not always for big games like this.
Well, listen, it's the idea to me, and I do like Gus Johnson. I do like his excitement and his passion, but when you get your register in an area that high that people can't understand a word you're saying,
yeah.
Local dogs loved it.
I'm sure they did.
Well, the thing that I love about Gus Johnson as a viewer is that even on the mundane, his energy level is very high. I like that. You don't want to hear an announcer that sounds bored or doesn't have energy.
Which we've heard a lot about Al Michaels recently. There are any number of broadcasts. There were a lot during the baseball season. Announcers who didn't quite treat big moments the way they should. You definitely would rather have over the top, right? Because nothing is worse than a guy that's underserving a big moment.
Yeah, but this particular one was way over the top.
Let me hear it again.
The quality of the sound is so bad.
We don't have a bad.
Mendoza in trouble. Is out.
But you do a search on Gus Johnson's name on X right now. First thing that comes up, this guy, Nick Costas. How can you watch this and not love Gus Johnson? 10 out of 10. No notes. FanDuel's got a quote or a post. Is Gus Johnson a good announcer? There is a right answer. Dave Damashek. Gus Johnson makes watching a football game a less pleasant experience. Much, much less.
But I get that. See, also, first of all, Dave Damashek, I believe, is an Indiana alum. Second of all, I think...
So he would be happy they scored the touchdown.
He tweeted that before the end of the game.
Okay.
This is when they were losing.
As you're waking up, we're giving the snow its...
Yeah, sorry.
Gus, you sound better today. I definitely understand that if they're broadcasting a game with one of your favorite teams and they're losing, it would be brutal to listen to Gus Johnson get so excited and go so over the top about the other teams doing well in scoring. I could see that.
I think some people are also mad that give him the Heisman right now. You got 3 weeks left.
Yeah.
Right?
But everybody at this point's looking for their moment, like their Desmond Howard pose moment.
I know.
You mentioned the Detroit radio host, Mike Valenti from 97.1 The Ticket, who's like the guy in Detroit. Not a fan.
Can we say that maybe we need to give Gus Johnson a cup of tea or something before he makes these calls?
Can we say that a network executive needs to sit him down and go, here's the deal, you putz. You're not the storyline. The game is. That was such a fake response. He didn't lose his damn voice. He faked it. He's fake. His whole existence is fake. He sits here acting like, oh, U of D. Man, ain't nobody seen you at U of D Jesuit. Shut up, you. Guy's nothing but a charlatan. What a fake-ass call. He ruins everything he touches.
He lost his voice.
No, he didn't. He's a fake.
What?
It goes on for
so
a while.
mad.
Does he want his job?
How could you be so mad at that?
That's Detroit, Michigan. This is the way sports media operates in good sports
I can
towns.
understand that if he was in Columbus, Ohio. Or no, who did Indiana beat?
Penn State.
Penn State, I'm sorry, in Happy
you're
Valley.
You're not hearing me. It's the nature of the sports town that guy's working in. If you listen, this is what they sound like in Philadelphia and Boston.
I can understand being annoyed if you think he did an act, but he's always like that. So either
he's not always that over the top.
No, I've never heard that before.
Yeah, he's never been like that. That's the first time he has been in the unintelligible arena.
But I also it's funny because my dream job forever has been to do play-by-play. My dream is dwindling. It's not going to happen. But I also am one of those people that I don't watch.
Now, why would you say that? You've got a play-by-play game coming up around the corner.
I do, but
well, so why would you say it's not going to happen?
Because the first game I'm doing in 6 years. I don't even remember how to do it.
He's like, heads up, all the sports franchises in the Valley. This is my dream, but it's never going to happen.
Oh, what am I going to do?
You saw right through my ploy.
I did.
If only
I saw
somebody.
right through it. If only somebody would call.
I'm looking at my phone.
Hey, caffeinated soup, shut up. I was about to make a point.
It's getting spicy in
Maybe
here.
Gus Johnson had too much caffeinated soup before that call. You ever think of that?
Or not?
I am not going to tune in for an announcer, and I'm not going to shut it off because of an announcer. I'll be annoyed by it. But what annoys me more as a viewer is from a national perspective, a broadcaster who obviously hasn't put the work in, who obviously hasn't learned the requisite amount about the teams that he is describing. That drives me nuts.
That's a good point.
And we went through it a couple weeks ago on an ESPN broadcast with ASU. It was one of the most unenjoyable experiences I've ever had watching ASU play football because of the announcing crew. I thought they did a terrible job.
That's a very, very good point.
And I think for the most part, Gus Johnson is dialed into what's happening, and people don't like the histrionics or the fakeness. Okay. That was an extreme example.
But what's way worse is listening to a broadcast crew that really doesn't have much knowledge at all about your team and is just kind of faking it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I totally agree with that.
And think about all the great calls he has.
Oh,
he's had a few.
Yeah, he's got his greatest hits
All-timers.
CD has got a lot of tracks on it. There's no doubt about it.
My feelings.
Enter the football family and flavor giveaway for a chance to win a prize package worth over $1,600, including Cardinals club seats at the December 7th game against the Rams. 2 pregame passes for the Heritage at Sportsman's Park Pavilion. Free parking and Omaha Steaks for a year. Visit the contest page on ArizonaSports.com for your chance to win. Coming up next, where will Kyler Murray play next year? Lots of speculation. We'll share some with you straight ahead. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This Friday, the second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament, presented by Sanderson Ford and benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Wolf and Luke do their show live from 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. at Dink and Dine. So knock off work early and come hang out while players compete for the golden paddle and cash prize money. The more you give to the clause by texting the word donate to 620-620, the greater your chance to win awesome autographed merch and experiences that you can't get anywhere else. Text donate to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
For more than 50 years, Spinato's has been a Valley favorite. Hey, it's Vince Murata. Spinato's has always been family-owned, but now the family has grown in exciting ways. Spinato's is now giving their team members a slice of the pie through an employee stock ownership plan, celebrating the same great people now with even more pride in ownership. Something really cool going on at Spinato's. And something really cool that you can get involved in at Spinato's as well is joining the Secret Sauce Society with some delicious perks. You can earn points every visit and turn those points into your Spinato's favorites. Members also get special deals and surprises you won't find anywhere else, plus birthday treats, early access to menu items before they hit the table for everyone else. Spinato's believes your loyalty deserves more than a slice. It deserves the whole pie. You can join the Secret Sauce Society today at SpinatosPizzeria.com. Spinato's, of course, 6 Valley locations to serve you: Central Phoenix, North Phoenix, Scottsdale, Tempe, Ahwatukee, and Gilbert. And they're the official pizza of the Cardinals, Suns, and Mercury. Spinato's Pizzas, same passion, same flavor, and now family and employee-owned.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. Stock Exchange, but there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today. 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up, or when you store. Start with Stable.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What? You've got brothers!
Huh?
$50 and $200 bills just like you.
Hey, what's up?
What? We just got them for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're all gonna live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $250 cash bonus when they open a checking account with direct deposit or $50 with a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker and Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns will be in Dallas for their first go at rookie Cooper Flagg and the Mavericks tonight. The Mavericks' first game after firing general manager Nico Harrison, who traded Luka Doncic Doncic just 9 months ago. Tip-off from Dallas will be at 6:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And with the rumors swirling about the future of Ketel Marte here in Arizona, Diamondbacks general manager Mike Hazen was on with Burns and Gambo yesterday.
I have to still do my job. And unfortunately, no matter what I end up wanting to do at the end of the day, and we'll hopefully have choices to make, I have to listen. I have to listen to what people say.
And with both the Cardinals and the Sun Devils in action this weekend, catch up with everything you need to know with them on ArizonaSports.com. This report is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. Black Friday prices are happening now in-store and online through November 30th. Get 30% off. Go to BrooklynBetting.com.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. What were Jacoby Brissett's thoughts on their loss to Seattle, and how can they rebound on Sunday? The Burns and Gambo Show starts at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Is Kyler Murray's contract tradable, Dan Graziano?
No. And certainly not today, and probably not in the offseason. He's got $36.8 million in guaranteed money next year. And if he's still on your roster in March when the league year starts, then another $19.5 million kicks in for 2027. I don't see anybody trading for that unless they put Kyler Murray back in and he lights it up over the second half of the season, at which point they probably won't want to trade him.
Unless, that was last week, by the way, before Kyler Murray landed on injured reserve. Dan Graziano from ESPN, can't trade him, contract too big. Lots to talk about the future of Kyler Murray, including from Monty Ossenford, who was a guest last week, of Wolf and Luke here on Arizona Sports.
Yeah, Wolf, Kyler right now is he's in the building. He's working hard. He's doing everything he can to get himself healthy. That's where his focus is. That's completely where his focus is, and really going to do everything we can to get him in a good spot to help us out come later in the season once he's completely healthy.
Piece published this morning, Bick, on ESPN.com, goes over some big, heavy questions in the NFL.
All right.
With kind of a crystal ball feel to it and kind of a back and forth feel to it. Get out your crystal ball. Will Kyler Murray stick in Arizona? And if not, where will he be playing in 2026? Jeremy Fowler, Dan Graziano, the two going back and forth on this. Fowler, I'm leaning toward Murray not sticking in Arizona in 2026. Murray spent 7 seasons under center. I always get a kick out of under center when they use that phrase.
Unfortunately, he hasn't spent that much time under center, but hey.
A handful of snaps. Arizona has 1 winning season and 0 playoff wins to show for it. It feels like it's time. It's hard to envision any scenario in which the Cardinals want to guarantee $19.5 million of 2027 salary for Murray, which would be the case if they don't trade or release him by the 5th day of the upcoming league year. Graziano talked about it too. They talk about some landing spots that might make sense. Fowler says the Jets and the Browns. Graziano goes down the road of Miami and Carolina, which I think are 2 very interesting choices there.
Yeah.
Especially, all right, why would be the reason Miami is moving off Tua Tagovailoa? A lot of the same reasons why the Cardinals are ready to move off of Kyler Murray. From lack of overall success to stature. Tua Tagovailoa said it out loud. I'm not the tallest guy.
Yeah.
I can't see things back there.
Tua's got other issues. Clearly, the concussion problem and the idea that he is somewhat fragile and could go down at any minute, to the fact that he is a notoriously poor performer in cold weather. But I do think that when you look at Carolina with Bryce Young and you look at Miami with Tua Tagovailoa, I would think both those organizations, if they were to move off their incumbent quarterbacks, they would want a more traditional quarterback with real size. I doubt they would go back down. Hey, let's try with another diminutive quarterback. I highly doubt that.
And the same thing would apply for Carolina there, too, because Bryce Young is actually more – he's the same height but more slightly built than Kyler Murray.
And yes. And Pittsburgh values toughness so much, I really have a hard time believing that they would want and embrace a quarterback like Kyler Murray. I really don't. I think the Jets and the Raiders are possibilities. But I also do agree that these teams there's not going to be a demand for Kyler Murray that's going to make one of these teams want to jump up and trade for him so somebody else doesn't get them before them, if you know what I mean. I think the way this is going is it's going to have to be a release the player, cut the player, deal with the consequences.
I agree with that as well.
So listen, and a lot of people, here's the issue. When I talk about sports teams and what they say publicly and what they really mean, I understand why Monty Ossenfort has to say what he said, but it's creating confusion in some pockets of the fan base. I know, I've got the emails to prove it. And there are people wondering, hey, if Kyler Murray is rehabbing and he's trying to get back, why shouldn't we see what he has when he gets back? Either they're oblivious to the reports from Ian Rappaport and Adam Schefter that this is just sort of a divorce where they're haggling out the details in the back room and keeping that from everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
But it's creating confusion because you hear Monty Ossenfort say that, and he's basically saying, yeah, we're prepping our quarterback to hopefully come and save us at the end of the season.
Look, it doesn't seem likely. And everything that's being reported from behind the scenes, that's not what's happening, that there is this divorce being worked out. But I also believe, quite honestly, that there's a lot of peril in that tactic as well. When let's say the Cardinals are, coming up with the details on how to rid themselves of the Kyler Murray contract to the best of their ability. But they're doing it in November, where there's a lot of football left to be played. Your plans for next year are certainly not solidified. Is Jacoby Brissett, he's under contract for next year. Is he your quarterback of the future? Are you going into a full season with Jacoby Brissett as your quarterback? I
wouldn't mind that as long as you've got a succession plan in mind. Listen, I think higher of Jacoby Brissett than you do, but he's a better quarterback than Kyler Murray for my money.
I think a lot of that depends on it's also, how are you selling it to your fan base? And if Jacoby Brissett continues to play at the level that he's played at for the remainder of the season, it becomes a much easier sell. Let's say
that's true.
He doesn't play up to that, ability. Let's say the Cardinals have a couple more ugly losses mixed in there. God forbid, let's say there's an injury to Jacoby Brissett.
Yeah, that's the big thing.
To come up with your plan for a guy that you have under contract right now, I think there's a lot of danger involved in that.
That would also involve a succession plan. That would be like you draft a quarterback next year.
That's it.
Yes,
yeah.
But we also
we don't know even where they're going to draft or who's available.
The one thing that we're not sure of right now is what's Kyler Murray's mindset. We heard Monty Ossenfort say he's working hard. Well, that might be Kyler Murray being a professional. He might be fed up. He might be done with Arizona. He might not want to play quarterback for this team again.
In fact, I'd say the odds are a lot better of that than him wanting to come back and play for the Arizona Cardinals. But that's just me. From covering sports for many, many, many decades. So, yeah, listen, I think this is going to be interesting because we're going to get into a stretch of schedule now where the Cardinals have put together this really haggard, unseemly season against some pretty easy competition in the first half. And now they're going to face some good teams. And they just faced a good team and got hammered. So optics are going to matter.
Yeah. This is going to be a big topic for months on this radio show and around the NFL. But let me ask you this question before we wrap up this discussion. You're the GM of a quarterback-needy franchise moving into 2026. If you can make it work financially, are you willing to give Kyler Murray a shot?
No. I'm done.
At any price?
I'm done.
And I'm not talking about the
I don't know how clear I can have to make this. I'm done with the kid.
For any team? He's never going to be anything in the league.
Oh, I thought you meant for if I was the GM of the Cardinals.
No, a quarterback-needy team in the NFL.
Yeah, you did say that. Yeah, I mean, if you know how this league works. If you don't have a guy in your building, he looks different to you.
He's also still better than half the quarterbacks.
Look at the Clippers and Bradley Beal. I mean, what more evidence did the Clippers need that Bradley Beal was not a winning player? That's because Phoenix.
He just needs his 14 shots and he'll be fine.
Right? So I don't know. Good luck with the Jets, Kyler.
Yeah, coming up next, what does Mike Hazen think about the recent Ketel Marte trade rumors? We'll tell you what the Diamondbacks general manager had to say next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on this Wednesday, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Pepe, 8 games left, man. What do you need to see from the Arizona Cardinals in 8 games?
And these 8 games moving forward, I want to continue seeing guys fight, having guys show that, how much the game means to them, how much winning means to them, because at the end of the day, that's when your team is, not in the position to go in the playoff. Now you get an opportunity to see the character of your team.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. There's a misconception in the electronics industry that big box stores offer the best pricing, and that just isn't true, but it happens because people walk into those big box stores and you see TVs at the front of the store and they're likely really, really inexpensive, and you think to yourself, man, I've got to shop here when I need a TV. What you don't know is that television is likely hot garbage. It's going to rob you of quality and experience. One of many reasons you head on down to Walt's TV and Appliance. You walk into Walt's, you'll see the difference. Great selection of big screen televisions, all the way up to 115 inches, all the major name brands you're looking for, great selection of outdoor televisions, including a very knowledgeable staff that will show you what products work best with live action sports. Kind of important. And when you pair the right television with the right audio component, you will have magic. You'll feel the difference, and I know that because Waltz did that for me. They gave me a great price. They'll do you one better. When you're at Waltz, drop my name. You're getting 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. That is your call. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can shop online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
Vince Marotta here, and I've got a question for you. Why are you waiting for one-day deals when Earnhardt Buick GMC has got Black Friday savings all month long? GM Brad Gunlickson and his team are discounting nearly every remaining 2025 model on the lot, in addition to remarkable savings on new 2026 units. Like on the wildly popular 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 or all-electric 2025 Hummer SUV and pickup models. Own one with 0% APR financing. That's just a taste of the outstanding deals being offered at Earnhardt Buick GMC. Acadia, Terrain, Yukon, gas, and EV models. You name it, Earnhardt has it all and price to move. Stop in, tell them I sent you. All offers do require approved credit, and with Earnhardt, you know you'll be treated like family. Check them out in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 12/1/25.
Okay, let's be honest. Guys wait till the last minute every single time.
Hey now, not every guy, but yeah, most guys.
That's why my dad, Diamond Dave, keeps the most insane selection of the diamonds ready to go. No waiting, no stressing, just sparkle.
And listen, this isn't mall jewelry. This is the real deal. Wholesale diamonds, bigger, brighter, better. And yes, she will notice.
Dad, I've seen the look on their faces. You hand them the box, they open it, and boom, it's game over.
Exactly. So whether you want something custom or you need it today, I've got you covered.
Don't overthink it. Just call, text, or come see my dad, Diamond Dave, at Desert Wholesale Diamond.
Bring me your last-minute panic, and I'll send you home a hero.
Call Diamond Dave at 480-397-2450 or follow him on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's at Diamond Dave, Kantor.
For generations, Scottsdale families have trusted Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm, to protect what matters most.
And now, with our newly expanded Scottsdale office, we're here to serve even more families for decades to come.
Mike Halliday, attorney at Morris Hall.
At Morris Hall, estate planning isn't just paperwork. It's about lifelong relationships. We help you safeguard your legacy, ensure your loved ones are cared for, and give you confidence that your wishes will be honored. Scottsdale families have trusted us for generations, from parents to children and even grandchildren. And with our new office conveniently located at Scottsdale and Shea, we're expanding that commitment of providing premier estate planning services. Whether you're just getting started or it's time to update your plan, schedule an appointment to visit us at Scottsdale and Shea or one of our other 8 offices across Arizona. We'd love to help you build a plan that gives you true peace of mind.
Morris Hall, estate planning rooted in trust and growing stronger in Scottsdale. Visit morrishall.com to learn more and start planning today.
Hey, it's Luke. Can the Suns keep things rolling as they get their first look at Cooper Flagg and the Mavericks? We'll be previewing Suns Mavs at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
We continue on this Wednesday with a good morning and a thank you to our listeners, supporters, fans, viewers in Sun City, Arizona. We appreciate you taking the show in out in Sun City this morning.
No. The second question, the answer to that is no. I think the way our team is constructed right now, like I said, I have to be open-minded and listen to what possibilities could be out there to put the team in a better spot for us as it relates to pitching. But as far as that second part of it, no, that's not putting any more pressure on. Having one of the best position players in all of baseball on your team is not a pressure position in my mind.
Mike Hazen, general manager of the Diamondbacks, on with Burns and Gambo yesterday here on Arizona Sports. No pressure to trade Ketel Marte. That's stemming from the reports that pressure wasn't really the word that was used. Diamondbacks motivated to move Ketel Marte, and part of that motivation was the 10-5 status that Ketel Marte would reach if he was not traded before the season by the Arizona Diamondbacks. What that means is those 10-5 rights for any player in Major League Baseball gives you the ability to turn into the baseball version of Bradley Beal. It turns into a veto stamp.
That's right.
You can veto any trade, so you lose that flexibility. Mike Hazen saying no pressure to trade at that point, acknowledging Ketel Marte is one of the best position players in baseball, which he has been. I think this is all very interesting. There's a lot of cat and mouse that goes on at this time. We do know, and Mike Hazen referenced it there, Bick, they need pitching in the worst way.
And here's the other thing. The way you could tell the way Sammy reacted yesterday to this discussion, you were almost like appalled. How could they be thinking about trading a player like Ketel Marte? The issue is, for a couple of years, they have tried their best to kind of keep the truth about Ketel Marte under wraps, to not expose the player, to not kind of point out some of the issues behind the scenes that have caused them great frustration. I mentioned yesterday, it's been likened, Torey Lovello's managing of Ketel Marte has been likened to what the Bulls used to have to do with Dennis Rodman. To keep him between the rails and literally between the lines, you'd have to do things like let him disappear for a couple of days, let him go to Vegas for a few days, things that tore at the fabric of the team, but concessions you made to a player who was just a little bit different. Okay? And that's kind of what Ketel Marte is, and fans don't know that. And I know that to be a case because when we went in on Ketel Marte and the negative effects of him between the clubhouse, we saw how that turned out, particularly for me. And it's because sports fans love him. I love him as a player as well. But if you're the Diamondbacks, you've got the proverbial two birds with one stone here. You've recommitted to Torey Lovello. Torey Lovello got the team back after Ketel Marte apologized to everyone. We all think the situation's been resolved, but it doesn't mean it's resolved forever. Vinny brought up Ketel Marte's age, the 10-5 clause, which would give him no trade powers, but it's also the fact that this team, if they're going to compete next year, they need 3 to 4 pitchers more than they need Ketel Marte. So you've got an ability now, if you can pull it off, to trade him for a good load in return and then kind of reshape this team on the fly. Of course you'll miss Ketel Marte. I love watching him hit. I love players like him. I like the swag. I like everything about the players who are dripping with swag. But the fact of the matter remains, what he has done to this team twice over the past couple of years is inexcusable. And a lot of people don't know that because the team is covered for him.
Mm-hmm. Here was more from Mike Hazen on Burns and Gambo about, Ketel discussions. Where are they right now?
Yeah. Yes, it's actually started a while ago, honestly. And it's what happens, right? I mean, everyone checks in on all and your better players. I mean, they're coming after your better players. Anyone that's competing or trying to compete is always coming after your better players. He is one of our best players. We have some of the top position players in all of baseball on our roster, and we need those players to be good next year. I have to still do my job, and unfortunately, no matter what I end up wanting to do at the end of the day, and we'll hopefully have choices to make, I have to listen. I have to listen to what people say.
Yes, he says he repeated that several times. Have to listen, and he says that every time, every year at this time, which is what a good general manager does. He also did clarify the Diamondbacks are not actively trying to trade Ketel Marte. Read between the lines. They get blown away by an offer. It could happen.
Look, if the phone rings, they're going to answer, but they're not trying to trade him.
They're not going to let it go to voicemail.
Right.
They're going to pick the phone up. They're going to answer it. I woke up to a text message today from a friend of mine who is a Diamondbacks fan who said, let's just trade Ketel Marte for Paul Skeens.
Oh, come on.
I'm like, wow.
Oh, come on. Sure.
Now you're talking.
Yeah,
He said,
sign me up for that.
We'd probably have to throw in Brandon Pfaadt, too.
Okay, well, I'm off it then. Forget
but
it.
You used the basketball example of dealing with Ketel Marte and the Dennis Rodman example. And Rodman was one of the most difficult players to manage in the history of American sports.
Very much.
Let's be honest about it. But I'll use a different basketball parallel here. And what the Diamondbacks are facing this offseason is this, because we just saw this with the Phoenix Suns. At the trade deadline last year, they tried to pivot and trade Kevin Durant. He got pissed. He was not happy. He played the rest of the season unhappy. It was fait accompli that he was going to be out of town. Did the Suns' efforts at the trade deadline make it a foregone conclusion that you had to trade him? And did it lessen what you got in return? The widespread belief on both of those questions is yes. The Diamondbacks reacting, and it was much less public, but it was out there at the time, in real time, because, again, you dealt with it pretty harshly. The Diamondbacks were very, very disappointed in Ketel Marte. And the word trade did get mentioned last summer. Did it get that far out of the barn, the horse get that far out of the barn that everybody in Major League Baseball knows the Diamondbacks have to trade Ketel Marte? And will that lessen what they get back?
Right. I think they positioned to the point where they don't feel that desperate. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
Even though they might be, but I
Yes.
think it's not like the Suns and Bradley Beal. Could you trade him to Cincinnati for like Hunter Green? Good young pitcher. Reds need a second baseman, right? Something like that would be ideal for the team. If you could peddle off Ketel Marte for a young pitcher with upside that you can plop into that rotation next year.
A guy who's
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Well,
go ahead.
I mean, Hunter Green, a guy who's already been hurt in the majors, who has had 1 year under his belt. We think he's going to be good, but we don't know how good he's going to be. We know Ketel Marte can be a perennial MVP candidate. And I was just looking at the expected roster for the Diamondbacks next season. You're going to need Ketel Marte in the middle of that lineup.
That's what I was saying yesterday. You don't have anybody at first base or third base already. Like that, you're going to have to replace almost your whole infield.
And Lourdes Gurriel was going to be out for the majority of the season, most likely. A guy who, at the tail end of last year, was coming on as one of your power hitters.
Listen,
and
we all love Gabby
do you
Marino.
need Ketel Marte when Pete Alonso's batting cleanup for you?
Now you're talking.
Then we can have a conversation.
Why not just have both?
Both.
Well, there you go.
Why
also.
not just keep
listen,
Ketel Marte, sign Pete Alonso, and then
here's
go
my
get a
question
stud
for you.
pitcher?
Has Ketel Marte's availability increased or decreased over the course of time? And which way do you think that will continue to trend?
It's always going to decrease.
Of course it will.
It's like driving a car off a lot.
The idea that he is as a base runner, now they're worried about just how tightly strung he is. Again, I see both sides. As a hitter, I want Ketel Marte in the middle of the lineup. I perfectly understand why the Diamondbacks are exploring this option. Because there's a lot of issues you might solve by doing it.
Yeah, I just hope they haven't marginalized their own position.
I hope so too.
And look, and I'm not saying the reaction that they had was out of pocket. The reaction they had was warranted in real time. Coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through the big stories on this Wednesday morning in the Rush Hour Reboot. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Allen left wing. He'll drive to the basket. Euro step in the lane. The layup goes, and Grayson Allen has a new career high 42 on the night.
The Suns visit Dallas to see what Cooper Flag is all about. Pregame tonight at 5:30, 6:30 tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics, and having chronic joint pain is a really bad deal if it prevents you from doing what you love to do, when every step reminds you of what hurts, when it's a reminder of what you're not able to do, when it's a reminder of how far you've drifted from a life when you didn't feel that pain. The good news is relief is closer than you think, and it doesn't have to come from a scalpel. QC Kinetics taps into your body's own regenerative power using natural healing factors that help restore and repair damaged joint tissue, reduce inflammation, and relieve pain at its source, and it works. QC Kinetics is a 92% patient satisfaction rate. That includes me, that includes former NFL star Emmitt Smith, because this is not science fiction. This is your body's comeback story, powered by the very cells that built you in the first place, and it is an all-organic approach. No surgery, no downtime, no pain pills. You walk into QC Kinetics, you get your treatment, you walk back out the door, and now's a great time to use your HSA and FSA funds to get started before the year ends. Go check them out. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get your free consultation by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Oh, let's talk about the Ford Maverick at Tim Hovick's Santan Ford. What's so cool about the Maverick is it does what a truck needs to do, like hauling or towing, while also being the perfect size. It's easy to handle, and parking is no sweat whatsoever. And it's perfect for business managers and service companies. Take a test drive at Tim Hovick's Santan Ford with a bunch of Mavericks under $30,000. Head on over to the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford. Hey, I'm here with Tim Lee, the owner of Moving Team 6. What separates you from other companies that are out there?
We have a protocol of how we do a move. It's more of a military style, and people are like, wow, who does this? I really believe it's people on our team. I'm a firm believer it starts with the people at the top. When the people at the top believe in everything they're doing, the people will follow.
The standard is the standard.
Yeah.
Go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Football fans, get ready. On December 14th, legendary quarterback Jim Kelly comes to Talking Stick Resort for a live Q&A that you won't want to miss. Hear inspiring stories of leadership, perseverance, and unforgettable moments from one of the game's greats, all in an electric atmosphere. This is your chance to see a true football legend up close and personal. Don't miss Jim Kelly on December 14th. Visit TalkingStickResort.com for more details. Talking Stick Resort. Life well played.
Hi, folks. Lorenzo Alexander here. After 15 years playing professional football, I've been through plenty of winning and losing. If you feel like you're losing because of private student loan debt, call my friends at Y-Refi. They refinance loans others won't touch and create a payment plan based on what you can afford, even if you're behind or in default. Y-Refi can help lower your interest rate and reduce your monthly payment. And they don't care what your credit score is. Call 888-502-2612 or visit yrefi.com.
Not available in all states.
Feed a family, make a kid happy, and win a new car.
It's the 25th anniversary of ABC 15's Operation Santa Claus, presented by Sanderson Ford, Sanderson Lincoln, and U-Haul. Make a donation of food, new toys, child-sized clothing, or money, and you could win a new Ford F-150 Super Crew truck or a Lincoln Corsair SUV. The more you donate, the more chances you have to win. All donations benefit St. Mary's Food Bank, Military Assistance Mission, Southwest Research and Resource Center, Special Olympics Arizona, and the New Life Center. Bring your donations to Sanderson Ford, Sanderson Lincoln, select U-Haul locations, or make a donation online. For more info, go to givetotheclaus.com.
From Sanderson Ford, Lincoln, and ABC 15.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker and Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals continue to prep for the San Francisco 49ers coming to town, and Kenny Dillingham and the Sun Devils are getting ready for West Virginia coming to Tempe. For more on both the Cardinals and the Sun Devils, head to ArizonaSports.com. The Phoenix Suns will be on the road in Dallas for the Mavericks tonight, and not only will they be without Jalen Green tonight, he's expected to be reevaluated in 4 to 6 weeks after re-aggravating his hamstring strain. But tip-off from Dallas will be at 6:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And last night down in Tucson, the 5th-ranked Arizona Wildcats took care of NAU 84 49. The Cats had 5 players in double figures. Their next game will be on the road at the 15th-ranked UCLA Bruins on Friday night. This report is brought to you by Morris Hall. Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm, trusted guidance for every stage of life. Visit morrishall.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Get me in the lot of mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Time to hit the big stories on this Wednesday morning in the Reboot with Sammy.
My mic wasn't working. There we go. Yes.
Sammy.
Good morning. 7:30. That means it's time for the Rush Hour Reboot. Want to give a quick shout out to those watching on YouTube. Appreciate you guys. All 201 of you this morning. Just head to Arizona Sports on YouTube. So Jalen Green, we got word. We knew he was going to be out, but unfortunately, he's going to be reevaluated in 4 to 6 weeks, and that means reevaluated, not returning to play. So with the dysfunction of Dallas, the inability to stay healthy like the Clippers, the Warriors' inconsistency, and who knows what's going on in Memphis, is this second tier of the West more open than you thought to start the year?
As of right now, it is.
Yes.
Yeah, as of right now. But again, this is the NBA in November. It's not what the NBA is going to look like in a couple of months.
Right, and because it's a little more open, how can the Suns kind of weasel their way into that tier, and are they a second-tier team in the West right now?
How many tiers are there?
Well, I'm glad you asked.
I think he's saying there's a top tier and a bottom tier.
I'd say there's 3. There's the likes of 4.
There's the title contenders.
There's the playoff teams. There's the play-ins, and then there's the dregs.
I would be comfortable saying in that realm they're teetering on. They're tier 3, teetering on 2.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it.
Oklahoma City, the Spurs, the Nuggets, Houston, Minnesota, I think are top tier, and Minnesota maybe
not.
The Lakers, Portland, Golden State, and the Suns maybe. I to answer your original question, the way it's structured.
Yeah.
There's a lot more trash in the Western Conference than I thought there was going to be.
Yeah, same.
Because Utah, I mean, they don't have Walker Kessler for the rest of the year. Memphis is a disaster every year for different reasons.
Yeah.
The Clippers might get it together. Sacramento's garbage. New Orleans is garbage.
Utah.
Dallas, who knows?
Clippers, Memphis, and Dallas are the 3 teams, in my opinion, that are much less than I thought they might be going into the year. But that, again, a lot of that can change. But those are, but that's a significant number of teams.
100%.
Whereas the Suns have been significantly better than what you expected going in.
Because a lot of people leading into the season just penciled in Memphis, Dallas, Golden State. So
it's almost like you can't project what's going to happen based on last year and what's on paper. It's almost like you can't do that.
It's a crazy thought, right, Vinny? Okay, so one of the main reasons, if not the main reason, why the Suns have been playing such high-quality basketball is Devin Booker. Some people think he's playing the best basketball of his career. Would you agree with that?
No, he's been very, very good, but I've seen him at levels that are otherworldly.
It's close. It's different because when we saw him at his best, I think he was doing it on a championship contending team. So I can't elevate what we're seeing right now to that level, but it's intriguing.
Yeah.
And I think there's already been a huge improvement by him this season. I think early on he was struggling to find his way with this new roster, and it looks like it's come together quick for him on how he's going to deal with it. And his mindset is right, and his mentality is right, and that's what's the exciting part to me.
All it took was both of you guys trying to run him out of town early in the season, and he responded.
Guess so.
Well, it was mostly me and Kellen. I wouldn't put Vinny in that category.
All right, I'm sorry.
But Vinny, but Vinny kind of saw the same things we saw.
Yeah. Vinny did nothing to stop you guys from trying to do it.
He was just exactly. Okay, so we've already talked.
I reserved the U-Haul. Are you kidding me?
That's right.
There you go. So we've already talked today about maybe the value or what the future might hold for Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray aside, what does the future of that position, quarterback, look like for the Cardinals? Not only this season, but moving forward.
I am not a fortune teller.
Okay, well,
no
listen.
idea.
When you take a look across the NFL and you look at quarterbacks that may or may not become available, I think Jacoby Brissett is probably better than any of the other dudes out there who jump from team to team to team to team.
He is.
So what I would do if I were the Cardinals is I would put a committee, a research committee together and go start vetting quarterbacks right now. I'm sure they already have.
Sure.
And I would get a wish list of guys that I would be comfortable with mentoring and developing, because this is something Jacoby Brissett has a lot of experience with. Jacoby was mentored by Tom Brady for a year in New England, and he mentored Drake May, and people who cover the Patriots say that was a big deal in terms of the Drake May you're seeing this year. That's my plan.
Okay.
Go idea quarterback, get that right.
And then I guess,
and make sure it's a quarterback with size that can operate in the pocket.
And Vinny, I guess to you, how do you, if you're Monty Austinfort or Bidwell, how do you sell now a new, quote, rebuild after a 3-year rebuild to the fans? Or people,
I don't know if a change at quarterback will necessarily indicate another rebuild.
Okay.
I think, to answer your original question, if I was going to bet right now, I would say that Jacoby Brissett is your starter. Opening day next year. I don't know if there's a rookie draft pick behind him that's learning, ready to take the reins. I don't know what that looks like. But I don't think there's really any way for ownership / front office to sell another teardown with the same coach and front office in place right now. Not after, because a complete teardown would mean the rest of this season goes disastrously bad.
Okay, listen, the big question is going to be, if you get more of what we saw last week, how could you possibly sell the return of this coaching staff to a fan base for year 4?
Right.
Now, they'll say, well, they gave Steve Keim and Cliff Kingsbury extensions when they were flaming out. Very true. But that's what they need to avoid, because that would make them look like an unserious operation. If this team wins one more game the rest of the way.
4-13.
4-13. You're going to sell this because if they finish near 500, you can scapegoat Kyler Murray and you can say, see, Jacoby Brissett, that's what we needed.
That's how you sell it as not a rebuild.
That's
you say,
it.
well, it was all his
That's
fault.
it.
The rest of us were good to go.
But if they tank completely and you try to bring back this staff, people are going to be like, what are you doing? Why are you not on the same timetable as other serious NFL operations?
Yeah, that's why this week is huge, because this will indicate what the mentality is the rest of the season. If they don't respond well to getting their heads kicked in.
If they get their doors blown off by the 49ers for 2 straight division games in a row, then we got big issues.
Yeah. Yes. So big. I mean, Vinny put it bluntly. It's kind of not make or break, but it's a huge week for Gannon and the Cards. So
absolutely. Thank you, Sammy. We're all rebooted on this Wednesday morning. Coming up next, we will get the Dallas perspective, not only about the Mavericks the Suns will face on the floor tonight with Cooper Flagg present, but also what's going on with their fan base, their front office, all of it. Eddie Sefko, who covers the Mavs for Mavs.com, will join us straight ahead here on Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This Friday, join us at Dink and Dine Pickle Park, Mesa Riverview for the 2nd annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament. You don't want to miss the great mascot matchup at noon, featuring our own Jared Carlin.
Boo, boo, we hate Jared.
So knock off work early and come hang out while players compete for the golden paddle and cash prize money. The 2nd annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament, presented by Sanderson Ford and benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Join us at Dink and Dine Pickle Park, Mesa Riverview this Friday. More info at arizonasports.com. Click on contests.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Trajan Wealth, and when you imagine retirement, what do you see? Do you see beaches and pina coladas? Do you see hundreds of rounds of golf, world travel? I bet all of us have different goals, and different goals require their own unique plan for the future, and that is where the fiduciaries at Trajan Wealth can help you get across the goal line. They understand there's more to retirement than simply calculating your expenses to maintain a lifestyle. They understand the importance of tactical investments and tailored insights insights that are in line with your risk tolerance. When I met with Trajan Wealth, I was super impressed at their overall approach. No pressure, no confusing jargon, just straight talk from people who really know what they're talking about. And you'll see it all begins with relationships, customized strategies, personalized plans, all based on your needs and your desires. At Trajan Wealth, your future is their priority. Call Trajan Wealth today at 480-360-7900 or online at TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
We make the claims process easy so you can get back on the road in no time. It's why over 43 million drivers trust Progressive. See for yourself at Progressive.com.
Looking for quality windows without the wait? Come to the Window Depot. We carry a huge selection of Milgard windows, in stock now and ready for pickup. Need something custom? No problem. From new construction to full home replacement, we'll help you order the perfect Milgard windows built to fit your space, style, and budget. Whether you're a homeowner or contractor, the Window Depot makes it easy to get the windows you need fast. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you and see why we're your Milgard window experts.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey, it's Wolf. I've been telling you about how great Aria Dental Implant Center is, but don't take it from me. Listen to Denise, a recent Aria Dental patient.
Life before was crazy. I think I've had every other treatment option that you could have. I had the veneers, I did the bridges, the fillings, the crowns, the everything. Yeah, I put a lot of money into my teeth, and it never paid off. Since the surgery, my life has changed all for the better. Every day I'm smiling. Every day I'm laughing. They say laughter is the best medicine. New teeth for me was the best medicine.
Take it from Denise. Aria Dental Implant Center helps patients regain their quality of life while saving them thousands of dollars. Go see my friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com. And tell them Wolf sent you.
Arizona sports fans, Just Pickle Courts is here to play. From backyard retreats to large resort-quality builds, we handle it all from design to install. And right now, you can get a free court planning consultation plus 2 free court upgrades when you visit justpicklecourts.com/radio.
JustPickleCourts.com. Design, build, play. Pop, pop, pop every day.
2 of the Valley's trusted HVAC and plumbing companies are now one. Hayes Cooling and Heating and Orangutan Home Services are now service experts. Celebrate with a $99 AC Precision Tune-Up. Call 866-EXPERTS or visit serviceexperts.com. License details online.
It's Black Friday all month long at Freeway Chevrolet. And right now, you can save big with up to $1,000 bonus cash on all new inventory. Visit us online now to get your Black Friday certificate. Then hurry in for some of the best deals of the year. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Must be used at time of purchase. May be combined with other offers. Not valid on prior purchases. Limit one-time use per customer. Valid only at Freeway Chevrolet. Offer expires November 30th, 2025.
More fiber and laxatives, eh?
Who are you?
I'm future you.
Future me?
Constipation with belly pain still coming back? Our doctor figured it out. It's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Brissett takes the snap. Play fake. Looks over the middle. Throws wide open. Harrison caught for a touchdown. Throws right in the end zone. Caught for a touchdown by Trey McBride.
Arizona Sports. Home field advantage. Home field advantage.
Home field advantage. Somebody's going to go see the Cardinals versus the 49ers or the Jaguars. That person will be caller number what, Dan
Caller
Bickley?
number 7 in honor of Jacoby Brissett.
Oh, caller 7 right now, 602-260-9870. If you are caller 7, your choice, Cards, Niners, Cards, Jags. Good luck. Dial carefully as we continue here on the Wednesday edition. Phoenix Suns in Dallas tonight to take on the Mavericks. First look at Cooper Flagg. First look at the post-Nico Harrison Mavericks here to give us the lowdown on the Mavericks and the situation there. And he covers the team for Mavs.com. Eddie Sefko, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. Eddie, thanks for joining us today. We appreciate it.
How you guys doing out there?
Doing good. I think there's a little bit of strife with the organization that you're covering in Dallas. Nico Harrison, the fans finally get their wish. We heard all the chants on Monday night, Eddie. Why now? And was this move made? And was the reported haggling over the Anthony Davis injury status, do you think that was the final straw here?
Well, there's probably a lot in play, when you look at this whole big picture, but doesn't it really go back to one thing?
Yes.
The trade was what it was, and it was made. And, nobody liked it among the fans, even among the NBA people. I don't think anybody saw the logic in it. But it made sense to some degree or some level for Nico and the ownership. So, that's basically what it came down to. I mean, it cost him his job. That's pure and simple. And I think, now that the organization starts to move along and, it's not, it's a big change, obviously, but I don't know that it's going to help them go out and make a 3-point shot tonight, which they desperately need to do and can't do right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Eddie, I'm curious, too, because going into the year, there was the thought that maybe this Mavericks team would be good enough that when and if Kyrie Irving got back, you guys might make a real strong playoff run. Now I'm reading reports that maybe, Anthony Davis might be traded, that there's pictures of him being overweight, or maybe that's AI. What's the truth of the situation right now in the curtain in Dallas?
Well, according to Anthony, he usually comes in at a higher weight than he ends up playing with. He says he loses several pounds when the season starts just by simple wear and tear, which, that's plausible. So, I don't know how much that has to do with it. Could he be traded? Of course, everybody on this roster right now is available. Aside from obviously the number one pick, but the changes. It's going to be interesting to see how. I don't know this Michael Finley and Matt Riccardi, who I've both known those guys for a long time, and they know what they're doing. I don't know how fast or how aggressive they can be or want to be. I think they're more inclined to let this thing play for a few weeks, maybe, and maybe even months, and let it see where it goes. That hey, new ownership, we don't know. Everything's on the table at this point. But my gut tells me that they're going to take a little cautious approach for the moment and give this thing some time to separate and see what happens.
Eddie Sefko, Mavs.com, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. The statement that Patrick Dumont released yesterday after the firing of Nico Harrison had a focus on winning this fan base back. It seemed like there was a failure to recognize by those involved in the Luka trade how much the fan base loved him. So my question now is, I mean, that angst was burning hot, as you well know, from February when that trade went down all the way to this week. There has to be a feeling of satisfaction for fans who wanted blood, but what's next? I mean, the firing of Nico Harrison doesn't bring back the beloved Luka Doncic. So how much time is this going to take for this to get patched up with the fan base in your mind?
Oh, I think there's some liberation right now for sure. But, like you said, how does that help in the short term? It really doesn't. It just makes everybody feel like, okay, well, the guy got, what he was asking for, because that trade was, widely considered to be one of the most shocking and quite frankly, one of the worst in NBA history, or sports history for that matter. So it happened, and it went down like it did, and now the fan base can move on. Like I said, I'm not sure where this team goes, even when it gets a little healthier. If AD comes back and Derek Lively, who for the life of me, I can't figure out why this guy can't stay on the court, because he's really a good talent, but not if you're not playing, obviously. So I don't know how good this team can be with that mix of players. It'd be better, but is it a playoff team? I don't know about that.
We all love Cooper Flagg when he played in college. I know some people have warned that the Mavericks better not ruin his confidence by maybe exposing him too much at point guard. How has his acclimation gone in your opinion?
Well, it was a test, a little experiment by Jason, and he was not particularly ready for it, nor were the Mavericks. I mean, they just the injuries derailed everything. You're going to look a lot better at point guard when you can throw the ball to Anthony Davis on the lob, or Lively on the lob, or even an open Klay Thompson, and those things weren't happening when the injuries hit. So they made the decision to move him back to a forward spot, and I think that's good. But you know what? The experience helped him. It got him thinking like a point guard, and this is a long-term project with him. He's going to be one of the best players in the league for a lot of years. So it made sense to go out and kind of throw him in there, let him make some mistakes. Jason Kidd's not afraid of his players making mistakes. Heck, when he was a point guard, he used the first 30 games of every season was just to take chances and make average 3.5 turnovers and that sort of thing, and he didn't care. It was a learning process. So that's kind of the way he coaches as well.
Eddie Sefko, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. In terms of tonight for health, you mentioned the status of Anthony Davis and Derek Lively. They're both listed as questionable. Is there any chance they make their returns to the court tonight against the Suns?
I think there's a chance. Yeah, I don't know how strong that chance is, but Anthony Davis has been doing a lot of work on the court. As long as they're convinced that there's not a chance for a recurrence of that calf problem, and we all know, we've seen guys that have had, and you guys have out there as well, the guys that have had calf issues and then end up with something a lot worse.
Yep.
So that's not something they want to go through. They'd rather get him as right as he can be, and then go from there.
Yep. Eddie, thanks so much for the time today. We appreciate it.
Hey, guys, appreciate you having me.
Thank you. Eddie Sefko, who covers the Mavericks for Mavs.com. He joined us this morning on the Arizona Sports Line. Congrats to Raymond Rosario, was caller number 7 in honor of Jacoby Brissett. Raymond's got his choice of tickets to see either Cards Niners or Cards Jags as the Arizona Sports home field advantage continues. We continue on the Wednesday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings with the Bickley Blast.
Fire!
In your face next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader, including Cardinals play-by-play.
Breaks a tackle, heads for the end zone, touchdown!
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Parker and Sons, and Arizona is finally cooling off. Have you seen the weather forecast this weekend? In the 60s, but before you go and kick on the heat, make sure your system is ready. A fall HVAC tune-up from Parker and Sons gets that done. It's fast, it's affordable, and it can save you from a chilly surprise down the road. Also, cooler weather means open windows in Arizona, which is equally fantastic. But what about the air quality inside your home? From duct cleaning to air purifiers, Parker and Sons can keep your family breathing easy. Their Captura air scrubber cleans the air in your house 24/7, and it's a great idea with cold and flu season just around the corner. Keep your family healthy. Get your home holiday ready by calling Parker and Sons, the company you call for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. And remember, their techs are all trust certified, which means they're licensed, bonded, insured. They've all passed drug tests and background checks. 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REP AIR for Parker and Sons.
It's Black Friday all month long at Freeway Chevrolet. And right now, you can save big with up to $1,000 bonus cash on all new inventory. Visit us online now to get your Black Friday certificate. Then hurry in for some of the best deals of the year. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Must be used at time of purchase. May be combined with other offers. Not valid on prior purchases. Limit one-time use per customer. Valid only at Freeway Chevrolet. Offer expires November 30th, 2025.
When I answered the phone in the middle of the night, I heard the words no one is ever prepared for. Your husband is gone. This is Deb, owner of RJP Estate Planning. When my husband passed, life changed forever for me and my daughters. And what followed was unimaginable. Unexpected claims and disputes from people trying to take what wasn't theirs. But I had two things on my side: a caring and competent team at RJP Estate Planning and my living trust that ensured no one could take what was rightfully mine. Let RJP help protect your family, just as we've helped over 40,000 Arizona families since 1995. And if you're 60 or over, you can save 60% on a living trust.
To save 60% on a living trust, call 480-576-5457 by November 13th. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta with some amazing news. There's no reason to wait for one-day deals. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is rolling out awesome Black Friday deals all month long during the Kia Season of New Tradition sales event. And you know an Earnhardt dealership will treat you right. They're locally owned, and they'll treat you like family. So now's your chance to save big on a selection of award-winning Kia models across the lot. If you're looking for sedans or SUVs, we got them. 2025 K4s, 2026 Sportages, even the family-moving 2026 Carnival MPV. Gas, hybrid, all-electric options, we've got those too. Plus a smart selection of Kia-certified pre-owned vehicles. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is the place to shop for a car, and these new Kias are amazing. You've got to check them out. So discover what drives you this holiday season at 91st Avenue, just north of Bell Road. Online at EarnhardtPeoriaKia.com.
Every day, reliable, comfortable, connected. Every day you rely on power. At APS, we work around the clock to deliver some of the most reliable power in the country. But with Arizona's extreme weather, outages can happen. Stay safe and informed with alerts by keeping your contact information up to date. And visit our outage center for updates online or on the APS app. For more ways to stay safe and informed, visit aps.com/brighter.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker and Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns will be in Dallas for their first go at rookie Cooper Flagg and the Mavericks tonight. The Mavericks' first game after firing general manager Nico Harrison, who traded Luka Doncic just 9 months ago. Tip-off from Dallas will be at 6:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And with the rumors swirling about the future of Ketel Marte here in Arizona, Diamondbacks general manager Mike Hazen was on with Burns and Gambo yesterday.
I have to still do my job, and unfortunately, no matter what I end up wanting to do at the end of the day, and we'll hopefully have choices to make, I have to listen. I have to listen to what people say.
And with both the Cardinals and the Sun Devils in action this weekend, catch up with everything you need to know with them on ArizonaSports.com. This report is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. Black Friday prices are happening now in store and online through November 30th. Get 30% off. Go to BrooklynBetting.com.
Bickley and Marotta mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
The Arizona Cardinals coaching staff has a problem. Collectively, they are very inexperienced. They are not as good as their competition in the NFC West, and they are beginning to lose the civic trust built up over 2 years of try-hard football. Drew Petzing's ridiculous comments about the offensive line yesterday are just the latest example. So are the uninspiring press conferences from the head coach. So is the film study from Sunday's loss in Seattle that shows a staff that did not have its team prepared, a staff that was resoundingly beaten in the film room. And more to the point, this is a staff with no senior advisors and 12 coaches who had zero experience at their positions at the time they were hired by the Cardinals. Now, maybe that's the function of an organization that simply will not spend top dollar for coaches or players. Maybe it's also why the team is yet to produce a Pro Bowler from Monty Ossenfort's 28 draft picks, because it's a near certainty that most veteran coaches are probably a lot more adept at player development. Either way, this staff had better conjure up something good Sunday against the 49ers, because this team has reached their annual quota of embarrassments already, and it's not even Thanksgiving. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that. I think they're playing hard. I think we've played some really good fronts. I think the communication has been good. I think at times, you're losing one-on-ones in critical situations, which is hurting us. And certainly we need to evaluate how and why that's happening and try to clean that up. But I think those guys play extremely hard. I think they play well together. I think they're doing everything they can to win games.
There was the comments of Drew Petzing yesterday, offensive coordinator, talking to the media out in Tempe when asked, where is he seeing the offensive line struggling? And kind of glazed over a lot of it other than losing one-on-one matchups. Well, that's apparently happening a lot. This offensive line has not been close to as effective as it was last year.
No doubt about it. Teo Mackey, in terms of the film study, put out some video that twice on the first 4 drives, Cardinals left defenders unblocked on 3rd and 1. Drew Petzing said both were missed assignments. Quote, goes back to technique and where our eyes are. Key game against Seattle in year 3 of regime, you don't expect to hear that kind of stuff. Drew Petzing's comments were roundly ridiculed on social media because the difference in the quality of run game, the statistics are all out there. Last year, they were one of the best teams at it. Now they're nowhere near that team with basically the same offensive line. And so a lot of people have speculated, is it the loss of Clayton Adams? As Jarrett brought up earlier today, as I have brought up many times in the past, I was dumbfounded to think at any point in time 6 months ago that an offensive line and a running game coordinator could be that influential. Apparently he was.
But that's the thing, is like, apparently he was, right? Because we're not given any other reasoning for this. It's a lot of the same players.
Yeah. And you can't discount completely the injuries at the running back spot. I mean, they're down on their depth chart at the running back position. I tend to believe success in the running game is more geared toward what the offensive line is doing as opposed to the running backs, with all due respect to running backs. James Conner has been phenomenal as an Arizona Cardinal. He is in his 5th season as a Cardinal. His yards per carry by year, 3.7, 4.3, 5.0, 4.6. This year, short sample, injured in the 3rd game, 32 carries, 95 yards, 3 yards per carry. By far, by 0.7 of a yard.
That's
the least yards per carry in James Conner's. So it wasn't like the offensive line was opening a bunch of holes for every. They've struggled blocking for everybody in the run game.
Yes, and so clearly, when asked whether or not the offensive line has regressed, the answer is, of course it has. It's right there in the numbers. But Drew Petzing said, no, I don't think so. And that's the kind of thing where Cardinal fans are like, come on.
Because he could have said exactly what you said. Yeah, the offensive line isn't performing as well it should be. It's regressed, and it's our job to figure out how to fix it.
There was other film work that was very, very perturbing, and here's an example. So one of the things the Cardinals have been doing well going into the Seattle game is they bring in Kelvin Beachum at what I think they call the Y position. It's a tackle that lines up in the wing so that tackle can go in motion. And what they've been doing is they've been running him over to the other side of the field as they run play action, which basically turns Kelvin Beachum into a pass blocker on the other side of the field from where he is lined up to begin, okay? So they come back out in the field Sunday against Seattle, and they bring that formation out, and immediately Seattle overloads the side of the field that Kelvin Beachum is initially on, and when he departs it, they bring a blitzer, and when that blitzer was picked up, they bring a guy right from the middle who comes in and destroys Jacoby Brissett, fumble, touchdown. There you go. And what it tells you, and what it tells people who study film, is that the Cardinals kept with what they do, with what they do and did and were doing, hoping it would work. And what the Seahawks did was come in with a game plan ready to detonate the Cardinals the minute they showed that look. Okay, just one example. And look, I don't break down film. I'm just citing what was out there yesterday.
And you heard A.Q. Shipley tell us. A.Q. Shipley played a lot of years on the offensive line in the NFL, and he studies it. Because most people who watch football, and even a lot of people who know a lot about football, don't watch line play very closely. Linemen do. And when he comes out on this show and says, Seattle did some things that I've never seen them do before, even a team that is known for exotic blitzes, they're throwing stuff out that has never been captured on film before.
Yeah.
That's really, really good planning and really good coaching.
Right. And then there's also the question of this coaching staff collectively and their experience. I mentioned it. Rich Gannon, Drew Petzing, Nick Rawlis all had zero experience at their jobs when they took them. For 2 years, all 3 of those men received very high marks, Petzing and Rawlis more so than Drew Petzing. But over the first 2 years, I think
Gannon and Rawlis.
I'm sorry, Gannon and Rawlis. Yeah, for the first 2 years, I think that people were like, okay, yeah, these guys are good. The rest of the coaching staff, Israel Wolfirk, Justin Fry, who's now the offensive line coordinator and doing the job that Clayton Adams did last year, Autry Denson, Ben Steele, Winston Debo, the big defensive line coach, Christian Garcia, Matt Fino. I can't pronounce Winston's last name, by the way. De Lataboudiere.
I think you got it.
Okay, Patrick Toney, Ryan Smith.
There's a reason why they call him Debo.
That's right. And so all those guys, zero experience at the jobs they're doing at the time when the Cardinals hired them.
Yeah.
And plus 0 senior advisors, plus no team president. So there's not a ton of oversight going on here. And whether or not these are issues or not, you can decide. But I'm just saying that in year 3, this is not what it should look like.
Yeah. There's a lot of discouraging things to come out of the Seahawks loss, but the perceived step back by Marvin Harrison Jr. in that performance too. It's not like Jacoby Brissett struggled to get him the ball. It was 12 targets for Marvin Harrison Jr. The conversion rate on those targets was very low, 25%. 3 catches on 12 targets. Here was Drew Petzing on that subject.
I think they got some good players. There were some contested catches. He's made a number of those throughout the course of the season. There were a couple of those where they got their hand on the ball. I think of the one there on 4th and goal is an unbelievable play to get back involved and get a hand on the football. And when you make those, you come out of the game saying you had 7 or 8 for a big game. And I thought those guys competed really well and made some plays on the back end.
And another question about Marv posed to Drew Petzing.
Would you like to see him be a little bit stronger at the point of the attack on some of those?
Always something we're going to emphasize.
Yes. Look, there's a lot of truth in what Drew Petzing said in that answer, especially the play in the end zone. Marvin Harrison Jr. nearly made a tremendous catch in the end zone. It was a really good individual play. But generally speaking, I think there's been slight improvement in the area of contested catches this year for Marvin Harrison Jr. over last year.
Mm-hmm.
But I still can't get to the point where I'm comfortable with him playing that role of number one wide receiver. That's a role that you don't have to think about on game day.
You shouldn't.
And you don't know which guy's going to show up from week to week right now.
And the level, and once again, I've been somebody who has correlated the level of heat that Marvin Harrison Jr. has felt on a football field is attached to his comfort level and his performance. And it's one thing to go up against a Dallas secondary that's depleted versus a Seattle secondary that was just out there looking to knock people out. Mm-hmm. And clearly he was back to some of the old issues that he had. So, yeah, he remains a work in progress. It's not what I expected. I really thought that moment in Dallas was going to be a launching pad moment for MHJ.
Yeah, but I mean, just work in progress. Apply it to Marvin Harrison Jr. Yeah. You just applied it to the coaching staff too, which we didn't think we would be. In this work in progress mode in year 3 of this rebuild.
And you know this because I'm sure you hear from the same people I do. It's creating some anxiety among fans when it comes to what Jonathan Gannon is saying during media availability, what Drew Petzing is saying, what this team is looking like, and how they rank up against these coaching staffs in the NFC West, which are all handfuls.
Mm-hmm. And a 3-12 divisional record shows that.
Yep.
Operation Santa Claus is back. Every $20 donation gets you an entry for your shot at autographed gear or premier tickets from your favorite teams and items from your favorite athletes like Randy Johnson, Larry Fitzgerald, Buda Baker, Luis Gonzalez, Lourdes Gurriel Jr., and more. Text DONATE to 620-620 now through Friday. That's DONATE to 620-620. It's Operation Santa Claus, presented by Sanderson Ford. Coming up next, Suns may be without Jalen Green for at least 4 weeks, but can they extend their winning streak tonight to at least 4 games in Dallas against the Mavs? We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Allen left wing. He'll drive to the basket. Euro step in the lane. Wow. The layup goes, and Grayson Allen has a new career high 42 on the night.
The Suns visit Dallas to see what Cooper Flag is all about. Pregame tonight at 5:30, 6:30 tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Veterans Day may be over, but Chapman BMW deserves and believes in honoring those who help us the most. So first responders, military members, military veterans, you may qualify for up to a $4,000 rebate at Chapman BMW. Lots of great things going on at Chapman BMW. The Road Home Sales event has begun. That happens every holiday season. You can get 0.9 APR% financing on select models, great deals on other models. And remember, Chapman BMW, a family-owned award-winning business since 1966. They've been serving the Valley for nearly 6 decades. They've got employees who've worked at their stores for 30 and 40 years. They've got a great reputation for elite service and handling, and you feel that the minute you walk into either location. It's first class from top down all the way to the Texan garage, in the garage. And speaking of those 2 locations, they guarantee you the best selection you're going to find in the Valley, no matter what you're looking for. Also a great reputation for making luxury attainable, especially since every listener of this radio station, you get the hookup at Chapman BMW. So go take a test drive, find what you like, ask for General Manager Shane O'Hanrahan by name, tell them I sent you, you're going to get a smoking hot deal. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Trapped in a 30-year mortgage, decades of payments, mountains of interest, and every time rates fall, you refinance and start over? That's not a plan. That's a prison. The Life Changer loan lets you do your banking inside your mortgage, using your income to crush interest and pay off your home in just years, not decades. Don't spend 1 more minute in mortgage prison. It's not magic. It's just math. So take back control at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
If our weather is better than our backyard, then it's time for California Pools and Landscape. Yep, time for Arizona's most awarded pool company, because it was time at Casa Galvisi. See our before and after photos, and we're not talking just a pool remodel, a stunning backyard makeover. We are so set for the glorious weather, and now it's your turn. Take advantage of the end-of-the-year sale with savings up to $5,000. See our before and after photos and get your free estimate at cowpool.com/Paul.
More fiber and laxatives, eh? Who are you? I'm future you. Future me? Constipation with belly pain still coming back? Our doctor figured it out. It's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Oh, let's talk about the Ford Maverick at Tim Hovick's Santan Ford. What's so cool about the Maverick is it does what a truck needs to do, like hauling or towing, while also being the perfect size. It's easy to handle, and parking is no sweat whatsoever. And it's perfect for business managers and service companies. Take a test drive at Tim Hovick's Santan Ford with a bunch of Mavericks under $30,000. Head on over to the Santan 202 Freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
Hey, it's Gambo. Can the Phoenix Suns pounce on a limping Dallas Mavericks team and make it 4 wins in a row? We'll get you ready for the game on today's Burns and Gambo show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Now we continue on the Wednesday edition of Bickley Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona Talking Stick Resort Studios, with a good morning, a thank you, and a shout out to our listeners and fans in Wickenburg, Arizona. Spend much time in Wickenburg?
No, I have not.
Driven through
I've been through there a couple times.
Yeah, sure. I hear there's some great restaurants.
One of my cousins is from Wickenburg.
From
the whole family, yeah, so I
Wow.
have spent time there.
Well,
lovely.
We appreciate you out in Wickenburg. Suns in Dallas tonight to take on the Mavericks. Excitement level to see Cooper Flagg play with a real focus on Cooper Flagg against the
pretty
Suns.
high.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, and I do think, I'm not sure the Mavericks did him any favors in asking him to assume the point guard position.
I was thinking about it even deeper, the pressure that is on him now. We talked to Eddie Sefko earlier from Mavs.com. And look, when the Mavs made that deal last February to trade Luka Doncic, it shook the whole sports world. It shook the whole Dallas market. They're still dealing with it. They finally get their wish, and they get their general manager, Nico Harrison, fired yesterday. And when they made that deal, and Nico Harrison himself last February said, what was the response from ownership the first time you brought this up? They laughed at me. And then there was some convincing going on.
Yeah.
And I brought this up with Eddie Sefko.
And you know that's not the story I've heard. But anyways,
it's not,
it
I tend to believe your story a lot more. But the overall failure to recognize how beloved that player was in that city is grounds for everybody being fired.
Well,
first of all.
Yeah.
But, and for them to rebound, get gifted the number 1 selection, you won't convince me otherwise that was a legitimate draft lottery that Dallas won with a 1.8% chance to get the number 1 pick in a year where Cooper Flagg's coming back. Oh, by the way, thanks for trading Luka to a major market and the prestige franchise in the NBA. Wink,
and not even allowing any other team to make an offer for him.
But yeah, it's still fishy all these months later.
Yeah, you think?
How much pressure did they create unknowingly on Cooper Flagg to be the guy?
Yeah,
to pull the entire franchise out of this malaise.
Probably an awful lot. Yeah.
It's almost unfair.
Well, listen, I didn't know that Anthony Davis was upgraded to questionable.
Yeah.
For tonight's game.
Congratulations,
Derek Lively. I didn't know that was the case.
Yeah.
I don't know if these pictures of Anthony Davis I've seen online are real or touched up or troll jobs or AI or what, but he looks pretty rotund around the middle. I can't believe they're real. I can't. But whatever. So, but listen, this is another great opportunity for the Phoenix Suns to take what they have and lay it down on the floor and, take care of a team that is really, really struggling right now. Yeah. You look right now in the NBA. For a team that just simply would not shoot the amount of three-point shots that both the previous two head coaches wanted, Frank Vogel and Mike Budenholzer, look at them this year. Grayson Allen ranks second. Well, he's tied for first, actually, in the NBA in 4.2 three-pointers per game. Royce O'Neal is tied for 10th. So you got two guys from the Phoenix Suns in the top 10 of three-point field goals made per game. Not taken, made.
Mm-hmm. Isn't that funny how, like, last 2 years – there was such emphasis that they said, we're going to put so much more emphasis. We're going to shoot more threes. We're going to shoot more threes. And it lasted for like 5-6 game stretches, and then they reverted just because, Kevin Durant really wasn't into it.
No,
Bradley Beal wasn't really into it.
And then when they did it, and there was another switch back to that mentality, it felt forced. What's happening now with the Suns shooting this volume of three-pointers is it's a result of spacing. It's a result of great ball movement. Go back 2 nights ago when Grayson Allen hits 10 three-pointers, sets the franchise record. Mm-hmm. One of the things we marveled at yesterday, I marveled watching it in real time, was he is wide open on every shot. And you get shooters open looks now, it's almost a layup for shooters as good as Grayson Allen.
Especially when you talk about a Phoenix Suns team, there is so much over-helping going on sometimes in the NBA. It still astounds me the lack of awareness some defenders have when there are really good three-point shooters on the floor. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
When you get a guy, when Grayson Allen is on the floor, if I'm the other team, I am making sure the guy who's assigned to Grayson Allen doesn't leave Grayson Allen. There is no reason to be helping out anywhere else. It's just silliness to me. Really, really is. Here's the thing, though. I think what really prevented this team, I know going into last year, my thought was, will Devin Booker be able to make this adjustment? Because Devin Booker, much more so than Kevin Durant, the three-point shot sometimes is there, but sometimes not. It was just the exact opposite, because I had somebody point out to me that Kevin Durant absolutely refused to throw up any desperation shots because he was that concerned about his shooting percentage.
Yeah, heaves.
That's it.
They don't apply anymore. He
wanted no part of it. And so if you extrapolate that logic, I think KD was very, very concerned with his points per game. You get to 27, I'm good. And his field goal shooting percentage. And he didn't want to be stretched into a realm where those were going to suffer.
Yeah.
So as a result, there was not... It wasn't a collective, let's do this kind of thing.
Well, and on the Devin Booker front, on the threes too, and he's played really good basketball overall this year. But one of the things going in, statistically, that jumped off the page at you last year was Devin Booker's way too good a shooter to be hitting 33% from three-point range.
Yeah.
He's got that right around 40% right now.
Which is perfect.
He's never hit 40% for a full season in his career.
Uh-huh.
If he hovers around that mark, that means this offense is humming. Oof. That's where it should be.
He's on a 50-40-90 pace right now.
He is.
He's never done in his career. It's wildly known as if you can achieve that as a shooting guard / point guard, it's very rarely done.
Very rarely done. And had he not missed, I think, 5 free throws in that first game against Sacramento, he'd already be above 90.
Mm-hmm.
He shot free throws really well since then. Real quick, going back to Grayson Allen, He finally got over that threshold. He had hit 9 3-pointers in a game 3 times as a Sun. So now he stands alone as the Suns record holder. And he talked with Burns and Gambo yesterday about finally getting to 10.
I got up to 9 pretty quickly. And I think we had a timeout before I knew, after I got the 9th. So someone had mentioned it then and kind of confirmed that I had 9. And I didn't know for sure, but I kind of had a feeling. So then after that, I knew because I had tied it those few times before, I was like, this has got to be the night where I go get 10. So I know everyone tries to say, you don't think about that kind of stuff. But after tying it 3 times in the back of my mind, I was definitely like, I got to go get this 10.
When he got to 10, there was an acknowledgement. Obviously, the fans knew what was at stake.
Mm-hmm.
They had the big applause. Grayson Allen stayed on the floor for a few more minutes, and there was one possession right before he came out of the game where he put the ball on the floor and drove on the right sideline and was going to set up for another 3 attempt, but just nipped the out of bounds line.
That's right.
So it turned it over. But he did that in 27 minutes.
incredibly
That was the
efficient.
second
That's
most
insane.
points ever scored by a Suns player in under 28 minutes.
Well, and even Royce O'Neal and Grayson Allen ranking in the top 10 in three-point shots made, it's not like these are high-volume scorers.
No.
So that's how efficient they've been.
Although, I mean, Grayson Allen averaging, 18 points a game now?
That's a little ludicrous after a dude goes off for 42. Oh, he's not a high-volume scorer.
It's a pretty good number, though. And his
listen.
shot attempts gone way up.
Well,
Gambo pointed that out yesterday.
But think about this, too. Think about when we watched last year's team, it was so bad and so impotent. We all thought, trade Royce O'Neal, trade Grayson Allen. Oh, you're not going to get anything for Grayson Allen, that contract. No one's saying that anymore.
No.
It's amazing.
Fewer people are saying trade Grayson Allen.
The greatest thing about the sport of basketball is how quickly things can change with the right blend of dudes. It's fantastic.
Operation Santa Claus is back. Every $20 donation gets you an entry for your shot at autographed gear, premier tickets, and items from your favorite teams and athletes like Randy Johnson, Larry Fitzgerald, Buda Baker, Gonzo, Lourdes Gurriel Jr., and more. Text DONATE to 620-620 now through Friday. That's the word donate to 620-620. Operation Santa Claus is presented by Sanderson Ford. Coming up next, our weekly NFL discussion with the always entertaining Mark Schlereth. That is next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This Friday, the second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament. Wolf and Luke do their show live from 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. at Dink and Dine. So knock off work early and come hang out while players compete for the golden paddle and cash prize money. The more you give to the clause by texting the word donate to 620-620, the greater your chance to win awesome autographed merch and experiences that you can't get anywhere else. Text donate to 620-620. The second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament, presented by Sanderson Ford and benefiting Operation Santa Claus. See you at Dink and Dine Pickle Park, Mesa Riverview this Friday. More info at arizonasports.com. Click on contest. Message and data rates may apply.
If you are a homeowner in Arizona, chances are very, very good that you've had a very, very bad experience with a contractor or a landscaper. Maybe they charged you a fortune. Maybe they ghosted you when the work was done and something went wrong. Maybe they just quit showing up altogether. Happens to all of us in Arizona, and this is one area where my friends at Turf Monsters knocks it out of the park. They're a one-stop shop that can build you the backyard of your dreams, from fire pits to barbecue pits, from patios to pergolas. If you've always wanted a sparkling green lawn, they're a leading installer of artificial turf in the valley. If you're a golfer, they can build you a state-of-the-art putting green. If you're a pickleball player, they can put a pickleball court in your backyard. No matter what you want, they can make it happen. But more to the point, they believe in doing what they say they're going to do. They believe in professionalism, staying on schedule, sending a devoted crew to your house so you're not seeing different people every time you look out your window. Highly recommend you check out their work online at turfmonstersaz.com or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
Hey, Wolf here, and I'm with my personal spine surgeon, Dr. Christopher Young at Desert Institute for Spine Care, otherwise known as DIS. Doc, how you doing?
I'm doing great, Wolf.
People come from all over the world to see you. Why is that?
Well, I think we've built a reputation for cutting-edge surgery, getting people back to life quickly and with less downtime. My father pioneered endoscopic spine surgery, which is an ultra minimally invasive treatment option for treating herniated discs and stenosis. And I guess the word's getting out.
You're being modest, Doc. Athletes from all over the world come here to see you.
It's certainly a privilege to take care of professional athletes, but most of our patients are just everyday people wanting to get back to work and back to enjoying life with their families.
If you want to start enjoying life again, contact the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care. I'm now living pain-free thanks to Dr. Young. For back or neck pain, check out the spine experts at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Our Scottsdale roots run deep. Now we're expanding our office to make your estate planning experience even more personal.
For decades, Scottsdale families have trusted Morris Hall to safeguard their futures, creating plans that protect loved ones, preserve wealth, and ensure that legacies last for generations.
Brooks Crandall, attorney at Morris Hall.
And now, we're deepening that promise with our expanded Scottsdale office, located at Scottsdale and Shea. That means more space, more resources, and the same trusted guidance families have relied on for years. With 9 offices across Arizona, we're here to serve families statewide. Because estate planning isn't just about today, it's about every tomorrow that follows. And whether you're starting a family, preparing for retirement, or planning for the next generation, we're here to help you do it with confidence. Whether you're just getting started or need to update an existing plan, we'll be with you every step of the way.
Schedule your appointment today at our Scottsdale and Shea office or at one of our 8 other locations across Arizona. Visit morrishall.com.
Low T, start free as Red Mountain Weight Loss is waiving TRT startup fees. Yep, Paul Calvisi here, my buddy Dish of Santa Bod with TRT plus a GLP, less fat, more muscle, better sleep. You want to accelerate results? Add a GLP for as low as $149 a month. Skip the gimmicks, nothing. Boost testosterone like real testosterone from Red Mountain. Real doctors, real results. Book at redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250, keyword Red Mountain.
Hey, Cardinals fans, why are you waiting for one-day deals when Earnhardt Ford is rolling out Black Friday deals all month long? F-150s, Broncos, Mustangs, Explorers, gas, hybrid, and electric models, you name it, Earnhardt has it all and price to move during the Ford Black Friday year-end sales event. All offers require approved credit, and with Earnhardt, you know you'll be treated like family, and that ain't no bull. Check them out in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Sales event ends 12/1/25.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker and Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Cardinals continue to prep for the San Francisco 49ers coming to town, and Kenny Dillingham and the Sun Devils are getting ready for West Virginia coming to Tempe. For more on both the Cardinals and the Sun Devils, head to arizonasports.com. The Phoenix Suns will be on the road in Dallas for the Mavericks tonight, and not only will they be without Jalen Green tonight, he's expected to be reevaluated in 4 to 6 weeks after re-aggravating his hamstring. But tip-off from Dallas will be at 6:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And last night in Tucson, the 5th-ranked Arizona Wildcats took care of NAU 84-49. The Cats had 5 players in double figures. Their next game will be at the 15th-ranked UCLA Bruins on Friday night. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Football fans, legendary quarterback Jim Kelly is coming to Talking Stick Resort on December 14th for a live Q&A. Don't miss it at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Have you heard about the lonesome loser? Sit down, take a look at yourself.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. NFL analyst Mark Schlereth talks football with Bickley and Murata. Brought to you by Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. Shop local. Shop earnhardtford.com.
It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on this Wednesday on Arizona Sports. It is time for our weekly NFL visit and discussion with the one, the only Mark Schlereth from NFL on Fox, Denver Sports, the Stinkin' Truth podcast, and he joins us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. Mark, good morning. Thanks for joining us again. We appreciate it.
Oh, it's my pleasure. Always great to be with you guys.
Yeah, what we went through here in the Valley of the Sun over the past few days was the reverse Godfather effect. The Arizona Cardinals, just when you thought you were back in, they knock you back out with a performance like they put forth in Seattle, just a complete domination by the Seahawks. And following maybe their best performance of the year in Dallas, the Monday night previous. I mean, what did you make of the Cardinals' lack of performance against the Seahawks, Mark?
Seahawks are a damn good football team. And, when you make mistakes and you give up some hits and 2 defensive touchdowns and you look up and the first quarter's not over and you're down 28-0, it just is one of those that's hard to come back from, right? That's hard to put together anything that resembles, decent football. So, chalk that one up to, hey, man, came out and opened can on us, and there's not a whole lot we could have done on that, on that particular day. So, like I said, you give up 2 defensive touchdowns and you just get kind of waxed early. That was one of those that was just tough. And like I said, I look at the Seahawks right now. I think the Rams are the best team in the NFC. I think the Seahawks and the Detroit Lions are kind of right there neck and neck. So they're one of the top teams, no question about it, in the NFC right now. So you got drubbed by a pretty damn good football team.
Yeah, and then you talk about the Rams. I know all during the offseason I thought, oh my goodness, Matthew Stafford hasn't picked up a football. His back hurts that bad. This is bad news for the Rams.
Yeah.
Now he's 25 over 2, Mark, and making no-look passes all over the field.
Yeah, he's ridiculous. He is so damn good. And one of the things I love about watching the Rams play is just how they develop talent, how they, morph into whatever they need to morph into to be good. And Sean McVay, I've sat with him, in a room where he's told me, hey, man, it's the illusion of complexity. People think we're a spread offense, but we're really a power offense. And when you watch them, like they morph from when he first got there to being a 3 wide receivers team where they spent 98% of the time in their 3 wide receiver, personnel group, to now I think they're the number 1 team in football when it comes to 2 tight ends and 3 tight end personnel formations. And all their tight ends are 6'5". They're all about 250. They can all run. They can all run block and they can all pass block. So it just becomes a nightmare trying to defend them because they can do multiple things out of that package where it forces you to get into kind of heavy personnel, put as many fat people on the field as possible. And fat people just don't run as fast. Like, that's just science. There's no, like, you can't get around that. It's science. It just is the way it is.
Mark Schlereth is our guest here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings, kind of painting the picture of the Cardinals' place in the NFC West. You said it. Seattle's a damn good football team. The Rams might be the best team. San Francisco, despite all their injuries, still a very good pedigree, finding ways to win. And talking about, you're getting to the point now in year 3 for Jonathan Gannon, and I know you've stated that you're a fan of how he does things, but life in the division has not been kind. They've lost 9 straight games to the Seahawks. They're 3-12 under Jonathan Gannon against NFC West teams. 2 of those wins came against the 49ers last year when they could barely field a team. How hot do you think the seat is getting for Jonathan Gannon in Arizona?
Yeah, I think that's always one of those things. This league is about winning, and certainly you haven't been able to do enough of that in Arizona. And so then you've got to look at several things. Is it the coach? Is it the personnel? Kind of what's the mixture there? And and ultimately you've put your eggs in the Kyler Murray basket. And is it more the quarterback situation? Is that more of the issue there than it is the head coach? I mean, those are the things you have to ask yourself. And we talked about it last week, notwithstanding how much better this offense has looked with a backup quarterback. And let's face it, Jacoby Brissett, and Jacoby's a great guy. I mean, just a great guy. But he's a backup quarterback in the National Football League. That's what he's established. That's his ceiling. And so the fact that you're a much better offense with a backup quarterback playing tells me that this is more about the decisions you've made from a personnel standpoint than it is necessarily the head coach. So that's kind of the direction I would go in, or I would lean toward. But I know how this league operates. It's easier to change the coach than it is the players.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Now, it looks like the Cardinals are kind of like in the terms of negotiating a mutual interest divorce with Kyler Murray. Do you think there's going to be any kind of trade market for him?
Trade market. That's interesting. I think there will always be a trade market. I don't know what the value there is. I certainly don't think it's going to be a first rounder. I certainly don't think it'll be that. But could you get a third rounder for Kyler Murray, or a second rounder? Maybe you could do that. I know there will be some. There'll be somebody out there that looks at their situation at quarterback and says, man, this at least creates some excitement. And then there's always, I say this all the time, man, the egos in the, I always say the egos in the locker room, you think those are big. Go upstairs where the coaches hang out.
No doubt.
There's no question that there will be a coaching staff that thinks, under my expert tutelage, I'll get this guy to play my style of football, and he's so athletically gifted and talented, and we'll morph our offense to fit what he does the best. We're going to be great, and so there'll be somebody out there that will create that sales pitch.
I'm curious, when you look across the NFL, with the firing of Brian Daboll, you've got a New York Giants franchise that once had Daniel Jones, and now he's lighting it up in Indianapolis, that once had Saquon Barkley, who helped lead the Eagles to a Super Bowl. And it occurs to me there's probably more than half the NFL where the franchises are awash in dysfunction, and they really either don't want to win or don't want to win. How many teams or how many franchises in the NFL would you estimate really know what they're doing?
Oh, yeah. You know, it's funny. When I first got in the league with the Washington Redskins, there were 28 teams in the league. And Joe Gibbs, on one of our first meetings at training camp, said there are 10 teams in this league that actually have the resources, the ownership to win a Super Bowl. And we happen to be one of them. And that always resonated with me because I think there's probably 12 teams in the league right now that have the resources and the ownership. And trust me, it is ownership. If the ownership is not right, you cannot win. Now, every now and again, there's going to be an outlier, right, where somebody steps up and has this all the stars align type of season and get to go to a Super Bowl, right? But, like, to be a consistent contender, your ownership has to be right. And if your ownership isn't right, you will never, ever consistently be in a position to win. And there's a lot of things that entails. The ability to have deep pockets and spend money, that's a big part of it. The ability to understand that you don't know diddly poo about football, and you got to get out of the way and let your coaches and the people you've hired. You know, I always say it's one thing to appoint a general manager or appoint a head coach. It's another thing to empower that person. And a lot of owners that think they know stuff don't empower those people in charge, and you can't win a championship if you don't empower those guys. So there's a lot. It starts with ownership, though, for sure.
No doubt about it.
Mark, great stuff as always. Thanks so much for the time. We look forward to talking to you next week.
Sounds good, guys. Be well.
Thanks, brother. Mark Schlereth, NFL on Fox, Denver Sports, the Stinkin' Truth podcast. He joins us every Wednesday here on Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This Friday, join us at Dink and Dine Pickle Park, Mesa Riverview for the second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament. You don't want to miss the great mascot matchup at noon, featuring our own Jared Carlin. Yes, he is, in fact, the Arizona Sports mascot. So knock off work early and come hang out while players compete for the Golden Paddle and cash prize money. The second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament, presented by Sanderson Ford and benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Join us at Dink and Dine Pickle Park, Mesa Riverview this Friday. More info at arizonasports.com. Click on contests.
Feed a family, make a kid happy, and win a new car.
It's the 25th anniversary of ABC 15's Operation Santa Claus, presented by Sanderson Ford, Sanderson Lincoln, and U-Haul. Make a donation of food, new toys, child-sized clothing, or money, and you could win a new Ford F-150 Super Crew truck or a Lincoln Corsair SUV. The more you donate, the more chances you have to win. All donations benefit St. Mary's Food Bank, Military Assistance Mission, Southwest Research and Resource Center, Special Olympics Arizona, and the New Life Center. Bring your donations to Sanderson Ford, Sanderson Lincoln, select U-Haul locations, or make a donation online. For more info, go to givetotheclaus.com.
From Sanderson Ford, Lincoln, and ABC 15.
Hi, I'm Dylan, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As a customer service specialist, I love helping couples find their dream engagement ring. And guess what? I just got engaged, so it was fun to create one myself. First, my fiance tried on a bunch of ring styles and she was drawn to a classic diamond pave setting. Then we looked at different diamond shapes from pear to oval to cushion. She fell in love with the princess cut. At Shane Company, you can create a one-of-a-kind ring and get it in days, not weeks. Because a friend wants you to have a magical holiday proposal. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
If you're suffering from stabbing pain, numbness, tingling, or burning in your arms, legs, hands, or feet, you may be experiencing peripheral neuropathy. If you or a loved one is suffering from neuropathy and has been prescribed a medication like Lyrica, Neurontin, or Cymbalta, there is an alternative. Amazing research has now shown that neuropathy symptoms can be reversed in as little as 1 week. At Restore Wellness, highly trained doctors are using a cutting-edge treatment and successfully slowing and often reversing the disease without addictive medications. If you're tired of living in pain, then call 480-447-9555. That's 480-447-9555. There's no surgery or prescription drugs. Don't wait to get relief. Call 480-447-9555. The first 25 callers will receive a full exam and in-depth consultation, absolutely free.
When I answered the phone in the middle of the night, I heard the words no one is ever prepared for. Your husband is gone. This is Deb, owner of RJP Estate Planning. When my husband passed, life changed forever for me and my daughters. And what followed was unimaginable. Unexpected claims and disputes from people trying to take what wasn't theirs. But I had two things on my side: a caring and competent team at RJP Estate Planning and my living trust that ensured no one could take what was rightfully mine. Let RJP help protect your family, just as we've helped over 40,000 Arizona families since 1995. And if you're 60 or over, you can save 60% on a living trust.
To save 60% on a living trust, call 480-576-5457 by November 13th. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
And we're back with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, how is the service at Arrowhead Honda?
I trust my friends at Arrowhead Honda's service department to keep my Honda in tip-top shape. Their expert team always gets it right. From quick oil changes to major repairs, they will literally handle it all. Thanks, Arrowhead Honda.
Visit Arrowhead Honda today at the 101 and Bell Road, or shop online at arrowheadhonda.com.
Tell them Michael Wilson sent you. Go Red.
Hey, it's Wolf. How did the Arizona Cardinals fix their offensive line issues? We'll ask former NFL offensive lineman Max Starks later today. We get going at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Look, the first thing that came to my mind when I saw this news is that both sides of the ball is going to be very difficult. And I know this injury is something that happened obviously in the field of play, but you think about wear and tear. He's a rookie, already losing the season. And also going forward, like, how much are you going to ask? Like, we all know this. We've been doing this show long enough to know that if you playing both sides of the ball in the NFL, you're going to miss significant time.
That is Marcus Spears, ESPN, talking about the news that broke yesterday. Travis Hunter's rookie season, his much-anticipated rookie season with the Jacksonville Jaguars, now over. Look, Travis Hunter's existence and this storyline made the Jacksonville Jaguars a team worthy of discussion going into the season.
Yeah.
We talked about it a lot. How is this going to happen? A rookie of his skill set, of his stature, playing both sides of the football. And it turns out there wasn't a gigantic impact on either side of the ball. It looked like, I was surprised when they made that draft pick of Travis Hunter back in April, Bick. I thought he'd be used primarily on defense, sprinkled in on offense. The Jaguars immediately made the determination, it's going to be more offense, we're going to sprinkle in the defense. That's what we saw. His last game basically was his best game. He had a good game with 100 yards receiving, but when it comes down to it, if you look at the final numbers of snap counts, Hunter played 67% of the offensive snaps, 35% of the defensive snaps.
Yeah.
And now a lot of people are asking, how feasible is this plan moving forward after a serious injury?
And on top of it, even though he played more snaps offensively, they didn't get the targets that some people thought, primarily Deion Sanders, thought that he deserved. Look, this was the whole thing going in, that if you weren't going to go full in on Travis Hunter as a two-way player, drafting him where you did makes no sense at all. None. And they fell in love with the idea that, we can get a guy that takes up 2 roster spots. This is going to be great. And we know painfully from experience the NFL doesn't work like that.
Yeah, and now with the Jaguars coming here a week from Sunday, an opportunity to see him up close and personal won't exist for Cardinals fans. And look, there's not going to be a big resale market for Jacksonville Jaguars tickets.
No.
And if you were looking for, hey, maybe people want to see Travis Hunter play, you don't even have that option now.
Depending on how the Cardinals do against the 49ers, that might be one of the more lowest attended games in quite some time.
Ooh, I hadn't even thought about that.
Because I don't see a resale market for the Jacksonville Jaguars. And if you're talking about a beautiful fall day and you have a team that's struggling, are you still going? It's a good question. We're going to find out.
That is a good question. So Travis Hunter's season comes to an end in a much different way. Brian Daboll's season came to an end as the head coach of the New York Giants, fired this week. Giants had blown 4 double-digit leads in the fourth quarter of games this year. That'll fall on the coach pretty quick. So what do they do next at the head coach? Lots of big names being bandied about, and Adam Schefter of ESPN believes that that's the way the Giants need to go in this search.
I think you've got to go bigger, bolder, creative, and think of names that people wouldn't even think of, whoever that may be. The New York Giants, you're in the New York market. You've got great young talent. Who do you want? Who do you view as the best coaches in football? Who do you view as those guys? And somehow I want to go see if I can go find a way to get these guys, one of these guys, in as my head coach. I'm letting my imagination run wild and coming up with every conceivable candidate, from high school to the pros, from guys who are unemployed to guys who are employed, all over the board. And let's see where that goes.
What's he getting at there?
I was just thinking the
That's
exact same thing.
That's a very, very, very odd answer.
You should consider everybody.
Even in high school.
A weird thing to say for an NFL insider to just put that out there that they need to go huge. Guys you wouldn't even think of. What does that even mean?
Did they think of Bill Belichick? Because he was asked about the Giants opening.
Yeah, getting ready for Wake Forest. That's all I got this week.
Has anyone asked you, or the players or recruits want to know about your future?
I mean, I've been asked about it from time to time, but yeah, look, I've been down this road before. I'm focused on Wake Forest. That's it. And that's my commitment to this team. And next week it'll be to our next opponent and so forth. But, I'm here to do the best I can for this team.
So, and again, the big thing in New York is, what is Joe Shane still doing there? That's the big question. For those who don't know, Hard Knocks is where Joe Shane first really shamed himself, right? And sort of had that white-hot
Joe
spot.
Shame, they call him.
That could be. The Giants are going to be back on Hard Knocks because they're doing the NFC East.
Oh, good.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
So maybe you'll get Brian Daboll's firing now in Hard Knocks. It's really, 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 really odd because isn't it Dave Gettleman who brought in Daniel Jones, who drafted Daniel Jones and Saquon Barkley?
You believe so, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't know. Giants are a mess. And going and firing Brian Daboll completely justified given what has gone down there, but that's half the project. That's half the job.
Now today they said Jameis Winston is starting their next game. Not Russell Wilson.
No, Jameis Winston is backing up. Is backing up.
Dart.
Yeah.
Oh,
Which
Jackson Dart is.
He might start because Jackson Dart is in the concussion protocol, but it hasn't been determined that he won't start.
Right.
Winston has leaped above Russell Wilson on the depth chart. The Belichick thing is interesting to me.
Mm-hmm.
And he could play coy all he wants, and he's in college football now, so that gives you license to lie even more about what your intentions are. He has got to be wanting to eject from college football at this point, doesn't he?
Oh, you would think.
It's been an absolute disaster. And people say, well, how could Bill Belichick repair his image? That would be the way to do it. To go to the first team he had real coaching glory with as the defensive coordinator of the Giants under Bill Parcells and lift that team back to relevance. I don't think it's a given because Tom Brady's not going to be playing quarterback for you. But I think that's one of the few paths he has to repair his image at this point.
But why would you want to hire Bill Belichick? Do you really think he can do the job anymore? His last couple of years in New England were not very becoming on that guy.
No, it was certainly not. And he's a package deal now. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
And
that's a good point.
The other part of that package doesn't seem to be all that intriguing to future employers.
No. You're talking about Jordan Hudson.
That's quite a package.
Well, and if you're Belichick, the UNC thing has gone as bad as it could be. Just go back to doing media. You were pretty good at it. You don't have to go coach a football team or define your legacy anymore. You're already down as one of the greatest coaches ever. There's no need to go down to New York and get ripped for another year and a half.
Watch, you know what's going to happen. Going back to Adam Schefter with these grand ideas, vague but grand. Co-head coaches in New York with the Giants. Bill Belichick, Nick Saban.
Bill Belichick, Jordan Hudson. I thought you were going to say. That's more likely.
Well, she would be like the special teams coordinator.
And Sammy, he didn't have to go back to coaching at all. He didn't have to go to UNC.
No, he didn't.
So there's obviously something in him that feels like he needs, something's unaccomplished the way he ended his career.
Yeah.
So
coming up next, we run into the 9 o'clock hour on this Wednesday. Sammy's going to take us through some social studies as we continue live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. The Cardinals' offensive line is not playing up to its standard in 2025. Is the Western Conference more open for the Suns than we thought? And D-backs GM Mike Hazen says teams are calling about Ketel Marte and that, quote, I have to listen. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Hey, everybody. Dan Bickley here for Life Changer Loan. The loan the big banks don't want you to know about, and that is because for ages, the home buying process has remained archaic. You apply for a mortgage, you make a big down payment, you pay it off in 30 years. That is not a plan. That is a prison sentence, and yet many people think this is okay because they've got a really good interest rate. Like one of our listeners named Jack, who before switching over to a Life Changer Loan, figured out it wouldn't be until year 22 of that 30-year mortgage when he would finally pay more principal than interest. And in the end, he was going to spend $700,000 for a $300,000 home. Fortunately, there's a better way. Life Changer Loan, you do your banking inside of your mortgage. Every deposit you make, every penny of your income goes to paying off your debt, and you do it with full confidence because you always have access to your equity. That is how you never spend or change a dime of your spending habits. Lots of great things that come with the Life Changer Loan. Thousands of incredibly grateful clients here in the Valley. This is not for everybody, though. You've got to have the right set of financials. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
All right, Basin Earnings, it's starting to cool down, so All Pro Shade is heating things up. Right now, when you buy a motorized patio shade or awning, you'll get a patio heater absolutely free. These shades aren't just for summer. They'll stop that winter wind and hold the warmth from your new free patio heater, keeping your patio cozy and game day ready all season long. Get your free estimate today at allproshade.com and snag free patio heaters while this offer lasts. That's allproshade.com.
Hey everybody, it's Dave Burns here, and I'm with V's founder, Jimmy V. Tell me, what is it about V's that makes it feel like almost a sanctuary for people who want to go and just get away from it all?
I think it's a place where you can go and it conjures up memories, Dave, of a time gone by. A place to take your kid, to give him a piece of what you had culturally as a kid growing up. As a place where you feel like I can go in and feel my best when I walk out of here. As a place that's happy, as a place that talks about sports as a place that asks you about your dad, asks you about your family, your kids. That's what V's is. It's just not four walls and barber chairs. It's a culture. And that's what we try to do and try to make it timeless without any type of pretense, without any type of judgment or prejudices, but to make it a barbershop that you look forward to going in because every single time it's V's.
So book your next great cut and get away from it all by going to V's. Visit vbarbershop.com. That's vbarbershop.com for your next great haircut at V's.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Arizona, pickleball is booming, and Just Pickle Courts is leading the charge in Arizona. Whether you're dreaming of a backyard court or upgrading your community center, Just Pickle Courts builds custom courts from concept to construction. We handle everything with precision and care. And right now, you can get a free court planning consultation, plus 2 free court upgrades when you visit justpicklecourts.com/radio. That's justpicklecourts.com/radio.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker and Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns will be in Dallas for their first go at rookie Cooper Flagg and the Mavericks tonight. The Mavericks' first game after firing general manager Nico Harrison, who traded Luka Doncic just 9 months ago. Tip-off from Dallas will be at 6:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. With rumors swirling about the future of Ketel Marte here in Arizona, Diamondbacks general manager Mike Hazen was on with Burns and Gambo yesterday.
I have to still do my job, and unfortunately, no matter what I end up wanting to do at the end of the day, and we'll hopefully have choices to make, I have to listen. I have to listen to what people say.
And with both the Cardinals and Sun Devils in action this weekend, catch up with everything you need to know with them on ArizonaSports.com. This report is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. Black Friday prices are happening now, in-store and online through November 30th. Get 30% off. Go to BrooklynBetting.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Oh, time for some social studies on this Wednesday. We hand the wheel over to Sammy Cebulka.
Yes.
Drive, Sammy.
Drive. Yes, good morning. Time for social studies. You can find us on social media. We are at Bickley_Murata on X. We are at Bickley and Murata on Instagram and Facebook and on YouTube every single morning at Arizona Sports. So the first question that we asked today is for Suns fans, and I think it's a pretty good one. The results don't agree, but Suns fans, what is more important for NBA success and why? Is it pure talent or is it chemistry and effort?
Ooh, more important?
In the modern NBA.
In the modern NBA, you are going to make the assumption that everybody who is in the league, most everybody, is talented.
Yes.
So I'm voting the chemistry and effort.
You diagnosed that the same way I did. If you make it to the NBA, you can flat out
You're
play.
pretty good.
That's why I always get a kick out of those trolls who rip on guys that are at the end of an NBA bench. You have no idea how good at basketball they are.
Yeah.
So yeah, when you have talent, if you don't play hard, who cares?
It's true.
Yeah.
I think for me, this question goes a little deeper of top tier talent. I know the Suns had some top tier talent last year, but you look at the teams around the NBA that are phenomenal, like the Thunder. They have from top Shea, Chet, Jalen. That's top tier. Those guys are all top 25 players in the NBA, and it just so happens they have great chemistry and play really hard.
Yeah, and they play for a coach who has them maxing out their effort. Yeah,
exactly.
It's a pretty foolproof plan they have in Oklahoma City right now.
It's crazy when you have both what you're capable of, right? The results, 91.5 8% of the vote to chemistry and effort, 8.5 the vote to pure talent.
I'm going to guess. I haven't seen the responses, but I'm going to guess there's a few Bradley Beal responses in there.
Actually, no.
Oh, okay.
So Ryan Gard said, anyone who votes pure talent is just waking up from a coma, wondering where Mikal Bridges went. Pretty good. Buddy Thompson's was a pretty interesting response. He said, one caveat to this, as the Diamondbacks and Cardinals may have shown, both talent and chemistry might not be enough to overcome maybe poor coaching or management or poor schemes and systems. That's an interesting point. And then lastly, Sandra Day O'Clobber said, talent is such a cop-out. Any athlete who's able to make it in professional sports league, like the NFL, NBA, MLB, has supreme talent, kind of like we mentioned.
I think, correct me if you disagree, I think in today's sports world, there are fewer. I think back in the day, there were way more athletes who were uber talented but just didn't care. They just didn't want to work. They didn't want to do the things that were necessary to be great. I think there's a lot fewer of those players now. You agree?
Yeah, I do agree.
Yeah.
Our next question, so we talked about Gus Johnson earlier in the broadcast call of the Indiana-Penn State game. So we asked, when you watch or listen to a game, what is most important to you in a broadcast and why? And we listed some options. Is it the analysis and knowledge? Is it the passion and excitement? Is it just the pure entertainment, or you don't notice or you don't care about them?
I believe that says excitement.
It might.
Well, that's, in the business, that's what we call it.
I could do a whole 4-hour show just on this topic. For me, it's a combo of all. I think voice goes in there too.
Yeah.
If that's one area I struggle as a consumer is if you're listening to a broadcast of somebody with a voice that you do not find pleasing, it's hard to get through. But it's a combination of all three. And I tend to, from a national perspective, I tend to go to the unspectacular but solid. I think Kevin Kugler's great. I love Jason Benetti. From a national standpoint, Dave Pasch,
oh yeah,
he's awesome. And I know I'm biased because we know Dave and he comes on the show all the time and he works locally as well. So I tend to go away from the spectacular, although I really do like Kevin Harlan a lot.
Kevin Harlan's the first one I thought of.
It's a combination of all those things for me.
Bick?
Yeah, what he said.
Okay, so the response is 55% of the vote to analysis and knowledge, 24% to the passion and excitement, 11% entertainment, and 8% don't notice or don't care. And a couple of responses. Brian makes a good point. The broadcasters need to have chemistry and play off one another.
There is that.
They have to be entertaining and give analysis and keep random facts to keep it interesting, especially if the game is a blowout. I think that's what makes the top tier groups or crews the ability to just riff when the game stinks. Like Joe Buck and Troy Aikman, whether you like them or not, I think they're one of the best in the business because you have Aikman and Buck. Aikman played, and Buck is just so good, and they from a chemistry standpoint are really, really good.
I don't know if I've ever really understood all the Joe Buck hate.
I don't either. I think those two are great.
I think they're solid but boring. To me, I find them.
Fair.
Not me.
And then we did get a couple Dave Pasch responses in the comments as well, and obviously the great Al McCoy as well. So the last question we're going to ask today, we have one left over for tomorrow, but today Jarrett was talking about the things he learned in school are no longer prevalent. And what were the things? The rainbow, the dinosaurs, and what was the last thing? Cool.
Cool. Yeah, cool.
So what Jarrett failed to tell you is he learned all of those things at the University of Arizona.
No. That's a great
planets.
Or
great
that he just
planets.
asked this question about 3 weeks ago.
The planets.
Great establishment, UVA. So what is something you learned as a kid that you either no longer believe in or is no longer true?
No, honestly, did we not just ask this question recently?
It might have been while I was out.
Not that I remember.
Because I don't remember it.
Okay. Because, there was a lot that I learned about the history of our country in social studies that is not at all true.
100%.
Not social studies this segment.
Right.
Social studies the school subject.
Yeah. Listen, like Thanksgiving, when the Pilgrims and the natives sat down at a table together and laughed and yucked it up.
Ate turkey and corn.
It was all hunky-dory.
Everything.
Yeah.
Shared a peace pipe.
Vinny?
What? Mine wasn't in school. The first thing that popped into my head was I was led to believe by my evil older sisters that if I went to sleep with the hiccups, I would die. Oh. I don't believe that anymore.
Well, there's a lot of good, like, old wives' tales.
Okay, good. I want to hear them.
Okay, so Stephen Ruiz said, I was told that if I played video games, I would try to imitate them in real life. I've never tried to kick a turtle into a wall.
That's funny.
And then he also said something you learned as a kid that you no longer believe in is true, that my face did not stay that way.
You ever get that one from your mom? Don't make that face. It's going to stay that way.
Yeah, that one.
AZ Dan said just that'll go on my permanent record. Where's the permanent record? He's wondering. And then Ross Vegas said, I've never heard this in my entire life. That lining my ball cap with tinfoil would stop the Russian satellites from getting inside my brain.
Wow. Whoa.
My man.
That's a King of the Hill reference, correct?
Yes.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
Okay.
See,
Gotcha.
Sammy, the Russians used to be our enemies. So they used to put stuff, things like mind control.
And then this one hits home because it's something that I believed in as well. Jared Payne said, parents taught me it was illegal to turn on the dome light in a car at night while driving.
Yeah, I was taught that too.
Me too.
How about you're going to go blind if you sit too close to the TV?
Yeah.
Which is real funny for people now. You might not be able to relate to that, Sammy, because everybody's got a screen right in front of their face 24 hours a day now. Yeah.
There were other things that might make you go blind as well.
Beat me to that one, so to speak.
I spent a good portion of my life debunking that theory.
Several. Okay. That's a good place to say. Several people said that, don't go outside without a coat, or don't go outside in the rain. You're going to catch your death.
You're gonna catch your death.
Yeah.
We were just our generation of parents, I guess, and previous ones were just scared of everything. Apparently.
Clearly.
Yeah. All right. Very wide-ranging edition of Social Studies today here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Coming up next, it is our weekly visit and chat with the head coach of the GCU Lopes. Bryce Drew joins us straight ahead. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I got on board with the Jordan Ott hiring over the offseason. You kind of do some, ask around the league. And and you kind of see what his resume was. And this guy was going to get a job anyway at some point. Maybe it's a year earlier, but it's not just because he went to Michigan State. We talked to him at a media day, talked to how some of the players are responding to him. But then you see what this team is doing. And, yeah, you got to give Devin Booker a ton of credit. But it's really hard to look at this and not think Jordan Ott is the architect behind it.
Yeah, and all I kept thinking about as well, this without Jalen Green.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. I've learned that people are loyal to Sonic for a whole bunch of different reasons. Some people love the experience, the nostalgia, the old-timey feel of a legitimate all-American drive-in, of pulling into a canopied parking spot, placing your order, never leaving your vehicle, and being served curbside by an iconic car hop. Some people rave about the side items like the onion rings and the tater tots, which are indeed fantastic. Some people rave about the ice cubes, even buy them in bulk at Sonic. Some people, like my daughter, addicted to their drink menu, which is legendary, which features hundreds of thousands of different combinations. My lovely daughter gets the same thing every time, the cherry limeade slush. My little dude, by the way, loves the frozen zone. That is where the ice cream happens to be. Me, I am a huge fan of the Sonic lineup of burgers. It is fantastic. The double Sonic Smasher is wonderful. The garlic butter bacon cheeseburger, about as good as it gets. Everything on the Sonic menu packed with flavor, and that menu is so diverse. It features something for everybody in your crew. Remember to order ahead with the Sonic app. You'll score exclusive rewards like half-price drinks and slushes. Live free, eat Sonic.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Workdays can be unpredictable,
but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Do you cringe when you have to smile for photos? Are you lacking confidence because of broken, discolored, or missing teeth? Struggle to chew food properly or just function normally? Have you even forgotten how to smile? Well, ProSmile can change all of that with dental implants. At ProSmile, from start to finish, everything is done on-site with your implants by Arizona's top oral surgeons, cosmetic dentists, and an on-site lab to provide immediate teeth with the highest quality. The all-on-4 implants can give you back the confidence to laugh and smile and look good doing it. ProSmile Dental is the only practice. We have oral surgeons and cosmetic dentists available on-site every day. ProSmile is family-owned, not a national chain. They have locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale, and they offer multiple financing options, including interest-free financing or financing up to 10 years. So whether it's the all-on-4 implants, an issue with wisdom teeth, or even a smile makeover with on-site custom-designed cosmetic veneers, text PRO to 620-620 or go to ProSmileAZ.com to book your free consultation. And let's get you into a smile you'll love.
Grand Canyon University is an affordable private Christian university offering over 350 academic programs. Beyond federal aid, GCU's on-campus students received approximately $196 million in scholarships in 2024. On average, undergraduate students graduate with approximately $6,200 less federal and private loan debt than students at private, nonprofit four-year universities, and many have the opportunity to graduate in less than 4 years. See what scholarships you may qualify for at gcu.edu/myoffer.
Arizona Sports. Bickley and Murata talk Grand Canyon University men's hoops with the head coach. This is the Bryce Drew Show, presented by Global Credit Union. Proud to be GCU's official financial partner and the only place to get your official Lopes debit card.
On this Wednesday edition, I want to send a shout out to our listeners in the great city of Phoenix. We appreciate you listening, viewing, tuning in on YouTube from Phoenix today. Phoenix, of course, the home of Grand Canyon University. How about that for a transition?
Nice. Nice.
Now we talked to GCU head coach Bryce Drew. Every week here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, they're off to a 2-1 start early on this basketball season, and Bryce joins us right now here via video. I think we've got him via video. Bryce, are you there?
I am here.
Hi, Bryce. How are you doing?
I can hear you.
Good. How you guys?
Good.
Sounds good.
Good. Obviously, a couple games ago, the loss to Youngstown State. You bounced back with the big win over Northern Illinois, and early in the season for such a newly constructed team, I think bouncing back is a big issue, and how you deal with that. How pleased are you with that bounce back win over Northern Illinois?
Bounce back was great. You know, I was anxious to see how the guys would respond. It is a new group, and you never know, especially early in the year. And you know, definitely our best game of the year. Defense was the best we played all year, and you know, obviously really hard to swallow the previous game, and still really hard to swallow. But I think we're on a much better track now.
One of the things that's interesting, because I know how frustrated you were with your defense against Youngstown State, because this has been a hallmark of your program. Your defensive ratings are very, very good in college basketball since you've come to GCU. And that game against Youngstown State was worse than you thought on first viewing. It was interesting listening to Mekhi Williams about how you spent that weekend with the guys, drilling them and getting them back to knowing what they're doing with rotations and weak side help and all that. Take us through what you did to get them back on track defensively.
Yeah, you know, the last 5 years since we've been here, we're top 5 in the country in defensive field goal percent. You know, we're talking Houston, Tennessee, San Diego State, you know, UC Irvine and us. You know, we've been the top 5. And, you know, for us to give up 48%, 44 from 3 in our home gym, you know, is unacceptable. So, We watched a lot of film. First, we talked about the culture of our program, and then we got on the floor and we worked on some schematic things. I'll take blame for some of the things in that game. Others was execution. So we really worked on it to clean it all up, and I thought the guys again really took a step forward. And every group's different. Their footwork's different. How they see things, how they've been trained is different. But I thought by far our best defensive effort.
Speaking of, we're talking with Bryce Drew, the head coach of GCU here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Speaking of Mekhi Williams, thrust back into the starting lineup against Northern Illinois. And how would you rate his performance against Northern Illinois and the injury that made that possible? Brian Moore Jr. getting banged up against Youngstown State. What is his status moving forward?
Yeah. Brian had such a crazy injury. He went for a loose ball and his teeth went into his hand. And so he lost his two front teeth and his hand was just gushing blood even for the next 24 hours, even with stitches in. And so it was so swollen he couldn't even move his fingers. He's doing much, much better now. But Mekhi started last year for us. I thought he played fantastic. He gave us a great pace, got off to a great start. He knows our defense. And so his habits on defense are natural because he's been doing it for over a year. And I thought it really showed. His on-ball ball pressure really set a good tone for us.
In the loss to Youngstown State, you really struggled from the perimeter shooting the ball. The other two games, you've been pretty good shooting the ball. How comfortable are you with your perimeter game? Do you guys have enough elite shooters?
We do. Dusty Stromer's not shot the ball well. He's a much better shooter than what he's shooting right now. We feel like we have a lot of perimeter guys that can make shots. Shane Henley, I think, was 0 for 3 last game. He's a much better shooter than that. So we do like our perimeter shooting. We also like our bigs. We have multiple bigs that can make threes and stretch the defense. And I think a big key part to our season offensively is going to be the ability of some of our bigs to step out and make threes for us.
All right, we've talked about F.A. Demerol, the big kid from Turkey who's got a different learning curve. It's going to take him a while to become the impact player that he's going to be. Wilhelm Breidenbach was excellent off the bench. But Dennis Evans, who's 7'1", came off the bench for you and actually gave you some stuff. What does that mean going forward?
He did. It was fun to watch. We've seen him walking around for a year, and everyone's, wondering how good he is and what he can do. And I thought he was excellent in his minutes played, for his first minutes of the year. Really impacted offensively around the rim with his dunks. But then defensively, nearly every shot down there he contested, or, he blocked a couple. And so his minutes were really, really good. And really happy for him. He's worked hard. And if we can see progression from him, that could be a game changer for us, the rest of the season, especially defensively.
We've been talking this morning, not necessarily about college basketball chemistry, Bryce, but about the subject of chemistry with basketball teams. And if you do talk about college basketball, you can't go very long without talking about all the new rules with transfer portals and NIL and all these things. But I'm wondering, over the course of the last couple of years in dealing with these parameters that exist, have you changed your style in terms of coaching to bring a team together? You don't have these guys very long. It might be one season to have this group, but chemistry is real and you need it to win. You change how you kind of build chemistry. Has there been any kind of adjustments for you and your staff on that front?
The best is recruiting. If you can get people naturally coming in that are team-minded and kind of fit your culture. So we tried really hard with that in the portal, and we do, like our chemistry, with this group. I think, there are definitely things that you look back and you're like, man, we should have done that for, in the off season or this last month. And I definitely have a list of that. And I think a lot of it is because we do have a new team. We just don't know them. We have 5 completely new starters. 3 of them, we talked about, hardly played college basketball. 2 didn't even play college basketball last year. And so getting a feel for them, how they can be successful within our system is also something that takes a little time. I think building trust too, players, they want to be cared for. They don't want to be, treated like just like they're just players. They want to be treated like people also. And so there's a gauge of giving them confidence, getting to know them as a person, but then giving them some hard coaching and correction. And so I think we hit the point, recently that I think they trust us, they know us, they know we care about them. Now they got to take the hard coaching.
I think your staff did a great job of projecting what Jaden Henley might be. He's a kid who played at UNLV last year, and he didn't run point for them full time. He took that role on late in the season, and you guys looked at him and said, that might make for a really good full-time point guard. He's 6'7". He's got great elevation. He's been unstoppable attacking the basket. What is the ceiling of Jaden Henley?
His ceiling could be, maybe as far as our team goes. He's so dynamic with the ball, getting in the lane, and he's big. He can finish, over the top or around people. His decision making is getting better. A lot of times, he does get a lot of guys, pressuring him, and so him being more careful with the ball at times, we're working on. But his upside's tremendous. I've just seen, 3 games. I've seen him progress in so many areas just in 3 games. And so if he keeps progressing like this, another 10 games could be really fun.
You got your first true road test coming up on Saturday in St. Louis against the Billikens. What kind of challenge are you looking for to be presented by them, Bryce? Yeah,
Excellent team. They offensively, they're going to be probably one of the better teams in the country. They really run their stuff. They go 5 out. It's definitely a different style than what you see a lot in college. They'll spread you with a lot of guys that can all shoot threes. And, it's a quad 1 opportunity. I think there'll be a quad 1 team. It's a true road game. So, it's a great opportunity for us to go in and hopefully play our best game of the year.
To flashback to last week at the end when I asked the question and I put you on the spot, didn't the Globetrotters play college exhibitions? We looked it up. It was true, and they did really well. 2000 to 2004, teams were scheduling the Globetrotters for their exhibitions.
Wow.
Yeah.
Did they lose it all or not? Did you see?
I think they played like 22 Division I teams, and I think they went 13-9 over that span.
Okay.
I don't know if there was any confetti buckets or anything like that, Bryce.
Yeah, I'm sure the other 9 was a good show.
Right, exactly.
You can win if you can bring a ladder onto the court.
Exactly.
Right, exactly.
Bryce, best of luck against
good
St.
luck
Louis.
this weekend, Bryce.
Thank you. Hey, the ball is coming. It'll be there next week.
All right, sounds great. Well, we'll
Thank
have
you,
it
brother.
prominently displayed. Thanks, Bryce. Bryce Drew, head coach of the GCU Lopes, our guest every Wednesday here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Also every Wednesday, we're going down this road. Mock My World is back. We'll do it next. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Bryce Drew Show, presented by Global Credit Union. Proud to be GCU's official financial partner and the only place to get your official Lopes debit card. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Grand Canyon University is an affordable private Christian university offering over 350 academic programs. Beyond federal aid, GCU's on-campus students received approximately $196 million in scholarships in 2024. On average, undergraduate students graduate with approximately $6,200 less federal and private loan debt than students at private, nonprofit, 4-year universities. And many have the opportunity to graduate in less than 4 years. See what scholarships you may qualify for at gcu.edu/myoffer.
Hey, Arizona, Vince Murata back with a question for you. Why are you waiting for one-day deals when Earnhardt Ford in Chandler has got Black Friday deals rolling out all month long? It's true. General Manager John Nissen and his team, they've discounted nearly every remaining 2025 Ford model on the lot, meaning big savings for you, like on America's favorite 2025 Ford F-150 full-size trucks, available at 0% APR financing for 66 months with Ford FlexBuy. Even the wildly popular Bronco, Mustang, Explorer models, gas, hybrid, and electric models too. You name it, Earnhardt's got it, all priced to move during the Ford Black Friday year-end sales event. All offers do require approved credit. See dealer for full details. These offers end December 1st, 2025. Just stop in, tell them I sent you. They're at I-10 and Ray Road. You know you'll be treated like family at Earnhardt, and that ain't no bull. Check them out in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
America's favorite car show is back. Don't miss the final Good Guys event of the year. The 28th Speedway Motors Southwest Nationals. November 21st through the 23rd at West World of Scottsdale. Over 3,000 hot rods, muscle cars, and trick trucks. Check out the Square Body Syndicate and GSI GM Truck Takeover. Don't miss the Good Guys 2025 BASF Top 12 Cars and Trucks of the Year. Meet the top builders in the country and so much more. November 21st through the 23rd at West World of Scottsdale. Details at good-guys.com.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With a Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. Dave Burns here. As nationally renowned trial lawyers, they're here to change lives for the better by fighting in court and getting families compensation for their injuries. Berg Simpson also makes it a priority to give back to their community. It's at the heart of everything they do, helping people when they need it the most. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Whether you're posted up at home or cheering with your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, Kilt Lifter is the ultimate game day companion. Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale, bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays. This season, lift your game with Kilt Lifter.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker and Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Cardinals continue to prep for the San Francisco 49ers coming to town, and Kenny Dillingham and the Sun Devils are getting ready for West Virginia coming to Tempe. For more on both the Cardinals and the Sun Devils, head to arizonasports.com. The Phoenix Suns will be on the road in Dallas for the Mavericks tonight, and not only will they be without Jalen Green tonight, he's expected to be reevaluated in 4 to 6 weeks after re-aggravating his hamstring strain. But tip-off from Dallas will be at 6:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And last night, down in Tucson, the 5th-ranked Arizona Wildcats took care of NAU 84-49. The Cats had 5 players in double figures. Their next game will be on the road at the 15th-ranked UCLA Bruins on Friday night. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the #1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction, located on 51st Avenue just south of Glendale, and online at sandersonford.com.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Arizona Sports Poll Question, brought to you by Sanderson Ford, is: have your preseason expectations changed for the Suns with how the West is shaping up? The 4 options are: yes, play-in is realistic; yes, it's playoffs or bust; no, things will settle down; or no, we will only be competitive.
For me, it's yes, play-in is realistic right now.
Could that's where I'm at.
I also agree. That's where I'd vote. 47% of the vote heading to yes, play-in is realistic. Then no, they'll only be competitive, and then no, things will settle down. So,
all right. Well, that is today's Sanderson Ford poll question. You could vote on it right now. Homepage, arizonasports.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Mock-ups are the bane of my existence, guys.
If you cut me open, mock drafts would pour out.
Bickley and Murata, Mock My World.
Mock My World is back. We had history in Mock My World last week. The lowest percentage ever recorded in voting. It became official. Sammy Sabolka's team, 3.6% of the votes.
Ooh.
Barely.
Just barely, but it did make history. Of course, we did the best smelling things last week. What on earth could Sammy have picked? Did he pick dirty diapers? No. He picked flowers. Good.
Yeah.
Vanilla.
Sure.
Good. Fragrant candle.
Yeah.
Good.
Scented candle.
Lovely.
And tires. I think that cost you.
Yeah. Well, very few massage parlors are set in Jiffy Lube. So that's...
Well, they cracked down on those places.
Well,
from what I heard.
So to speak.
I won 35.1%. It was a close vote. I got 35.1 with my team of fresh baked chocolate chip cookies, new car, popcorn, and the proper amount of perfume. Bick, you were just behind 33.5%. Jarrett, 27.8%. And then Sammy. Then 50 feet of nothing, and then Sammy.
What are you going to do, right?
This week, it was mentioned early in the show, the Boston Celtics played a basketball game last night wearing uniforms that did not have one speck of green on them. The Boston Celtics.
First time ever.
Green. No green.
Sacrilege.
They were wearing white and brownish gold. Anyway, on the flip side of that, we decided to go down the road of most iconic uniforms in sports. The ones that you think are untouchable, the traditionals, the ones you love, or whatever your definition of iconic is. In reverse order of last week's results, Sammy, you will go first, second,
Sammy, you
and
get the
third.
first.
Yes, thank you. I would love the first pick. Thank you.
Did I step on your
Yeah,
joke,
no,
Jared?
same exact. I was going to say you get the first 4 picks.
Sammy gets number 1. Jarrett will go second. Bickley third. I've got the 4th pick. 4-round snake-style draft on iconic sports uniforms.
Yeah, not messing around. Yankees pinstripes 1-1.
Yeah, that's a pretty obvious answer. Good pick, Sammy.
Just needed it.
Do you want specific, like, home away, like, or just
You
can I say a team?
if you want to differentiate.
If you want to differentiate, or I think
Like
if
for
it's sometimes it's necessary because the Yankees road uniforms suck.
Stink.
Yeah.
Pinstripes, yeah.
I hate to say it, but I'm going to say the purple and yellow Lakers jerseys.
Gold.
Lakers.
Or going gold, I'm sorry.
The Lakers, gold, and forum blue, as they call it.
Yeah.
Yeah, why do they say that? It's definitely purple. All right.
Because it's the Lakers, and they got to be different and difficult and
I already
stupid.
feel disgusted. Why did I pick the Lakers?
I don't know. Because you don't you're always pandering to someone. That's why. You're either picking Cardinal players for your fantasy team or
Boy, was that a disaster.
With my pick, I'm going to give me, there's any number of different ensembles, but it's the helmet that always ties it together. And I'm not a big fan of the program, but in honor of Tim Rings Fighting Irish, Notre Dame.
Nice.
You took my pick.
That was my other one.
Notre Dame football. I'll just put that. How about that?
There you go.
But you're going the traditional blue top, gold pant,
Sure.
gold helmet.
Sounds good to me.
My first pick, I don't actually believe in it, but other people do. Penn State's football uniforms.
Yeah, very clean.
I don't like, but people say that they're classic, so I'll go with that. And where else am I gonna go? I'm gonna go to the world of the NBA.
Yeah.
The Chicago Bulls. Red uniforms.
Bulls. Red.
Yes.
Okay.
I think more so than their white. Yeah.
Fair.
Bulls.
The Bulls red
Bulls.
uniforms are iconic and untouchable.
Doubles.
And if you think otherwise, you got another thing coming there.
Give me the Golden State Warriors City Edition jersey. Incredible.
The town?
Yep.
Okay.
The current one?
They've done like
The
three
one,
renditions.
I don't know if it's the current one. It's the one with the Golden Gate Bridge on it.
Okay, so that's their normal uniform.
Okay.
Yeah. Golden State current.
You don't have to say, just put Golden
Yeah.
State City Edition.
Yeah. That's not their city edition, though.
Okay,
That's just
whatever.
their regular
Okay.
uniform, yeah.
Jarrett?
I have two. Oh, no, I only have
just
one
one.
pick. I'm going to go with USC football, the red jerseys and yellow pants.
Okay.
I believe they go with garnet and
Okay.
gold, red and yellow.
Thank you.
Jeez.
I don't know the exact. I don't have the play.
Captain Los Angeles here.
I know, terrible.
Right.
All right, I've got two
I got a
here.
good one for
Slicking
the
his
next
hair
one.
back as we speak.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's the hair on his back.
Yeah. Shaving it into a chin pupka.
Ooh.
Slicking the hair on my back.
All right, I've got two. I'm going to go to the NFL. Give me the black and silver Raiders.
Raiders.
Sammy is bouncing back.
Bouncing back in a big way. And then I think the best uniforms in all of sports, give me the baby blue North Carolina.
Basketball. Basketball.
North Carolina.
UNC.
I like the football one better than the basketball
Well, yeah,
one, but
it's
they're
just,
both good.
It's just the,
Yeah.
I mean, the
Right.
color, yeah.
Right.
Carolina blue. I know that much.
Carolina blue. My man Bill.
All right, I gotta win back some votes here. I'm going with the Charles Barkley era Suns jerseys.
Yeah.
Pandering.
Pandering.
Those are great.
They're
Come on.
Pandering.
Suns.
Those are the most beloved, definitely in
Pick
Phoenix.
a color. Let's
Purple.
narrow it down to a
Purple.
color. Really? Suns Barkley era.
Wait, what do you like? The
purples.
black ones? White ones?
I think most people. I like the white ones. I think most people like the black.
I like the purple.
You're going purple. All right. Vic,
Where's
to
my
add
grandma?
to your team of iconic uniforms, you got Notre Dame football and the Golden State Warriors
Yeah.
Currents.
Give me the Los Angeles Chargers powder blue uniforms.
Oh, yeah.
Powder.
Those were so beloved that they were retro, and then they brought them back because everyone demanded them.
You got to give the people what they want, Jared. You know that for the sports kebab, right?
I'm going to try it this week. Give people what they want. I've been trying the other way.
I need a baseball team.
You don't need a
And I
baseball.
can't-
you're
There's
not
really
gonna
not
take
that
them, are
many.
you?
I was thinking the same
There
thing.
are.
Okay.
Look, I can't stand this team. I hate them with a passion.
Uh-oh.
But you can't deny that the Dodgers home whites are a classic.
So good.
And they've not changed in
How
70 years.
a million years.
So I got the Dodgers home whites and man.
Lots still out there.
Yeah, there is a lot still out there. That's the problem.
No.
I'm gonna go off the beaten path. What are you?
We're running low on time here.
Okay, I got it. I do a radio show for a living. Like you've never held things up. Quiet down.
I didn't say anything. You're the one that's pointing it
You're
out.
gesticulating like a maniac, and now you've just extended the segment even more. The Detroit Red Wings.
Nice. Good pick.
That's a great pick.
Yeah, good pick. Dan.
Vic, hurry up. The shot clock is
Give me
expiring.
the Diamondbacks Serpientes uniform.
Nice.
The current purple ones?
Yes.
Oh, the current purple ones.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because the gold ones weren't.
Oh,
No,
I love
the
weren't
purple
that good.
ones.
Jarrett.
Montreal
Dang
Canadiens.
it, that was going to be my pick.
Ooh, that is
Talk
a
about
good
one
pick.
that really hasn't changed in 100
All
years.
right, this pick may... dang. Fine, I'm going to do it. No.
What?
Shoot. Give me the Texas Burnt Orange.
That's a good one. It's a good jersey.
I win against everything. I had a...
And we're focusing on football there, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's another one. I'm not saying it's a bad pick, but it's a uniform that people love, and I can't.
Yeah.
I hate that color. I can't stand
We left
it.
some out on the board.
we left a
the
ton.
Celtics out there, the Packers, the Cowboys.
But then we
the
always leave
Steelers.
things on the board.
Yeah. Iconic uniforms.
Bayern Munich.
No, Manchester United.
The New Zealand All Blacks.
Yes.
Come on, man.
Come on.
We'll get this up on X. You determine the winner of Mock My World. Final thoughts straight ahead. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Allen left wing. He'll drive to the basket. Euro step in the lane. The layup goes, and Grayson Allen has a new career high 42 on the night.
The Suns visit Dallas to see what Cooper Flag is all about. Pre-game tonight at 5:30, 6:30 tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
As sports fans, we all know winning on the court is great and all, but if you're ever injured in an accident, winning in court becomes essential. That is one of many reasons why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies. So did many of his attorneys, and they were all disgusted by how predatory insurance companies have become, how they all take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and they use that experience, that passion, and all their knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, their one of only a few firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials, which gives them incredible leverage when dealing with those insurance companies, which is how and why they consistently deliver some of the top settlements in the state. True fact, choosing the wrong attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. If you're ever injured in an accident, do not settle for less. And remember, you pay nothing until Sweet James wins your case. 1-800-9-MILLION, 1-800-900-0000, sweetjames.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Oh, let's talk about the Ford Maverick at Tim Hovig's Santan Ford. What's so cool about the Maverick is it does what a truck needs to do, like hauling or towing, while also being the perfect size. It's easy to handle, and parking is no sweat whatsoever. And it's perfect for business managers and service companies. Take a test drive at Tim Hovig's Santan Ford with a bunch of Mavericks under $30,000. Head on over to the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $321 per vehicle. So buckle up, learn more, and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
When it comes to Redbirds, your favorite team may dominate the gridiron, but Redbird Farms chicken rules the roost in flavor. With hand-cut, antibiotic-free, cage-free, vegetarian-fed chicken, Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Our standards exceed the highest industry norms for quality. Find Redbird Farms chicken at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
We are back with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, how's your new Honda?
Man, I love it. It's so smooth, reliable, and perfect for my busy life. Whether I'm heading to practice or a game, my Honda from Arrowhead Honda gets me there in style.
Visit Arrowhead Honda today at the 101 at Bell Road, or shop online at arrowheadhonda.com.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
Why are more Arizonans becoming members of Global Credit Union? Dave Burns here, proud member. That's because at Global Credit Union, their members pay low to no fees on their accounts and get a better interest rate than they can at the bank. And as a result, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. It makes a difference. You can become a member today. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata, Song of the Day.
I got Vinny all excited. I suggested a song of the day that's new and one he's never heard of. And Vinny does like to stretch his range when it comes to music. This is by a group called Almost Monday, and it's called Enjoy the Ride. Hear that, Cardinal fans? Enjoy the ride.
Good vibes on this song.
Yeah, it's really, really good.
I do like it. I don't know what to say because I'm just taking it in for the first time. You stumped me on this. I told you. I love it. I love it when you bring the new music, especially of this variety.
Right.
And the bass line is?
It's
banging.
It's bumping. It's banging.
All right. This might be going on a playlist.
There we go.
Enjoy the ride. Almost Monday. Today's song of the day.
Arizona sports.
Uh-oh.
Breaking news.
Well, it's not good breaking news.
Rarely never, ever is. It shouldn't even say breaking news. It just go.
It should just
bad
say
news. That's what we need. Is we need a bad news sounder. Yes, let's do that.
That's fantastic. It's never good news.
From our very own Tyler Drake, Cardinals will not have the services of Marvin Harrison Jr. this week for the San Francisco 49ers game. Emergency surgery for appendicitis.
Ooh. Ugh.
Wow.
Well, that generally happens to younger people, so it's not really that stunning, but wow.
He will miss this week's game per head coach Jonathan Gannon. Yeah, if it wasn't for bad news, there'd be no news at all.
That's it.
You still have
Bickley
your
and
appendix?
Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
You still have your appendix?
I do, yes. Do you?
I still have my appendix, my tonsils, and my wisdom teeth.
Wow. I had all three of those until about a year ago when I had a wisdom tooth, a single wisdom tooth removed.
Vince Murata, all original parts, except for your hip.
And
except for your hip.
Also a virgin.
Well, explain your kids then, buddy. Explain Patrick and Brandon to me.
The mailman was.
Oh, man, I had something queued up ready to play, and now I can't find it. I had found a... I'm going to find it as I vamp here, because we had the Gus Johnson discussion.
Yes.
And Vic had suggested other times where he's lost his mind. He lost his mind in a Cardinals game not long ago in 2021. Here it is, against the Jacksonville Jaguars. They played the Jaguars in Jacksonville right before halftime. They tied 7-7. Cardinals are going for a long field goal. It was like a 64-yarder. I believe that's Matt Prater.
Uh-huh.
And do you remember the kick six right before halftime that Jacksonville scored on?
Oh, my goodness.
Gus Johnson was on the call and lost his mind. Here you go.
Got it up. And short. Agnew brings it out of the end zone. Agnew still running. Agnew down the sideline. Agnew. Touchdown, Jacksonville. 109 yards. Incredible.
Wow.
And seeing that replay, massive hold missed by the officials.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
His voice gets so high, he always gets drowned out by the crowd.
Yeah.
Hey! Mac Wilson will miss his second straight week with a rib injury as well.
Looking good.
Things are just lining up.
Looking good.
Without Marvin, like
the way ESPN termed it in their breaking news, Cardinals wide receiver Marvin Harrison Jr. underwent surgery for appendicitis and is out at least for this week and possibly longer. Head coach Jonathan Gannon announced.
Super cool.
Well,
you don't have Zay Jones out for the year. Simi Fehoko is hurt. So you have Michael Wilson.
Go pick up Michael Wilson.
Greg Dortch. And yeah, Trey McBride's probably going to get about 20 targets this week.
Yeah.
Because I don't think they're going to stop throwing the football with Jacoby Brissett back there. And they can't run it.
Exactly.
Wow.
And the pick up Michael Wilson thing is like just because like, I don't know is he going to be more productive just because there's no Marvin Harrison Jr.? You hope so.
You would think. I mean, logic tells you more opportunity. Xavier Weaver, I mean, he was thought to get an opportunity too with the Zay Jones absence. Wonder if they go pick up somebody, add him to the practice squad at least. Ugh.
Look, they're playing a team that really has set the bar for injuries, so they're just going to have to grind and get through
They've also set the bar for injuries and continued to be competitive and win football games. And that has not always been the case because
I haven't done the research. I would be willing to bet over the last 5 years, the San Francisco 49ers are the franchise that have had the most devastating injuries to key players.
I'd agree with you.
And a lot of times they don't, like last year, they had a rash of injuries and they just kind of went in the tank. This year, they've been injured everywhere, and they're still winning games. I don't know how, but they're doing it. It's all that McCorkle guy, isn't it?
That's him, McCorkle.
Yeah, in case you just missed it, Marvin Harrison Jr. out this week.
Ouch.
After undergoing surgery for appendicitis. Could be out longer. I'm sure Wilf and Luke will have a lot more on that, as will Burns and Gambo. That's going to do it for us. Thanks to Bryce Drew, Mark Schlereth, Eddie Sefko for joining us. Thanks to you for hanging out as well. We're back tomorrow morning at 6, bright and early. Join us here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Have a great day, everybody.
This Friday, the second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament, presented by Sanderson Ford and benefiting Operation Santa Claus. The more you give to the clause by texting the word donate to 620-620, the greater your chance to win awesome autographed merch and experiences that you can't get anywhere else.
The final boss of prizes?
It's a baseball autographed by World Series champ Luis Gonzalez, a jersey signed by World Series champ and Baseball Hall of Famer Randy Johnson, plus a football signed by Cardinals great, future NFL Hall of Famer Larry Fitzgerald. See you at Dink and Dine Pickle Park, Mesa Riverview this Friday. More info at arizonasports.com. Click on contest. Message and date rates may apply.
Many of you know that my inspiration for becoming an accident attorney was my brother Tim, who was rendered a quadriplegic at age 18. I didn't know what a personal injury lawyer was or what they did, but I soon did. Tim was treated terribly by the insurance company, and I became enraged. It was a constant delay and deny. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Tim later worked with me for 27 years. Last year, my hero died at age 65. You can see my eulogy for him by visiting mybrothertim.com. He was one hell of a man. Because of Tim, together we built the largest injury firm in the world, and our clients are treated the way I would want my family to be treated. At Morgan & Morgan, nobody is a nobody and everybody is a somebody. If you need our help, visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer. See you soon, Tim. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Gambo, and joining me today is Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, let's cut right to it. Why do people here in Arizona need a living trust?
Because, Gambo, without a trust, your estate goes through probate, which means it's the courts that decide who gets your money, not you. It's expensive, it's public, and it can drag on for months or years.
What else does a trust do?
A trust also maintains your family's privacy, helps reduce estate taxes, and most importantly, makes sure the right people inherit your assets exactly the way you intended. Our trusts are an estate planning portfolio that include durable power of attorneys, healthcare POAs, living wills, and pour-over wills.
And just for my listeners, if you allow Asset Preservation to do a portfolio review with $250,000 or more of investable assets, they will set you up for a trust for just $9.99. Call 602-877-PLAN or go to AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
It's the Black Friday sale, and it's on at Brooklyn Betting. That's right, Basinonians. Brooklyn Betting is celebrating Black Friday with 30% off everything in-store and online now through November 30th. We're talking mattresses, sheets, pillows, everything you need for the best sleep ever at Brooklyn Betting. So here's what you do. Get on over to one of Brooklyn Betting's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the Black Friday sale at Brooklyn Betting. For the best sleep ever, you got to get the best mattress ever, and that's at Brooklyn Betting.
Hi, folks. Lorenzo Alexander here. After 15 years playing professional football, I've been through plenty of winning and losing. If you feel like you're losing because of private student loan debt, call my friends at Y-Refi. They refinance loans others won't touch and create a payment plan based on what you can afford, even if you're behind or in default. Y-Refi can help lower your interest rate and reduce your monthly payment. And they don't care what your credit score is. Call 888-502-2612 or visit yrefi.com.
Not available in all states.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With a Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable. with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker and Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns will be in Dallas for their first go at rookie Cooper Flagg and the Mavericks tonight. The Mavericks' first game after firing general manager Nico Harrison, who traded Luka Doncic just 9 months ago. Tip-off from Dallas will be at 6:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And with rumors swirling about the future of Ketel Marte here in Arizona, Diamondbacks general manager Mike Hazen was on Burns and Gambo yesterday.
I have to still do my job, and unfortunately, no matter what I end up wanting to do at the end of the day, and we'll hopefully have choices to make, I have to listen. I have to listen to what people say.
And with both the Cardinals and the Sun Devils in action this coming weekend, catch up with everything you need to know with them on ArizonaSports.com. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. Why should you choose America Roofing? It's Arizona's largest roofer, an A+ with the BBB and winner of the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. Save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers. Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Wednesday morning. It is the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, what is up?
What's going on, Luke? How you doing, man?
I'm doing all right.
Okay. You're doing all right. That's good. That's a good start. A positive start to the broadcast.
It is. Now, I mean, we're going to take some hits here with the Cardinals in just a second.
We're going to take some hits.
Let me just throw out some good news, okay? Max Stark's going to join us in the second half of the show for an hour, 12:30 to 1:30.
And that is good news.
You always love talking to Max, as do I. K-Ray's going to join us at 11:30. I tell you, we just need to keep talking to K-Ray because every time we talk to him, the Suns win.
Oh, that's nice.
Not that we're superstitious, but we're definitely going to keep
It's game day with K-Ray.
It is. Power poll coming up in just a little bit. Tyler Drake is going to join us. Our own Tyler Drake's going to join us, in fact, in about 13 minutes. We're going to give away some Cardinals tickets in a little bit as well.
All right.
Speaking of Tyler Drake, if you go on his X/Twitter feed, he has this news from about 15 minutes ago. Marvin Harrison Jr. recently had surgery for appendicitis. He will miss this week's game per head coach Jonathan.
Oh, appendicitis. I mean, you can't do anything about that.
No.
It's going to happen. Appendicitis, ladies and gentlemen, that comes down suddenly, does it not?
I had a friend once, this was in college, and you know how like when you're in college, you go home at Christmas break or whatever?
Yeah.
Or summer break. He was driving home for the summer, and home was somewhere in Northern California, and it happened while he was driving, and he just continued the drive all the way home and then got it taken care of because he didn't know what it was. So, like,
I hear it's super painful.
Yeah.
It feels like you're being stabbed. That's what I heard. Again, I'm not trying to be a doctor on the air.
I was going to say, what sort of message boards are you?
I'm not trying to play one right now. Appendicitis, it hurts.
Yeah, I would imagine it doesn't feel great. So,
I just can't even believe this.
I mean,
honestly, here we go.
Anybody playing this weekend? Anybody on the Cardinals healthy? Like, this season has been
Not to absolve them for not closing out games earlier this year, but the number of players that aren't available to them at this point in the season is, like I said earlier in the week, rivaled only by the team they're playing this week in San Francisco.
They're having a walkthrough for a reason today.
That's a good point. They're not having like a full practice. They're having a walkthrough.
Stop and think about this right now. A good buddy of mine, Howard Balzer, Basinonians, Howard Balzer, actually wrote a column on Cardinals Wire, I believe it's called. And he wrote this, ladies and gentlemen, it's on Cards Wire. He wrote this about the Arizona Cardinals and said that the Arizona Cardinals, since the 53-man roster, have placed more guys on IR than any other team in the NFL.
I believe it.
Here we go.
Not only that doesn't account for guys like Mac Wilson Sr., who also isn't going to play this week, according to Tyler. We should have Tyler on, which we're going to in 10 minutes, and just be like, dude, can you tweet out some good news? Mac Wilson Sr. not playing this week. Simi Fehoko is headed to IR. Baron Browning is in concussion protocol right now. So that's up in the air for this week as well. But, yeah, I mean, the IR stuff is its own thing. Like, Marv's not on IR. Mac Wilson's not on IR. These guys just aren't able to play. Now, for obvious reasons. I mean, if Mac Wilson could play, he'd be out there. I think we know Mac Wilson well enough at this point. Marv, you can't play through appendicitis. Like, these are not like, hey, maybe you can gut it out. Like, no, you need to, But this is a game that it would have been really nice to have, and it's getting tougher by the minute.
This is just, once again, this is bad news, man. Appendicitis. Has anyone ever had appendicitis that you knew?
Just the one dude that was driving.
The one guy that was driving. But I mean,
my neighbor in high school.
Did you? Your neighbor in high school?
Yeah.
Did you talk to him about how long did it take you to recover from that surgery?
No, I mean, I didn't. I think he was okay.
Can somebody
I just
Google
remember him
that for
not
me
being
right now? Somebody do
out
that.
of commission that long.
Give him a call right now, Rick, and be like, hey, how long did it take you to recover?
Buddy,
I think he lives in Tucson now, actually. Even though we were from Virginia. We're both from Virginia. He lives in Tucson now. I need to go see him. I need to hang out.
You should check up on him.
Yeah, once again, my roommate from my freshman year, ladies and gentlemen, staying in the dorms, Kevin White, actually lives in Casa Grande.
There you go.
Think about that for a minute.
Did he have appendicitis?
No, I don't think he ever had appendicitis.
Didn't you played
he got
football?
His back waxed more than once, though, from time to time.
Not literally. You mean figuratively.
Yes. not that I missed my block, ladies and gentlemen, and he got his back waxed.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to hear his angle on this story, actually. But didn't you play? I feel like we need to put this out. You played college football with Rich Rod, right?
Yes, I did.
All right. So there's the Wolf connections are.
Weren't you guys roommates too?
Yeah, we were briefly though.
Yeah.
Okay. Briefly.
Anybody
and I think
else?
It had a lot to do with the fact that he played strong safety and I was a fullback, and
we waxed his back too much.
No, there was no waxing of backs. There was nothing like that going on. It was just, we played two very hyper-competitive positions. I think they didn't like that, and I think that's the reason why they split us up.
Was Kurt Signetti there too?
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, Kurt Signetti, man.
All right.
Yeah,
Indiana coach just got paid.
He was the backup quarterback. Kurt Signetti, everybody.
Might win the national championship this year.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah. We should try to get Kurt on.
Yeah, he's not busy. Just get him on.
I wonder what Kurt would. I wonder if he'd agree to come on. That'd be
great. I would love some West Virginia football stories from Kurt Signetti.
Rick, we did try to get Rich Rod on, correct?
Yeah, he's not feeling well.
He's not feeling well, yeah. His voice, I guess, was bad, basically.
I would imagine every college coach in mid-November doesn't have much of a voice, right? So let's try to get Kurt Signetti on like the day before the Big Ten championship when they're playing Ohio State. Let's do that.
Okay. That'd be cool.
The Cardinals are not going to have Marv. They're not going to have Mac Wilson Sr. They may not have Baron Browning. Today's Wednesday, so there will be an official injury report coming out here in a little bit. Wolf, I ask you this, it feels like the bye week was a distant memory now. You want to have a bye week later in the year, and this is not, when they had it wasn't late, but it wasn't early either. But when you come out of it and play 2 games in 6 days, it almost feels like it undoes all the rest you got in the bye week anyway. 2 road games in 6 days.
Yeah, no, it does feel that way. This is, once again, this is just I can't get over how many guys have gone on IR for the Arizona Cardinals. How many guys? I believe it's actually 15 right now. Don't hold me to that because I haven't been able to read all of Howard Balzer. He's a good buddy of mine, as I said, and he sent me this column. I haven't been able to read all of it, but I believe, Basinonians, it's 15 guys. Can you imagine that? Since your 53-man roster, since you made the 53-man, 15 guys, man, that's just brutal right now. What's going on?
Like a third of your team almost.
That's brutal.
And that's one of those things that you hate it for a lot of reasons, obviously, but one of them is it's really tough to get clarity when so many guys are hurt. Now, I think the Cardinals can still get some clarity this season, but my stance is always almost every year, no matter the circumstances or the sport, you should be full intentions of making the playoffs. But if you're not going to make the playoffs, at least get some clarity on what needs to be changed and what you need to keep the same. That's the other part. You don't want to change things that aren't broken just for the sake of changing things or overcorrecting. Fix the things that are actually broken. And when this many guys are hurt, it really puts pressure on your general manager and front office to properly identify what's actually wrong.
And, of course, we're going to get into it a little bit more as the show unfolds, ladies and gentlemen. But the 49ers defense is all banged up and has been banged up as well. And they're pretty much an average to below average defense right now. Losing Marvin Harrison Jr. because of appendicitis. And it sucks, Buttermilk.
All we need is, 21 catches for 183 yards and 3 touchdowns from Trey McBride? Cardinals will be fine.
Okay.
Which even as I say that, it's like, yeah, I'm purposely putting out ridiculous numbers. But he could do that. It's just 21 catches for 183 yards and 3 touchdowns. It is Trey McBride. All right, when we come back, actually before that, this marks the 10th anniversary of Character Counts. Parker and Sons has awarded over $100,000 in scholarships to outstanding Valley students who show great character. Your child, a student you know, could be next if you just text character to 620-620 and nominate them for a $10,000 scholarship. That's character to 620-620. It's Character Counts. All right, when we come back, what are the Cardinals supposed to do with all these injuries, and why is the offensive line seemingly regressing this season? We're going to ask our own Cardinals reporter here at Arizona Sports. Tyler Drake joins us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Allen left wing. He'll drive to the basket. Euro step in the lane. The layup goes, and Grayson Allen has a new career high 42 on the night.
The Suns visit Dallas to see what Cooper Flag is all about. Pregame tonight at 5:30, 6:30 tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information right now. One of the things I love about Moving Team 6, they proudly support and hire veterans. That's right. Yesterday was Veterans Day, ladies and gentlemen. They proudly support and hire veterans. Moving Team 6, they utilize a military-like approach to all of their moves. That's right, brothers. They're going to show up. They're going to be reliable. They're going to be on time. They're going to be efficient, professional. It's one of the reasons why they proudly support and hire veterans. Moving Team 6 is owned and operated by Tim Lee, of course. He started the company all the way back in 2012. This is a family-run business. Garrett and JT, his 2 boys, actually run the business with him right here in Phoenix. This is a company built on a foundation of faith, ethics, honesty, trust, and service. And I know that because I know the Lee family. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Hey Arizona, Tom Chambers here. I've learned that great teams are built by hard work, ethics, and perseverance. That's exactly what you get with Right Way Roofing. Right Way Roofing is a 3rd-generation roofing company that has built trust in our community through their commitment to excellence. They use the toughest, most durable materials to handle Arizona's extreme weather. Take it from me, Tom Chambers. When it comes to your roof, choose the team that delivers excellence, because there's only one way, the right way.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level. And the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch, Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey, Cardinals fans, game day just got tastier. Spinato's is serving fresh-made Chicago-style pizza inside State Farm Stadium at 4 concession stands in sections 113, 132, 416, and 440. Spinato's and the Arizona Cardinals teamed up for the ultimate game day pie, the Cardinals collab, loaded with roasted red peppers, zesty pepperoncini, Canadian bacon, mozzarella, and our signature spinach spice. Get it now at all Spinato's locations and at State Farm Stadium. Spinato's Pizza, fresh, bold, and made to win.
Parker and Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker and Sons.
Hi, everybody. It's Dave Burns here with V's founder, Jimmy V. Jimmy, I know you can get a great haircut at V's, but it's also an escape a little bit, isn't it? You know, from the world, from the heat outside. I mean, whatever it is that you're trying to find a little bit of comfort from, you can walk into a V's barbershop, and you'll get that experience when you walk in.
You know what's fascinating to me, Dave, is most guys that walk into the shop, they have a smile on their face. And that's just a wonderful sign for me to watch. They're about to enjoy the experience. They're expecting to enjoy the experience. It's just a place you can go for a half-hour vacation. If we do our job right, time flies by and you walk out and you feel great and you're standing straighter and you're kind of a little bit looking forward to the next time. Just a little bit. Probably have about 3 weeks to go, but you're thinking about it a bit.
Do you think the smiles are bigger walking in or walking out?
They're bigger walking out.
So book your 30-minute vacation and your next great haircut by visiting vbarbershop.com. That's vbarbershop.com for V's.
Hey, everybody, it's Burnsy. What were Jacoby Brissett's thoughts on their loss to Seattle, and how can they rebound on Sunday? The Burns and Gambo Show starts at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
All right, thanks to everybody listening in Fountain Hills right now.
What's up, Fountain Hills?
What's going on, Fountain Hills? And what's going on to Tyler Drake, our own Cardinals reporter here at Arizona Sports, who is joining us on the Arizona Sports Line. Tyler, what is good? What's going on, Tyler?
What's going on, guys? I'm about to go throw on the helmet and go run some routes because I think I might be needed this week.
You gotta be kidding me, man.
That's about where we are, right? If you're around practice, you might need to play at least a few snaps against San Francisco on Sunday.
Exactly.
So, Tyler, what is the recovery time for this? I mean, have you done your research on appendicitis?
Have you gotten your doctorate yet this season? Does that just come with covering this team? You get like an honorary doctorate?
I feel like I should at least get some credits towards a PhD or something, you know, like we're getting to the point now where, it feels like I've got my my stethoscope, my lab coat on, like we're fully going into it. But yeah, Marvin Harrison Jr. out this week with appendicitis. He had to get surgery. From what I've seen, it's going to be multi-week. Obviously, he's just out this week. Jonathan Gannon said we'll see about longer. But when I look at that and when I just look at the, surgery, who he is, what he does, I would probably assume you're going to need some more time to heal with the abdominal, surgery, injury when you're a wide receiver catching balls and all that. So I would assume longer than a week, but we'll see. So that's about all I got, probably like 1 to 2, maybe 3 weeks. But really, it kind of depends on where Marvin's at, how he's feeling. But in my mind, I would assume at least 2 weeks.
Man. All right. Well, then I guess first of all, I just feel bad for Marv on a human level. I guess the football follow-up is outside of Trey McBride, who does more offensive responsibility fall on? Because you're already playing down a few running backs, and now you're down your clear-cut number one receiver.
Yeah, it falls on Michael Wilson. I go back to what Drew Terrell told us earlier in the year about how much of a dog he is, and this is his perfect opportunity to really prove to a lot of people that he can be the guy that's not just making those good catches on third down or he can be used and sparingly used, but now he's very much going to get involved a lot more, and I think it's his time to shine. So he's the first guy I look at, and then you look at a guy like Xavier Weaver getting some more reps. Greg Dortch, obviously he gets involved, but you look for him to get a little bit more too. But those are the three guys currently on the active roster. I mean, you got to go to the practice squad. You've got Andre Bocellia, you've got Tajon Palmer and Jalen Brooks, I believe. But outside of that, I mean, there's a deficit right now in the wide receivers room.
What are your thoughts in regard to the matchup against the San Francisco 49ers, of course? What are your thoughts on this, Todd?
It's the injured versus the injured, Wolf, because it just seems like both sides are just dealing with it. But the Niners, as we've seen, have come out on the better side of that. They obviously aren't at the top of the division, but they're right there too. So losing Marv is just another nail, I don't want to say in the coffin, but just another step back for this team looking to really bounce back after a lopsided loss to Seattle, where they really need all hands on deck to really turn things around, get morale back, and really bring the good vibes back after really a 1 week turnaround that has now vanished.
Talking to Tyler Drake. Tyler, I promised we didn't bring you on just to do injury questions, but I have another one for you. Any sort of timeline, maybe hope for Trey Benson in the near future?
I thought that was what was going to be the injury news today, was that he was going to get his practice window open, but instead it was more bad news. But I think we're close there. I think if it's not this week, it's got to be next week. Last week, I believe, Jonathan Gannon talked about how he might have been a little bit ahead of schedule. So we'll have to see there. But with him and Bam Knight, who's dealing with an ankle from last game, he said they're taking it day by day. So very much a wait-and-see approach there.
All right, Tyler, the offensive line has been truly a disappointment, and I haven't talked to you in a while about this. What are your thoughts on the offensive line, and how do you fix it?
That's the problem, and I don't think you can really fix it at this point. I think it's going to take some off-season maneuvering, some draft pieces, some free agents, but right now, I mean, you look at it, you've got a solid week one starting lineup that you thought was going to be consistent and push it, and obviously Isaiah Adams has flipped out of there, but even with Will Hernandez, it just hasn't gotten it done. I think the only guy that I would probably abstain from really a lot of criticism right now is Paris Johnson Jr., and I think that fits right in line with where he was drafted and what he's supposed to be for this team, but outside of that, change needs to happen, and, Yelda's probably right behind Paris, but, I mean, I look at right tackle, Jonah Williams, he's getting beat left and right. Obviously, Kelvin Beachum, you can't really throw him into right tackle right now because he's got to be that other blocking tight end, extra blocker. There's just so much. It just feels like just a confusing mess right now of what needs to be fixed. And, Will Hernandez, we talk so highly about him, but I'm just not seeing that same, go get it attitude that he had before. So I think some changes need to be made. I would love to see Kelvin Beachum back at right tackle just to see. I'd love to see Isaiah Adams back at guard just to see, because right now this isn't working, and you've got to try to fix it one way or the other. I mean, you can't do wholesale changes, but try to maneuver some guys in and out and see what you got, because right now it's not working.
Talking to Tyler Drake. Tyler, we really haven't, at least not recently, with all these twists and turns in the quarterback saga, gotten your thoughts on this. Where do you think this all ends up? And I guess more big picture, let's say in 2026. Do you think there's a chance Kyler's back as the guy next year? If so, what sort of percentage? And if not, what do you think the plan is at obviously the most important position in sports?
I think you always have to say there's a chance just because he's under contract. He's going to be under contract, but I put the chance very low. I think more than anything, I think both sides are going to part ways. They've seen what we can get out of here. Let Kyler try to go, revive his career somewhere else, like a Daniel Jones, Baker Mayfield, what have you. Let the Cardinals, let the new regime actually pick who they want to lead this team. Maybe it's Jacoby Brissett for another year. Maybe he's the bridge guy for a rookie quarterback. But in my opinion, I think a split's imminent. I think it needs to happen. We're in year 7, 1 playoff appearance. He's currently injured. Like I said, I think Monday Night Football was a huge miss. I think if he could have got back in the saddle and done that, that would have made it even more of a, curious situation out here. But I do think that we're heading towards a split. I think it's best for both sides. Like I said, 7 seasons, 1 playoff appearance, 0 wins. I think that says all you need to know. Get a new guy in and see really what's going on. And you've got a guy, like I mentioned, Jacoby Brissett can be your bridge guy for another year. You've obviously seen him take the offense a little bit further than what we've seen Kyler Murray do with it this year. So that's kind of my thinking right now is, let's split this thing up, see how everybody can do in their separate paths.
Man, it seems like it's impossible right now, Ty. It seems like it's impossible for the Cardinals to actually have any shot of turning the rest of this season around. Now, I know that they do. As I say that to you, I know they still do because, listen, you give me a chance, give anybody a chance to be able to go out there and play as hard as you possibly can and win a game, and you can turn things around. It can still happen. Having said that, right now, the likelihood of that happening going forward is not good. So I'll ask you this. What can be accomplished the rest of the way, in your opinion?
I think you see what you got with these young guys. I mean, I think we've been seeing glimpses of this 2025 draft class really coming up and stepping up. And obviously with Mac Wilson being out another week, you're going to see Cody Simon back in with the green dot once again. Let's see what he does. I mean, it turns into development now, and it sucks to say because I did not expect this to be the case. I thought we would be talking about playoff race, NFC wildcard, divisional race. Instead, we are barreling towards mock draft season and seeing what the young guys can do with this team to potentially set them up for next year and beyond. So, yeah, it's tough. And honestly, if I can hang my hat on anywhere, I hope the defense can continue to play it the way it's been playing. Obviously, last week was rough, but I think for the most part, this defense has been a really big bright spot. So if they can finish strong, that's a good way. But I also do think it comes down to getting these younger guys more reps and really seeing what you got in the youth department moving forward.
Tyler, great stuff as always, man. Thank you. We appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem, guys. See ya.
All right, take care. That's Tyler Drake joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. And, yeah, he might need to play a little receiver for the Cardinals this week because, Zay Jones is out for the year, too. So
just brutal.
It
really is.
Who is Jacoby Brissett even supposed to throw to at this point? If Kyler were in there, who would Kyler be supposed to throw to at this point? I mean,
Ty is right. I mean, honestly, I think it's about development going forward. That's tough.
Yeah, but part of that development is developing Marvin Harrison Jr. I mean, I know this is nobody's fault. This is just frustration here.
By the way, you're looking at maybe 2 to 4 weeks recovery.
When I walked in here this morning, when we did our show meeting an hour ago, it was like, okay, but there are still some big things for the Cardinals. We win this game, we try to get back and win a division game, and Marv's development was one of the big things, and now we're talking about him missing multiple weeks potentially. All right, who are the top 5 teams in the NFL? Wolf, I can tell you I started to make this list earlier, and it is extremely difficult. Maybe the most difficult it's ever been since we've done the power poll. Yeah, well, you haven't. It's not hard for you because you haven't started yet. Our power poll is next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This Friday, join us at Dink and Dine Pickle Park, Mesa Riverview for the 2nd annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament. You don't want to miss the great mascot matchup at noon, featuring our own Jared Carlin.
Oh, that's the best.
Yes, he is, in fact, the Arizona Sports mascot. So knock off work early and come hang out while players compete for the Golden Paddle and cash prize money. The 2nd annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament, presented by Sanderson Ford and benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Join us at Dink and Dine Pickle Park, Mesa Riverview this Friday. More info at ArizonaSports.com. Click on contests.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs, with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Whether you're posted up at home or cheering with your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, Kilt Lifter is the ultimate game day companion. Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale, bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays. This season, lift your game with Kilt Lifter.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for me by name and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Hi, I'm Andy, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As a product development manager, I make sure every piece of fine jewelry at Shane Company is meticulously designed for quality. From 14-karat gold chains, pearl necklaces, diamond studs, and of course, dream engagement rings. We ensure each piece meets our high-quality standards every step of the way, including the smallest details. Come see for yourself. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
If our weather is better than our backyard, then it's time for California Pools and Landscape. Yep, time for Arizona's most awarded pool company, because it was time at Casa Galvisi. See our before and after photos, and we're not talking just a pool remodel, a stunning backyard makeover. We are so set for the glorious weather, and now it's your turn. Take advantage of the end of the year sale with savings up to $5,000. See our before and after photos and get your free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker and Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals are gearing up for the San Francisco 49ers, and earlier today, head coach Jonathan Gannon announced that wide receiver Marvin Harrison Jr. will be out after having appendicitis surgery. The Phoenix Suns go for their 4th straight win tonight in Dallas against Cooper Flagg and the Mavericks. Tip-off is at 6:30, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Suns will once again be without Jalen Green. He has a right hamstring strain and will be reevaluated in 4 to 6 weeks. This report is brought to you by the Window Depot. At the Window Depot, builders and contractors don't wait weeks. You get what you need today. Windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, all in stock and ready to go. Visit thewindowdepot.com.
Who is the best in the NFL? Wolf and Luke's NFL Power.
All right, I wasn't kidding. I think this is one of the toughest ones of these we've ever done, where you have to, it's not so much the putting them in order, it's trimming the list down to 5 teams. And I say this in a good way, Wolf. I feel like the Super Bowl race of teams that like legitimately could win it this year is more wide open than usual.
Totally agree with what you're saying right now. Think about this, Basinonians. There are 3 6-3 teams on the season right now that you could easily say could win the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
They're not in my power poll. And yet you could say Tampa, Buffalo, and Detroit, all 6-3, could win the Super Bowl.
You're not picking Chicago to win the Super Bowl? That's the 4th,
I am
6th
not.
Okay. I mean, there's 4 6-3 teams. There is a 7-3 team. There's 3 7-2 teams. There's 3 8-2 teams. I still feel like normally at this time in the year there's a 9-1 team or whatever. Kansas City's always the team you kind of default to, or at least I do. Oh, they're going to win, or maybe Philly. Kansas City's 5-4. I don't know. This was a challenge. Let's start with number 5.
Number 5.
All right, I'll say right off the top, Wolf. 2 teams I really wanted to have in this that I don't have. One is Kansas City because they're 5-4. I still think they would take most of these teams out in a playoff game. The other one is New England. Like New England, Drake May looks legit, and they beat Tampa this week, but the top 5 is tough. So number 5, I have the Seahawks at number 5. How can you not with that defense? I still don't trust Sam Darnold necessarily in a playoff game against Detroit or Philly or whatever, but that defense is legit. I have Seattle at number 5.
Wow, that is truly interesting to me that you've got him that low.
That's the first time I've had him in my top 5.
Okay, there you go.
A big moment for me.
Okay, Basin, it's number 5 for me. I have to go with the 8-2 Indianapolis Colts at number 5. Yes, the Indianapolis Colts, they have a quarterback, Daniel Jones. He's doing an incredible job, of course. They have a great running back in Jonathan Taylor, a guy that is lighting it up. And they also have a defense that is still in the top 10 in scoring defense. That's the Indianapolis Colts, giving up 20 points a game. And because of that, they're number 5.
Can we just say, if Jonathan Taylor doesn't win MVP this year, and he's not going to, can we stop pretending that anybody other than a quarterback is really eligible to win it? The season he has had is definitely it's historic. If you have a historic season, it's MVP worthy. I feel like every week he has 3 touchdowns. All right, on to number 4.
Number 4.
All right, number 4, I have the LA Rams. So 2 teams from the NFC West in my first 2 picks here. LA. Boy, the Rams, a team that we all liked before the season, but then there were those reports like, well, Matthew Stafford, everything's fine except he can't pick up a football because his back hurts that bad. So you kind of think, well, if the quarterback can't pick up a football because his back's that bad, it's tough to really pick them to go deep. Well, Wolf, now he's the favorite for MVP. So apparently whatever was up with his back healed pretty quickly. A guy that traditionally throws some bad interceptions, 25 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. This might be the best year of his career.
Okay, number 4. Give me number 4 right now.
Get you number 4.
Number 4.
All right, speaking of incredible players and incredible seasons and incredible teams, I have to put the 8-2 New England Patriots.
You fit him in there.
Into that as well. Had to do it, Basinonians, because of Drake May and how well Drake May is playing. It's just incredible to me. And Stephon Diggs as well. This combination really going off. And right now, Drake May is in the MVP race.
He should be. I know you keep saying that Sam Darnold is a top 5 quarterback, and it's hard to argue that right now. But I would take Drake May above him.
Right now, you're talking about Matthew Stafford. He's getting heavy MVP looks.
Mm-hmm.
Jonathan Taylor, heavy MVP looks, and I think it ought to be Jonathan Taylor. Yet Drake May is in that conversation right now. Incredible to me. If the 8-2 New England Patriots, number 4.
If you watch the Patriots, Drake May doesn't throw incompletions. Like, he just doesn't. And last year, there was all this buzz from Pats fans. Oh, he's the greatest thing ever. He's going to be the next Brady. But you can never trust Pats fans with that stuff because they over-exaggerate how great their players are. But turns out he is that great and showed a lot, I think, beating Tampa Bay this past week. All right, on to number 3.
Number 3.
This is interesting because you have 2 teams so far on your power poll that I don't even have in mind. So you're going to be leaving some good teams out. Number 3, I have the Denver Broncos. Nothing they do is really spectacular except the fact that they win almost every game they play. They've won 7 in a row. They are 8-2 on the year. They are the team that's going to give you just a little bit more than whoever they're playing. If the other team's going to score 15 points, they'll score 18. If the Vegas Raiders are going to score 7, they'll score 10. They never look impressive, but they always win. So I have Denver at number 3.
Yeah, I wanted to leave them out of my top 5, basically.
So did I.
I wanted to because they're a little annoying. And Sean Payton, since he's been in Denver, I loved him in New Orleans. Since he's been up there in Denver, a little annoying to me.
A little annoying,
right now.
Their defense is good.
Their defense is good, yet Denver, number 6, just outside the Baker's window, looking in. Okay, give it to me. Number 3.
Number 3.
I have the Seattle Seahawks at number 3 right now at 7-2. Based on what I saw, I realize the Arizona Cardinals are having a down year. But seeing them up close and personal, of course, their quarterback, Sam Darnold, just continues to play at an incredibly high level. And you tell me they're going to start getting that running game going. They ran the ball against the Arizona Cardinals. That is a nightmare. But that defense, speaking of nightmares, scary. Scary feet. The Seattle Seahawks at 7-2, number 3.
All right, on to number 2.
Number 2.
Number 2, I have one of those 6-3 teams. I'm still very high on the Detroit Lions. Certainly beatable, but I still, when they're on, they look like the best team. I know they don't have the best record, but it's not like they have like a 500 record. They're 6-3, and their losses have come to Green Bay in Week 1, Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs on the road in Week 6, and Minnesota in Week 9. I'll write that one off. It's just kind of a weird loss, but it was everything you expected from them last week, Wolf. When they lose a game, they always bounce back with a win, and their average margin of victory in those wins now is over 19 points. So, yeah, give me Detroit at number 2.
Yeah, the shine is coming off of the Detroit Lions for me in regard to being the most physical team, one of the most physical teams in the National Football League, and that's why they're number 7 in the power poll. Okay, give it to me. Number 2.
Number 2.
Number 2, the Los Angeles Rams. That's right, the Los Angeles Rams. Matthew Stafford in that defense. Once again, their physicality on the offensive side of the ball. The Los Angeles Rams and Matthew Stafford are a combination right now that is juggernaut. Goes to juggernaut status, especially when you have a coach like Sean McVay. The Rams at 7-2, number 2.
All right, on to number 1.
Number 1. Numero uno.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, I think similar to Denver, this team finds ways to win pretty much every week. You got to give me Philly, the defending Super Bowl champs, 7-2. The latest wrinkle on the tush push is their entire offensive line is allowed to just run a false start and not have it called, because they don't know how to officiate the tush push. So, and to be fair to Philly fans, Green Bay did the same thing to them. Their entire offensive line was a false start when they tried to run the tush push against Philadelphia. But I just think the Eagles, the defense is great and getting better. They haven't even really figured out how to unlock Saquon or A.J. Brown this season, which is weird because they just won the Super Bowl because of those two guys last year. If they figure it out, they're still the team to beat.
Yeah, you know what? Number 1 for me as well, the Philadelphia Eagles at 7-2. Saquon, Barkley, they're going to get this thing right. Anytime you can go up to Lambeau this time of year, of course, and win a game, that's exactly what they did with their defense as well. The Philadelphia Eagles at 7-2, they're number 1 in my power poll.
All right, so we actually still had the same number 1, and we each had Seattle and the Rams in there. I had Detroit and Denver in. You did not. You had New England and Indianapolis in there. I'm trying to look. Saquon Barkley in terms of rushing yards per game. Wow, that is crazy. 64.3 rushing yards per game this year for him.
Yes.
That has him 16th in the NFL.
Yeah.
And they're still winning almost all their games.
Yeah, we know who he is.
Yeah, I mean, you get into a playoff game, and
that's right.
These stats don't matter when he's ripping off a 73-yard run from scrimmage on like the second play. Coming up in the 11 o'clock hour at 11:30, we're going to give you the chance to win tickets to see your Cardinals take on either the Niners or the Jaguars. The team needs you now more than ever, so be ready to call in and win. Listen in at 7:45 a.m., 11:30 a.m., and 4:30 today for your chance to win, and we're going to be doing this again tomorrow as well. All right, when we come back, how do the Suns make sure their latest Jalen Green update doesn't impact their overall development as a team? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
How quickly every good vibe from Monday of
Gone. Gone. By the time that game was 28-0 with about, 9 minutes to go in the second quarter, it was all gone. That reserve bank had been tapped and had been exhausted. There was nothing left in that reserve tank for you to have any kind of optimism. Whatever it was that you got out of Monday night's game, it evaporated after about a quarter and a half of football. It was over.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information, or you can just go ahead, jump in the car, and drive on over to the Santan 202 freeway and Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. Let's talk a little bit about the Ford Maverick at Tim Hovik Santan Ford. What's so cool about the Maverick is it does what a truck needs to do, man, and you know what that is. Throwing stuff in the back, being able to haul stuff, or towing while also being the perfect size. It's easy to handle, and you can park that thing easily. No sweat whatsoever. The Maverick has a kind of flair and a style for truck people. Maybe it's your style as well, Basinonians. And it's perfect for business. Managers and service companies, take a test drive at Tim Hovik Santan Ford with a bunch of Mavericks under $30,000. Head on over to the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like rugs. People say a rug would really bring the room together. And sure, you don't know what that means, but it sounds important. Suddenly you're using words like jute and sisal. Then you see the price and lose it, because how can the thing you walk and spill on cost so much? So you devote your life to taking down Big Rug. But then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds. So, looks like Big Rug is safe. For now. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Hi, I'm Kylie.
I'm John.
And I'm Garrison. And a little thing we love about the 30-count Chick-fil-A nuggets
is sharing it in the car during the holidays.
I do love that. We will pack the car with gifts. And, of course, we go and pick up our family's favorite nuggets.
Every nugget is tasty times quadrillion.
And we get all the sides.
Yeah, the ooey gooey mac and cheese is a big hit.
Everyone from 1 to 116 would love Chick-fil-A's chicken nuggets.
Share the nuggets, share the joy. Order the 30-count Chick-fil-A nuggets on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Hey, it's Gambo, and Christian Brothers is celebrating 50 years in business, and they're making $50 worth something again. You can get a $50 plumbing inspection that includes a full home plumbing check for leaks, corrosion, and pressure issues, a water heater flush and safety inspection, a drain and fixture evaluation to prevent clogs or damage, and a peace of mind report. Go to cbrothers.com or call 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know the scorching Arizona sun can cause a lot of damage to our homes. And with that in mind, I have great news for all Valley homeowners who need to get their windows replaced. My friends at Advanced Window Products have rolled out their Black Friday sale, which runs through the end of November, where you will get $3,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. That is their largest discount of the year, and as a customer of Advanced Window Products, you will not be disappointed. My new windows look incredible, and the whole process was so professional and so impressive, from installation to cleanup, from beginning to end. Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public. There are no middleman markups. They'll build your windows. They'll install your windows. They will guarantee them for life. Call 480-764-2002, online at advancedwindows.com.
Every day, community, supporting, giving. Every day at APS, we support Arizona community organizations and our customers, giving back to help Arizona teachers, nonprofits, and families, volunteering to support and strengthen neighborhoods, working with local partners to provide customers with crisis assistance and other services when they need it most. To help your community or find assistance for yourself or someone you know, visit aps.com/brighter. This ad is funded by Pinnacle West shareholders.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Alex Weiner. Cardinals wide receiver Marvin Harrison Jr. was ruled out for Sunday's game against the 49ers after he got surgery for appendicitis. What projections say about Zach Gallen's free agent market? And is the NBA's Western Conference more open for the Suns than we thought? Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
right, it's Wolf and Luke on a Wednesday morning. This was the news release I saw in my inbox right after the show yesterday, Wolf. Getting an email from the Phoenix Suns. I'm like, oh, maybe this is some great news.
Okay.
And it's a very short email. It just says, Phoenix Suns guard Jalen Green has been diagnosed with a right hamstring strain. He will be reevaluated in 4 to 6 weeks. So
4 to 6.
Yeah, I wouldn't say surprising. I mean, as we've established on the show many times, neither one of us are doctors, but when he was being helped off the floor on Saturday, my initial thought was, well, if it took 4-ish, 5-ish weeks for him to come back from this the first time and he immediately got re-injured, you're probably thinking 6+. And this is not he's coming back in 4 to 6 weeks. This is he's getting reevaluated in 4 to 6 weeks.
Yeah, can I just say this right now, Basinonians, that if he's going to get hurt, this is the time you want him to get hurt. Seriously. And I'm not even talking about later down the road in the playoffs and things of that nature. I'm talking about this team coming together. This team largely is played without him right now, and they are finding a way to be competitive. They're finding a way to win some games as well. 6-5 right now. I don't think it's going to be difficult once Jalen Green comes back for him to assimilate into what they're doing right now, because he's got a front row seat to it. And this is something that it was going to be kind of dicey, who they were going to be and how they were going to go about their business and how they were going to win games with him out there. Now, it's way better than starting the season where he's healthy and then gets hurt.
And then he gets hurt and you're
and now all of a sudden you're absolutely. I think they've had the opportunity to establish their culture in the first 11 games. Now, it's a work in progress. It's still in development, but they're having the ability to do that. And I think Jalen Green is going to benefit from watching it so then he can actually make that jump when he comes back.
Well, I will say, I mean, this is not the position anybody wants him in, and certainly not the position he wants to be in. And, you know, we've said this multiple times, kind of from the angle of like, man, seriously, like this is just the Suns' luck. You bring this guy in, he hasn't missed a game in 2 years, and now he's, I mean, essentially going to have missed all of the preseason, and by the time he comes back, probably 8, 9, 10 weeks when you factor in what he's already missed and what's coming up. But talk about a dude who is like the best teammate in the world on the bench in street clothes. Like he is so fired up for this new team. It's got to be brutal if you're Jalen Green. You just joined this new team. He sounded excited to join this new team before. We talked to him at Media Day before the preseason even started, right? And now you have to sit there and watch this new team, your new team, with a bunch of other new players. So you got to be thinking like, man, I could go out there and really be setting the tone. And you've had to watch from the sidelines when you never are hurt. You never have to watch from the sidelines. I just think from like a competitive mindset, that's got to be brutal. But he is right there on the bench next to Devin Booker, talking up Grayson Allen. I mean, you heard the Grayson Allen quotes after the other day. Every time he came to the bench, Jalen Green's like, okay, you got 8 threes. Okay, you got 9 threes. You're close. Go for 40. Go for 50. So as far as a bench teammate, he's doing all he can.
So right now, I think we'd all agree, the Suns being 6-5 on the season, is that a surprise to you, Basin Earnings? Is that a surprise? Rick, I'm not going to ask you. Okay, is that a surprise to you that they're 6-5?
It is to me because the San Antonio win that was a legit win. You know, it's not like Wembanyama and Castle weren't playing. Yes. That was a legit win, and that solidifies the 6-5 to me.
So, 6-5 on the season right now without Jalen Green.
That's even more surprising.
See, now that, and again, I like this. If you had your druthers for him getting hurt, nobody would love to see Jalen Green get hurt, especially after the fact he's missed 6 games in 3 years. And the last 2 years, he has not missed a game. Thank you, Luke, for that reminder. You remind me every time I say it. Yet at the same time, it's fantastic because he does get to watch this culture go out and be 6-5, go out and compete. This is the way we're going to do it. And this is the way you're going to do it, Jalen, when you come back. I love that compared to the alternative, which is to say they're 6-5 with Jalen Green out there. And yes, okay, That still would have been a surprise to me. It would have been 6-5. But then getting hurt later and ruining that rhythm, that culture that they're trying to build. I think if this is going to happen, if injury is going to happen to Jalen Green, this is the best way it could.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely the glass half full way to look at it.
There's no doubt.
You can go back even further. This is year 5 for him. In the first 4 years, he missed 21 total games. He missed 15 his first year, 6 his second year, didn't miss any his third, didn't miss any his fourth. By the time he comes back,
trying to rub it in.
Well, he's going to have missed more than 21 games just in the first 23 games of this Suns season. But I do think there's a lot of credence to what you're saying in the sense that they are still building this without him. I think that's really the challenge now, though, because this every step along the way, it's been like, hey, look what we're doing, and Jalen Green might be back tomorrow. Hey, Jalen Green might be back on Thursday. Hey, he's not going to be back now. I mean, we had Kellen Olson on yesterday. He said he might not be back till 2026. That's not inconceivable. 2026 is about 7 weeks away. So look, it's not like he'll be back, but it's not like there's a chance he comes back for Thursday's game against the Pacers or whatever. So you're now going to have to build this without him physically being a part of it. I do appreciate how he is engaged emotionally as a teammate, because it's not like he has a history with these guys, but he clearly wants to build one. But it's a downer. I mean, this is one of the biggest X factors, maybe the biggest X factor on this team this season. I wanted to see what Jalen Green could do, and we got to see it for one game, and it was even better than a lot of people were expecting, and then he got taken away.
See, but that's the great thing about it, too. You can literally look at that one game and say, see, this is what we're talking about. And again, every culture is different, team to team and coach to coach. Every organization is different, how they go about their business. And the fact that you've got Jalen Green coming from the Rockets and now coming over here with the Suns and being able to watch just for a minute. He's coming back at some point in time. And guess what? This is like the reset button to me. This is the reset button for Jalen Green. Because now all of a sudden you get him healthy, get him back healthy, hit the reset button, because now you can expect him to be healthy going forward. Just can't have any lingering issues whatsoever. Don't try to rush him out there, because we know this guy, when he's healthy, he stays healthy.
Yeah.
That's his history.
Yeah, it would be tempting as the season's going on if he's just day to day every day to be hey, man, we're 6-5. Hey, look, we're, whatever, we're 10-6. Hey, we're 14-9 or something like, let's get Jalen out there. And now it is kind of a mental reset of just, you're not even getting reevaluated for a month to a month and a half, Jalen. So just settle in, do what you've been doing. And as a team, let's keep doing what we've been doing. And you are going to get a bigger piece in the second half of the season back than most teams are going to even be able to think of getting at the trade deadline. That's just, you're going to get a great piece coming up here.
This is how you're going to fit into that piece.
All right, we come back to football and the national sentiment that's growing around the football universe that Kyler Murray probably isn't coming back to the Cardinals and might not even get traded, might just get cut. We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader, including Cardinals play-by-play.
Hit by Josh Sweat and dragged down for a sack.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf here from our brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. It's starting to cool down, as we all know. So what's going to happen? Well, All Pro Shade, they're heating things up. That's right. Right now, when you buy a motorized patio shade or awning, you get a patio heater absolutely free. That's right. When you buy a motorized patio shade or awning, you get a patio heater absolutely free. These shades aren't just for summer, of course. They'll stop that winter wind and hold the warmth from your new free patio heater, keeping your patio cozy and game day ready all season long. That's exactly what they did to us, man. They came over to the Wolf League compound and hooked us up, Basinonians, with the shade, all the shading needs we had. Get your free estimate today at allproshade.com and snag a free patio heater while this offer lasts. That's allproshade.com.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep, no drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts in helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
Do you cringe when you have to smile for photos? Are you lacking confidence because of broken, discolored, or missing teeth? Struggle to chew food properly or just function normally? Have you even forgotten how to smile? Well, ProSmile can change all of that with dental implants. At ProSmile, from start to finish, everything is done on-site with your implants by Arizona's top oral surgeons, cosmetic dentists, and an on-site lab to provide immediate teeth with the highest quality. The all-on-4 implants can give you back the confidence to laugh and smile and look good doing it. ProSmile Dental is the only practice. We have oral surgeons and cosmetic dentists available on-site every day. ProSmile is family-owned, not a national chain. They have locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale, and they offer multiple financing options, including interest-free financing or financing up to 10 years. So whether it's the all-on-4 implants, an issue with wisdom teeth, or even a smile makeover with on-site custom-designed cosmetic veneers, text PRO to 620-620 or go to ProSmileAZ.com to book your free consultation. And let's get you into a smile you'll love.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
You know, in the game of life, a lot of people are in the red zone close to retirement, and they haven't thought about what happens after they're gone. It's not easy. Paul Calvisi here. That's why I went to Matt Dagas and his Bright Wealth Management team. Matt.
And that's a tough conversation, Paul, because the retirement red zone is one of the most important times of life. And estate planning isn't just about money. It's about making life easier for the people you love.
So what happens if someone doesn't have a proper plan?
Well, their family could be left with court battles, confusion, and a lot of stress during an already difficult time. And that's where we help people create a full strategy for that next phase of life.
Because it doesn't have to be that way, right?
Not at all. And a simple estate planning session can give you peace of mind. And we'll walk you through the next steps to make sure that your legacy ends with a win and not a turnover.
Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116 or click brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, why is the fall a great time for our listeners to get in touch with Turf Monsters?
Fall is great for planting season. So if you're looking to do some seasonal planting, trees, shrubs, whatever you need, we're a one-stop shop. We can do everything for you. We have the best reviews in the Valley. We showcase our work. We have the best installers. We want your business. Customer service is our #1 priority.
623-263-7388. Online at turfmonstersaz.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker and Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals are gearing up for the San Francisco 49ers, and earlier today, head coach Jonathan Gannon announced that wide receiver Marvin Harrison Jr. will be out after having appendicitis surgery. The Phoenix Suns go for their 4th straight win tonight in Dallas against Cooper Flagg and the Mavericks. Tip-off is at 6:30, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Suns will once again be without Jalen Green. He has a right hamstring strain and will be reevaluated in 4 to 6 weeks. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Get in on the action at Casino Arizona this November with tailgate, touchdown for weekly drawings and a chance to win a 2026 Chevrolet Silverado.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Thursday morning. No Marv for the Cardinals on Sunday. Can they overcome another loss at the receiver position? We'll get into it starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, this is hour number 2 of the show, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. It is Wolf and Luke on a Wednesday morning. Wolf, and we are, as you kind of probably would have expected once the Cardinals were on Monday Night Football and beat Dallas with Jacoby Brissett, everything, the whole Kyler Murray story kicked into high gear nationally. And then, with everything that happened last week with Jacoby being named the starter and Kyler going on IR, now the conversation everywhere is basically the conversation we've been having locally for a while now.
Yeah.
What's his future in Arizona?
What is his future in Arizona right now? There's 3 things that could happen, of course. Going forward, Kyler Murray could reclaim his starting role with the Arizona Cardinals. That's one thing. Going forward, the Arizona Cardinals could move Kyler Murray, trade Kyler Murray to another team. Or number 3, they could cut Kyler Murray. Those 3 things, I think, are, for the most part, the components that people are talking about in regard to this story.
Yeah, I'm looking at a story on ESPN. They're kind of going through a bunch of different just NFL stories, but one of the topics it's called Get Out Your Crystal Ball. Will Kyler Murray stick in Arizona? And if not, where will he be playing in 2026? And they have a couple of their writers talking about this, and the sentiment seems to kind of be, yeah, probably not back. And the question is more the other 2 options you gave. Do you trade him or do you cut him? And look, you would love to trade him if you could.
Yeah, sure.
He's got a really big contract that makes it tough to trade him. That's just the only reason I say that is because a lot of times, like, you'll go on social media or you'll be talking to people and people will be like, well, yeah, just go get a 1st and a 3rd for him. And you got to play him when he comes back to drive up that trade value or whatever. Don't play him the rest of the season so the trade value is high. I don't know what you're going to be able to get for him because he carries, if you trade him, that new team's going to have to pay all that money. And NFL front offices aren't stupid. They know you're probably, if you're going to move on, you ultimately will be willing to just cut him if there's no other option, and then they can just pick him up.
Yeah, once again, this is something that the Denver Broncos had to do. The Denver Broncos last year had to do it with Russell Wilson, of course, and I believe it was a lot more. Luke, I want to say $80 million.
It was. That's the number I have in my head,
Okay,
too.
good. Okay, Ron Wolfley broadcasting here, ladies and gentlemen.
Throwing out numbers, and they're right.
Exactly. But to me, again, this is the model, I think, that has been established, oddly enough, with Russell Wilson of all quarterbacks. And now, I think, this is just me, nobody has said a word to me over there, Basinonians. I don't know what could happen. Anything could happen going forward. But to me, once a franchise quarterback is deposed, he's deposed. He is. There's no rebuilding him. So having said that, realizing that there's not a team likely to absorb the contracts of Kyler Murray that are remaining, contracts for years to come still. I just don't see that happening. So because of that, maybe you have to rip the Band-Aid off. There are some teams that are going to be desperate for a quarterback, a quarterback that has a ton of talent and ability. It was interesting having a conversation a little bit earlier this morning. I'll throw out the Vegas Raiders, right? The Vegas Raiders.
The Raiders.
And Pete Carroll.
Yeah.
Has Pete Carroll worked with a 5'10" quarterback before?
He has. In fact, it was Russell Wilson, and it turns out we were both wrong. The cap hit was $85 million when the Broncos let him go.
Wow.
$85 million, just not to completely steer you away from the Raiders, but just for a second, the reason the Broncos example is so prominent in everybody's minds is because theirs was even more crazy. It's not like they drafted Russell Wilson and were developing him. They just went out and were like, hey, let's get him. And then a year later, we're like, let's get rid of him. So the Cardinals have given this a realistic try. Denver was just like, Peyton came in, he's like, I don't like him, cut him. But look what's happened. $85 million dead cap money. They cut him. They go out and draft Bo Nix. Bo Nix was not the first pick in the draft or anything. And now look at the Broncos, one of the best records in the NFL. It can be done, and it can be done quickly. To your point on the Raiders, you start stacking teams that Kyler Murray would be an upgrade for, and you can find a few pretty quickly that would look at Kyler Murray compared to the quarterback they currently have, and at least just based on talent, who knows how he fits in their offense, how they feel about that. But based on talent, yeah, there's quite a few teams that would line up for him.
Yeah, and I'm thinking of the Carolina Panthers as well. There's another team out there, Bryce Young. They have a 5'10" quarterback. Maybe they're done with that as well. I don't know. I just know this. I think there's going to be interest. I do believe there's going to be interest in Kyler Murray. I just don't know when push comes to shove if they're actually going to be able to trade that contract. The ability, I think there's going to be, if you just look at it from a talent perspective, I think there's going to be interest in Kyler Murray. I do.
It's funny you say that.
And there's going to be some teams that will surprise us.
Yeah, no, 100% agree with that. There's what I rattled off about 6 teams yesterday when we were doing this, just off the top of my head, that desperately need a quarterback. Now, some of them are going to go and try to draft one. But, as we said yesterday, there will be 2 or 3 teams that come up out of nowhere that you're not thinking of, that aren't just the Raiders or the Panthers or the Jets or maybe the Steelers if they don't have Aaron Rodgers next year, or maybe they just see Kyler as an upgrade over Aaron Rodgers, whatever. But there's going to be a couple teams that jump in out of nowhere. Jeremy Fowler in the story, I'll just read you a quote, said, they've been talking back and forth. It's him and Dan Graziano. At one point, Jeremy Fowler says, coaches love reclamation projects, and I think Murray can be salvaged. Several former first-round picks have had success after leaving the teams that drafted them. Daniel Jones, Sam Darnold, Baker Mayfield, and even Mac Jones to a lesser extent. Murray is deeper into his career than those players were, but many league evaluators still consider him among the top 12 to 14 quarterbacks entering this season, so what happened this season won't change that outlook too much. Then he throws out the Rams as a potential landing spot.
Boy, that would fire me up. Are you kidding me, Sean McVay? It's not going to happen.
I don't think he fits what the Rams
Stafford.
do.
Yeah, it's not going to happen.
If Stafford retires, is what he's saying.
Yeah, okay, I don't think Matthew Stafford is going to retire. If he stays healthy this year and finishes this year, I don't think he's going to retire.
But what if
Why would he retire? He's on top of his game. He's going to go win MVP.
What if he wins the Super Bowl and then walks off into the sunset?
I don't think
everybody said Tom Brady was going to do that, and then he kept coming back and winning more Super Bowls.
Yes.
Yeah, well, look, Matthew Stafford's having a great year. He ain't Tom Brady. I'll just say that.
But they might end up going into the same place.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Look, I'm not saying Stafford's going to retire. I'm not even the one that threw the Rams out, but that's why they're being thrown out there.
What did the guy do? He threw for 8 touchdowns the last 2 games. Is that it? 8?
Yeah, and one of those games was against San Francisco.
He's aging like fine wine.
Yes.
I'm not joking. I think this is the best year of his career.
In the league.
This is all those pent-up years of playing for the Lions when they were really bad, and he's like, I'm going to get my revenge on the league.
He's
now.
aging like fine wine that has a crack in it, but you were somehow able to put that, to make that crack not affect
dual quarterback.
Rick, I think you need to make a wine metaphor every show. I think this needs to be your segment.
I don't even really like wine.
It's becoming evident.
We could tell you were not a connoisseur.
Don't wine experts have like a specific name that none of us are going to be able to think of?
I don't know.
Right
Wolf goes to Napa.
Stop. Are you kidding me?
I totally forgot what I was going to say.
I did take the Warrior Queen
You did.
for her birthday to Napa.
Well, hey, it's acceptable if you're doing
that's
something
right.
like that. Operation Santa Claus is back. Every $20 donation gets you an entry for your shot at autographed gear or premier tickets from your favorite teams. Stuff like Randy Johnson autographed stuff, Larry Fitzgerald, Buda Baker, Gonzo, Lourdes Gurriel Jr., and more. Text donate to 620-620 now through Friday. Again, text donate to 620-620. It's Operation Santa Claus presented by Sanderson Ford. All right, when we come back, Mike Hazen has spoken on the Cattell Marte rumors. Are you more or less optimistic that one of the D-backs Silver Sluggers will be back in 2026 after hearing the GM speak? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This Friday, join us at Dink and Dine Pickle Park, Mesa Riverview for the 2nd annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament. You don't want to miss the great mascot matchup at noon, featuring our own Jared Carlin.
What?
Yes, he is in fact the Arizona Sports mascot. So knock off work early and come hang out while players compete for the golden paddle and cash prize money. The 2nd annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament, presented by Sanderson Ford and benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Join us at Dink and Dine Pickle Park, Mesa Riverview this Friday. More info at arizonasports.com. Click on contests.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. How about this? How about you find your dream home? That's difficult enough. And then because you found it, you just move in right away. And you still have your old place, but you don't wait around to sell that. You deal with that later. It sounds perfect, right? It's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program allows you to do. Buy your new home now. You just found it. Just buy it. Sell the old one later, and here's how. Orchard will give you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline. You don't have to wait around. You don't have to schedule showings in your house based on the schedules of total strangers that might just walk through and be like, I don't like your living room, and then leave. I've tried to buy and sell at the same time before, too. You don't want to do double moves. Orchard cuts that out of the process for you. Then their experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home so you can attract the right kind of buyers. Their agents are local experts. They're some of the most experienced around town. And they're equipped with smart tools and products to help you sell your home for more. It's what they do. They've already helped over 10,000 customers sell their homes this way. Buy before you sell. Get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Helping your money do more means making sure you get the most out of every dollar. That's why, for a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card and spend $3,000 within 90 days, we'll give you $300. That's like getting a 10% discount on everything you pay for with your card. Before you spend another cent, head to AmericaFirst.com and apply for your low-rate Visa credit card today. Membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions apply. Subject to additional criteria. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
If you could rewind 10 years, what would you do differently? Buy Apple stock at $20? Skip the Ghost Pepper Challenge? Maybe even rethink the skinny jeans. Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Some regrets are harmless, termite damage isn't. You can't go back in time, but you can keep termites from eating your future. Call 602-BLUE-SKY today for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. Stock Exchange. But there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today. 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Can the Suns move to 2 games over 500? It's been a minute. They've got that opportunity. We will talk about our surging basketball team. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, thanks to everybody in Whitman right now listening. Whitman.
Walt!
Watching
Whitman.
on YouTube.
Interesting. Whitman, ladies and gentlemen. That's the word we want to say. Walt, we don't want to say.
I thought you were going to...
Whitman, we do.
I thought you were going to grow your hair out like an 80s hair band lead singer, and you ended up getting
I was
cut.
going to do that, and then I looked in the mirror and I said, knock it off.
Oh.
Speaking of songs, I have a trivia question for you, Luke.
Okay. Oh, for me. All
What
right.
video game is this song from?
Oh, man. You're not asking me, Rick?
Yeah,
no,
can
this is
Wolf
a
steal?
Luke-specific question because he should know it.
Is this from? I don't. Is it from like an MLB The Show?
NHL 2002.
Oh, I thought it was.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
Friday Night Frat.
Wolf's favorite video game, Friday Night Frat. All right, what we're going to talk about here? We're going to do something serious on this show, right?
Okay.
Actually, this is kind of serious. The Ketel Marte rumors that kind of bubbled up earlier this week, and then we had Bob Nightingale on to talk about it yesterday because it was in his hot stove report. Mike Hazen spoke about this yesterday. He spoke to Burns and Gambo, so I'm going to play some of these cuts, and then he also spoke to MLB Network. But, yeah, I mean, as you would expect from Mike Hazen, he did not run from the story.
Yeah. Yes, it's actually started a while ago, honestly. And it's what happens, right? I mean, everyone checks in on all and your better players. I mean, they're coming after your better players. Anyone that's competing or trying to compete is always coming after your better players. He is one of our best players. We have some of the top position players in all of baseball on our roster, and we need those players to be good next year. I have to still do my job, and unfortunately, no matter what I end up wanting to do at the end of the day, and we'll hopefully have choices to make, I have to listen. I have to listen to what people say.
Yes, he does. He's right on the mic. Ding, 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 ding. We have a winner. I think Mike Hazen, of course, he didn't say no for two reasons, base and earnings. And there's probably a lot more than just two. Number one is leverage.
Mm-hmm.
Luke, you're calling what?
Mm-hmm.
You're Ketel Marte. What? You're calling me? I want you to know this, Luke. You're going to call me and say, boy, what's it going to take to get Ketel Marte? I'll tell you what, you're not getting them.
Don't call me and waste my time.
For leverage base earnings, we don't have to do anything. You're going to call me and you're going to ask about one of our best players, if not the best player that we have, Ketel Marte. We don't have to do anything, buddy. I want you to know that. We're fine just the way we are. That's number one. You have to do that. Leverage matters. And that's number one. Can you guess what number two is?
I mean, I have my answer for number two, and it's not what you're going to say.
Well, good. That's all right. I'll tell you my number two after you say something.
My number two is not necessarily. You say something over
there. That's
right. It's not necessarily a strategic thing. I just think Mike Hazen and Kenny Dillingham are two of the most authentic people in their positions, and that they're not necessarily. You'll hear some GMs in a situation like this, and Hazen would have been like, Ketel, who's Ketel Marte? What's a Ketel? I don't know. What are you talking about? You can make trades in baseball? You know how you get those GMs that are just like and coaches that are just so like, wow, what are you even talking about? Hazen doesn't run from it. I think we got a sense that people were calling about some of their better players at the trade deadline last year. He said that. He didn't give out names.
Yeah.
But I'm guessing teams were probably calling about Ketel at the trade deadline last year. If you're a contender, what's it hurt to ask?
Yes.
But
you know what? Act like you're a general manager.
Okay, I'm calling you.
Other team, and you're calling me. Right. And I'm Mike Hazen.
All right.
Okay.
Okay. What's going on, Mike? How you doing?
Hey, what's up?
Good.
Rick.
Now I'm Rick. This is gonna get really confusing.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So, how's the off season?
It's great, man. Everything went well. We're a little disappointed as to how it ended, as you can imagine. Of course.
No, maybe
we're going to be okay.
Maybe need to make some big changes. The longer off season than you wanted. What about Ketel? I noticed that he wasn't always available for you guys last year.
Who do you mean, Ketel?
Yeah, Ketel Marte. He plays,
Wait a minute. You're calling me on Ketel Marte. You want to do a deal with Ketel?
We're just having a conversation here.
Okay, can we have, I don't know, it's going to take half your team.
Well, what team am I? If I'm the Royals, I'll give it to you.
You got to be. Here's the one thing I want to tell you right now. You're going to call me and ask me about Ketel Marte. I'm going to tell you right now, man, there is no way we're moving him. There is no way. We don't have to move him at all. Well, unless you made us an offer that we couldn't say no to.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
See, and once you establish that base, here's number two.
What if I traded you Jordan Montgomery for him? Would you be interested? And scene.
Okay, yes. No. So here's number two. Number two reason why. you don't say no to this is because you don't want to ever stain your own player. Mm-hmm. You don't want to do that. You don't want to. You never want to cheapen the value of your own player. It's not just though. First of all, you need to understand we don't have to do anything. That's number one.
I have a cut from Hazen saying exactly that.
Okay, good.
You want to hear it?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so let me play both. Are you going to remember your list, or you want to go through your list first?
No, go ahead and play.
Okay, well, this is also on with Burns and Gambo yesterday.
No. The second question, the answer to that is no. I think the way our team is constructed right now, like I said, I have to be open-minded and listen to what possibilities could be out there to put the team in a better spot for us as it relates to pitching. But as far as that second part of it, no, that's not putting any more pressure on. Having one of the best position players in all of baseball on your team is not a pressure position in my mind.
The way that was framed up is there pressure to trade Ketel?
Okay,
that's why he kept saying no at the beginning.
Yeah, once again, we don't have to do anything. You're going to call me. I want you to know this right now. Unless you're serious, unless you make me a serious offer, we don't have to do anything. We're fine just where we are. So if you're going to call me, you better be coming in with your best deal right away. Otherwise, I'm going to put you in the laugh at you column.
He even laughed in that cut. He's like,
yes.
No, we don't have to trade Ketel Marte.
But again, you don't stain or cheapen the value of your player either. You never want to do that. And it's one of the reasons why, you think we're going to just let Ketel Marte walk out of here, walk through those doors because he wants a day off every now and then? There's no way we're doing that.
Let me throw this out there. What if there just really isn't any pressure to trade Ketel Marte? I mean, he did apologize last season. It seemed like on the surface things got better after that last season. What if they really had a talk in the offseason and it was kind of like you and I were saying yesterday? Look, Ketel, Torrey likes to give guys days off anyway, except Perdomo, who plays every day. So you're going to get some days off, but let's work this out ahead of time. It's not you just disappearing at the All-Star break, or it's not you asking for a day off with a week left in the season and we have to win. What if they came to a better agreement on that where he wasn't getting special treatment and they just fixed this and moved forward? I mean, that's definitely, if there's any sort of negotiation going on, that's what I'd be saying of, hey, we talked it out with Ketel. We're fine. We don't need to trade him.
Yeah, and I think that's truly the way they feel about it. But there is also a possibility that there's some damage that was done inside that clubhouse. Lingering damage. So maybe you want to address that. Maybe.
It's all a lot of maybes right now. When we come back, can the Phoenix Suns keep things rolling tonight on the road against Dallas? We're going to talk to Suns broadcaster Kevin Ray. He'll join us for Game Day with K-Ray next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Allen left wing. He'll drive to the basket. Euro step in the lane. The layup goes. And Grayson Allen has a new career high 42 on the night.
The Suns visit Dallas to see what Cooper Flag is all about. Pre-game tonight at 5:30, 6:30 tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf here from my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. Whether you want a total makeover and want to build a luxury resort-like pool, or you want a pool that doesn't break the bank, Presidential Pools has got you covered, Basinonians. That's right. And with a 5-year warranty, they can build your pool in 60 days. And let's not forget the value that this will add to your house. But you know what I realized, Basinonians? I realized when we built our pool at the Wolfley compound, it's not just about the money. It's about the memories, too, and your kids, of course, and the family, just hanging out at the pool, swimming out there, hanging out in the backyard with barbecues, friends and family coming over. If you want to finance your pool and just do a set payment each month, Presidential Pools also has in-house financing. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. Arizona's #1 pool builder.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
At the Window Depot, builders and contractors don't wait weeks. You get what you need today. Factory direct windows, doors, cabinets, countertops. It's all in stock and ready to go at wholesale prices. Whether you're tackling a remodel or a multifamily project, we've got job site quantities and no membership required. Our windows are proudly manufactured and assembled in Arizona with small business service and big box selection. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Hey everybody, it's Dave Burns here, and I'm with V's founder, Jimmy V. Tell me, what is it about V's that makes it feel like almost a sanctuary for people who want to go and just get away from it all?
I think it's a place where you can go and it conjures up memories, Dave, of a time gone by. A place to take your kid, to give him a piece of what you had culturally as a kid growing up. As a place where you feel like I can go in and feel my best when I walk out of here. As a place that's happy, as a place that talks about sports, as a place that asks you about your dad, asks you about your family, your kids. That's what V's is. It's just not four walls and barber chairs. It's a culture. And that's what we try to do, and try to make it timeless without any type of pretense, without any type of judgment or prejudices, but to make it a barbershop that you look forward to going in, because every single time it's V's.
So book your next great cut and get away from it all by going to V's. Visit vbarbershop.com. That's vbarbershop.com for your next great haircut at V's.
Low T, start for free. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Add a GLP-1 medication for just $149 and say goodbye to that belly fat for good. Don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. Fix your low T with no startup fee and add a GLP for just $149 only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com.
Feed a family, make a kid happy, and win a new car.
It's the 25th anniversary of Operation Santa Claus, presented by Sanderson Ford, Sanderson Lincoln, U-Haul, and ABC 15. Make a donation of food, new toys, child-sized clothing, or money, and you could win a new Ford F-150 truck or Lincoln Corsair SUV. For more info, go to givetotheclaus.com.
Sanderson Ford, Lincoln, and ABC 15.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker and Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals are gearing up for the San Francisco 49ers, and earlier today, head coach Jonathan Gannon announced that wide receiver Marvin Harrison Jr. will be out after having appendicitis surgery. The Phoenix Suns go for their fourth straight win tonight in Dallas against Cooper Flagg and the Mavericks. Tip-off is at 6:30, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Suns will once again be without Jalen Green. He has a right hamstring strain and will be reevaluated in 4 to 6 weeks. This report is brought to you by Desert Institute for Spine Care. If you're having neck or tingling pain issues, go with the best, and that's DISC, voted America's leading doctors in 2025. Text SPINE to 620-620. That's SPINE to 620-620 for DISC.
Brissett takes the snap. Play fake. Looks over the middle. Throws wide open. Harrison caught for a touchdown. Throws right in the end zone. Caught for a touchdown by Trey McBride.
Arizona Sports. Home field advantage. Home field advantage.
All right, Wolf, I need a caller number so we can give away Cardinals tickets to see Arizona take on either San Francisco or Jacksonville.
Okay, let's go with the number of the world, number 4, please.
Caller number 4 at 602-260-9870 right now. 602-260-9870. You call in, you'll get to talk to Rick. You can't put a price on that.
Yeah.
And you'll get 2 tickets to see the Cardinals play either the Niners or the Jaguars in the next week and a half.
The number is 4.
Number 4. 602.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Catch it in from the corner.
Wolf, and Luke.
Brings the boom and catching bodies on his way to the rack.
Suns, game day with K-Ray.
I'm ready for whatever.
And you'll have to compete with Kevin Ray if you're calling in right now because he's joining us on the Arizona Sports Line. Kay, unfortunately for you, you do not win Cardinals tickets. I'm sorry.
I'm not number 4?
What are you talking about? That's your phone, okay.
You've already won all the tickets before. You've won in life, Kay.
What's going on, Kay? How we doing?
How we doing, boys?
Okay, man.
Doing pretty good, courtesy of this basketball team that you do play-by-play for every night. They won again on Monday. They've won 5 of their last 6. They're 6-5 on the year. They have a signature win over the Spurs already. I got to say, Kay, I said this when we came in here yesterday. They are ahead of schedule to where I thought they would be for sure. Are you feeling the same way? Did you expect this?
Yeah, certainly. I'm not going to sit here and suggest that I expected this. I expected this kind of in flashes and in spurts, but to see it come together relatively quickly and so consistently, and as we've, and we'll continue to say, without Jalen Green, with the exception of one game, because I can't even call it, he played 6.5, 7 minutes, in the second game of the first quarter, and that was it. So for them to be where they're at on both ends of the floor is clearly ahead of schedule, and especially on the defensive end, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I'm really, really pleased with what I'm seeing on the defensive end of the floor as well, okay? Talk a little bit about what you're seeing from Grayson Allen right now. Obviously, setting a career-high 42 points, setting a franchise record for threes, just going off. Talk about Grayson Allen, and this guy's going to be a fixture in the starting lineup for a while, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a reflection of the work that he put in. I know in talking to Amanda and just in having a couple of conversations with Grayson, it's clear that his body type changed from last season to this season. And it really goes back to the end of last year, the way it finished, the conversation with Brian Gregory, the expectations that they clearly laid out for him, both, BG and Jordan Ott. And then, Grayson doing the rest, which is putting in the work, putting in the focus, paying attention to details. And I think this is an offense that really we have seen caters to his full skill set. And I said this early on after having some conversations with both Jordan and a few other folks early in training camp. It had become clear, and even before training camp, that he is pretty good in handling the basketball. And that's something that I think Jordan didn't necessarily expect right away. So seeing him be able to handle the ball in certain situations is also an added luxury. And then you throw in the ridiculous 3-point shooting.
Talking to Kevin Ray. Kay, how much of what this team is doing now through these first 11 games, I know you mentioned the defense, how much of this do you see as being sustainable? Not that, the win rate or whatever, maybe it is, maybe it isn't, but just in terms of detailed things that they are doing well right now.
Yeah, look, I think it's very sustainable because, as we've said, I think this team still, they haven't even hit their ceiling yet in terms of what they are capable of doing. I think they feel like that they can become better defensively because there are still some moments in games where there's some breakdowns, dribble penetration. I know I was over at shoot around this morning. It's one of the things that they were really, continuing to stress is cutting down on the dribble penetration situations. And so this team still has a lot of room for growth. And you've heard me say, it's 15 to 20 game mark, I think gives you a real sense where you can evaluate both team and individual, the pieces that you've had, how they all come together.
For me, just watching Mark Williams play, it's a scary proposition. And it's scary only because he's so effective. He's got a presence. There's no denying it. I know that defensively he hasn't been great in the past, but he's got a presence in the paint on both ends of the floor right now. And yet I still worry about him being fragile. Just your thoughts on Mark Williams and what you're seeing and what he means to the Suns and the success they've had right now.
Yeah, and look, he came in with that label of being a poor defender, and the one thing that, and we're all guilty of it. You think about it; those first few years with Book, people would say, "Oh yeah, he could score, but that's all he does. He's a terrible defender." Well, look, when you're playing on a bad team with a questionable, organization and shaky coaching staff, you're not always going to look your best. And I think to some degree, that's part of that label that got through on Mark. And then add to it, the injuries didn't help the situation. But I will say he has become and is becoming a better defender than what I anticipated, like the team, much earlier. I don't know if you guys recall, but there's 2 games in particular that have stood out. One in Golden State, and yes, they got throttled by the Warriors, but he is out on the perimeter. He's defending Stephen Curry beyond the three-point line. And not once, but twice, he made Steph shoot. One was an air ball. The second one barely drew iron. Did the same thing Saturday night to James Harden. So he is taking the accountability and responsibility to step out and try to not just be a backline anchor, but to step out on the perimeter and harass guys. And I think the more plays we see like that, the more confidence he grows. And then the health part of it, look, all we can do is know that he is putting in the work. The team is paying attention to all the health markers and details. And it's just going to be a matter of, how long will he be able to play? But all signs right now, all the boxes are being checked. And he's another one like the team. I don't think he's even scratched the surface of what he can do defensively for this team.
Talking to Kevin Ray, Suns playing Dallas tonight. Mavericks just fired their GM after he made arguably the worst trade in sports history. It's certainly a controversial one. They have Cooper Flagg now. What are we? There you go. He's got the paper and everything. K-Ray brings more props than anybody.
What up, YouTube?
I will say this. You want to be watching on YouTube, but specifically when K-Ray's on, because he brings, it's like prop comedy now.
He gets it.
What do you expect to see from Dallas and Cooper Flagg in particular tonight?
Yeah, I mean, as far as we know he's playing, I know that he dinged up his thumb at the end of the game against the Bucks the other night. Haven't seen or heard anything in the last hour or so I would anticipate him playing. But look, it's a team that is struggling to score. You look at this club, and they're a team that has more than 5 guys shooting sub 30%. That's on an NBA roster. Man. So that speaks to their offensive deficiencies, dead last in scoring. Having said that, they are near the top defensive rating and points allowed. So this is, and they gave Milwaukee, I mean, frankly, that's a game that they probably should have won, beaten the Bucks, but Giannis took over late, and so they got a win. So I would say don't look just directly at the record, but it's a team that is searching for answers right now. I'm anxious to kind of see and feel the difference in the arena with the departure of Nico, and if that has any kind of a jump start for this team, much like it would for a team if they get rid of a coach. You guys know how that goes. Sometimes you get a little extra amped up. You're not going to feel that negative energy in the building from the fans with the fire Nico chant. So this is a game the Suns will need to be dialed in, and in particular on the offensive end, you do not want to be loose with the basketball. So they've done a pretty good job the last 2 games of taking better care of the rock. But I'm anxious to see Cooper Flagg, a young man that, has had a lot thrown on his shoulders right now. And with the absence of Anthony Davis, it's not going to change anytime soon.
Okay, it's always great to talk to you. We'll do this again tomorrow.
You got it, boys.
Thanks.
Have a good one.
All right, you too. That's Kevin Ray joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line ahead of Suns Mavericks tonight from Dallas. When we come back, the Niners defense is beat up. The Cardinals offense is really beat up. How exactly should the beat-up Cardinals offense attack the beat-up Niners defense on Sunday? We'll get to that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I think we're seeing Devin Booker become that leader that people questioned.
That's a great point.
If he could be that guy. Because your leader has to go full-blown laying out for a loose ball in a close game. That's what you have to do. You want to lead by example. And what I think we are seeing, and I think a lot of people question this, me too, as to whether Devin Booker could be the true leader of this basketball team. What I'm seeing, the way he's playing right now, I'm seeing an unselfish player that's not just trying to take all the shots. He's getting everybody else involved. He's getting his, but he's also leading with his play on the court.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf here for my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Listen, I've talked about Trajan Wealth for a while. I'm actually a client, and let me tell you, they made retirement planning a lot more simple. That's right, no pressure, no confusing jargon, just clear, honest advice from fiduciaries who put your goals first. I feel more confident and prepared for retirement because of it, ladies and gentlemen, and that's one of the reasons why you may want to call Trajan Wealth. When I met with Trajan Wealth, I got straight talk, not a sales pitch, and I appreciated that. I left that meeting feeling empowered. They're fiduciaries, so their advice is built around what's best for you. Pick up the phone, give them a call at 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900 for Trajan Wealth. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC, registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Enter to be the next Arizona sports fan of the game, presented by Redbird Farms Chicken. Win tickets to a Cardinals home game, be featured on the Jumbotron, and receive a $100 grocery gift card. Text Redbird to 620 to enter to win today.
Message and data rates may apply.
Vince Marotta here, and I've got a question for you. Why are you waiting for one-day deals when Earnhardt Buick GMC has got Black Friday savings all month long? GM Brad Gunlickson and his team are discounting nearly every remaining 2025 model on the lot, in addition to remarkable savings on new 2026 units. Like on the wildly popular 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 or all-electric 2025 Hummer SUV and pickup models. Own one with 0% APR financing. That's just a taste of the outstanding deals being offered at Earnhardt Buick GMC. Acadia, Terrain, Yukon, gas, and EV models. You name it, Earnhardt has it all and price to move. Stop in, tell them I sent you. All offers do require approved credit, and with Earnhardt, you know you'll be treated like family. Check them out in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 12/1/25.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know the scorching Arizona sun can cause a lot of damage to our homes. And with that in mind, I have great news for all Valley homeowners who need to get their windows replaced. My friends at Advanced Window Products have rolled out their Black Friday sale, which runs through the end of November, where you will get $3,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. That is their largest discount of the year, and as a customer of Advanced Window Products, you will not be disappointed. My new windows look incredible, and the whole process was so professional and so impressive, from installation to cleanup, from beginning to end. Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public. There are no middleman markups. They'll build your windows. They'll install your windows. They will guarantee them for life. Call 480-764-2002, online at advancedwindows.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Now's a great time to get a new Toyota, like the class-leading Tacoma, amazing Tundra, or an all-hybrid 2025 Camry. Visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com today. Toyota, let's go places.
Testing. All right. You can cut out that other.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Thursday morning. No Marv for the Cardinals on Sunday. Can they overcome another loss at the receiver position? We'll get into it starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
You know, Wolf, I got to tell you, somebody sent me this Big 12 championship game simulator.
Yeah.
And so you go through and you say, okay, well, what if this team wins out? What if this happens? And it gives you all these different ways where any team can match up. It's like, obviously right now, the most likely Big 12 championship matchup is Texas Tech and BYU. That's the most likely one.
Yeah.
But it said there's still 21 games left that impact this race with over 2 million different possible outcomes. So now I'm going to be lost in this for the next 4 breaks, basically. I found a real quick one. I just clicked ASU wins out, TCU wins out, and all of a sudden ASU has a 93% chance of making the Big 12 championship if just those two things happen.
Wow.
So this idea that the season's over is a little premature.
A little bit.
All right, the Cardinals, the offense is very beat up, and if you missed it earlier, Marvin Harrison Jr. is out this week, appendicitis. You were looking on the internet for medical advice, which is always a dicey proposition, but it didn't look like that's a 1-week thing necessarily.
No, it's not. And just looking at it again, everybody is a little bit different, but it is kind of comical when you start reading it and it says, hey, listen, avoid physical activity. Avoid physical activity for maybe 4 weeks. And again, Basin, I'm just reading this on the internet.
But didn't it also say you can resume your normal activities within
2 to 3 weeks?
Well, his normal activities are playing in the NFL.
Oh, right.
So he should be fine, right?
Yeah. Try to avoid physical activity. Well, watch this.
Yeah.
I've got your appendicitis right here.
Well,
watch me do this.
It's
bad. It's bad. Just reading it. And again, this is so, I don't even want to say it, but I'm gonna. It's irresponsible.
Okay.
It's irresponsible to say it.
Let's get irresponsible.
But at the same time, it's about 4 weeks. IR, here we go. Come on, man. Another player could be put on IR.
Man.
Another guy with appendicitis.
Well, he's not on IR yet. He's just out this week.
He's not, ladies and gentlemen. He's not.
But I do think it's probably at least worth noting based on what you said. Don't necessarily expect him to come running back next week either against Jacksonville. But either way, focused on this week, the Cardinals have 3 divisional games left this season. Wolf, to be totally honest, to me personally, this game means a lot coming up on Sunday for the very specific reason. You don't win this game, you are staring at a possible 0-6 in the division this season because your last 2 games coming up are against the Rams.
Yeah.
San Francisco is definitely the most beatable team for the Cardinals in this division. I mean, obviously you're done with Seattle, so that's not going to happen. But San Francisco is a lot easier to beat than the Rams. But, with the caveat, you play the Rams one of those games in Week 18. Maybe they're already in and resting their starters, but I'd like to win real games in the division. They were 3-3. The Cardinals were in the division last year. That was one of my biggest reasons to have optimism this year because that's directly who you're competing with. And if they win this or lose this game rather on Sunday, they'll be 0-4 in the NFC West.
Yeah. Speaking of teams being injured, speaking of teams that got beat up, the San Francisco 49ers are an absolute mess as well. You're talking about Bosa being gone and Fred Warner. You talk about 2 players. Impact players, maybe 2 of their best players, period, when you talk about their entire team.
Yeah.
Fred Warner, first of all, is a Hall of Famer. He's going to be there. Bosa's got a shot. He's got a shot as well. We'll see how the rest of his career goes, but he's definitely got a shot to finish as a Hall of Famer. Those 2 guys are Hall of Fame caliber. Can I just say that?
Yeah.
Caliber players. And you look at the 49ers defense right now, because they've had a lot of injuries. They're right in the middle of the pack, so to speak, and down from that point.
Yeah.
In the second half. You're talking about 21-21 in terms of total yards per game and total yards per play allowed. 16-15 in rushing yards per game and rushing yards per play allowed. So they're right in the middle of the pack, but they don't get a ton of pressure on anybody anymore. They don't get after a quarterback for the most part. Sacks per attempt, they're number 31. Sacks per attempt, number 31 defensively, getting to opposing quarterbacks in the NFL, and they don't take the ball away from you either. Their interception rate is 31. They are average to below average defensively. Losing Marvin Harrison Jr. just makes that maddening to me.
Yeah, this defense, you get to this point in the season, you just kind of have a feel when you see a team's helmet, like, oh, that's a good defense right there, or that's a defense. Cincinnati, figure your guy, any team playing against them is probably going to score some points. Same with the Giants, probably going to score some points on this. You're going to score on Dallas, right? You see those helmets in mid-November, you see that logo, you're like, okay. San Francisco, almost year in and year out for, I feel like the last 15 years, you see that San Francisco logo, and you're like, it's going to be tough to score this week. They're beat up on defense. Yes. To your point, you could move the ball on them, and you maybe still can, but to not have Marv on top of already not having James Conner, who always seems to play the Niners well, not having Trey Benson yet, it's you don't have Zay Jones. I mean, I'm not putting him at the level of those guys necessarily for this offense, but your first thought, okay, Marv's out. Well, a lot more responsibility for Zay Jones. Well, he's out for the year with the Achilles thing. So it's going to be a challenge to move the ball just because the Cardinals are running out of ball movers on offense.
Yes. No, it is. It just makes Jacoby Brissett's job that much tougher. It really does. Right now, the defensive quarterback rating for the San Francisco 49ers, which really is an excellent metric in terms of how a defense is doing in regard to stopping a pass and stopping an offense from throwing the football. They're number 29 in the National Football League. They give up 105.1 quarterback rating. Can you imagine that, brothers? I mean, honestly, we're talking about the 49ers. This was one of their strengths coming into the season, was their defense and how good their defense was going to be at getting to a quarterback and putting pressure on an opposing quarterback. Right now, takeaways on the season, when you look at the turnovers, the takeaways on the season, they have 7 takeaways, only 1 interception so far, this defense. The giveaways, they've given it away 15 times. The 49ers are -8 in the turnover column. -8.
That's wild.
There's only one other team in the NFL that is a bigger deficit. -8 in the turnover column, and they're still 6-4.
That's the crazy part. I was waiting for you to get there because we're just talking about their defense right now.
Come on, man.
But if you look at their offense, Brock Purdy has been questionable basically all season, and by and large hasn't played. It's been Mac Jones. Brandon Ayuk hasn't played at all. Ricky Pearsall's in and out of the lineup. I mean, you're talking about 3. George Kittle's back now. The Cardinals are going to have to deal with him, but he hasn't been there for a lot of this season. When you factor in those injuries on offense, the ones you talked about on defense, those turnover numbers, and the division they play in, and then you're like, but they're 6-4. They're right in the middle of the playoff race. This is going to be a tough one, obviously. It doesn't seem to matter how many injuries the 49ers have. They, for the most part, keep finding ways to win football games.
I would like to see the Arizona Cardinals offense come out and run the ball out of 11 personnel. Do that a lot better. Come out and be a little bit more varied in terms of run pass out of 11 personnel. 1 back, 1 tight end, 3 wide receivers. I'd like to see them run the ball more. I'd like to also see them get the ball out quicker. The quick passing game. Get it out quicker. Jacoby Brissett, it's almost like every time he seems to go back, man, he's looking down the field, which we love the fact that he's looking for chunk throws down the field. I think he could actually do a better job of getting it out quicker and checking it down, believe it or not. Not as much as Kyler was, of course, but he's still got to do it more. And then take your shots downfield off of play action.
The problem is, who are you taking your shots downfield to, I mean,
Michael Wilson.
You're down
Tyler Drake.
You're down to your number 2 quarterback, your number 3 or 4 running back, your number 2 receiver, but number 3 is already hurt too. I mean, it is right now on paper. Your offensive line has stayed relatively healthy this year, but they've struggled. You're looking at Jacoby Brissett throwing to Trey McBride a lot, which was already happening.
It's the most maddening thing. The offensive line is the same, but it's struggled.
They're the ones that are relatively healthy for this point in the year, and they're the ones struggling. Coming up next, we're going to take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This Friday, the second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament, presented by Sanderson Ford and benefiting Operation Santa Claus. The more you give to the clause by texting the word donate to 620-620, the greater your chance to win awesome autographed merch and experiences that you can't get anywhere else.
The final boss of prizes?
It's a baseball autographed by World Series champ Luis Gonzalez, a jersey signed by World Series champ and Baseball Hall of Famer Randy Johnson, plus a football signed by Cardinals great, future NFL Hall of Famer Larry Fitzgerald. See you at Dink and Dine Pickle Park, Mesa Riverview this Friday. More info at arizonasports.com. Click on contest. Message and date rates may apply.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. I don't know if you knew this, but anyone can get the same premium wireless for $15 a month plan that I've been enjoying. It's not just for celebrities, so do like I did and have one of your assistants switch you to Mint Mobile today.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
At Vital for Men, aging doesn't mean slowing down. Our testosterone therapy is built to boost your energy and sharpen your focus. Thousands of men have already leveled up their sleep, stamina, and drive. Now it's your turn. We're adding semaglutide to support your full health journey. Plus, we accept most insurance. Start with a free test today. Visit vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Get back to you.
Feed a family, make a kid happy, and win a new car.
It's the 25th anniversary of ABC 15's Operation Santa Claus, presented by Sanderson Ford, Sanderson Lincoln, and U-Haul. Make a donation of food, new toys, child-sized clothing, or money, and you could win a new Ford F-150 Super Crew truck or a Lincoln Corsair SUV. The more you donate, the more chances you have to win. All donations benefit St. Mary's Food Bank, Military Assistance Mission, Southwest Research and Resource Center, Special Olympics Arizona, and the New Life Center. Bring your donations to Sanderson Ford, Sanderson Lincoln, select U-Haul locations, or make a donation online. For more info, go to givetotheclaus.com.
Sanderson Ford, Lincoln, and ABC 15.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for me by name, and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 27 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker and Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals are gearing up for the San Francisco 49ers, and earlier today, head coach Jonathan Gannon announced that wide receiver Marvin Harrison Jr. will be out after having appendicitis surgery. The Phoenix Suns go for their fourth straight win tonight in Dallas against Cooper Flagg and the Mavericks. Tip-off is at 6:30, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Suns will once again be without Jalen Green. He has a right hamstring strain and will be reevaluated in 4 to 6 weeks. And ASU football is getting ready for Saturday's game against West Virginia. Star wideout Jordan Tyson will not play for the Sun Devils. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Football fans, legendary quarterback Jim Kelly is coming to Talking Stick Resort on December 14th for a live Q&A. Don't miss it.
Arizona Sports,
the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
You know, I'm looking at the YouTube live chat. Somebody said we love K-Ray. Okay.
Yeah.
Somebody else wrote in, Larry Fitzgerald hasn't retired yet. Thumbs up, thumbs up. We were talking about Marv being out.
Oh, my goodness.
It is noon. We are live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. It is time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick, what do you got?
The Arizona Cardinals are getting ready for Sunday's game against the San Francisco 49ers. And earlier today, head coach Jonathan Gannon announced that wide receiver Marvin Harrison Jr. will be out after having appendicitis surgery. How big of an impact does this have on the Cardinals' offense? And should they try to lure Larry Fitzgerald out of retirement?
Well, it kind of feels like their offense on paper right now is Trey McBride and Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yeah.
And if Marvin Harrison Jr. is not there, I mean, McBride's about as consistently elite as you can get at that position right now. But if he's the only guy San Francisco really has to focus on, this feels like a low-scoring game, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Doesn't this feel like a 20-17? I don't know, maybe something even uglier, like 18-16. This feels like an Iowa football game.
Yeah, what do you say I go ahead and text Fitz if he could still go? Is that okay? Then just go ahead and text him and say, hey, Larry, what do you say? Can you still do it?
Just give him give us like 2 weeks. Can you just go out there against the Niners?
Yeah.
And go out there against Jacksonville. And I'm sure he's going to politely tell you to stop asking questions like that.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Maybe by the end of the beautiful part of the program. Okay. What was the question, Rick?
If you get Fitz out of retirement, you don't have to answer any more questions ever.
How big of an impact does this have on the Cardinals' offense?
Monumental.
Oh, my goodness, it really is, honestly, right now, especially since you've got a quarterback in Jacoby Brissett who likes to throw the ball down the field. Can you say chunk throw? Marvin Harrison Jr. has been the recipient of those chunk throws, some of them. That hurts a lot.
All right, next injury-related story. Luke's Arizona State Sun Devils host Wolf's West Virginia Mountaineers on Saturday, and head coach Kenny Dillingham announced that Jordan Tyson will not play for the third straight game. With ASU where they are in the standings, probably not going to make the Big 12 championship. It looks even less likely after last weekend, even though they didn't even play. Do you guys think we'll see Jordan Tyson in an ASU uniform ever again?
I actually still do. Just some of this is because it's Jordan Tyson, and I just think if he is healthy and good to go, you're going to have a really hard time keeping him off the field. I don't think, I assume he's going to the draft because he's probably going to be the first receiver off the board this year. So I don't think he wants his last college game to be him limping off the field, although it wasn't a nice win at least. I think we're still going to see him for another game or two. You know, if it gets to a bowl game scenario with the way college football is in 2025, you know, a lot of big name players that are going to the draft don't necessarily show up. But I would say, A, he wants to play. B, I think this game this weekend is winnable, although tougher than people think because West Virginia's gotten better over the last couple weeks with the new quarterback. And C, Rick, you're right. It's not likely they make the Big 12 championship, but it is not nearly as far-fetched as people are acting like it is. When they lost that game to Houston, there was this thought of like, oh, they're going to go 5-7, season's over. Are they still playing? Yeah. Well, they beat Iowa State, and if they win out, not a given, but if they do, they're lining up as the third team in the Big 12, and if BYU stumbles at all, then they would be in the Big 12 championship.
Yeah, Rick, what was the question again specifically?
Do you think we will see Jordan Tyson in an ASU uniform ever again?
Yeah, boy, there's one logically where you would say, of course not. He's done. I think he's probably going to be the first wide receiver taken.
That's what it looks like, yeah.
That's what it kind of looks like right now. And because of that, I think he might actually be done. Unless they get into the postseason, as you're talking about, go to a bowl. That still remains to be seen. Having said that, I do think in a dream-type scenario, it's still a possibility that Sam Levitt comes back.
Oh, next year.
Yeah. Still a possibility.
I think that's possible.
And if that were possible, the friendship he has with Jordan Tyson.
You think it's more likely he plays next year for ASU than this year?
No, I'm just saying right now that, If you told me in a dream scenario that Sam Levitt and Jordan Tyson had a bond together and said, you know what, this is what we're going to do. We're going to do something that nobody has ever done before. Me and you. Let's go do it.
What bums me out about this is that the Biletnikoff is just out of the question at this point for him because he's missed 3 straight games. He was probably going to win the Biletnikoff, which is the award for the top receiver if you are unfamiliar with that. And I think, he was like running away with that award, and now he's probably not going to win it just because of health, and that's a bummer because we've seen health get in the way of the past 2 seasons for him, and it's just not fun to see ever.
I want your guys' thoughts on this real quick.
I could see him coming back, but not just this season for a game or two. I could see him also coming back.
That would be wild
in a dream scenario.
Don't think that's going to happen.
Why do you guys think it is that there is this perception that the season's just over? Because again, they are not like locked into a Big 12 championship spot, but it's not that crazy.
For the very people we're talking about right now, Sam Levitt.
Because of the injuries.
Because he's done, and Jordan Tyson as well. And the question mark he is going forward.
Because I'm going to lose my mind if in 3 weeks they beat West Virginia, even 2 weeks, they beat West Virginia and Colorado, and BYU loses a game, and everybody's like, hey, they can get in. Where did this come from? I'm not saying they're going to, but people are acting like the season's over and they're folding the program. It's probably more like a 20% chance they could still do it.
Yeah, and I also believe this too, Basinonians, right now, that Jordan Tyson, if he came back next year, could improve his draft status from this year. He could.
Hey, look, I'm all for that. I'm not going to hold my breath on that one.
Yeah, I don't know. With the injuries, I don't see Jeff Sims being able to run for over 200 yards in every game going forward. So, I don't know. I just think
this game he might be able to.
Colorado's worse than West Virginia. Colorado's,
West Virginia right now, number 66 in the FBS and rushing yards per game allowed.
Well,
one more really quickly for you guys. The Suns go for their 4th straight win tonight and are 6-5 on the season now. Phoenix has won. I just said that they've won 3 straight games, so great writing by me. And but they're 7th in the Western Conference. This takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question, which is up now at ArizonaSports.com, and it asks, have your preseason expectations changed for the Suns with how the West is shaping up? Yes, playoff or bust. Yes, play-in is realistic. No, things will settle. No, will only be competitive.
The poll question should be, did Rick just get into an argument with himself live on the air?
No, I said that they've won. They're going for their 4th straight win, and then I said they've won 3 in a row.
By the way, four straight wins, something they only did twice all of last year. I will go, my expectations, mine have changed. I'm not going to say playoffs are bust, but I would say, yes, play-in is realistic. I still think, a lot of things got to break right, but it's not their record. It's the way they're playing. This is something that feels somewhat sustainable.
Yeah, for me, I'm going to keep my win total the same, even though I do believe I'm going to be low on that. It's not like they've played the toughest schedule. I think we'll know a lot more in the next couple of weeks.
That's fair.
I think play-in is realistic is what I'm going to go with because, again, I see them going to the play-in and making the playoffs. So that's my caveat to they're making the playoffs. So I'm going to vote play-in is realistic, which is leading at 49%. No will only be competitive, 22%. No, things will settle, 21%. Yes, playoffs are bust, 8%.
That seems about right. And partially because of, Kellen Olson, we had him on yesterday. He said he was going to write a story about this, and it is up on ArizonaSports.com, so check it out. But the Western Conference, the top of it is still great. But the perception, and we all had this coming into the season, was like, good luck cracking the top 13. Some of those teams that were like in the 8 to 13 range are kind of a mess. So there's some teams the Suns are going to definitely pass if they just keep playing like this. All right, that was Wolf and Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. Enter the Football Family and Flavor giveaway for a chance to win a prize package worth $1,650, including 2 Cardinals Club seats at the December 7th game against the Rams, 2 pregame passes for the Heritage at Sportsman's Park Pavilion, free parking, and Omaha Steaks for a year. Nice. Visit the contest page on ArizonaSports.com for your chance to win. I'll take some of those steaks right now. All right, when we come back, what do we need to see from the Suns tonight to win a road game in Dallas? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Allen left wing. He'll drive to the basket. Euro step in the lane. The layup goes, and Grayson Allen has a new career high 42 on the night.
The Suns visit Dallas to see what Cooper Flag is all about. Pre-game tonight at 5:30, 6:30 tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfleger from my brothers over at Legacy Green Solutions. Go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com for more information. For over 25 years, Legacy Green Solutions has been family-owned and rooted right here in the Basin. While other companies come on, they go, ladies and gentlemen. That's right, they come and they go. Legacy stands by their work today, tomorrow, and for years to come. From design to certified installation, no shortcuts, just quality craftsmanship and the best warranties in the Basin. Whether it's a backyard retreat, a pro-grade putting green, or any hardscape project, they do it all and within budget as well. They've been voted best of the Valley, and after seeing their 5-star work firsthand at the compound, I know exactly why. So don't wait. Text GREEN to 620-620 right now or visit LegacyGreenSolutions.com to save 15% and transform your outdoor space today. Text GREEN to 620-620 for Legacy Green Solutions.
Arizona sports fans, Just Pickle Courts is here to play. From backyard retreats to large resort-quality builds, we handle it all from design to install. And right now, you can get a free court planning consultation plus 2 free court upgrades when you visit JustPickleCourts.com/radio.
JustPickleCourts.com. Design, build, play. Pop, pop, pop every day.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a game plan for your appetite. Meet the Sonic Smasher, the QB1 of burgers. 2 hand-smashed Angus beef patties, always made to order with melty cheese and Smasher sauce. And this month only, buy 1 Sonic Smasher, get a free large drink when you order in the Sonic app. Hydration, covered. Flavor, elite. Open the app, call to play, and score yours now. Only at Sonic. Live free. Eat Sonic.
Okay, I have to tell you. I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Workdays can be unpredictable.
but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
If you could rewind 10 years, what would you do differently? Buy Apple stock at $20? Skip the Ghost Pepper Challenge? Maybe even rethink the skinny jeans. Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Some regrets are harmless, termite damage isn't. You can't go back in time, but you can keep termites from eating your future. Call 602 Blue Sky today for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Hey, it's Gambo, and Christian Brothers is celebrating 50 years in business right here in Arizona, and they're making $50 worth something again. You can get a $50 AC inspection that includes a complete system performance test, a safety and efficiency review of your compressor, your coils, and your wiring, plus tune-up recommendations to extend the system life and lower your bills. Go to cbrothers.com to book it or call 602-222-3535.
What are we watching in tonight's Phoenix Suns game? It's Staring at the Suns with Wolf and Luke.
All right, before we start staring at the sun, I want to thank all the listeners in Mesa specifically right now. Thank you, Mesa. All right, staring at the Suns, Wolf, as Phoenix goes on the road to take on Dallas. And, yeah, I would assume Cooper Flagg, a little banged up, but I haven't seen anything indicating he's not going to play, at least not yet. So, Suns Mavericks tonight. Who are you watching or what on the Suns? I was really ready for this to be a lot of Jalen Green. He's obviously not playing right now. So I don't know how it cannot be Grayson Allen for me after what he just did. 42 points on 17 shots, setting the all-time franchise record for threes. I'm not expecting an encore, but whatever he does tonight is the follow-up. So I want to see how he follows it up, especially on the road.
Yeah, for me, Basinonians, this is aptly named because it's staring at the Suns as in plural. Once again, I want to see the same kind of intensity we saw in their last outing. I want to see the same kind of intensity from the start. I want to see them come out with the purpose that they have shown. I think they're doing an incredible job turning over their opponent. Number 6 in the association in turnovers, turning over your opponent. Number 6 with 16 turnovers a game. That's really, really good. They're tied for number 3 in the league, in the association, with 10.2 steals. This is what I want to continue to see.
What they were supposed to be.
I want to see the intensity. I want to see it on the defensive end of the floor, specifically. And they have done that so far. I'm staring at the Suns collectively on the defensive end of the floor.
Collective Sun staring. Yeah, give me Grayson specifically for tonight. But, look, this is not a Sun. But I'd be lying if I said I'm not interested to see what Cooper Flagg looks like and what the Suns look like against Cooper Flagg. I mean, I think we've all seen him play already this season for Dallas, but it's a little bit different when Dallas is playing the Suns. He was, of course, their consolation prize for the horrendous trade they made last year and then somehow magically won the lottery.
Yes, the NBA draft lottery, which is 100% rigged.
Which is what prompted people like Rick to say that. Cooper Flagg, the latest injury report status on him from like 50 minutes ago is available. He had that right thumb sprain that K-Ray was talking about, but he is listed as available for Dallas tonight.
Yeah.
So,
do you know what kind of damage that would do to the association if, in fact, that were a true statement?
I think everyone just accepts it, though.
No,
it's not.
Honestly,
it's not like
everyone does not accept it, Rick. You're wrong on that. Everyone does not accept that. That it's rigged. Okay, because once again, man, in this day and age, if you thought it was rigged, you're done. Everybody's done.
I don't think so because it's not like you're rigging the games. You're just giving a big market.
Yeah, you're just rigging the type of talent you're going to have on a team.
Yeah.
I just absolutely don't think it's worth the risk.
I can tell you they definitely didn't do themselves any favors when Dallas won the lottery last year if they don't want people speculating on it.
Absolutely.
I am not a tinfoil.
And don't you think they know that too?
Oh, I don't think they wanted Dallas to win the lottery because Dallas jumped up there to get it too.
For that very reason.
And I'm sure if they were ever going to rig it, they probably should have rigged it so Dallas didn't win.
Correct.
And so San Antonio doesn't ever win again.
Wolf, I am not the grassy knoll. I am not somebody that puts on the tinfoil hat, except in this case, I do think the draft lottery is rigged.
Right. And you know what? At least you admit the fact that you're putting the tinfoil hat on this time.
Yeah, I mean, it's a conspiracy theory.
Well, okay, yeah. You got the tinfoil hat on nonetheless.
Yeah.
Just so you're willing to admit.
Maybe I'll come in tomorrow with an actual
we should get some
hat.
tinfoil hats.
That's fine.
To show. Anthony Davis is questionable. So.
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
Isn't that what his status is every game?
You know what I would do? I would trade Luka Doncic for a player who's always questionable and then insist it was a smart move.
Okay.
Grayson Allen on how this team is different than last year's. He was talking to Burns and Gambo about this yesterday.
Well, I think that it's embedded in this team's identity, and the only way that we're going to be successful and going to win games is if we fight, compete, we're on the same page, and we're connected on both ends of the floor, and our defense connects into our offense. And all those traits are the only way we're going to be successful, and all those traits are also great traits to have when you're trying to fight to come back into a game or in a rough stretch. So making those things part of this group and this team's identity just kind of naturally leads into a team that isn't going to go away when we're down in a game. If we have a rough stretch or a couple bad games, I don't think it's going to kill our spirit. I think we're going to come out with the same competitiveness.
Dogs.
I
is
love
what
that
they
quote.
have.
I love that quote right there.
Why?
Because I think he finally summed it up pretty well. And I know he was asked about this a lot after the game the other day. I know they've all been asked about it, even before the season. Hey, how is this year's team different than last year's? We asked them at Media Day. But I think Grayson Allen just nailed it right there, where he's like, because we know this is the only way we're going to win games. It's almost like a survival tactic by the Suns. And you know that's coming from Devin Booker. It's coming from Jordan Ott. And what it really speaks to, Wolf, is this acceptance going into the season. Right. Hey, we might not be as talented on paper as we were last year. And we might not be as talented on paper as, say, the Spurs are when we go out there tonight. But we can still win these games. But this is the only way we can do it. Because the question to him was, how is this year's team different than last year's? And, man, is that not spot on? They did not look like last year, well, hey, the only way we can win games is if we just are grittier and we play better defense and we out-hustle everybody. Because in the back of your mind, you know, well, the other way is if Kevin Durant just drops 50, you know, or if Durant and Booker combine for 80. I mean, there are other ways. Yeah, there's other ways we can. Right now, this team believes it, and it's leading to wins. They know what they have to do to win games.
You know, I love the fact you said survival tactic. It's almost like a survival mechanism for them to go out there. And this is the reason why, Base Learnings, I made such a big deal about them playing the 2-7 Pelicans. Going out there and looking like they had intention to go out and run them out of the building. And that's exactly what they did. That, to me, was really, really impressive because it spoke to the desperation. Mm-hmm. It spoke to the survival of this team and the tenacity and toughness and going out and competing and doing it game after game after game. And that's why listening to Grayson Allen right there, who's got that kind of mentality, I love it. Dogs. This basketball team has dogs.
A lot of times you'll play an audio clip from a player, coach, GM, whatever, and it's like sometimes they'll say something, and sometimes they'll say just a lot of nothing, but, you know, they were asked a question, so they're given an answer, whatever. I think what he said right there is something we'll be referencing in 4 months, because I feel like that's kind of a window into how they feel, how they view themselves in the locker room, and in a good way. It's not like, oh, we have no chance, we're not talented. Right. It's not that. It's just it's a blatant level of honesty. Last year, we were more talented on paper than most teams. Guys like Grayson Allen and Devin Booker and Royce O'Neal that were here last year.
We got KD.
Yeah, they saw what that looked like. You don't just roll the ball out there and be like, well, we're more talented, we win. So they're taking the other angle on this of we know what we have to do to win.
We got Book.
Let's do it. All right, we come back. Marvin Harrison Jr.
We got the big three.
Is out for Sunday's game against San Francisco. What sort of impact does that have on this offense? We're going to talk to two-time Super Bowl champion Max Starks joining us for Maximum Football. Next, it's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This Friday, join us at Dink and Dine Pickle Park, Mesa Riverview for the second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament. You don't want to miss the great mascot matchup at noon, featuring our own Jared Carlin.
Boo, boo, we hate Jared.
So knock off work early and come hang out while players compete for the golden paddle and cash prize money. The second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament, presented by Sanderson Ford and benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Join us at Dink and Dine Pickle Park, Mesa Riverview this Friday. More info at arizonasports.com. Click on contests.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks. Think of all the sports you could be watching at Twin Peaks right now. This week, you got a playoff push in football going on, college and the pros. Maybe even for your fantasy football team, depending on how you drafted and what sort of moves you've made this season. But you can keep up with all your lineups with all those TVs at Twin Peaks. Plus, basketball is going right now. So we're starting to kind of get an idea of who's going to be good this season. And the same with hockey. The season is already heating up on the ice. A lot of good young talent in hockey right now, too, and kind of the next wave. Call some friends, get to Twin Peaks, grab a table, order up some food and drinks. You're good to go. With all those TVs, you're not going to miss 1 second of the action. And then, while you're there, how about you just have some outstanding food, too? They've got an entire menu made for MVPs, wings, burgers, loaded fries, flatbreads like the Italian or the backyard barbecue brisket, steaks, ribs. Nobody does happy hour like Twin Peaks either. 3 to 6, 10 to close every weekday, so you don't even need to wait for the weekend. Experience the best late night in the league today, tomorrow, whenever. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views.
Cool cars, cool people, good times. Cruise on out for the Good Guys 28th Speedway Motors Southwest National. November 21st through the 23rd at Westworld of Scottsdale. Over 3,000 of the country's coolest classics. Good Guys Autocross racing action and earth-shaking Nitro Thunderfest. Arizona's biggest swap meet and huge vendor midway. Free family fun zone, live music, and more. November 21st through the 23rd at Westworld of Scottsdale. Details at good-guys.com.
This holiday season, raise a glass to tradition. For over 6 centuries, Stella Artois has celebrated craftsmanship and community. Born in 1366 at the Den Hoorn Brewery in Leuven, Belgium. Originally brewed as a holiday gift to the people of Leuven, its name Stella, meaning star in Latin, honors the festive spirit. And the star still shines on every bottle today. Stella Artois. Savor the tradition responsibly.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Mitch Vareldes here for Ojos Locos Sports Cantina, the home of the 29-degree beer and the legendary 100-ounce Ballon, served ice cold and even better during happy hour, Monday through Friday, 2 to 7 p.m. Wind down with more deals that bring the flavor and the fun. With 4 Arizona locations, the party's always close. Ojos Locos, más tacos, más wings.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker and Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals are gearing up for the San Francisco 49ers, and earlier today, head coach Jonathan Gannon announced that wide receiver Marvin Harrison Jr. will be out after having appendicitis surgery. The Phoenix Suns go for their 4th straight win tonight in Dallas against Cooper Flagg and the Mavericks. Tip-off is at 8:30, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And ASU football is getting ready for Saturday's game against West Virginia, but star wideout Jordan Tyson will not play for the Sun Devils. This report is brought to you by Parker and Sons. We're looking for the next student athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. He played tackle in the NFL for more than a decade. Max Starks. Maximum football.
Please welcome, from the University of Florida, tackle Max Starks.
All right, welcome back. It is Wolf and Luke on a Wednesday. Max Starks is joining us now to talk a little football for the next hour. Max, how's it going?
I'm doing wonderful, fellas. Can't complain. I mean, obviously, we could complain. We've
been doing a lot of complaining,
games
actually.
on Sunday. We could do a lot of complaining, but we won't. A new week. Hope springs eternal once again in the world of sports fandom. So, yeah. Hey, at least it's not freezing like the East Coast, huh?
Yeah, you got that right, Max. Man, thank you for joining us, buddy. Really appreciate your time as always, man.
All right, Max, let's just start with the news from earlier today that Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to miss the game Sunday, dealing with appendicitis. So, this is news. If you were a Cardinals fan, you woke up this morning, you figured the Cardinals were going to have Marv on Sunday. They will not. So just on the surface, considering all the other pieces that both these teams, honestly, are already missing, how much does his absence impact the way this game plays out on Sunday?
I think with the emergence of how Marv has looked, I mean, that's a big deal when you're talking about creating some offensive threat and creating continuity for your offense. You've already lost running backs, right? Yeah. And now you're down your quarterback, and we could argue Jacoby, Kyler, how that goes. Well, Kyler's on IR as well, so your starting quarterback that you started the season with also out now, and you've lost your number 2 tight end, and now your number 1 receiver. Should I keep going on the injuries? Or
I think
do we
good.
see the disturbing trend there?
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, there's no doubt about it, Max. It really is. Have you ever been on a team where injuries just derailed the entire season? Because I have, but I want to know, what do you do to overcome the injuries as a pro? What was your mindset to deal with that?
Well, usually, it's funny, Wolf, I actually was usually on that list with the injuries were mounting. I remember one year we were okay. We went like I want to say like it was like 10-6, and we were going to the playoffs to play Jacksonville, and literally because all of us were too injured, we could, you can't be on the field as a liability if you can't protect yourself. So we could, but I just remember sitting up in this. They put us in this suite. It was me, Marvell Smith, so our starting right and left tackles.
Yeah.
Willie Parker, our starting running back. One of our D linemen, Brett Kiesel, was there.
He was pretty good.
Yeah, he was a pretty good player. Then Clark Hagens was up there.
He's pretty good.
Yeah, another starting outside linebacker opposite Peasy. And I think it was Deshae Townsend. Like, all of us were in the suite. That was 5 starters that were just in the suite, injured, watching this game. And, it's one of those things, it's frustrating. But I've also been on the side where, you're on the healthy side, but yet all of your friends are injured, and you're sitting there and you're just like, man, this is not how the season started. When you start taking stock and start looking around, you're like, man, okay, so some things have changed, and a lot of things haven't. But, you figure out the opportunity, because I think the biggest thing, Wolf, and you can understand this, another man's misfortune is another man's opportunity, right?
Amen. Yep.
When it comes to football. So you don't cry about it. You move the drill up 5 yards and you get to the next play.
Yep.
And so you can't dwell on it too long.
Max, what's your approach in this game if you're Drew Petzing, Jacoby Brissett, whoever, because you are now down most of your skill players on offense. So are you approaching this as a, hey, let's try to win kind of a more like 20-17, 20-14 game? Or are you, because the Niners defense is so beat up, are you like, no, we're still, what did San Francisco just give up, like 40 to the Rams last night? The Rams are obviously at full strength. They're relatively full strength, but they gave up 42 to them. Are you still trying to just attack that defense downfield?
Every game in the 4 o'clock hour last weekend they scored 40 points.
Yeah. That
was teams.
That was an interesting
slate. It was
slate.
crazy to look at that, right? I was like, oh my gosh. But yet, no, you go right at them. If it's me, I would run straight at them. I would try and possess the football. I think the biggest thing is possess the football, right? Give your defense the chance to breathe so that they can come out and pin their ears back a little bit and play football. That's my approach against San Francisco, because I think that's how you have to, when you have so many skilled people down. And yes, listen, you might have some great relationships with some guys. Trey McBride's always going to get his. But for the most part, why wouldn't I want to shorten this game as much as possible by keeping it on the ground, by possessing it, converting, and just churning out? See if your offense can churn out a positive run game. It's one that they've been looking for, and you've had splashes of it. With DeMarcado and company, kind of in and out and trying to do it, but it just hasn't been consistent. This might be my chance that, let's get some consistency, guys. Let's take advantage of this team that's down some bodies, and they're definitely licking their wounds as well. Let's go try and take it out on them. Treat them like the punching bag in the gym. The heavy bag. I just need to go a couple rounds and just do like the George Foreman hooks a couple times. For 60 minutes straight on a defender.
For me, though, Max, I think Michael Wilson is a guy that I'm locking in on as well. I know he's not a guy that's out there running a 4-3 and run by everybody else. I know he's not a number one receiver. I know that, but I do think he is capable. I think he's a capable number 2 guy, and I would expect to see Michael Wilson step up in lieu of Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yeah, no, and I like what Michael Wilson's doing, and I think you, like you said, you're going to have to pass this ball at some time, right, Wolf?
Yes.
You're not going to go 100% run.
Correct.
But I think, when you look at it, if I would say where the lion's share go, if we're going 60-40, I would like to lean on the run, but I think that's perfect. And that run also sets up those one-on-one opportunities for Michael Wilson. Right, because now it's a single high box. The 8 defenders down. Now you give Michael Wilson an easier job to read and make his decision off of the route. So if you're playing man, it's easier to deal with versus zone, and you don't know if it's 2, 4, cover 3, and when you cut into that zone, like, is Jacoby going to feel a little wary because he doesn't know where that safety is, or the nickel drops? That's where I think the run game will support that opportunity for Michael Wilson, as well as Trey McBride. Trey McBride is going to get his opportunities, and I think, and then, of course, you can also – Greg Dortch has always been solid when you needed him in a pinch. He's always been a guy who's been reliable. So I think you're going to have your options with the passing game, but I would love to see the emphasis on the run and also give your offensive line a chance to get some confidence built behind them.
Operation Santa Claus is back. Every $20 donation gets you an entry for your shot at autographed gear or premier tickets from your favorite teams. Randy Johnson, Larry Fitzgerald, Buda Baker, Gonzo, Lourdes Gurriel Jr., and more. Text donate to 620 now through Friday. Again, text donate to 620. It's Operation Santa Claus, and it is presented by Sanderson Ford. When we come back, are the days of Travis Hunter playing both sides of the football in the NFL already over? And who's going to coach the Giants next? We'll go around the league with Max Starks. He'll stick around. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
If you want a caffeinated drink, you either have the hot drinks, which are coffee and tea, or the cold drinks, which are like your Red Bull or soda. But if you don't like those kind of things, why aren't there savory caffeine drinks? Why can't I have caffeinated soup?
I don't know if it works like that.
Isn't this a tremendous idea? If you could just have a mug of like chicken noodle soup, minestrone, something savory that you could sip and it would give you caffeine the same, but it would be like eating a meal as well.
Are you getting paid off by Big Soup?
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfleger from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information. Listen, Aria is helping patients regain their quality of life while saving thousands of dollars compared to the corporate dental implant centers that are out there. This is your health, brothers. Yeah, go experience the Aria difference. You're going to be glad that you did. Unlike the gimmick dentistry you might see elsewhere, bait and switch pricing, fake limited time offers, or surprise add-on fees, at Aria Dental Implant Center, you'll always know exactly what to expect. That's one of the reasons why they've earned over 500 five-star reviews from people that were very, very satisfied. Choosing dental implants is one of the most important health decisions you're ever going to make. Let Aria Dental Implant Center help you out on that. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Do the holiday parties, tailgating, and family get-togethers have your liver working overtime? Let Active Liver help give your liver some relief. Pick some up online at Amazon or Vitacost.com or at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or ShopRite.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO. Thanksgiving's coming up, and that means a lot of us are about to hit the road to go see family. I want to make sure your vehicles are ready. Nothing ruins pumpkin pie faster than sitting on the side of the road broken down. We recommend checking your fluids, brakes, tires, battery, and especially your transmission. Cold weather can be tough on your car, so a quick inspection now can save you a lot of hassle and money later. Makes sense, right? AMCO specializes in transmissions, and we do total car care. Oil changes, tune-ups, brakes, the works. Right now, we have a Thanksgiving road trip special. Just go to AMCOArizona.com. That's AMCOArizona.com and get all the details. It's the perfect way to get your car road trip ready. Don't you love it? Peace of mind, and you get to grandma's on time. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO. AA MCO. Transmissions and a whole lot more.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. When do you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer? Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Today at Berg Simpson, we'll get a call from someone who needs our help. We'll learn about their loved one's injuries. We'll listen to their concerns, and we'll promise to fight for them. Then we'll use our resources and experience to deliver the best possible results we can for that client. So today, when that client calls Berg Simpson, we hope they feel they've done the best thing for their family.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Enter to be the next Arizona sports fan of the game. Presented by Redbird Farms Chicken. Win tickets to a Cardinals home game, be featured on the Jumbotron, and receive a $100 grocery gift card. Text Redbird to 620-620 to enter to win today.
Message and data rates may apply.
Arizona Sports. Max Starks. Maximum football. With Wolf and Luke.
All right, Max Starks is joining us from Maximum Football. We're going to go around the NFL right now. Let's start with the Giants coaching situation, okay? Because I got a cut here of Bill Belichick.
Okay.
So there are rumors out there. Hey, Giants, they fired Brian Dable. Why not? Maybe he goes back to New York, right? That'd make a lot of sense, right? Well, this is Bill Belichick's response.
Yeah, getting ready for Wake Forest. That's all I got this week.
Has anyone asked you, or the players or recruits want to know about your future?
I mean, I've been asked about it from time to time, but yeah, look, I've been down this road before. I'm focused on Wake Forest. That's it. And that's my commitment to this team. And next week it'll be to our next opponent and so forth. But, I'm here to do the best I can for this team.
What if your opponent next week is the Philadelphia Eagles? Should we focus on them? I don't know. Max, your thoughts?
We're on to Cincinnati.
Yeah, that's exactly where I'm at right now. And Bill Belichick, are we surprised? Coach Belichick has to be concerned with one thing and one thing only. That's this current dumpster fire that he's dealing with down in North Carolina.
We're on to Cincinnati.
Exactly. And yes, my Steelers play Cincinnati on Sunday, so that is my mindset. I am literally on to Cincinnati. But I think, it didn't go as well as everybody had hoped. And this is tougher than you think. And I think for young kids, the allure of somebody as distinguished as Bill Belichick, they look at that and they say, but that wasn't me. Like, this generation's like, it wasn't me, so why should I care? Most, unless you came from the New England area, your parents were Patriots fans, you really don't like Bill Belichick, around the country. A lot of teams, that faced him in that time period with Tom Brady, those people have sour feelings about the New England Patriots. So he didn't have the allure that he thought he was going to have in that whole weird, before he even got to the season situation, with his relationships. It was too much, and I think that's just kind of been a distraction. So now everybody wants to pile on anytime something bad happens. Because, they're not terrible, but they're also not a great football team.
Can I just say right now, I fully expect Bill Belichick to be back in the NFL at some point in time. Yes.
I should point out.
I do. Do you expect that, Max?
When you look at what is out there, why not?
Yeah.
Why not? If I, and I'm not sitting here, you look at the New York Giants. Hey, guess what? Where did Bill Belichick cut his teeth at, Wolf?
Yeah, defensive coordinator for the New York Giants. Look, everybody, it's Lawrence Taylor.
So you guys don't care at all that North Carolina is riding a monster 2-game winning streak, and they just beat longtime ACC rival Stanford?
Yes, exactly.
By 5?
Exactly. It never was a good fit to me, ever. I was shocked when he I can't believe it. I think
he got jealous of Nick Saban. He got jealous of his buddy.
Oh, come on now. Seriously, why not let Nick Saban go down there and just be the king of all college football?
This is not making him look like any less of the king of college football. Belichick.
They might make a bowl, though. Come on.
Oh, my goodness, stop.
It's a big game against Wake Forest. Maybe he's so focused.
A bowl.
Yeah. Just a random bowl.
So you do, though. You think he's going to be back in the NFL at some point in time?
I feel like if Pete Carroll's there, why not?
Yeah.
Right?
Of course.
You know what I'm saying?
Interesting argument.
Why not? You look at Pete's there. Bill looks exactly the same. Pete has high energy, and he's definitely chewing gum at 1,000 miles an hour still, at 74. Why not? Bill still looks like the grumpy cat with the cut-off sleeves on the shirt.
That's right.
He has not changed at all. So why not give him a shot? And listen, I know the Giants, that's obviously the first really shoe to fall as far as firings, but we're going to have other ones. And you know what? Maybe Belichick does a Saban. Maybe when Mike McDaniels gets let go because his dad came back home, to take over the company, and the son got kicked out and found out that he wasn't doing a good job. Maybe Miami comes available and maybe he does a Saban there. So maybe he literally follows Saban and goes down to Miami.
I feel like a lot of this
it stays in the AFC East, right? A little retread rivalry.
Depends on what his girlfriend says. That seems to be really kind of.
Well, it seems like she would enjoy being down in South Beach
That's true.
over
More
being
likely than in New Jersey.
Yeah, definitely more than New Jersey.
Let me throw
it's
this.
Not even New York.
Let me throw this at you, Max. Travis Hunter's season officially over. Had season-ending knee surgery to repair his LCL. You know, so much talk about how he's going to be a full-time player on both sides of the football, and now he's not playing at all on either side of the football for half the season. There's a lot of people obviously now bringing this up like, hey, maybe when he comes back from this injury, we just got to make him either an offensive player or a defensive player, because this was the fear, not specifically this injury. I'm not saying this injury happened because of it, but you invested so much in Travis Hunter and you moved up in the draft and gave Cleveland a lot. They'll probably spend those picks, unwisely, but you still gave Cleveland a lot to get Travis Hunter. Can you really afford to try to play him on both sides of the football, big picture? And if not, what side would you focus him on?
Well, I think we've kind of seen what that looks like. Defensive back is where he is at his most elite. And I think if it was me, I would focus him in on that and get him really good at that. I think wide receiver is good. Hey, he got an NFL touchdown. Let's go ahead and put it on the history books. And then, you know what? Maybe we revisit that in 3 years. Bring a package out, have him do some stuff, a little wrinkle. Maybe bring him in for a gadget play or so. But make that man a DB, and let's stop playing. It was a failed experiment. He's injured. Now you get him for no games, and you gave up a lot of draft capital for a guy to play as eventually one side of the ball.
Max, what do you think about Asante Samuel Jr. going back to or playing for the Steelers, being signed by them? What do you think?
Low risk, high reward, Wolf. We got him on the practice squad, right? And he has free choice. He went to 4 other teams and came to us, coming back off of the cervical fusion in his neck. And trust me, as a guy who actually knows exactly what that feels like and what that process is, I'm more than happy that to get a chance because, yes, you can play football again after that surgery. People are acting like he got his whole back replaced, like he's the Bionic Man or something, $6 million man. Like, no, he did not get a full spinal replacement, guys. I was like, he had a fusion, and I had my C4 C5 cervical fusion back in 2012, and so. It's something that I know it takes a little bit of time to get because you have to get the comfort and everything back. But if he passed the physical, that means he's ready to rock and roll. So I think it's a low risk for the Steelers. Worst case is you never activate him from the practice squad. He makes a practice squad money for a year. Best case is you come in and you get a starting player that has a lot of experience and is also only 26 years old.
Yeah.
So he still has a lot of football in front of him if he is healthy and he can contribute. So I love the signing for the Steelers, especially with all of the defensive back, or I should say secondary injuries we've sustained this season.
Max, I got to ask you about one other guy here before we hit the break, because I think one of everybody's favorite quarterbacks looks like he's lining up to start for the Giants this weekend. Jameis Winston's going to get the start, not Russell Wilson. And the reason Jameis Winston is a lot of people's favorite quarterback is, A, just his general happy outlook and attitude towards life in the NFL right now, but B, every pass he throws is complete, either to his team or the other team. It's going to either be a completion or an interception, and he now has a chance to build on his 111 career interceptions in just 105 games. It looks like he's going to make the start for the Giants in their next time out if Jackson Dart is officially out.
I can't wait for this. I'm so glad that Mike Kafka has made that decision potentially if Jackson Dart can't go. And I'm not selfishly saying I don't want Jackson Dart to go because I don't want him to play. I'm selfishly saying that because the world, in this NFL season especially, guys, when you're talking about topsy-turvy, bizarro world season that we're going through where good is bad and bad is good, you need famous Jameis in there at some point, right? I need one of his pregame speeches. I need one of his crazy postgame references and antics. It gives me life, guys. And if anything, it gives us in the media world so many nuggets that we can't even hold them all. And so I need this. I need this selfishly, and we need this for the show because wouldn't it be great to be able to play a couple of like Jameis clips like after the game, whether it went good or bad, just because his sound bites are just legendary. So yes, I'm rooting for Jameis Winston. not because he's a Florida State Seminole, because I loathe them, but Jameis has just brought so much joy to me when I listen to his phrases and wonder what is he even talking about, because he sounds like my aunt from Birmingham every time he opens his mouth.
Well, there's really no comeback for that. Max, when we come back, we are going to grill you on the offensive line. You're probably the best guy to talk to about this, so get ready for that. How exactly can the Cardinals fix their O-line issues? Because they are still issues. That's next. Max Stark sticks around. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Will the ownership look at the quarterback situation and say, I want to give this coach one more chance with a different quarterback to see what he can do? That's number one. And number two is exactly the point that was made last week about Steve.
This is a test of the emergency alert system, originated by the Arizona Department of Public Safety. If this had been an actual emergency, important information or instructions would have followed the tones you just heard. This concludes this test.
With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Here's a tale of Becky. Didn't know what to do with new meds prescribed and no real cost clue.
She squinted at prices, that can't be right. Then tapped GoodRx and saw the light.
She can get a deal. Book telehealth if she feels.
Learn about those meds without any stress. That one little app does all the rest. Even my horse downloaded it. Dang, save time and money on prescriptions.
Check GoodRx. GoodRx is not insurance.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics, and is every step a reminder of what hurts, a reminder of what you're not able to do and how far you've drifted from a life without pain? Well, I've got great news for you, because relief is closer than you think. At QC Kinetics, they tap into your body's own regenerative power using natural healing factors that help restore and repair damaged joint tissue, reduce inflammation, and relieve pain at its source. And this is not science fiction, folks. This is your body's own comeback story, powered by the very cells that built you in the first place. And now is a great time to use your HSA and FSA funds to get started before the year ends. Remember, the consultation is totally free. Call QC Kinetics today. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can get that free consultation by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
At the Window Depot, builders and contractors don't wait weeks. You get what you need today. Factory direct windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, it's all in stock and ready to go at wholesale prices. Whether you're tackling a remodel or a multifamily project, we've got job site quantities and no membership required. Our windows are proudly manufactured and assembled in Arizona with small business service and big box selection. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
When I answered the phone in the middle of the night, I heard the words no one is ever prepared for. Your husband is gone. This is Deb, owner of RJP Estate Planning. When my husband passed, life changed forever for me and my daughters. And what followed was unimaginable. Unexpected claims and disputes from people trying to take what wasn't theirs. But I had two things on my side: a caring and competent team at RJP Estate Planning, and my living trust that ensured no one could take what was rightfully mine. Let RJP help protect your family, just as we've helped over 40,000 Arizona families since 1995. And if you're 60 or over, you can save 60% on a living trust.
To save 60% on a living trust, call 480-576-5457 by November 13th. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker and Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals are gearing up for the San Francisco 49ers, and earlier today, head coach Jonathan Gannon announced that wide receiver Marvin Harrison Jr. will be out after having appendicitis surgery. The Phoenix Suns go for their fourth straight win tonight in Dallas against Cooper Flagg and the Mavericks. Tip-off is at 6:30, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. The Suns will once again be without Jalen Green. He has a right hamstring strain and will be reevaluated in 4 to 6 weeks. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. Why should you choose America Roofing? It's Arizona's largest roofer, A+ with the BBB, and winner of the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. Save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Arizona Sports. Max Starks. Maximum football. With Wolf and Luke.
All right, final hour of the show, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. It is Wolf and Luke on a Wednesday. Max Starks is joining us. Max, I feel like Wolf and I have been talking about the offensive line for about 9 weeks now.
Man.
And I know we've talked to you about it at times, but look, no pressure, buddy. Can you just fix this right now on the air for the Cardinals? Because it really seems to be where all the issues have started this year.
You know, as much as I would love to say that I can, wield a magic wand and just put 5 Max Starkses out there, it doesn't work that way. And yes, you would have to deal with a left-handed center. So
yeah, right.
Yeah, there's that.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
and then our quarterback
Kyler's mostly
our quarterback would have to be like 6'8".
Yeah, he's got to see over the line again. Otherwise, we have the same issue.
Well, at least 6'4". It's proven because that was Ben's height. So, as long as you're at least 6'4", right? You should be good behind a wall. And it is a wall.
I'm going to go higher than that because, yeah, you were 6'8", but your center wasn't 6'8", nor was your guard.
No, he was not.
No.
Well, yeah, no, because Jeff was 6'4".
Yeah,
Pouncey was 6'4". Hartwig was around 6'4". Actually, Hartwig was 6'5". So, yeah, just go and get, a 6'7" quarterback because those are out there, right? There's a bunch of those.
Yeah, let me jump in here and ask you this question right now in regard to the offensive line, okay? You know that Justin Fry has taken over, the offensive line coach. Clayton Adams used to be the offensive line coach here, and now he's off into bigger and better things as an offensive coordinator. Having said that, Justin Fry has taken over as offensive line coach. How much do you think he's got to do with this? Because I refuse to blame a coach, but go ahead. I want to get your take on this.
There is some blame, obviously, when you work on skill acquisition. But, and the other thing I think I have a tough time with when blaming the coach, coaches don't get that much time anymore. Like, they don't get as much time as when we had back when we played, Wolf, right? Yeah. You had times where the coaches could be on the field in the offseason talking with you. You're in extensive meetings during training camp because you have two-a-days. There's a lot more skill development. You can kind of work things out between practices in the same day. Essentially they get half the time that they had to develop a guy, pre-2012.
Yeah.
Because really that CBA changed the entire scope of what training camp looked like. It changed how much time players had to be at the facility on a given day or work week. The NFLPA then became like super sleuths, was sending people there if you were too physical in practice, and the violations and the letters sent. So the skills that guys bring in, they bring them with them, or you learn them away from the facility.
Yes, and
this is where you don't learn them in the building.
Yes, you're right, and this is the thing that I want to talk about as well. When you were year 3, year 4, you knew what was good technique, did you not, Max? You knew what was a good pass set. You knew how to come off the ball and execute a deuce block. You knew how to do this stuff, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I also had the benefit.
You didn't need a coach to tell you.
I didn't need, and I also didn't have a coach that did that because I had Russ Grimm. So Russ was my O-line coach my first 3 years in the league, and Russ did not focus on technique at all. His job was, he said, I'm here to get you prepared to know what to do and who you're supposed to block. That's my job.
Yeah.
The technique stuff, your technique got you here to the league. I'm here to keep you in there with the knowledge. That's how he looked at it. And then there was a shift after year 3 where I got Larry Zerline, who came to Arizona, right, was the assistant offensive line coach with Harold Goodwin. It's funny, Goody and Z switched places because Z was our lead and Goody was our assistant. They get to Arizona, and it's the inverse of it. So, that was what was funny. But Larry Zerline, he was a big technician. He was a huge stickler on it. Clinic tape. He had us doing drills for his videos when he went to these coaches clinics, and he was very adamant about footwork, about setting it up. So for a new young guy, that was pivotal. If they didn't have the skills, Larry was that type of coach. And then you got Sean Kugler. Once again, stop me when these names sound familiar to you.
Love Cougs.
If I've named any former Cardinals coaches that actually were Steelers coaches in the offensive line room. He did.
Yeah.
But, Cougs was a hybrid of both Russ and both Z, where he taught the technique. He wanted you to see it, but he also cared as much about what you knew and how you studied. So I had a great blend over my time of going through that progression with all those coaches, and there is value in all of them. But now it would be like saying, hey, all that stuff you got, just cut it in half and see if you can get it done. And that's where the struggle is for an offensive line coach is, how do I get these guys ready to play? Because the old axiom has always been, a coach is not there to develop. A coach is there to win games.
Yeah.
And so your development has to occur away from the facility, and even more so now at the professional level. Like college, you can do a little bit more of that. But even then, these guys are getting paid so much, half the time these kids don't want to listen to them, even at the college level. So, when you do find a good coach who can speak life into you and get you to focus, but the second you don't, a coach has no time for a kid that doesn't want to listen, a kid that doesn't want to. Now I say kid, meaning young man here at this level. I'm just talking about in coaching in general.
Yeah, I know.
They don't have they just don't possess the skill set because they've never been told no. A lot of these guys have never been told no in their life leading up to when they get to the NFL, right? And so that's the toughest thing, is trying to have a guy who really focuses in and actually understands that I need to get better. I know I'm not good.
Yes.
The fallacy is when guys say, I'm good enough because look where I was drafted, or look what I'm doing. I'm a starter. I know it all. And it's like, no, you don't. You don't.
I'm just
saying. The whole point of this is to continue to learn.
Yeah, Max. I see guys for the Arizona Cardinals that have been there for 3 years. 3 years, and have been in the league for a lot longer than that as well. These guys are not rookies. It's not like it's a mismatch of offensive linemen they're trying to actually put together. These guys have largely played with each other for years, and it's kind of like, man, what I see on tape blows my mind. And those guys know better too, because again, they're not rookies, they're veterans, and that's what really gets me. We got to go. I have no time for you to respond right now. I'm sorry about that. But just, you would agree with that, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
All right, we come back. Cardinals-Niners this weekend. You know, it seems simple, but how badly does this team need a win over San Francisco on Sunday? Because if they don't beat San Francisco on Sunday, they are staring at a potential 0-6 in the division this year. That's next. Two-time Super Bowl champion Max Starks sticks around. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This Friday, join us at Dink and Dine Pickle Park, Mesa Riverview for the second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament. You don't want to miss the great mascot matchup at noon, featuring our own Jared Carlin. Yes, he is in fact the Arizona Sports mascot. So knock off work early and come hang out while players compete for the golden paddle and cash prize money. The second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament, presented by Sanderson Ford and benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Join us at Dink and Dine Pickle Park, Mesa Riverview this Friday. More info at arizonasports.com. Click on contests.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolflinger from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. Listen, as a former professional football player, I've done a lot of damage, of course, to my back and my spine over the years. And the people over at DISC have helped me out, and that's one of the reasons why I recommend them to you as well, Basinonians. DISC treats a wide range of issues, including sciatica, herniated discs, bulging discs, spinal stenosis, neck pain, low back pain, and degenerative disc disease as well. Disc surgeons have developed a personalized pain mapping system that pinpoints the spine pain generator to diagnose back and neck problems and customize a treatment plan that caters to your goals. DISC offers spinal fusion alternatives for patients suffering from back and neck pain. Get back to living. Go to sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900 for DISC.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. Last year, I warned you that AC prices were on the rise due to new regulations, and that's exactly what happened. In January of 25, we'll see much of the same, but don't sweat it. If you call Precision, we're offering $3,500 off any new AC unit, but this deal won't last long, so act fast. Make the Precision decision today and call us at 602-FIX-MY-AC.
Precision decision with Precision Air. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know the scorching Arizona sun can cause a lot of damage to our homes, and with that in mind, I have great news for all Valley homeowners who need to get their windows replaced. My friends at Advanced Window Products have rolled out their Black Friday sale, which runs through the end of November, where you will get $3,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. That is their largest discount of the year, and as a customer of Advanced Window Products, you will not be disappointed. My new windows look incredible, and the whole process was so professional and so impressive from installation to cleanup from beginning to end. Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public. There are no middleman markups. They'll build your windows. They'll install your windows. They will guarantee them for life. Call 480-764-2002, online at advancedwindows.com.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
You know, people talk a lot about saving for retirement, but they don't talk enough about what happens when they start spending that money. Paul Calvise here, and that's why we're talking with Matt Dagas from Bright Wealth Management.
And that's the part, Paul, that no one prepares for, taxes. If you've got a 401k, IRA, or a pension, Uncle Sam is lining up on the other side of the field, ready to blitz your retirement income.
All right, so in football terms, how do you avoid getting sacked?
You've got to have a plan with intention. taxation. And we help clients build strategies to reduce unnecessary taxes and keep more money in their pocket.
And you're offering folks listening right now a chance to come in and talk through it?
Absolutely. Call Bright Wealth Management today at 844-726-9116, and we'll show you how to prepare for the tax hits before they happen.
No gimmicks, just smart local planning right here in Phoenix.
Exactly. Let's help you retire with a game plan.
Call Bright Wealth Management today, 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. He played tackle in the NFL for more than a decade. Max Starks. Maximum football.
Please welcome, from the University of Florida, tackle, Max Starks.
All right, thank you to everybody listening everywhere, but especially in Avondale right now, Wolf.
Yes, Avondale.
Avondale.
Yes.
Think about that.
Nice little town, Avondale.
Max Starks is joining us for one more segment as we look ahead to this weekend's matchup between the Cardinals and their beat-up offense and defense against the 49ers and their beat-up offense and defense. Max, Wolf and I were talking about this earlier. San Francisco is maybe the only other team that can say they're as injured as the Cardinals right now, but the difference is San Francisco is 6-4 and very much in the middle of a playoff race. I look at this, and I understand the Cardinals, the playoff chances, if they are still there, are very slim. I'm not really looking at it from that concept. I'm looking at it more, you've got two more division games after this, and they're both against the Rams, who, good luck in those games. And you've still got 8 games overall. I mean, if you don't start winning some, you're going to be stacking losses, and this could potentially get really ugly. And people could end up on the hot seat. Like, you know how football is when you're 3-6 at this point in the year. Where is your importance level on just going out there and getting a win right now to stop some of the bleeding?
It's at an all-time high because, you've had so many close calls. I mean, we talked about it earlier where you were talking about 4 losses, a combined total of 13 points. Earlier this season, and now it's just the gap has just kind of gotten wider. And, Seattle game obviously did not help that. But, where are you going to be as an organization? And, I could say a couple of different ways. If there is some type of transition that is made at a certain position that normally would be a franchise position for any organization, if you were making that type of, it would help in the acquisition of said position. But at the end of the day, there's a lot of pride, and I'm not going to go down that road today. I think, you have to compete, and when you have division games, especially, you never know what can happen. Mm-hmm. I mean, a prime example, of what the Cardinals could do is look at what happened down in Miami a week ago. Buffalo, Miami, everybody, heavy favorites, all Buffalo. Man, this is going to be it for Mike McDaniels. They boat raced the Buffalo Bills. And I use boat race because Miami.
Yeah, that's good. You've been waiting on that for a while.
You know what yeah, exactly. I've been waiting for that. But this is why can't the Cardinals do the same thing? Cardinals, I feel, are in a very similar position, and they didn't go fire sailing at the trade deadline either. And you have personnel that can get the job done. We know what it looks like when this offense clicks. We know what it looks like when the defense clicks. It's just about coming together, looking man-to-man, and saying, hey, we will not be denied. You want to bring in a little twisted system? We're not going to take it, right? I mean, that's just how you have to – that's the mindset you almost have to have, and that's the mantra. And it can be done because we've seen it in this league this year. We've seen where the teams that are, quote-unquote, the avowed go against the disavowed, and good things happen. I mean, it happened on more than one occasion to the Bills, who everybody would argue every year, reigning NFL MVP, Josh Allen. Who is going to stop them? They got beat up by the Atlanta Falcons, and the Atlanta Falcons can't find a game either.
The only problem with this, Max, and I don't disagree with your theory, the only problem is I used this theory last Friday going into the Seattle game of crazier things have happened, and it didn't go very well. But also, Wolf, Max just said either, and he's from the East Coast.
That's right.
So does this prove your point?
Yes, of course it does.
Right.
Either
This is
or
a setup
right now. Speaking of turnovers, how about this right now? The San Francisco 49ers are 6-4 on the season, and they're -8 in the turnover column. -8, Max. There's only one other team that is worse than that in the National Football League. How is that possible?
I mean, that just means you are scoring every other opportunity that you're not turning it over. I mean,
I've never seen that, man. -8.
That's a wild stat. That is a super wild stat.
You're leaving out who the only team that's worse is. It's the Jets.
Yeah.
I mean,
they're -10, correct?
Yes, but the Jets are also not good. San Francisco's 6-4.
It's unbelievable to me.
But the Jets can win a game.
Can I just? I'm going to say something. I'm going to say something that I rarely say, especially in the NFL level. To be 6-4 when you're -8, it speaks to coaching. To me, it does. Somehow, some way that you have kept this team together when you're -8. You have given the ball away 15 times. 10 picks and 5 fumbles. You've given the ball away 15 times. And your defense has only taken the ball away, I say only, 7 times. But still, you stop and think about that. Man, to keep with all the injuries the 49ers have had, and then to hear those numbers, and there is not a metric, there is not a stat you can look at that could predict your win-loss total better than turnover margin as far as I'm concerned.
No, there isn't. And like you said, by traditional sense, if you're in the negative category and you're as high as 8, normally your record's inversed or even worse. And the fact that, like you said, San Francisco coming in with a -8, 6-4,
unheard of.
It's pretty remarkable. It's remarkable to say the least. But that means there's also opportunities there. That means that they do give the ball away. So if you're the Arizona Cardinals, you're licking your chops and saying, we now have to take advantage of that. And it comes back to the first thing I said at the beginning of the show when we were talking about it, Wolf. If you can possess the football and establish a run game and try and control the time of possession, you couple that with turnovers, and that's your best way or best avenue to victory if you're the Arizona Cardinals.
Yep.
And I think that's what you kind of have to focus in on this week is reestablishing the run with this offensive line and making it as simple as possible. And, guys going to have to grow up. It's put up or shut up time for the offensive line as well. And this would be a great statement game to get back in the hunt and, like you said, get back in that positive category and erase the losing streak and get back into the win column.
Max, just because you kind of alluded to this earlier, and I know you cover and watch a lot of college football, I know this is 8 steps down the line, but there seems to be this growing sense, even more so than it was a week ago when we talked to you, that the Cardinals are going to part ways with Kyler Murray at the end of the year. If they do that, is there a college quarterback that you've seen this season where you're like, man, that would be great? Because it just doesn't seem like there's any sort of consensus, and that might be a good thing. If the Cardinals are picking like 14th, they might be able to get the guy they want there if they go down that path.
Yeah, I mean, there's no clear-cut guy right now. I mean, let's just be honest. This season has been kind of up and down as well. I mean, you can look at Mendoza in Indiana. I mean, Drew Aller's injured for Penn State. Cade Klubnik, well, the Clemson Tigers look like they got declawed. And so, then they're saying, obviously, Arch Manning needs to just go ahead and just commit to staying for another year. It's just, whether it's with Texas, whether he goes elsewhere, I don't know. But, he doesn't look like a finished product. Sayan as well might be your best pure passer. But, and then Ty Simpson, I mean, there's good quarterbacks. There's no great quarterbacks. I think, this year especially, it's going to be beauty is in the eye of the beholder because none of these quarterbacks that come out will be unblemished.
Yeah.
And none of them are going to be super skilled. I mean, you could probably see a year like last year where you're stretching to find a guy that you really like and trying to adjust for it. And I would even argue that's probably the talent's a little bit less than the guys that came out a year ago. So it's one of those things, and this is the crapshoot of it all. You can plan for next year's draft, but until you know who's actually coming out and who's staying, it's tough to really make those decisions. And we'll see how things come down from the NCAA. There's a rule coming out that potentially, you could say that it's going to be a 5 years total college career for guys. JUCO and Division I included, where you could play just 5 years flat, no medical waivers, no nothing, because right now you have the JUCO rule, which says that JUCO doesn't count, and then you can go into your 4 years, and then all of these different medical waivers. So now they're trying to streamline and make it just 5 set years for college. So there's going to be some shifts in the legislation. So it's going to be very interesting to see how they deal with that.
Max, always great to talk to you, buddy. Thank you so much.
My pleasure, guys. Y'all take care.
All right, you too. That's Max Starks joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. Just really quick on Fernando Mendoza, Wolf, and this kind of speaks to this quarterback class. A year ago, not a lot of people were talking about him. He was at Cal, 16 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. The year before, 14 and 10. And all of a sudden this year, he's the Heisman favorite. So I'm wary of a lot of these quarterbacks, but I will say this, because I know this is important to Cardinals fans. He is 6'5", if you wanted to go down that
path. Is there
path.
a Jackson Dart out there? Oh, I'm sorry.
All right, when we come back to baseball, Mike Hazen spoke on the Ketel Marte rumors. We'll get you what he said next and get you our reaction on what that exactly means now for the Diamondbacks moving forward. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Allen left wing. He'll drive to the basket. Euro step in the lane. The layup goes, and Grayson Allen has a new career high 42 on the night.
The Suns visit Dallas to see what Cooper Flag is all about. Pregame tonight at 5:30, 6:30 tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Rick, what do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat, if you don't mind? That's what I'm talking about. Oh, it's the Black Friday sale, and it's on at Brooklyn Betting right now. That's right. That's right, Basinonians. Brooklyn Betting is celebrating Black Friday with 30% off everything in store and online now through November 30th. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, through November 30th. We're talking mattresses, sheets, pillows, everything you need for the best sleep ever is at Brooklyn Betting. So here's what you do. You get on over to one of Brooklyn Betting's 12 Basin locations, and you tell them Wolf sent you for the Black Friday sale at Brooklyn Betting. We, the Wu Fan Clan, we love our Brooklyn Sedona Hybrid Classic from Brooklyn Betting. Head on over to brooklynbetting.com for the best sleep ever. You got to get the best mattress ever, and that's at Brooklyn Betting. Go to brooklynbetting.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
When it comes to Redbirds, your favorite team may dominate the gridiron, but Redbird Farms chicken rules the roost in flavor. With hand-cut, antibiotic-free, cage-free, vegetarian-fed chicken, Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Our standards exceed the highest industry norms for quality. Find Redbird Farms chicken at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns here to tell you about huge Thanksgiving savings happening right now at Liberty GMC. If you've been waiting for the perfect time to upgrade your truck, this is it. Get $12,250 off an all-new 2026 Sierra 1500 or $7,250 off the Sierra Heavy Duty with a great selection in stock. For the best Thanksgiving savings of the season, visit Liberty GMC in Peoria or shop online anytime at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hey, it's Gambo, and Christian Brothers is celebrating 50 years in business right here in Arizona. And yes, they are making $50 worth something again. You can get a $50 electrical inspection, which includes a full panel and circuit safety check, the GFCI and outlet testing to prevent hazards, an inspection for outdated or overloaded wiring, and a detailed report with safety upgrades and energy-saving suggestions. All you have to do is go to cbrothers.com or call 602-222-3535.
It's game time at Casino Arizona with Tailgate Touchdown. Win cash, prizes, or drive off in a brand new 2026 Chevy Silverado. Join us for weekly drawings every Wednesday in November for your chance to win prizes and earn entries into the grand prize drawing. Then, on November 26th, 8 lucky winners will have a shot at up to $10,000 or the ultimate tailgating machine, a 2026 Silverado. Details at CasinoArizona.com. Casino Arizona, uniquely Arizona.
Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker and Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals are gearing up for the San Francisco 49ers, and earlier today, head coach Jonathan Gannon announced that wide receiver Marvin Harrison Jr. will be out after having appendicitis surgery. The Phoenix Suns go for their 4th straight win tonight in Dallas against Cooper Flagg, and the Mavericks tip-off is at 6:30, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Suns will once again be without Jalen Green. He has a right hamstring strain and will be reevaluated in 4 to 6 weeks. And ASU football is getting ready for Saturday's game against West Virginia, but star wideout Jordan Tyson will not play for the Sun Devils. This report is brought to you by Parker and Sons. We're looking for the next student athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today.
Hey, it's Gambo. Can the Phoenix Suns pounce on a limping Dallas Mavericks team and make it 4 wins in a row? We'll get you ready for the game on today's Burns and Gambo show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Well, speaking of YouTube, I'm looking at the YouTube live chat. Some good stuff on here. A lot of people pointing out, like David pointed out, wide receiver is a must-get this offseason for the Cardinals.
Yeah.
People talking about Bradley Beal, who is out for the year. There are some people agreeing with Rick about the NBA draft lottery.
Oh.
And Rick, I don't know, are you on YouTube or just our reaction on YouTube?
I'm on YouTube.
Okay. All right.
There it is, Rick. Boy, I love that. The tinfoil hat.
Yeah, I have my tinfoil hat on
Yes.
because I think the NBA draft lottery is rigged. It's pretty much the only conspiracy theory I actually believe in.
Yeah.
I got to say, most people, when they get the tinfoil hat, they bring it to a point. I don't know why.
Yeah.
And I saw Aaron bring him a bunch of foil during one of the breaks, and Rick had to make it on the fly. That's a different looking one. Looks like you have a giant baguette on your head.
I tried my best to do the whole point thing. It didn't really work.
This is
You
better.
know what, though? It looks legit.
Yeah. This is a professional looking operation.
You've got to keep that, Rick. You got to put that in the back, and nobody's going to touch it.
I think you just wear it out in public.
I think I might just put it in your closet back there.
Don't do that.
What?
I think you should tape it to your hair and just go out.
You should just put it out there with a note on it. Do not touch.
I think if he puts that out, nobody's going to touch it.
Yeah.
It's just, it looks,
I think people will just be like, "Why is there a tinfoil hat?"
But it doesn't. Rick, I don't even know. I don't know what the.
Yeah, just put Rick's hat on it or something like that. Because all I know is I would never touch anything that somebody put on their head.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's.
What if there's a hair on it or something like that?
Well, if you've literally put on the fan hat after I've worn it.
Yeah, that's true.
Wolf looks.
I think I did it for the show.
Openly disgusted at that realization.
I think That's right. You have had the fan hat on, and I have put it on. I have to admit. Okay, where are we going in this beautiful part of the program?
Well, actually, where we're going is I've got some Mike Hazen audio from yesterday. He was on.
Pass me the barf bag.
The barf bag looks a lot like Rick's hat and the pumpkin pie that Rick was eating earlier this week.
Barf into the tinfoil hat.
This is Mike Hazen on MLB Network yesterday, talking about Ketel Marte's availability this offseason.
We get asked about all of our best players. We have a lot of really good players on our team, and we're the team the way we're constructed. Teams call us all the time and ask about those guys, and a lot of times they're like, hey, I know you probably won't talk about it, but we want to express interest. So that's what's happened so far this offseason. It's happened every year since we've had him and all the other good players we have, and we'll see where the conversations go beyond that, but I'd say it's mostly unlikely for that stuff to happen.
Do you think that Mike Hazen has received 26, 27 phone calls in regard to Ketel Marte?
I would say if he hasn't received that many, it's because some teams think there's no chance.
Yeah.
That's it. I think if...
Wouldn't you just do it out of curiosity if you were a general manager?
Just sit around, take a Tuesday in the offseason and be like, I'm going to call every team about their best players and see how many of them hang up on me in the moment. I feel like if Ketel Marte was available, like if the Diamondbacks were actively shopping him, pretty much every team would line up for him, except the ones that are just there to be minor league teams for the Yankees and Dodgers and Mets at the bottom of the standings.
Okay, so Bob Nightingale released a story, and we had the opportunity to talk to Bobby as well, right? Mm-hmm. A friend of the program, ladies and gentlemen. And, he was saying that that, to me, is a shot over the bow. Now, again, he wasn't saying that. I'm saying what he told us, that the Diamondbacks had motivation to actually move Ketel Marte, that right there is, to me, this is how an organization lets everybody know this could happen. And by the way, it's legitimate. We're releasing it through a story, and we're not, Mike Hazen didn't come on and say, there's no way we're trading Ketel Marte. There's no way. He didn't do that. So once again, this is the way that the league works. This is the way that general managers also use the press to release stories and drum up some interest. Hey, by the way, if you're thinking of a second baseman, if you're thinking of Ketel Marte, you might be able to acquire him.
If you're
for
a contender, there's pretty much no better second baseman you could go try to get right now. I mean,
switch hitter.
Yeah, I mean, it's just won the Silver Slugger again this year at that position. Look, you're talking about a guy who, and Bob Nightingale brought this up with us when he was on yesterday. Part of the motivation is obviously everything that happened last year with him taking days off and asking for days off, kind of more than most guys would at very inopportune times, and sort of not even really telling everybody what he was going to do after the All-Star break for a couple games. And if you remember at that time, there were a lot of Diamondbacks that didn't want to leave Arizona, that knew if they kept losing games, the trade deadline was going to force them to lose Arizona, and that's what happened. So, it seemed like it was an issue. Now, I'll say it seemed like that issue went away, at least in terms of their performance on the field, when he kind of apologized. He did apologize for it, and it seemed like maybe it got talked out. So I'm still hoping there's a way they've worked this out behind the scenes where he's not going to get special treatment with that, and they just keep Ketel Marte. But the other part of the motivation that Bob Nightingale was talking about was he signed for another 5 years, and he's 32 years old.
Yeah.
And once we get to the start of this upcoming season, he has the 10-5 rights.
10-5 right.
And you can't trade him after. I mean, you can, but he can veto anything. So if you were going to trade him, which I don't want to do, you would want to do it before April.
Yeah. So you're saying you do not want to trade Ketel Marte.
I'm operating under the assumption they've got stuff worked out behind the scenes.
Yeah.
It can't be the way it was, obviously, because that was clearly causing some sort of rift in the room. But if they've gotten that worked out, I don't want to keep trading offense away. And I know, and Hazen even kind of alluded to this in one of his comments to Burns and Gambo, any trade they make might be for pitching. He said this to us, too, when we had him on the show every other week throughout the season. I just get nervous trading for pitching because every pitcher gets hurt.
Okay, so what would be the contingency plan here if, in fact, you do trade Ketel Marte? What would it be? Blaze Alexander? Blaze Alexander gets kicked over to second to play second base, and suddenly Jordan Lawler is your third baseman.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you you would see the Diamondbacks doing?
I think that's got to be it, right? I mean, I'm hoping if you really did trade him, and I know they want pitching.
Yes.
So I'm hoping you would get a pretty top-flight pitcher if I'm trading Ketel Marte.
Oh, my goodness.
But I'm also hoping, I know Hunter Green's name has been thrown around a bit. He's been really good the last 2 years. I'm hoping I would get more than just that pitcher, though. Like, maybe I would get a second-base prospect or an infield prospect. I don't know. I mean, I feel like if you do that, and it might be the, quote, right thing to do. I mean, only they know behind the scenes if this is still going to be a problem. But I think you are kind of taking a step back going into next season when you also factor in that you're not going to have Corbin Burns and A.J. Puck and Justin Martinez to start the year. So, but it might be the right thing to do. If you don't think Ketel's the answer here long term,
yeah,
I mean, you are going to be, I don't want to say stuck with because he's a great player, but in 5 years it might not be a great player.
Yeah, it makes so much sense, though. You're kind of like, well, we really don't know. We're going to be fine if Ketel Marte stays here. We're going to be absolutely fine. But let's find out what somebody would actually give us for this guy. And then we'll check that box if we have to.
You want all the information.
You want it all. Why wouldn't you do it?
You should do it. And you're because you're weighing what you know behind the scenes. I'm sure they've talked to Torrey. I'm sure they've talked to his teammates. And they've talked amongst themselves. So you have that information. You need to know if the Yankees are like, yeah, we grossly overpay. Like, you want to know that. Or the Mariners, because every trade ends up being with the Mariners anyway, and he would just go back to Seattle. Yeah. Operation Santa Claus is back. Every $20 donation gets you an entry for your shot at autographed gear or premier tickets from your favorite teams. Things like autographed items from Randy Johnson, Larry Fitzgerald, Budda Baker, Gonzo, Lourdes Gurriel Jr., and more. Text DONATE to 620-620 now through Friday. Again, donate to 620-620. It's Operation Santa Claus presented by Sanderson Ford. When we come back, how is Jacoby Brissett feeling as he looks to bounce back from that Seahawks game against San Francisco this weekend? We'll react to what the Cardinals quarterback just said. Next, it's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This Friday, the second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament, presented by Sanderson Ford and benefiting Operation Santa Claus. The more you give to the clause by texting the word donate to 620-620, the greater your chance to win awesome autographed merch and experiences that you can't get anywhere else.
The final boss of prizes?
It's a baseball autographed by World Series champ Luis Gonzalez, a jersey signed by World Series champ and Baseball Hall of Famer Randy Johnson, plus a football signed by Cardinals great, future NFL Hall of Famer Larry Fitzgerald. See you at Dink and Dine Pickle Park, Mesa Riverview this Friday. More info at arizonasports.com. Click on contest. Message and date rates may apply.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
Feed a family, make a kid happy, and win a new car.
It's the 25th anniversary of ABC 15's Operation Santa Claus, presented by Sanderson Ford, Sanderson Lincoln, and U-Haul. Make a donation of food, new toys, child-sized clothing, or money, and you could win a new Ford F-150 Super Crew truck or a Lincoln Corsair SUV. The more you donate, the more chances you have to win. All donations benefit St. Mary's Food Bank, Military Assistance Mission, Southwest Research and Resource Center, Special Olympics Arizona, and the New Life Center. Bring your donations to Sanderson Ford, Sanderson Lincoln, select U-Haul locations, or make a donation online. For more info, go to givetotheclaus.com.
Sanderson Ford, Lincoln, and ABC 15.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
It matters who your lawyer is. At Berg Simpson, we truly care about the quality of work we do, that fair compensation is given, and that our clients are getting the best possible representation. We're always working hard and are committed to doing everything we can to give our clients the best opportunity to have a great result. We're proud of that, and it shows.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Low T, start for free. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Add a GLP-1 medication for just $149 and say goodbye to that belly fat for good. Don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. Fix your low T with no startup fee and add a GLP for just $149 only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Thursday morning. No Marv for the Cardinals on Sunday. Can they overcome another loss at the receiver position? We'll get into it starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, final segment of the show. Wolf and Luke on a Wednesday. I know Chester Bennington's about to yell here, so I'm not going to try and really talk over it. But
it's just a good song, isn't that, brothers?
Yeah. Their second album. It's very good.
It's very good.
Rick, you can't turn it down now.
Just pop that thing on.
All right, Jacoby Brissett.
This is after every wedge bust. I've become so numb. Oh, it felt so good. Oh!
You should do a dramatic reading of Linkin Park lyrics in the form of a wedge bust.
It did feel so good. Can you imagine?
That would be probably
the
a pretty
freedom as you drifted about.
Just how many people? What do you think is the most players you hit on one play? If you had to ballpark it.
Well, I mean, typically, once again, when you're busting a wedge, you want to get 2.
Okay.
Okay.
Like a bowling ball going through.
Yeah, rarely did anyone.
Thank you to all wedge busters out there.
Thank
you, wedge busters.
I saw one guy get 3. All right, one guy, and it was because the third guy basically blocked himself and just fell into the pile. Okay, you couldn't get more than 2
the elusive
on a regular basis.
3 hits on one wedge bust. Jacoby Brissett speaking today. This has kind of gone back to normal since it's a Wednesday. We know who the Cardinals starting quarterback is this week. It is Jacoby Brissett. And he talked about all the injuries that are going on with this team right now.
You start to get away from football and you just want guys to be healthy, a lot of unfortunate things. But, it's exciting for the other guys that get a chance to step up and excited to go out there and play with those guys. And, that's how I got to where I am right now, is playing right now is because of an injury, and I know those guys are ready to pick up that slack is not the right word, but pick up the intensity and the focus and and do the job that they need to do to help us win.
Yeah, he has an interesting perspective on this because on the one hand, I'm sure he's looking around being like, hey, is there anybody left I can throw the football to or hand it off to? But on the other hand, as he just said, this is how he ended up starting this season in the first place. They didn't bench Kyler Murray. He got hurt. Jacoby stepped in and then took the job and ran with it until this past Sunday.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about this earlier, but I want to see Jacoby Brissett get the ball out of his hand a little bit quicker. I want to see design plays the quick game. I want to see that. It used to be called a 3-step drop, where you'd go ahead base their needs and put a quarterback under center and snap it. 1, 2, 3, boom! Ball came out. 1, 2, 3. Well, they can still do that, of course, from the shotgun. And I'd like to see that a little bit more of the quick game evolve a bit. It's great Jacoby Brissett can throw the ball down the field, and does. I mean, chunk throws. That's all we were talking about in regard to Kyler. Wanted to see more chunk throws down the field. It's great. Jacoby Brissett has done a wonderful job of that. But there are some plays you'd like to see that ball get out quicker. And I think that's something that the Arizona Cardinals can really work on and try to do, especially out of 11 personnel, maybe in rundown situation. 1 back, 1 tight end, 3 wide receivers, and also be able to run the ball. The 49ers defense is not great. We were talking about this earlier as well. They're right in the middle of the pack for the most part, or below. Right in the middle of the pack or below. Below average in the NFL. And I think the Arizona Cardinals are going to be able to move the ball.
Trey McBride, 12 career touchdowns. We were talking about this earlier in the week. 5 of them have come in the last 4 weeks with Jacoby Brissett. So, I mean, a guy that has always looked like he would be one of the best red zone threats in the league. He's producing like that now with Jacoby Brissett. You know, as we said, 5 touchdowns. He had 2 more called back in the last 4 weeks. And then the third one, he was held in the end zone. I mean, he's not that far from 8 touchdowns in the last 4 weeks. So Jacoby Brissett was asked why Trey McBride is so dangerous in the red zone.
I think it starts before he gets in the red zone, honestly. You know, I mean, he's just one of those players that it's football. Like, he's a football player, you know. It's hard to pick at his game and say he can do this better and this and that better, but I think he just does a lot of things right. You know, it's a lot of fun to go out there and compete with him. You know, I've become such a fan of him from afar when I wasn't playing, and then going out there and actually getting to play with him. You know, he's one of the best. You know what I mean? And he proves it day in and day out, week in and week out. And you know, I think the other teams know the strengths of his game, and they try to take it away, and he finds a way to fight through it.
Yeah, to fight through it. And when I think of Trey McBride, I think so much of Fred Warner and the fact that Fred Warner is not going to be playing. Fred Warner was a guy that would run with Trey McBride on some coverages. Fred Warner, of course, would be able to withstand and hold up against some of the better tight ends. Now, Trey McBride is really, really fleet of foot for the most part, a smaller, if you will, tight end in the league. But I look at the 49ers and their defense. Their interception rate is number 31 in the NFL. That's really, really bad. Their sacks per attempt, number 31 in the NFL. Really, really bad. Their third down defense, 20th in the NFL. That's not bad, but it's, again, below average for the most part. The Cardinals should be able to throw the ball in this game, but I think they're going to have to get the ball out of Jacoby Brissett's hand a little bit quicker.
Well, this is going to be a real test for Trey McBride, too, because he's about as consistent as it gets. If they are playing the best defense in the world, he still puts up numbers. If they are getting smoked like they were against Seattle, he still puts up numbers. I got to think everybody on San Francisco, their entire defensive game plan has to be focused on him right now, with no Marv and obviously no James Conner and no Trey Benson and no Zay Jones. Like, why wouldn't you focus everything on Trey McBride, force somebody else to beat you? All right, that's it for us today. Thanks to Rick behind the glass. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We've got Burns and Gambo coming up next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Peace and strength.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Grayson Allen is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo show, coming off of his Suns franchise record, 10 made three-pointers. Congratulations, man. That was an absolute blast to watch. You just joined us last week. We appreciate you kind of double-dipping with us.
Come back next week if you want.
It's open invitation. Whenever you want to come on the show, Grayson.
We got a job for you, too, when the career's over. If you want to do sports radio, we'll fit you in here somewhere.
I get 11 threes in one of these games coming up. I'll get back on the show.
Sounds good. Sounds like a plan.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com. It's literally the roof over our heads. I mean, I'm not sure what's more important as a homeowner. Don't we deserve the Arizona Roofing Contractor of the Year? America Roofing. Yep, America Roofing just earned, envelope please, the Arizona Roofing Contractor of the Year award. Hey, America Roofing recently put a new roof on Casa Calvisi. They're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. Family owned and operated for over a quarter century. Jake, Josh, Tracy, and 500 employees statewide. Home or business, repair or replace, licensed, bonded, and insured. America Roofing was referred to me, and now I refer them to all my family and friends. Again, it's the roof over our biggest investment, and it's real easy to schedule a free check at americaroofingco.com. Make sure you're ready for the winter rain, summer heat, monsoon storms. That's why America Roofing says we've got you covered. Arizona's roofing experts, plus save 12% at americaroofingco.com.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
In football, the best teams rise to the top. In medicine, the same is true. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is consistently ranked among the nation's best in brain and spine care. From game day concussions to the most complex neurological conditions, Barrow delivers world-class expertise right here in Arizona. When it comes to your brain, your spine, your future, you want the very best on your side. Barrow Neurological Institute. It matters where you get your care. Visit barrowneuro.org.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I've been asked many times how Morgan & Morgan became the largest injury firm in the world. I think I know. When someone comes to us for an on-the-job injury, we have a huge workers' compensation practice. But many times we find a defective product that was responsible for that injury. Luckily for them, we have a product liability section headed by my son, Mike. In addition to the comp case, there's a product case too. Other times, the injured worker is fired or harassed for bringing that claim. We have them covered. Our employment lawyers handle retaliation claims as well as wage theft and discrimination cases, and in some cases need to file for Social Security benefits. No problem. We became big for a reason. 30% of our new cases come as referrals from former clients. Hiring us is easy. Go to forthepeople.com on your mobile device or computer, or call Pound Law on your cell, pound 529. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker and Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals are gearing up for the San Francisco 49ers, and earlier today, head coach Jonathan Gannon announced that wide receiver Marvin Harrison Jr. will be out after having appendicitis surgery. The Phoenix Suns go for their fourth straight win tonight in Dallas against Cooper Flagg and the Mavericks. Tip-off is at 6:30, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Suns will once again be without Jalen Green. He has a right hamstring strain and will be reevaluated in 4 to 6 weeks. And ASU football is getting ready for Saturday's game against West Virginia. Star wideout Jordan Tyson will not play for the Sun Devils. This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Get Black Friday deals all month long at Freeway Chevrolet off the I-10 and Ray Road. Chevrolet, let's drive. Together, let's drive.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up 2 o'clock on this Wednesday afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo.
Burnsy, what's going on?
Luke asked me during his show, during one of the commercial breaks, if I was yelling a little extra loudly to get the frustration of Arizona sports off my chest. Never really thought of it that way, but perhaps that might be possible.
It's hard.
It's really hard right now.
It's hard to be. Listen, I've lived here. Believe it or not, almost half my life has been here.
Mm-hmm.
I moved to Arizona when I was 30 years old. I'll be 29 on Thanksgiving Day. 59. I'll be 59 on Thanksgiving Day. So I'll have spent 30 years in what?
You just said 29.
29. I know. 29.
Wait, what?
I will be 59.
The whole show just
I went backwards, yeah. I don't know my age either. At least I know where to park today.
At least there's that.
I parked in the right spot today.
You remembered your backpack, which is
I
a
remember the
miracle in
backpack,
of itself. Yeah.
So 30 years in New York, 29 years here. Like, it is hard to be an Arizona sports fan. It's hard.
Right now it is. You said it yesterday at some point off the air. Thank God the Suns are 6-5, right? I mean,
thank God
they're 6-5 and they're playing an entertaining brand of basketball.
Love watching them play.
Because I almost, and I know the word literally gets used way too much in today's culture. I literally could not believe the news that I read today when I got back from the gym, which is our top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
A couple updates here real quick. Barron came in Monday after the game. He's in concussion protocol. We already talked about Zay Jones going to IR. Simi Fajoko's going to go to IR. Marvin, 2 nights ago, or 1 night, 2 nights ago, had surgery, appendicitis, so he's going to be out. And Mac Wilson with the ribs will be out. Everybody else, you guys will see that report today. Varying levels of each guy, what they're working through.
I know what you're doing over there. I can see it. I hope you're watching on YouTube because here it comes. Here it comes. That's the most pathetic white flag I've ever seen in my life. But Gambo, first of all, who walks around in their backpack with a white flag ready to wave it at any moment? What is it? Okay, the flag is a napkin, is a white napkin. What is
This is part of the Reaper thing that I had.
Oh, okay.
And I had it in my bag and I forgot to put it out. I give up. I give up. Enough's enough. I'm waving the white flag on YouTube. I'm waving it if you're watching on YouTube. I'm done. I'm done. Mercy. Mercy.
It's funny.
Mercy, please.
We laugh to keep
Mercy.
from crying. I'm so happy that I can't stop crying.
He knew what I was doing before I did it.
Because he's hiding behind the monitor. I'm like, what is he doing with the napkin? What is he doing? Oh, he's making his own little white flag over there, and he's going to wave
That 29-year-old is very inventive in the chair next to you.
He is, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, first of all, he's going backwards. He's like Benjamin Button over here, going backwards in age, and he's very creative with the supplements that he has in his bag. Who knew? What else you got there? You got a wide receiver in there, maybe? You got something like that you can spare?
A trade for a starting pitcher? Well, that malfunctioned quickly.
Seriously. Give me... Yeah. And he had an empty pill bottle, which, again, tells you everything you need to know about being an Arizona sports fan. Shake that pill bottle, Gamble.
This one's empty.
Yeah, it makes... Okay.
That's because there's no support coming for anyone.
Dude, seriously, he carries around a white flag and an empty pill bottle. What else do you need to know? I mean, that's it, right? Good night, everybody. Thanks for listening. Bye. Holy crap. No, I mean, look, we march forward, and so do the Cardinals. And now the Cardinals, and Jonathan Gannon was asked if this is just a 1 week thing with Marv.
Is Marv a 1 week thing, you think?
We'll see.
Okay, not a lot there. All the guys getting banged up.
Is this normal, Coach? Each season you get to this point, guys are just getting banged up and banged up.
Yeah, it's life.
Oh no!
Wow.
He went on to say, quote, "It's life in the NFL. It's our job to put a plan together and get ready to go out and compete and win. That's the job," close quote. And it is. And so yesterday, I was thinking about that after we all got bashed in the face with a frying pan with the news that Marvin Harrison Jr. was going to be out, Mack Wilson Sr. was going to be out. Now Baron Browning's in concussion protocol, and you look at the wide receiver room and you just think who? You think who and you think how, and you're trying to figure out how it's going to work. I thought to myself yesterday, we were talking about how, and I think I had you on board, about how this is one of the biggest non-playoff implication games Jonathan Gannon has ever coached in his life, right? There are so many questions swirling about the state of this football team that even though the playoffs aren't on the table, I felt like yesterday, before we knew all this news, obviously, that this was a very important game for Jonathan Gannon to coach well in, and this was a very important game for the Cardinals to win in. Now, Gambo, between white flags and empty pill bottles, I don't know what to think anymore. I don't even know if they can win this weekend against San Francisco.
Yeah.
I
don't think so.
Look at the wide receiver.
I
don't even know if I'm allowed to set that bar out there for Jonathan Gannon anymore.
Who you throwing to?
Right.
I mean, who you throwing to? I mean, it's just it's you know what it is? In a nutshell, a completely lost season. Just a loss. Sometimes you have a lost year for a player.
Yeah.
Sometimes you have a lost year for a player, right? It's just last year was a lost year for Darius Robinson, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
It was a lost year for Corbin Burns, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
I mean, that's just what happens. Sometimes you just have a lost year for a guy. This is a lost year for a team.
Mm-hmm.
The whole season's a lost year.
Yeah.
Like, flush it. It's done. Like, it couldn't have been worse than it is.
Yeah.
Like, you feel like, okay, you're going to have a top pick in the draft. The team's, they're going to win 5 games, maybe 6 at tops. But, yeah, they're just a lot has happened. And injuries and everything and losing close games. They battled their asses off and they lost a lot of close football games. You feel for them, but you almost feel like this is just a lost year.
Yeah, it made me laugh because I was our colleague over at The Athletic, Doug Howler, who's obviously a very tremendous writer. We cite his work a lot, tweeted out a few hours ago exactly what you just said. He tweeted out, "What a season in Arizona. James Conner lost for the season. Walter Nolan, Garrett Williams missing significant time. The struggles of the offensive line. The loss to Tennessee and everything that happened in the loss to Tennessee with Amari and then Gannon and Amari. Kyler Murray and the quarterback drama. Marvin Harrison Jr. appendicitis. And you still have 8 games left this season. And so now I know what the assignment is still for Jonathan Gannon, and I know he would say, hey, look, I got to go out there and win games. We got to go out there and win games. Nobody cares. We're going to battle. We're going to fight. We're going to compete. At this point, I don't even know anymore what the target should be for the Cardinals. I don't even know, is it wins? Is it playing hard? Is it?
I want the best draft pick I can get.
I don't know what it should be, or is it just Lose every game and get the best draft pick you can get. And
it is. But people don't want to admit that.
I know. It's just because you know why.
But it is.
There's 8 games left in the season.
I know.
Half the season. It's such a hard thing to say.
Give me 3 and 14.
And just
for the right reasons, though, not the wrong reasons. For the right reasons.
So
give me 3 and 14.
Don't win a game the rest of the season.
I mean, what the hell? What's the difference between? You know what the difference is between 3 wins and 5 wins? A better draft pick.
I know.
It's
just
so
such a long
I'm saying this
way to go.
for the. But where are we going?
I know. I understand what you're saying. It's just it's depressing to think it.
Yes.
It's depressing to say it. And as real as it might be, as real as it might need to be, it's also, my God, there's still 8 games left this season, and we're there. I mean, Marvin Harrison Jr., Teo Mackey over at AZ Central kind of looked up as best he could guys who have had emergency appendicitis surgeries in the middle of the season. 2 weeks, 3 weeks. You might miss a couple games. You might miss 3 games. And not that he's the difference between winning and losing, but my goodness.
So is this a lost season for him? Another year of not, living up to expectation? He wasn't on pace for 1,000 yards anyway.
Depends on how he does when he gets back, right? And so now your wide receivers, Michael Wilson is now your number 1 wide receiver for this game. Greg Dortch is your 2. Xavier Weaver is your 3. Andre Baccellia, Tejon Palmer, Jalen Brooks, who they just signed the practice
guys
squad,
have to step up.
Who are available.
Guys have to step up. That's it. Your opportunity. Take advantage of it.
We have to see how they fight. We have to see how they do.
I mean, these are football players in the NFL. They got here for a reason. Okay, they earned it. They earned the opportunity to be an NFL player. These guys don't suck. They don't suck. They're good players. They got to step up. It may not be as good as Marvin Harrison Jr., but they're good football players, and they've got to step up and do the job right now.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, the Suns are in Dallas to take on a different kind of flag, Cooper flag. Not a white flag, but Cooper flag. I like that, Lauren. Good job, Lauren. We'll preview that game next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Allen left wing. He'll drive to the basket. Euro step in the lane. The layup goes, and Grayson Allen has a new career high 42 on the night.
The Suns visit Dallas to see what Cooper Flag is all about. Pre-game tonight at 5:30, 6:30 tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, back here for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. The Thanksgiving season deals are happening now at Liberty GMC. You do not have to wait for Thanksgiving weekend. You don't have to wait for Black Friday. You don't have to wait for anything like that. Right now, you can lease an all-new 2026 Hummer EV SUV 2X for just $969 a month, or purchase and get $92.50 off of that Hummer EV SUV 2X all month long. It's some of the best deals of the savings, best deal of the season, I should say, going on right now with Black Friday coming up and those deals happening all month long. You can also lease a 2026 GMC Terrain for just $279 a month for 36 months, or you can buy it and save $42.50. It's all right now at Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
2 of the Valley's trusted HVAC and plumbing companies are now one. Hayes Cooling and Heating and Orangutan Home Services are now service experts. Celebrate with a $99 AC Precision Tune-Up. Call 866-EXPERTS or visit serviceexperts.com. License details online.
It's the Black Friday sale, and it's on at Brooklyn Bedding. That's right, Basinonians. Brooklyn Bedding is celebrating Black Friday with 30% off everything in-store and online now through November 30th. We're talking mattresses, sheets, pillows, everything you need for the best sleep ever at Brooklyn Bedding. So here's what you do. Get on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the Black Friday sale at Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, you got to get the best mattress ever, and that's at Brooklyn Bedding.
When I answered the phone in the middle of the night, I heard the words no one is ever prepared for. Your husband is gone. This is Deb, owner of RJP Estate Planning. When my husband passed, life changed forever for me and my daughters. And what followed was unimaginable. Unexpected claims and disputes from people trying to take what wasn't theirs. But I had 2 things on my side: a caring and competent team at RJP Estate Planning and my living trust that ensured no one could take what was rightfully mine. Let RJP help protect your family, just as we've helped over 40,000 Arizona families since 1995. And if you're 60 or over, you can save 60% on a living trust.
To save 60% on a living trust, call 480-576-5457 by November 13th. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457. That's the sound of fun. All across the valley, families are discovering their new favorite game, pickleball. At Just Pickle Courts, we design and build custom pickleball courts for homes, clubs, and communities. Beautiful, durable, and made for connection. For a free quote, visit justpicklecourts.com/radio. That's justpicklecourts.com/radio.
Justpicklecourts.com. Design, build, play, pop, pop, every day.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO. Thanksgiving's coming up, and that means a lot of us are about to hit the road to go see family. I want to make sure your vehicles are ready. Nothing ruins pumpkin pie faster than sitting on the side of the road broken down. We recommend checking your fluids, brakes, tires, battery, and especially your transmission. Cold weather can be tough on your car, so a quick inspection now can save you a lot of hassle and money later. Makes sense, right? AMCO specializes in transmissions, and we do total car care. Oil changes, tune-ups, brakes, the works. Right now, we have a Thanksgiving road trip special. Just go to AMCOArizona.com. That's AMCOArizona.com and get all the details. It's the perfect way to get your car road trip ready. Don't you love it? Peace of mind, and you get to grandma's on time. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Hey, Arizona contractors and homeowners. Pioneer Landscape Centers now carry irrigation supplies, and we're celebrating at select locations. From turf to stone, we're your go-to for top-quality landscape and hardscape materials. Tap into more at pioneerco.com. That's pioneerco.com.
Hey, it's Luke. Will the surprising Suns be able to pull off their fourth straight win tonight in Dallas? We're talking Suns Mavericks tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Shouting out the audience in Glendale, joining us here at Arizona Sports 98.7, or if you are watching on the YouTube stream that we've got right now, you can subscribe to us on YouTube. You can watch our show whenever you want. Hello, YouTubers. Hello, anybody out there listening or watching at arizonasports.com if you're watching us in Glendale. Suns are in action tonight.
Can we just first, before we talk about them, talk about what a freaking bullet we dodged with Bradley Beal?
Yeah, Bradley Beal.
Give me a minute on Bradley Beal and the bullet that we dodged.
If you missed it, Bradley Beal is going to have hip surgery, and after meeting with multiple doctors, has decided that his season with the LA Clippers is done.
Done. He's over. Done. Season's over.
Not my problem anymore.
God.
Not my problem anymore.
Thank God. The Suns did the right thing. And it was a debate within the organization, but thank God they did the right thing and they got rid of Bradley Beal. Can you imagine if he was on this team right now and that happened? Thank goodness he's gone. Yeah. Just thank goodness.
Yeah, no. It's yeah.
That's it.
I have nothing else to add to that because
I know.
I don't wish any ill will towards the young man.
Me either.
I don't wish any harm to come his way. I want him, peace, joy, happiness, all those things. Like I don't have anything against him personally.
Yes,
I really don't know. I know that sounds a little.
It's true. No, it's true.
I
don't either. I don't wish any ill will on him and his family. No,
I don't.
I'm just happy he's not here.
I'm just glad this is not our situation to deal with.
Right.
I'm really, really glad about that.
I'm glad too. I'm glad they did the right thing. They did the right thing, and they bought him out and they got rid of him.
Anthony Davis is not going to play tonight for the Dallas Mavericks. He's out. We still, maybe Lauren can look for me. Still waiting to hear on Derek Lively. He was questionable. But I know Anthony.
I'll check on
Anthony
him.
Davis has been ruled out. Apparently, the owner of the Mavs has requested medical data indicating, what kind of risk Anthony Davis is at of aggravating his left calf strain. What do you got for me, Lauren?
Still questionable.
Still questionable for tonight's game. Okay.
For Derek Lively?
For Derek Lively.
Okay.
Yeah, but AD is out. He won't play. I think, for the Suns, I think what's interesting from their standpoint, this is a back-to-back for them. They've got the Indiana Pacers at home. Mark Williams is not on the injury report for the Suns tonight, which indicates he will play tonight.
Yes.
We don't know what that means tomorrow night on the second night of a back-to-back.
I wouldn't play him.
But
Lively will not play today.
He will not play. He's out.
No,
okay.
Lively will not play today.
So no Derek Lively either. He won't play. I'm assuming you haven't heard for sure that Mark Williams won't play tomorrow unless you have.
No, I was just checking on the lively stuff.
No, I know, but when I just want to clarify that when you said a second ago he shouldn't play tomorrow, you're not reporting
he should
that.
not play.
You're offering an opinion.
My opinion is he should not play tomorrow.
That's what I'm asking. I want to make sure we clarify that.
I think that they should bring him along slowly and not slowly, like let him play the minutes he's playing, but don't put too much wear and tear on him with back-to-backs right now. Not right now. The goal was always 60 to 65 games out of him. If they get that, they'd be very happy. So far, so good, knock on wood. But I'd be very careful with him. But, yes, what I'm hearing right now is I just checked on it, but Derek Lively will not play for the Mavs.
So I'll be curious to see what happens tomorrow, too. He only played 20 minutes the other night against the Pelicans, so they were able to manage his minutes really, really well with the blowout. But I would imagine, like you, he's probably not available for tomorrow just to kind of manage his minutes a little bit and manage the expectations. To be honest with you, the Indiana Pacers are not off to a very good start. The other thing to keep an eye on tonight, and then we're going to get to what Grayson Allen told us yesterday because it was really interesting. The other interesting thing about tonight with the Mavs is their first game since firing Nico Harrison. And some have asked the question, you know how when a team fires a coach, they get that little bump? Some have questioned whether the Mavericks are going to get that little bump that comes from finally doing the thing.
Just getting rid of him? Yeah, because every time you look at him, you're like, you traded Luka.
This team has been plagued, this organization has been plagued by fire Nico chants basically every single day since February when they traded Luka. Now that they're free of that, again, if you don't have AD and if you don't have Derek Lively, yeah, you got Cooper Flagg, but can you do anything about it? Are you good enough to play better now that your general manager has been fired? I don't know, but we do know in the NBA, in sports, you fire a coach, it's kind of reasonable to think you're going to get a short-term boost from that. I don't know if you're going to get a short-term boost from a GM the way you are a coach. I have no idea, but there are those who are asking that question, watching specifically to see, do they play freer tonight? More fun? Do they, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that, but people are asking the question.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. This is a great opportunity for the Phoenix Suns. They've looked very good so far. They play very hard. They're shooting the three very well. Mark Williams has been great. They got over 500 with that win against New Orleans the other day. They could get to 7-5. Nobody saw that coming. We're going to talk to Kellen Olson at 3, who had an incredible comment about how the West is maybe opening up a little bit for the Phoenix Suns. Who would have thought that after 11 games that we'd be talking about it? But it's a great conversation to have. But the Phoenix Suns are in a spot right now where you kind of feel like, okay, get this win against Dallas tonight, get the 7-5. This schedule's going to toughen up. I know it. You know it. You've gone through it. There's some brutal stretches here where they're not going to be favored to win any games. But the way they play, man, you better be ready. You better be ready to play them because they're going to play you hard.
3-8 Mavericks tonight. 1-10 Indiana Pacers tomorrow. It'd be nice for them to stack some wins. Here's Grayson Allen with us yesterday on this team being more competitive than it was a year ago.
It's so different. But I think if you just, going back to what I just said on this year's team, the group that we have now, we have to have that to win games. That has to be part of our identity. The group we had the last 2 years, with how much talent we had, how much firepower we had offensively, that didn't have to be part of our identity to win games. We can start off the season 8-1 or 9-1, whatever we did last year, and win games with the identity that we had because of the firepower and talent that was there. And things didn't work out for a lot of different reasons, but I think with the group that we have this year and with all the new guys that have come in, the rookies, the trades that we made, everyone is kind of building towards that same identity of we have to be a group that goes out there and fights together to win games, or else we're not going to be successful on the court.
Really interesting comment.
One of my favorite answers that I've ever gotten out of a player on anything. One of my favorite answers. That's our identity. Last year we had talent. Our talent could have gotten us back. But, now, basically saying, we don't have the same talent, so our identity has to be, we have to freaking play our asses off.
Yeah.
We got to play as hard as we can.
Yeah.
And I loved the answer. And he did it. And to Grayson Allen's credit, he did it without taking a blowtorch to the guys that were here last year.
No, we didn't.
He didn't, diss the coach or the players. He basically said that we don't have the same amount of talent. Our identity is we're going to play as hard as we can to win basketball games. We're going to do all the little things, and that's who we are now. And I loved the answer. Loved it.
Yeah, I did too. And I think in my mind, it triggers something we talked about right before the season started. In one of the previews that we read, somebody had mentioned, I think it might have been Kellen now that I think about it, somebody had mentioned that very same idea. No, it was Dwayne. It was Dwayne Rankin over at AZ Central who had said, look, this team is going to have to play with a tremendous amount of energy and a tremendous amount of spirit. Can they do that every night? Because it's exhausting playing like that every night, right? Like you have to play full throttle, standing on the pedal all the time. And in an 82-game NBA season, that's hard.
No,
right? It's hard to do that all the time.
I understand there's going to be games where they just don't have it. But most of the time, like if that's how your identity is made in the league, then yes, that's who you're going to be. And if that's the identity that they're establishing in the way they're going to play, that becomes who you are. But that becomes who, like you said, identity. That becomes who you are. The Suns don't have to sit there and wait for Kevin Durant to take the shot clock down to 3 seconds and then, put up a mid-range jump shot and try to score 38 or 40 every night. They're going to have to do things differently. But I do think that most nights you will see that. I don't think that effort is going to wane. I think most nights, there might be a time you played, you have 5 games in 7 days or something crazy, and there might be a game where you just don't have the juice.
Just out of gas. That's what I'm worried. I think there are going to be some nights
there'll be a couple.
where they just don't have the juice to do it. Right. To play at that level, that high of energy, I think it's just going to require a lot of juice. But so far, it was a really interesting comment from Grayson Allen yesterday. Coming up at 4:30. We're giving you the chance to win tickets to see the Cardinals take on the 49ers or the Jags. They clearly need you now more than ever, so be ready to call in and win. Listen at either 7:45 a.m. with Bickley and Murata, 11:30 a.m. with Wolf and Luke, 4:30 with us here on the Burns and Gambo Show for your chance to win today through Thursday. The Cattell-Marte conversation. Is he going to get moved this offseason? Gambo's got some info you're going to want to hear next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
This Friday, join us at Dink and Dine Pickle Park, Mesa Riverview for the 2nd annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament. You don't want to miss the great mascot matchup at noon, featuring our own Jared Carlin.
Oh, that's the best.
Yes, he is in fact the Arizona Sports mascot. So knock off work early and come hang out while players compete for the Golden Paddle and cash prize money. The 2nd annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament, presented by Sanderson Ford and benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Join us at Dink and Dine Pickle Park, Mesa Riverview this Friday. More info at ArizonaSports.com. Click on contests.
Progressive presents a testimonial of sorts.
Hey, slow down!
Oh, yeah? Well, you drive like my grandma. She's a very attentive and courteous driver who wears a seatbelt and always uses her turn signals. She's also a talented painter and has very low cholesterol. Not that that has anything to do with her drive. We just thought a more complete picture of who she is might be interesting. Anyway, have a nice day.
Safe driver? Get Snapshot from Progressive and get a personalized rate based on how you drive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents. Surcharge possible for unsafe driving.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Constipation with belly pain that keeps coming back and back and back. If your symptoms keep coming back, talk to your doctor. It could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C. Linzess could help you get ahead of it. Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center, and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
If our weather is better than our backyard, then it's time for California Pools and Landscape. Yep, time for Arizona's most awarded pool company, because it was time at Casa Galvisi. See our before and after photos, and we're not talking just a pool remodel, a stunning backyard makeover. We are so set for the glorious weather, and now it's your turn. Take advantage of the end of the year sale with savings up to $5,000. See our before and after photos and get your free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
At the Window Depot, builders and contractors don't wait weeks. You get what you need today. Factory direct windows, doors, cabinets, countertops. It's all in stock and ready to go at wholesale prices. Whether you're tackling a remodel or a multifamily project, we've got job site quantities and no membership required. Our windows are proudly manufactured and assembled in Arizona with small business service and big box selection. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Parker and Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker and Sons.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker and Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals are gearing up for the San Francisco 49ers, and earlier today, head coach Jonathan Gannon announced that wide receiver Marvin Harrison Jr. will be out after having appendicitis surgery. The Phoenix Suns go for their fourth straight win tonight in Dallas against Cooper Flagg and the Mavericks. Tip-off is at 6:30, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Suns will once again be without Jalen Green. He has a right hamstring strain and will be reevaluated in 4 to 6 weeks. And ASU football is getting ready for Saturday's game against West Virginia. Star wideout Jordan Tyson will not play for the Sun Devils. This report is brought to you by Legacy Green Solutions. Go green with Legacy. The grass may be artificial, but these guys are the real deal.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Can the Suns move to 2 games over 500? It's been a minute. They've got that opportunity. We will talk about our surging basketball team. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Yeah, the only good thing that ever came out of Communist Boston is his band.
The Boston Tea Party? No?
Was that a good thing?
It kind of started our independence from England.
Oh, so I guess it was a good thing.
So, yeah, I would say that was probably a good thing.
Yeah.
Without that, I don't know if we would have.
One of my favorite rock and roll bands
from them,
was Boston. So the Boston Tea Party. It's a big deal, yeah.
The Boston Tea Party
that was taxation without representation, wasn't it?
That was taxation without representation.
I'm just trying to prove that I'm not dumb, okay? I watched the School of Rock and all of that stuff. Taxation without representation. What, Mitch?
Conjunction Junction.
Conjunction Junction, what's your function?
Schoolhouse Rock.
Yeah, it's that too. Schoolhouse Rock.
That's with Jack Black.
Yeah,
Schoolhouse Rock.
Yeah.
Conjunction Junction, what's your function? Taxation without representation.
Which I think School of Rock actually took place in Boston.
Did it? I don't remember. That's one of my.
I could be wrong.
It's one of my all-time
But I
favorite
just was
comedies.
trying to
I love
connect
that
the
movie.
loop.
Yeah, I saw that movie the other day, and I stopped and watched it. It's still so funny. Mike Hazen, when he was on with us yesterday. Yes, he's at the GM meetings in Vegas, and yes, discussions about Ketel Marte have begun.
Yeah, yes, it's actually started a while ago, honestly, and it's what happens, right? I mean, everyone checks in on all and your better players. I mean, they're coming after your better players. Anyone that's competing or trying to compete is always coming after your better players. He is one of our best players. We have some of the top position players in all of baseball on our roster, and we need those players to be good next year. I have to still do my job, and unfortunately, no matter what I end up wanting to do at the end of the day, and we'll hopefully have choices to make, I have to listen. I have to listen to what people say.
But then when he was on MLB Network, and we did play this cut yesterday, and I don't know if it happened before or after our interview with him, when he was with John Morosi, he was asked about Ketel's availability, and he struck a slightly more, like unsure tone about whether it could happen or not.
We get asked about all of our best players. We have a lot of really good players on our team, and we're the team the way we're constructed. Teams call us all the time and ask about those guys, and a lot of times they're like, "Hey, I know you probably won't talk about it, but we want to express interest." So that's what's happened so far this offseason. It's happened every year since we've had him and all the other good players we have, and we'll see where the conversations go beyond that. But I'd say it's mostly unlikely for that stuff to happen.
Right,
Probably not going to trade him. Probably not going to, but they've got to keep an open suggestion. What I can tell you today is that there have been no less than 7 teams that have checked in on Ketel Marte's availability with the Arizona Diamondbacks. They've had 7 teams that have called to inquire about what it would take to get him. Well, okay, you touch base. Hey, Marte's a great player. We like him. If you'd be willing to trade him, we'd like to have a discussion about it. So what happens is, you take the call. You bounce around some ideas, and then the deal never gets done. but that's what happens. They say they have interest, and then you come back and you say, okay, let me spend some time. I don't know, because it's not like, hey, a team goes, hey, it's the just so and so team. And you're like, oh, yep, I've got exactly what I want from you, Rhett. Like, you don't do that. You're like, you go through the roster, you discuss it with your scouting department, you look at, and then you get back to him and you say, okay, listen, I mean, we'd be open to discussing it further if these guys would be on the table. And at that time, the team could say, yeah, no thanks, and you hang up, or they could be like, oh, okay, we might be able to make that work, or would you be willing to do this instead of that because we really like this player, but the other players we like. The Diamondbacks are not, if the Diamondbacks trade Ketel Marte, there has to be a starting pitcher, but I doubt that they would be able to get 2 starting pitchers in return. It would most likely be a starting pitcher and multiple players. Now, starting pitcher could be a minor leaguer. You could get a regular starting pitcher now and then a minor leaguer. That's a starting pitcher. But would you be able to take 2 starting pitchers off of somebody's roster? Probably not going to happen. And so I do think they are looking at these options and considering options. But as of right now, it hasn't gone any further than that.
But does it have to be 2 starting pitchers? I mean, does it, or can it be a starter and a high leverage
third baseman,
or a
reliever? Sure,
because
it could be a starting pitcher, a third baseman or a first baseman, and then a minor leaguer or 2.
Okay.
Yes,
because I think if you're, I'm not saying you are. I think if the bar is being set at, hey, it's got to be 2 starting pitchers, then you're not going to deal Ketel Marte. No one's going to give you 2 major league ready, major league caliber right now starting pitchers for Ketel Marte. It's just too. When Mike was on with us yesterday, he said it's the most expensive commodity on the market. It always is. I asked him if it was more expensive now to acquire starting pitching than ever, and he's like, I don't know how to quantify it. I know it's the most expensive thing out there. It always costs the most, and so if you want 2, you're not getting 2. But if you'll take one who's a certifiable, he's a major league rotation, good starting pitcher guy, and a bullpen arm, and maybe a position player somewhere to help kind of fill a need.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I was looking at that Ketel Marte contract again today.
It's so good.
God, it's so favorable.
It's so good.
It's so for a player who produces the way he does,
especially for the next 2 years.
Switch hitter, right? Like contact hitter, power, like all run producer, middle of the lineup guy, all-star guy, best second baseman in baseball. And even if you tell me he's not going to be a second baseman for the duration of the contract, which I'll buy, because he's had some injuries and things like that. Even if you move him to first or ultimately designated hitter, it's still half as much you're going to pay for him as you are for any big-time bat that you can get out
It's
there
a
in free
crazy good
agency.
contract, and that's
It's
why
such
teams
a
are
good
like,
contract.
I could go sign a free agent and pay him 2, 3 times, 4 times what Marte's getting, or I could just trade for Marte, give up some prospects, and I got a guy. The next 2 years on his contract, there's no money involved in the next. There's so little money. Now, it goes up after that.
I think it's $16 million next year, I think.
16, and then it's like for the next 2 years, it's like $30-something million. Take a look at it. But the next 2 years are really, really low. Now, they gave him the extension, but it's also not like he's being paid until he's 40 years old either. So, it'll get past 35, but there are some, if you look at the numbers, I know you got them right there. The next 2 years are very, very low.
$16 million next year, $12 million the year after that. Then it goes to 20, 22, and then 22, and then a player option for 11.5.
So what's the next 2 years?
16 and 12.
Yeah, $28 million the next 2 years.
16
Crazy.
and 12. 20,
Crazy.
For age 32, 33 season. Now, by the time he gets to 35, 36, it's $22 million a year. Even that's not nuts.
Right. No.
And so that's why, I understand. I understand completely what's going on here. Mike Hazen knows this is his one and only shot at flipping Ketel Marte into what it needs to be. So he's going to go for the brass ring, right? Like he is going to make sure that all the needs are met and everything is satisfied. And if they're not, you know what? I'll just keep Ketel Marte and take my chances and see how it goes.
Well, how else would they add a starting pitcher?
Oh, I mean, they're not going to pay for one. They don't have the money to pay for one.
They could pay for a mid-level guy.
Jake McCarthy's not going to get you that guy. Alec Thomas isn't going to get you that guy.
Nope.
Maybe Jordan Lawler could get you a decent starting pitcher, but not like Ketel Marte. This is so you've got to drive a hard bargain. You've got to be patient. You've got to see what develops. But I think because of the contract, I wouldn't be surprised.
A lot of teams are interested.
Like if I got an alert on my phone that you or somebody else is broken, that Ketel Marte gets traded sometime in the next month, my shock level on that would be 0. It would be 0 that he got traded. The contract is just too
juicy.
Too juicy
for another team.
It's just
I could have this guy for the next 2 years at $28 million, or I can go pay a top free agent $30 million a year. Yeah, no thanks.
7 teams is what you said?
Right now, there's been no less than 7 teams that have called to inquire about his availability.
Operation Santa Claus is back. Every $20 donation gets you an entry for your shot at autographed gear or premier tickets from your favorite teams. Randy Johnson, Larry Fitzgerald, Buda Baker, Gonzo, Lourdes Gurriel Jr., and more for this gear that I'm talking about. Text DONATE to 620-620 now through Friday. Again, text the word DONATE to 620-620. It's Operation Santa Claus, and it's presented by Sanderson Ford. The Arizona Cardinals seem to think they don't have any offensive line problems. The numbers do not support that. That is next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
The Seahawks. This is a team that you nearly beat, a month ago at home? And they blew the doors off the Cardinals.
That was a reminder. Okay, nice win on Monday night. You want to be in the upper echelon of this division, this is what you're going to face. The separation between those two teams is vast. And eye-opening and depressing if you're on the red side of things.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
They call it the Pro Smile difference, and what a difference it is. If you're considering a dental procedure to fix your teeth, and you give you the confidence that you're lacking, give you that smile back once again, I urge you to do your homework. Spend some time researching the different options that are out there, the places you could have your dental work done, and when you're finished, I'm 100% certain that you will choose Pro Smile. You see, Pro Smile really is different. First, they are the only practice in Arizona with full-service oral surgeons and cosmetic dentists on site. Many dental implant centers use regular dentists to do an oral surgery, not Pro Smile. Pro Smile is the only implant center where the lab, the mills, the technicians, the anesthesiologists, and board-certified oral surgeons are all in the office. Most of the places you research will farm out a lot of the work. They'll use a regular dentist to do the surgery. There can be a lot of delays when you're farming everything out. There can be mistakes, but not a Pro Smile. They understand you're making an investment in your smile, so they want to offer you great financing options, up to 10 years, because the last thing they want is for cost to hold you back. So whether you need dental implants or custom veneers, go with Pro Smile. You won't regret it. Locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale. Call 1-888-GO-SMILE or text PRO to 620-620.
Homeowners, are you wanting to move but feel stuck? Call Carol Royce of Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Many home sellers face a catch-22, risking owning 2 homes or none at all. Skip the stress with Carol's Guaranteed Sale Program. No double mortgages, no getting stuck. Carol will guarantee the sale of your home at your agreed-upon price and time frame, or she will buy it so you can move with certainty. Call Carol Royce today, 480-776-5231, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
We're calling professional wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, where are you?
I'm on my way to practice in my Arrowhead Honda. Man, I absolutely love it. The team at Arrowhead Honda takes great care of their customers, and they're really like family to me. The game isn't till Sunday, but I feel like I've already won with Arrowhead Honda.
Head down to Arrowhead Honda today and score big with unbeatable deals and top-notch service.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
All right, Basin Earnings, it's starting to cool down, so All Pro Shade is heating things up. Right now, when you buy a motorized patio shade or awning, you'll get a patio heater absolutely free. These shades aren't just for summer. They'll stop that winter wind and hold the warmth from your new free patio heater, keeping your patio cozy and game day ready all season long. Get your free estimate today at allproshade.com and snag free patio heaters while this offer lasts. That's allproshade.com.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that, and third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Hi, I'm Kylie.
I'm John.
And I'm Garrison. And a little thing we love about the 30-count Chick-fil-A nuggets
is sharing it in the car during the holidays.
I do love that. We will pack the car with gifts. And of course, we go and pick up our family's favorite nuggets.
Every nugget is tasty times quadrillion.
And we get all the sides.
Yeah, the ooey gooey mac and cheese is a big hit.
Everyone from 1 to 116 would love Chick-fil-A's chicken nuggets.
Share the nuggets, share the joy. Order the 30-count Chick-fil-A nuggets on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll.
Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, Lauren is here. She's got a poll question. It's based off of a great article that our own Kellen Olson wrote at ArizonaSports.com that we're going to ask him about when he's in here about 15 minutes from right now, about how the Western Conference might not be so bad after all.
You're not so bad.
Exactly. It's Rocky to Mr. T in Rocky 3. It's a bad.
That's so bad.
It's a bad.
Is it ain't? You ain't so bad. Is that what it is?
I think it's you ain't so bad. I think it's you ain't so bad. Lauren's laughing at us because I don't.
Ain't so bad. Ain't so bad.
There it is.
Ain't so bad.
There it is. There it is. The most. I don't know a thing about boxing. The most unrealistic boxing
is getting punched in the face and saying that. Yes.
It's just like, both of those guys would have been dead 5 times over if they hit each other like that. But whatever. It was good fun, especially watching them, Clubber Lang and Rocky Balboa duke it out. Anyway, that's not for nothing. That's not what we're here for. You ain't so bad, Lauren. So what's our poll question today? What do you got?
All right. Our poll question today is, what outcome is more likely after the Suns' surprising start? Is it they have a top 8 finish in the West, or that they have a bottom 3 finish in the West?
It takes out the middle.
Oh, boy, boy.
To the dismay of the person in the comments of this poll question, is there an in-between? No.
No, that's the point. Okay. So you're not 9, you're not 10, you're not 11.
So you can't be 9,
and
you
not
can't
12.
be 9, 10, 11, or 12.
You cannot be 9, 10, 11, or 12.
All right, so bottom 3 or 8th. I'm on that train. I'll go 8th. I'll go 8th. I'm not. I I've said it all along. They're better than they were last year. They're better.
For what it's worth, right now they're 7th. Okay? Right now they're 7th.
Let's let the season end right now. I'll take it. 11-game season. We're done. Season's over.
If that's the case, you would owe me lunch because they would not have. Well, they would not have topped last year's win total.
Oh man, you're right.
We'd be eating at
Screw that.
We'd be eating at the Rah Rah room.
Yeah, because this lunch is going to be expensive.
Let the season end right now.
Yeah.
Sure.
No.
Sure. Top 8. Put me down for top 8. I think there are 3 way worse teams than the Phoenix Suns. Yeah, way worse. 8th.
And the optimism for the Phoenix Suns continues because 78% of our audience thinks a top 8 finish is more likely, 22% going with a bottom 3.
Are those Alaskan king crab legs? Yes. Would you like to know the market price? No, just order them.
Yeah.
Just bring them over.
In fact, yeah, if depending on who wins that lunch, whatever has the word market price next to it, you can count on that getting ordered at this lunch.
We've got to get a social team out with you guys.
Oh, we will. Oh,
yeah, the social
we
clips
will.
that would be coming from this lunch, incredible.
And as Gambo said to me yesterday, and I appreciate him saying this off the air. Because
so you're going to share it on air?
Oh, hell yeah. He's like, look, I know you well enough to know you will have no problem at all losing this bet. And he's right. I will not. It'll be the happiest.
You know what?
It'll be like, here's.
Yeah.
Take my card. Which one do you want? That one? You want that one? You want which one? Which card do you want to pay for this lunch? I'd be more.
You know what it's going to be? It's going to be he's going to be in Rome. His wife's going to find his fancy restaurant, and he's just going to be like, "Hey, listen, how about just 2 slices of pizza right here on the corner? Because I paid so much for that lunch with Gambo. I can't take you to this fancy restaurant in Rome.
No, that's not going to be the case. It'll be the happiest bet I will have ever paid off in my life.
Yeah, we need something good right now. We need the Suns to be good.
You ain't lying.
We need them to be good.
So today was it was a hard day. It felt like, I wasn't there. We'll talk to Tyler Drake about it tomorrow. It just felt like a hard day to be at the Arizona Cardinals. That they're having a closed walkthrough. They're down so many guys. I kind of had a feeling that the Seattle game was just going to beat the crap out of them, and it did. There's just a lot of guys who weren't able to practice, so they're having a closed walkthrough today. And obviously the big news of the day is Marvin Harrison Jr., appendicitis surgery on, Monday night, so he's going to be out a couple of weeks, we think. So suddenly, like, talking about the offensive line, it's like, yeah, here's another problem with the Arizona Cardinals in a season that's been filled with them. But when Drew Petzing said yesterday that he doesn't think the offensive line has regressed from a year ago.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that. I think they're playing hard. I think we've played some really good fronts. I think the communication has been good. I think at times, you're losing one-on-ones in critical situations, which is hurting us. And certainly we need to evaluate how and why that's happening and try to clean that up. But I think those guys play extremely hard. I think they play well together. I think they're doing everything they can to win games.
Our guy, Teo Mackey, over at AZ Central, and I call him our guy because it seems like we cite his work quite a bit here. Looking again at the Pro Football Focus, and I should have done this after what he did yesterday. I could have done this just as easily as him. The individual ranks on the offensive line. Paris Johnson Gambo is the 6th best rated offensive tackle out of 62.
It's really good.
Jonah Williams is the 51st best offensive tackle out of 62.
That's not very good.
Yelda Froholt is the 13th best center out of 33 centers.
Okay, that's right at the bottom of the upper third. I'll take that.
Evan Brown is 46 out of 64 guards.
Yeah, that's not good.
Isaiah Adams is 59 out of 64 guards.
So they got a guard problem.
Oh, hold on. Will Hernandez is 61 out of 64 guards.
Wow. And that first game, it was such a major impact with him.
That, to me, is the one that...
What was his first game back?
His first game back was...
You remember offhand? Okay, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Was it the Colts game? That sounds right.
He, split reps with Isaiah Adams, I think.
Okay, yeah. I think Mitch is right.
Okay, it was the Colts game?
It was somewhere right around there, yeah.
Yeah, I am... you kind of felt like right then and there, okay, things are going to start. Now, that was a tough game. They lost 31-27. It was another one of the 4th straight loss. Good effort by them, and I kind of, felt at that point like, okay, that you're gonna be able to get Will Hernandez back in now that they didn't rush the ball very well. They only had 24 rushes to 44 passes in that game, but you felt getting Will back would really be a lift for the offensive line. It hasn't been. They've had an offensive line problem to the point where every mock draft that you're going to look at is going to project an offensive lineman to the Cardinals because they need to upgrade the offensive line. It's been a problem with pass protection. It's been a problem with running the football. They've got to get better offensive linemen. You mentioned it yesterday. They kind of punted on it as far as the offseason was concerned and free agency in the draft, and kind of felt like, and I think part of it is, and I think there's a comment in it that you had today, part of it is that Monty actually liked the room. He liked what he had at offensive line.
Again, I want to thank Teo for reminding us that this quote was out there. This is Monty Ossenford from training camp on the current state of the O-line, and congrats to Lauren and Mitch for finding this in the archives.
Yeah, I think we have a good group up there. I think we have a good group that's played a lot of ball. I mean, Isaiah Adams got in there late in the season and got some really good experience play. And so, Evan, Yelda, those guys have been in there, played a lot of ball for us. And then, behind them, like there's a good competition of guys to sort out. And so, I think that's going to be a competitive area. I think we had a draft pick, we added some undrafted guys. Brought in a couple pro free agents. And so, there are going to be some guys in there that I think that competition is going to be tough going through. But we're very happy with that group, and I think it's going to be a competitive group here through August.
Look, in retrospect, there were a lot of things that were, misevaluated, not evaluated correctly, or maybe not given enough attention. It's easy to single this one out because the offensive line play has been so poor, but it does make you wonder, as we talked about yesterday, in an offseason in which all the resources were allocated towards the defense, whether it's free agent dollars, whether it's draft resources, other than Connor Hayden and Jacoby Brissett, not addressing the offensive line. You could talk about not addressing the wide receiver room. That's even more pertinent today with the news about Marvin Harrison Jr. It does feel like that room, and that's why I brought up Will Hernandez, because I kind of felt like they did address it by bringing Will Hernandez back, and that clearly has not been the magic pill that I thought it was going to be.
No.
That I think a lot of people thought it. He clearly has not been the magic pill.
Yeah. The only guy, and this could be debated, when I did the Gambo 5, the only guy that was left, they did have Tyler Booker in there from Alabama, and he was gone. But the only guy that was still available that they could have drafted was the offensive lineman out of Ohio State, Josh Simmons, who I think right now has got an 87.8 pass blocking grade with 0 pressures allowed. He's got a 52.2 overall grade, but I think he's had some pretty good grades as far as like what he's done on Pro Football Focus. I'd have to get a current one. The one I was looking at was just a couple of weeks ago, but there's no doubt that that's a guy that they could have had. They instead went for Walter Nolan and wanted, but they need, They need, if they would have went offensive lineman, I think people would have said, really, like you need help on a defensive line because, again, your leading sack guy had 5 sacks last year in Zayvon Collins.
It's a lot of that woulda, coulda, shoulda.
It's just,
you
have too many needs. You can't address them all.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, we're going to go courtside with our Suns guru, Kellen Olson, and just find out how this West has opened up for the Phoenix Suns. That's next on Arizona Sports.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader,
including Cardinals play-by-play.
Harrison goes up and stabs it for a touchdown.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Love telling you about Sanderson Ford and Sanderson Lincoln. Operation Santa Claus is underway. And if you don't know about it, I've been a part of it for 25 years. 25 years of Operation Santa Claus right here in Arizona through the great people at Sanderson Ford and Sanderson Lincoln. It is your chance to donate food, toys, child-sized clothing, new toys, that is, not old toys, new toys, child-sized clothing, and a monetary donation as well. And if you win, you could take your choice of a brand new Ford F-150 Super Crew truck from Sanderson Ford or a brand new luxury SUV Lincoln Corsair from Sanderson Lincoln. Bring your donations to Sanderson Ford, which is on 51st Avenue in Glendale, Sanderson Lincoln, which is just east of the I-17 on Bell Road, ABC 15, and select U-Haul locations. All donations benefit great local charities. And again, donations of food, non-perishable food items, toys, new toys, children's size clothing, and money. The more donations you bring, the more chances you have to win. To learn more, go to givetotheclause.com.
Who is Farm Bureau Financial Services?
At our core, we're relationship builders. We're home and auto bundlers, life insurers, farm and ranch protectors, and retirement planners. We're neighbors, community members, and friends. We're the people you can count on now and for years to come. Find a Farm Bureau agent at fbfs.com/protect. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company.
When I answered the phone in the middle of the night, I heard the words no one is ever prepared for. Your husband is gone. This is Deb, owner of RJP Estate Planning. When my husband passed, life changed forever for me and my daughters. And what followed was unimaginable. Unexpected claims and disputes from people trying to take what wasn't theirs. But I had two things on my side: a caring and competent team at RJP Estate Planning and my living trust that ensured no one could take what was rightfully mine. Let RJP help protect your family, just as we've helped over 40,000 Arizona families since 1995. And if you're 60 or over, you can save 60% on a living trust.
To save 60% on a living trust, call 480-576-5457 by November 13th. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
It's Black Friday all month long at Freeway Chevrolet. And right now, you can save big with up to $1,000 bonus cash on all new inventory. Visit us online now to get your Black Friday certificate. Then hurry in for some of the best deals of the year. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Must be used at time of purchase. May be combined with other offers. Not valid on prior purchases. Limit one-time use per customer. Valid only at Freeway Chevrolet. Offer expires November 30th, 2025.
Picture it, your holiday table, the family cooking together, the scent of golden brown bread, rosemary from roasted potatoes, and a salad so crisp it snaps. This season at Fry's, make the moments that matter possible with quality that's affordable in every aisle. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
Grade A frozen Butterball whole turkeys are 99 cents a pound with your card and additional $25 purchase. Limit 1. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level. And the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Southwest Gas is committed to delivering safe, reliable, sustainable, and affordable natural gas service. Every thriving community starts with a strong foundation. From warming homes to fueling industries that drive our economy, natural gas provides the energy you can count on. Because energy does more than fuel your day, it provides comfort, reliability, and connection. Southwest Gas fuels the homes and local businesses that bring our neighborhoods to life. For more information about how Southwest Gas is supporting a sustainable energy future, please visit swgas.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker and Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Phoenix Suns back in action tonight in Dallas to take on the Mavericks. They're looking to push their 3-game win streak to 4, are the Suns. They will be without Jalen Green, as we very well know. He's recovering from a hamstring strain in his right leg. Mavericks have both Anthony Davis and Derek Lively II currently listed as questionable. But based on reports from ESPN's Tim McMahon and our John Gambadoro, both of them will miss tonight's game. Tip-off is at 6:30. Pre-game coverage starts at 5:30 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. In other NBA news, Clippers guard Bradley Beal is going to miss the remainder of this season and undergo surgery on his hip. Beal was in the first year of a 2-year deal in Los Angeles with the second year as a player option. And then more bad injury news for the Arizona Cardinals. Wide receiver Marvin Harrison Jr. underwent surgery for appendicitis earlier this week. He has been ruled out for this weekend against San Francisco. The Cardinals had a closed walkthrough today, so when we get the latest injury report, we will let you know. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Looking to boost your testosterone and lose the excess fat? Start TRT for free and add a GLP for as low as $149 a month at Red Mountain Weight Loss. RedMountainWeightLoss.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Suns insider Kellen Olson joins Burns and Gambo to talk Phoenix Suns basketball.
We'll start with questions. Remember to state your name and affiliate, please. Up next. Back here. Kellen, great. Sorry, Kellen.
My fault, everyone.
Courtside with Kellen. Brought to you by Southwest Gas. For almost 100 years, Southwest Gas has been there, helping turn neighborhoods into communities, houses into homes, and big dreams into reality.
Our weekly visits with our Suns guru at ArizonaSports.com, and of course, co-host of Arizona Sports at nights. Every night there's not a game from 6 until 8. You can hear him and Mitch chopping it up. Tonight there is a game, so there will not be an Arizona Sports at night. But Kellen is
We got you Friday, then we got you for a half hour on Monday, but then we got you for an hour on Wednesday, not 6 to 7, though, 7 to 8, and then we're 7 to 8 again on Thursday. It's a little complicated, but
it can
be.
That
night show always is.
Yeah, I did that.
We're dancing.
I did that for 10 years.
And Tuesday we're doing the 6 to 8, and here come the Suns for that 9 o'clock tip. Gambo, you ready?
Oh, no.
Yeah,
oh, no.
Burnsy, 9 o'clock tip in Portland.
Oh, no.
NBC.
Oh,
let's go.
No.
Me and Lauren, the Night Owls, we're fired up. We can't wait.
It's a 9 o'clock game?
You bet.
9 o'clock.
You bet.
Oh, my God. I'm going to take a nap before the game.
Might need to,
I swear to God, I might take a nap before the game, wake up and watch it, and go back to sleep.
Listen, I know him. He will get up at 5 o'clock in the morning and watch the game the next day.
Will you even watch a quarter? Or no?
He will watch.
I'll watch.
No, he goes to bed at 9:15.
I'll watch till halftime.
No,
and then because halftime will get me to 10. I can stay up till 10.
If Devin Booker has like 34 in the first half, will you stay up? Like what requirements need to get met for you to stay up?
Devin Booker, Grayson Allen may be on his way to breaking a record, but Gambo's probably close to right. Probably not much.
Not
of anything.
He'll watch it at 5. What's the difference? As long as you watch it. He's just got to watch it before he does the show at 2. It doesn't matter when he watches it.
I'll stay.
You don't have to watch it live.
I'll stay up for halftime, and then
it'll be better than the Portland games last year. That's for sure.
Remember when they lost the back-to-back to Portland?
Oh my gosh,
that was the end. That was the end. That was the oh my God.
Sure was.
Oh my God, they suck. They really suck. They went. Was it home and home with Portland?
But it was 2 in a row. Record. Broke the scoring record. It was supposed to be this awesome night.
They lost 2 games to Portland, and you were like, "Oh my God, this team is done."
That was the night he broke the record, and it just completely ruined the night. All right, well, we didn't think brighter days were ahead. At least we weren't sure, but they're here so far. And there are two.
I loved your column.
There are two things you wrote this week that I've been looking forward to talking to you about all week long. Okay, number one is what you wrote today at ArizonaSports.com about the state of the West and how it might not just be as bad as we thought. The season is 2 weeks old, 3 weeks old at this point, so it's early, but some trends are starting to develop, and it would appear that maybe the West isn't quite the minefield that we thought it was going to be. Tell me what your thoughts are about it.
Yeah, we know this is going to happen every year where 1 or 2 teams are going to bottom out in a way we never expected. We saw this last season. Like, we all looked at the Suns and maybe we had our doubts about what they look like in the postseason, whatever. We're like, Mike Budenholzer, a regular season machine. They're going to win 50 games no matter what, all this kind of stuff. And then it bottomed out. You look at what's happening in Memphis. They're going through their own situation. The Bradley Beal news is something that the Clippers will be able to recover from a talent perspective. But when you watch them on the floor, we've seen them 3 times. They look lifeless out there. They look like a shell of themselves. New Orleans is a dumpster fire. Utah's always going to be very bad in the first place. And then you start counting down all these teams. You're like, wait a minute. That just leaves 9 teams in the West anyway. And with this new play-in format, all you got to do is finish top 10. And if there are 5-6 teams going through situations like that. Did you see the quotes coming out of Golden State right now? Like, they're 6 and 6.
Yeah, Draymond Green is like,
Jimmy and Draymond are
winning.
subtweeting the heck out of Jonathan Kuminga or Brandon Pajemski. Like, it's just a mess almost everywhere that you look. Denver is 8-2, but Cam Johnson is averaging, I think, like under 8 points a game Right now,
they're very disappointed. They thought he was going to be so much better.
It's been brutal for just about everyone outside of OKC and San Antonio. So, again, 10 games in, we'll check in another 10 games because at that point, we're a quarter of the way through.
Yeah, I'm a big 10-game block guy.
Yeah, the league is too. That's how the league works.
10-game blocks are a great way to go. 5-5 in the first 10-game block. I'll take that. If they can go 5-5 again in this block, that I would take that. You're on pace for 41 wins. They'll probably put you right on the verge of, being a playoff team. But your column was great. It was interesting. The West is not as bad as we thought it would be. There are definitely, 5 teams that you could say, I think Phoenix might be better than those teams. Now, a lot has to go right for Phoenix, and the Jalen Green injury is definitely bad news. The problem with Phoenix, though, is they cannot afford another one. They do not have the depth to afford another one of those injuries.
No, if Book misses any time while Jalen Green's out, how can you expect them to win a game?
If Mark Williams or Grayson Allen is out, they're so reliant on these guys. Royce O'Neal.
Even when Jalen Green comes back, their numbers, their splits when Mark Williams is on the floor and when he's off the floor, their backups have not been good this year. Oso's had a really rough start to the year.
He'll be phased out very soon.
I don't think the Nick Richards minutes have looked good either. It makes me personally want to see Kaman Malawach
You will,
soon
probably by Christmas.
I love to hear that because it's the same kind of mistakes that you would expect Kaman Malawach to make, but he's the guy that's going to learn through them where these other guys are just making them. And Oso particularly is the guy you want to see develop. Nick Richards is 27, so at this point, is this just a player that he is? Mark is one. Book is one for sure. But to what we were just talking about earlier, Gambo, you'll remember that Leviathan gauntlet schedule that they have starting in 2 weeks. A couple of those games, you look at Minnesota, they have a mess at point guard right now. Mike Conley's totally washed. They don't want to trust Rob Dillingham to learn through mistakes in the way the Suns don't want to trust their rookies to learn through mistakes right now. Jaden McDaniels had an awesome year for them, so they've got some things going. But again, Golden State, they're 500. They've got all that stuff going on with their young players, too. That's how it can sort of add up. It has just as much gamble to do with, looking at the standings and see where the Suns could finish ahead of as the teams that they're forced to play against as well. Because even going into that San Antonio game, it was ooh, Wemby, they're a team on the rise. And it was are they one of the best teams in the league? It can change like that in both ways.
Yeah, part of that. Okay, so I'm looking at that rough start of that rough part of the schedule that we've been looking at for a while, that Leviathan gauntlet you've been talking about. Friday, November 21st until Tuesday, December 23rd.
Through Christmas, yeah.
Through Christmas, basically. Well, 2 of those games are against Minnesota. They might be questionable now. 2 of those games are against Golden State. Who knows where they are, what they are. Then you got an Oklahoma City in there. You've got a couple games against Houston. You've got one against San Antonio. It's tough, but to your point, when you start looking at them individually, you start seeing these little pockets where maybe it's not that tough. The other thing I wanted to ask you about, you mentioned the Mark Williams minutes a second ago. I was fascinated by the idea of most of the Mark Williams minutes happening when Devin Booker is on the floor with him. And I know you meant no disrespect to Mark at all. I took it more as when those two are on the floor together, ooh, we're cooking with gas a little bit now when those two guys are out there in terms of the duo that maybe will define this team potentially more so than Jalen Green when he comes back.
Yeah, that's the hardest part of this equation is when your best players are out there, how are you performing against the other team's best players? Those chunks of 20, 25, 30 minutes, whatever it is. And the numbers that Mark and Book are putting up right now together, they resemble a playoff team. The way that they are beating the other team's best players, that is a playoff caliber sort of lineup. The issue is when those guys come off the floor, they're getting killed right now. And that's where you hope once this team gets healthy, that's where Jalen Green impacts a little bit more. Colin Gillespie's had a good start to the year, but he needs to be even better in those minutes. Maybe if they start playing Malawach there to your reporting, Gambo, maybe that's where they can start to pick some stuff up. But that's the delicate balance that you can sort of have right now because even Denver is a team that struggled with that perennially over the course of their situation. Not to compare Williams and Booker's effect to Jokic, who's the best player in the league. They've gotten killed whenever he's got on the bench every single year, and yet they win 50 games because they're that good when he's on the floor. And that's what you can form with Williams and Booker right now. They've both been great. Williams has been a really good surprise.
I think the thing that we've talked a lot about is you're seeing the identity of this team being established. And it's not just playing hard and with heart and passion and all of that stuff. The three-point shot. The three-point shot, a lot of times I believe in the three-point shot as a great equalizer. When you don't have enough talent, it's a way that you can hang with these teams if you're a good three-point shooting team. I think it's a lot more than that for the Phoenix Suns, a lot more.
I'm glad they had this start to the year, too, because they're going to have a few games in a row where they shoot under 30%, and you're going to be just drive the basketball, the shots aren't going in. And then we can cite this 11-game stretch and be no, this is what it looks like when it's all running well. The shots are going to fall like they have right now, and then they're not going to fall for some stretches as well. So you have to stick to your principles. You have have to keep shooting the ball because, again, the cold stretches are going to come. They're over a hot stretch right now. Cold stretches are going to come, but they need to keep shooting the ball, and that's what they're going to keep doing.
Good stuff. Highly recommend you reading it at ArizonaSports.com. Kellen's article about the Western
It's
Conference
free,
and everything
baby.
else, and
UCLA week, Gambo. Let's go. Let's go.
We beat the heck out of NAU last
Lauren,
night.
what's going on with Donovan Dent right now?
Cole
Like
Pete
a
didn't
muscle
have a
strain
great
or
game.
something? Oh, I really hope that he takes his time recovering. If he just misses Friday's game, that's totally fine.
You sound like me talking about the Green Bay Packers maybe firing Matt LaFleur.
Did Illinois win last night?
Yes, they did, Gambo.
They did.
You're
Thank
promising
you.
Golden Child head coach and the quarterback Mulder might get fired.
I'm devastated.
My guy Cole
Bummer.
Pete didn't have a great game last
The
night. He
big
struggled a
transfer
little bit.
from New Mexico, Mick Cronin's perfect prototypical point guard, might miss the game on Friday. Oh no!
Do you two talk
it's
to each
so
other in that
bad.
tone all of the time? 'Cause
No, it's just how we mock our. It's just how we mock our
Conversations would get
rivals like
annoying
anyone
very
else. Like I
fast.
hate UCLA.
We do.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, what are the best trade packages out there for a hypothetical Kyler Murray trade? That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Allen left wing. He'll drive to the basket. Euro step in the lane. The layup goes. And Grayson Allen has a new career high 42 on the night.
The Suns visit Dallas to see what Cooper Flag is all about. Pre-game tonight at 5:30, 6:30 tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, back here to say about Global Credit Union and all of the benefits that come with doing your banking at Global Credit Union, because there are many, many benefits. Global members pay low to no fees on their accounts. Global members get a better interest rate than they can at a bank. I mean, you may say to yourself, the commitment is real. There's a real dedication to making sure that the fees you pay are as reduced as they can be, and it works. It's effective. I'm a member of Global Credit Union, and by doing some of my banking with them, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. It makes a difference, and it's something you should certainly explore. That and all the other benefits, whether it's direct deposit funds and you getting access to those funds 3 days early. It just goes on and on and on. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Ready for lunch hour? Fuel up fast with Lunch at the Lodge at Twin Peaks. Bite into their juicy cheeseburger and fries, fresh chicken Caesar salad, or turkey avocado smash with sweet potato fries. Hearty, quick, and made to satisfy. Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, and scenic views.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters, and Turf Monsters builds great pickleball courts, and you've got a great incentive going on now, Mike.
We are offering 15% off through Thanksgiving on all full court pickleball installations, and we customize to your space. You heard that right, 15% off, but you must act now. We want your business. Customer service is our number one priority.
623-263-7388, online at turfmonstersaz.com.
For generations, Scottsdale families have trusted Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm, to protect what matters most.
And now, with our newly expanded Scottsdale office, we're here to serve even more families for decades to come.
Mike Halliday, attorney at Morris Hall.
At Morris Hall, estate planning isn't just paperwork, it's about lifelong relationships. We help you safeguard your legacy, ensure your loved ones are cared for, and give you confidence that your wishes will be honored. Scottsdale families have trusted us for generations, from parents to children and even grandchildren. And with our new office conveniently located at Scottsdale and Shea, we're expanding that commitment of providing premier estate planning services. Whether you're just getting started or it's time to update your plan, schedule an appointment to visit us at Scottsdale and Shea or one of our other 8 offices across Arizona. We'd love to help you build a plan that gives you true peace of mind.
Morris Hall, estate planning rooted in trust and growing stronger in Scottsdale. Visit morrishall.com to learn more and start planning today.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Alex Weiner. Cardinals wide receiver Marvin Harrison Jr. was ruled out for Sunday's game against the 49ers after undergoing surgery for appendicitis. What projections say about Zach Gallen's free agent market? And reports are saying Bradley Beal will undergo season-ending hip surgery 6 games into his Clippers tenure. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Tip of the cap to our audience in Surprise for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon. We appreciate you out there in Surprise hanging out with us here on the Burns and Gambo Show or on the Burns and Gambo YouTube page. We do appreciate that. The Kyler Murray conversation, which clearly is not going anywhere. This is something that, honestly, kind of after almost Kevin Durant almost got traded at the deadline, like we sort of knew, all right, settle in. We're going to get a lot of Kevin Durant speculation for the next few months, right? Like as soon as that trade got aborted, we knew,
right?
Like we knew
that they were going to trade him.
We knew he was gone, and we knew there was going to be a ton of speculation and rumors and suggestions about where he could go.
Similar here.
Oh, 100%.
Okay.
I mean, both in terms of the certainty that he's gone, at least in my mind. A, the certainty that he's gone, and B, certainly the certainty that we're going to get a lot of speculation about where Kyler's going to go. Today on ESPN.com, there was, and they do this every week, NFL Week 11 buzz, Jeremy Fowler, Dan Graziano, here's what we're hearing going on in the NFL this week. As you would expect, there's some stuff about Kyler Murray in there, stuff about how they don't see the Cardinals guaranteeing him his $19 million on the 5th day of the league year.
No.
How he's an immense talent who could use a change. Some people doubt the Cardinals would be able to trade that contract. They go through, would the Jets be interested? Would the Dolphins be interested? They even went so far as to suggest that the Rams might be interested in Kyler Murray. I wasn't expecting to read that.
Me and you are different. I take the best package. I don't really care. You don't like to trade within a division.
I don't know if I have that same reservation about Kyler.
Oh, okay, because you don't believe in him.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Good. There's certain guys I have that reservation about.
You want to trade? You wouldn't trade Ketel Marte to an NL West team.
I would not trade Ketel Marte to the LA Dodgers if my life depended on it. No, it depends.
I said
on the
NL
guy,
West,
and it
Padres,
depends on the
Giants.
situation.
No, you'd rather not do it.
Nope.
Okay.
Nope.
But Kyler to the Rams, you don't care.
It doesn't bother me that much. It didn't bother me when they traded Steve Nash to the Lakers. It's just like
because he was washed.
He was washed. I knew it. We could all see it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I would say the thing that kind of stood out to me is it said that the Cardinals probably won't have to settle for a late round pick to offload Murray's contract. That contract, for the record, would be reasonable for his next team. They suggested that he can get a pretty good package back.
Well, this is you're citing a different article now, right?
Oh, okay.
You're
all right. Am I in the wrong article?
And I was going to get to that. I was kind of building to that.
Okay.
You're citing the Bleacher Report article.
Yes.
That cited multiple teams that might be interested in making trades for Kyler Murray, and this article suggested that, as you said a second ago, there would be teams that would be willing to give up something of value for Kyler Murray on the trade
Let's
market.
go over them.
Sure.
The Browns would give up a 2026 third-round pick, a 2020 second-round pick, and quarterback Shedeur Sanders. So a second, a third, and Shedeur Sanders. Mitch is pumping his fist.
I think it's sarcastic. I hope to God it's sarcastic. Mitch, is sarcastically pumping the fist, or?
I mean, he solves about a 6-inch problem, I would think, but that's about it.
Okay, yeah. So a third.
It might end up being good. We don't know. He had one great preseason game. Let's go over these and see which one you like the best.
Okay.
The Raiders would give up a 2026 third-round pick and a 2027 first-round pick.
Okay.
The Jets would give up a 2026 second-round pick, a conditional first-round pick in 2027, and quarterback Justin Fields.
Okay.
The Steelers would give up a 2026 third-round pick, a 2020 first-round pick,
and running back Caleb Johnson.
2027 first round.
2027.
You said
26 third rounder, 27 first rounder, and Caleb Johnson.
Of those, I like the Raiders the best, I think I like the Raiders or the Steelers the best. I'm really not interested in Justin Fields. I'm really not interested in Shedeur Sanders. And even though the Browns' picks might be better because nobody ever expects the Browns to be good, and I kind of feel like the Steelers, because they're always perpetually 9-8, I don't know if their first-round pick is going to be as good as the Raiders might be. The Jets, they've got 3 first-rounders, so like the article was suggesting that it could be the worst of the 3 potentially that you get. I think Vegas, to me, I think it's dreaming. I really do. I think it's absolute positive lunacy to think that you could get a first and a third for Kyler Murray. I really do. But if you're telling me Bleacher Report, and these are suggestions, they're not reporting this as fact. They're not saying this is what they've heard. They're just suggesting value for value. If you're telling me that Bleacher Report is right, I can get a first and a third from the Raiders for Kyler Murray. Oh, baby, every day that ends in Y. Done.
Let me ask you something.
Which deal did you like better? Real quick. Which one did you like?
I want the first round pick, but I'm intrigued by this Shedeur Sanders one.
I'm not at all.
I mean, you got to take some flyers once in a while.
I know, but not on him.
I mean, you do have to get some fly. You have to take a flyer.
Yeah, I'll not on him. I'm certainly not going to do it because of one preseason game.
There's no first round pick there. Nope. There's no first round pick. Cleveland would give you a second round pick and a third round pick in Shedeur Sanders. The Raiders are a first-round pick and a third-round pick.
And can I just say real quick, this is why they're coming up with this value for Kyler. And I don't want to ignore this. They're using what the Colts gave up to Philly for Carson Wentz as a comp. And they're kind of suggesting that Kyler is in the same boat as Carson Wentz. Now, I don't know if I believe that or not, but the Colts sent a third and a first to the Eagles for Carson Wentz in what just seems like larceny now in retrospect that they did that. But that's where they're not just making this up. They're coming up with this, okay, is there similar value there? Is that kind of a comp deal? And if so, these would be what maybe the teams would give up to get them.
Yeah. God, I don't want Justin Fields. But there's always that unknown. And the unknown with Shedeur Sanders is the kid was supposed to be a first-round pick. He fell to, what was it, the 5th round? And it's like, okay, the whole father thing and the kid. But the kid does have talent, that we haven't seen yet. So, to me, Justin Fields or Shedeur Sanders. I'll take the flyer on Shedeur. I know what Justin Fields is.
Okay.
I don't know what Shedeur is. I don't know. Maybe he could be good. But again, you don't get a first-round pick there. You get a second and a third.
Yeah, that's why I like the Raiders, because it's a first-round pick.
I get it.
And I like the Steelers because it's a first-round pick, and at least I get another player back in Caleb Johnson.
And then you could take 2 first-round picks and try to move up if you really love a quarterback.
Potentially, yeah. I get it. I don't like either of the quarterbacks that are being suggested in the other deals. So, but again, the ESPN article suggests that there might not be that much of a trade market for Kyler Murray, and they just might have to cut him before the 5th day and before that $19 million kicks in. So clearly, everybody's got a different viewpoint of what exactly Kyler's worth is when it comes to that. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, after a reminder that we're giving you the chance to win tickets to see the Cardinals take on either the Niners or the Jags, the team needs you now more than ever. So be ready to call in and win when you hear the sounder. Speaking of wins, the Suns are stacking wins, but at the same time, stacking trade leverage. And we'll explain next on Burns and Gambo.
This Friday, join us at Dink and Dine Pickle Park, Mesa Riverview for the 2nd annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament. You don't want to miss the great mascot matchup at noon, featuring our own Jared Carlin.
What?
Yes, he is in fact the Arizona Sports mascot. So knock off work early and come hang out while players compete for the golden paddle and cash prize money. The 2nd annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament, presented by Sanderson Ford and benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Join us at Dink and Dine Pickle Park, Mesa Riverview this Friday. More info at arizonasports.com. Click on contests.
Love telling you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax. And Stuart Willis, who's a fiduciary and does a great job for me with my financial planning. I think everybody out there should have a financial planner. I think everybody should have a fiduciary, somebody who puts your best interest first and can help you plan for the future. There never is a bad time. It's better earlier, 20s or 30s, but no problem starting in your 40s and 50s either with a financial advisor that can help you form the right financial plan, the right retirement plan, have a tax plan for you. Look, most of us put money away tax deferred. And eventually that tax bill is going to be done. That's why when I started working with Stuart Willis, one of the first things he said to me, it's not about how much money you make and you've saved. It's about how much of that you're going to be able to keep. How much of that money you're going to be able to keep. And the tax part of it's a big deal. So if you are looking for a financial advisor that can work with you every step of the way, Stuart's got 5 locations in the Valley. He's right here in Arizona. He is a fiduciary, and you can meet with him absolutely free. Get a free portfolio review. 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with Garrett Lee, co-owner of Moving Team 6. Garrett, I just saw where you guys actually have hit over 1,000 5-star reviews.
That's absolutely true, and we don't do it without our team, and obviously to our amazing customers that are willing to trust us and support our team along the way. The thing that separates Moving Team 6 obviously is our team. You need somebody to help you make that move happen, and we're the team for you.
Go to movingteam6.com for more information. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
I'm Mitch Varel. This with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker and Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Phoenix Suns back in action tonight in Dallas, taking on the Mavericks. The Suns are looking to push their 3-game win streak to 4 tonight. As we know, they will be without Jalen Green as he continues to recover from his hamstring strain. Mavericks have both Anthony Davis and Derek Lively II listed as questionable going into this one, but based on reports from ESPN's Tim McMahon and our John Gambadoro, both of them are expected to miss tonight's game. Tip-off is at 6:30. Pre-game coverage starts at 5:30 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. In other NBA news, Clippers guard Bradley Beal is going to miss the remainder of this season and undergo surgery on his hip. Beal was in the first year of a 2-year deal in Los Angeles. The second year is a player option. And then more bad injury news for the Arizona Cardinals. Wide receiver Marvin Harrison Jr. underwent surgery for appendicitis earlier this week, and he has been ruled out for this weekend. against San Francisco. The Cardinals had a closed walkthrough today, so when we get the latest injury report, we will let you know. This report is brought to you by Ojos Locos Sports Cantina. November 14th is a big deal. Celebrate National Pickle Day with $5 fried pickle and jalapeno baskets all day long. It's crispy, it's spicy, it's sabroso, only at Ojos Locos.
Hey, it's Wolf. What should the Arizona Cardinals' defensive game plan be against the 49ers? We'll ask 15-year NFL veteran Lorenzo Alexander tomorrow at 11 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
You were doing pretty good. You were doing pretty good. You were doing pretty good. Yeah. Not the best song all time with a whistle in it. I got two. Patience by Guns N' Roses, The Stranger by Billy Joel are my two favorite songs with whistling in them.
Stranger is an excellent choice.
Young Folks by PB&J.
Good whistling.
Is also a good whistling
A
song.
tier or S tier? Like where are we leveling these whistle tunes?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. It's just songs where people are whistling, you know. But this one's good too. And the movie was fantastic. Yeah, that was.
This was in a movie?
Yes, it was. Top Gun Maverick.
It was made for the movie.
Maybe you heard it. It made
I've never seen Top Gun or I've never seen Top Gun. I've never seen it. I know. It's probably one I should have watched. I've never seen Top Gun.
Yeah, Top Gun was fantastic. Top Gun Maverick was just so good. It was such a satisfying way to spend 2.5 hours in a movie theater. I mean, it really was. It was great. It was one of the best things that happened to me in my life that year was when Top Gun Maverick came out. It was like I had so much fun watching that movie. But anyway, so it's funny how this journey that what we're about to talk about next. Gambo and I were talking about this in the office yesterday. Gambo tweeted about it. John Voida from Bright Side of the Suns wrote about it. And now we're talking about it on the show, right?
Yes.
Is that pretty much what happened?
That's pretty much it, yeah.
So yesterday we were talking in the office, you and me, before the show about, boy, what a start that Grayson and Allen and Royce O'Neal are off to.
Yes.
And would it lead the Suns to think about wanting to trade them around the trade deadline?
Yeah, if they keep playing like this, you're going to get offers.
Clearly increase their value.
Absolutely.
You are going to get phone calls.
Yep.
And then we just started a conversation about whether you want to break up the good thing that you got going or take advantage of two players when their trade value is at their absolute highest, knowing that you're still a few years away from probably the best version of yourself.
It's a tough call. What I said to you yesterday is if these guys continue to play like this, let's take Grayson Allen. The team that calls for Grayson Allen is going to be a playoff team. So it's not going to be like a lottery pick. You're not getting a lottery pick. You're not getting a top 15 pick. You're going to get a pick somewhere in the 20 to 30 range for Grayson Allen. Now they need first round picks. Okay, they need first round picks. They do. I get it. They don't control their own first round picks for a while. So it's something you have to think about. But the other thing I said to you, and I really believe this, is you're having success, you're winning basketball games, and you've got a lot of young guys. They do have a lot of guys 23 and younger on the team. There is something to be said about not getting your brains beaten every night, because that sucks and it beats people down. It beats coaches down. It beats players down. It beats fans down. There's something to be said about just continuing to win and go this path forward. Grayson Allen's still a young player. He just turned 30 years old, and I know he's got the gray hair, but he's just turned 30 years old, and he's under a very good contract, and there's no reason you can't keep Grayson Allen for a number of years. He loves being here. I asked him yesterday, I go, you love being a Sun, don't you? And he just does. He loves being a Sun.
Yeah.
Do I want to trade Grayson Allen for the number 25 pick in the draft? Right now, probably not.
Well,
not.
Those are the two key words, right now. And to me, and like I told you yesterday in the office, my answer to this question just depends so much on where we are in February. Where is the team in February? What's the team's record in February? Is Grayson Allen still playing well? Is Royce O'Neal still playing well? To answer, and that's what I liked about John's story on Bright Side of the Sun, is it was very much a, hey, look, two really good things are happening right now. The Suns are winning basketball games, and two very tradable assets are growing in value, and your leverage to be able to get a good deal are growing along with it. And right now, it's like owning two stocks, and they're both just kind of on the way up. I don't need to make a decision today which one to sell, which one to keep. I don't need to make a decision today which direction to go. I can play this thing out right until the very end. I tend to think that, I mean, look, obviously, it depends on the record, and it depends on where they're at, and it depends on what they're capable of doing in February. But I also tend to think that the chances of these two guys both being a part of the next quote-unquote great Suns team is probably pretty remote, and you just don't have a lot of first-round inventory to be able to move around the board on draft night if you want, or to be able to get a kind of player, to get a Mark Williams, for example. You use 2 first-round picks to get Mark Williams. That's a home run deal for the Phoenix Suns. That turned out really good. Mm-hmm. If you don't have first-round picks, you can't make deals like that.
It's true.
So if it's an avenue to get better players, Mark Williams might be a part of the next great Suns team.
He's 23 years old.
So if I can get more first-round picks for players that aren't, for players that could be, there's value in that. And I know you're 6-5. It's this amazingly entertaining season that nobody saw coming. It's in the early stages. We'll see where it is a couple months from now. Nobody wants to talk about this. Nobody wants to talk about breaking this team up because that sucks. It's like,
not now.
Nobody wants to have that conversation.
No, but people always
now.
like to look ahead. And if you look ahead, you're like, man, these guys are definitely increasing their trade value for a contending team that could use a 3-point shooter.
So let's let it happen. Let it happen. Let it happen, and let's see where we're at in February. Let's see where the team is at.
Sure.
Let's see where the players are at.
Yeah.
But I think I'm more willing to do it than you, because I just know not having control of your own draft picks for the next 7 years limits you so bad in the things that you could do. And if you could get a couple of extra first-round picks to play with, it might be able to free things up.
I mean,
to get
if these
like
guys
Mark
were a little bit older, I would say yes, but they're not. Grayson Allen, again, just turned 30 years old.
But
there's no
do you
reason
think he's going to be a part of the next great Suns team? I mean, really?
Look, I don't think that we're going to have a great Suns team this year or next year. I think realistically, you're probably looking at 3 years.
Okay.
That would put him at 33 years old. I mean, I don't.
So you're
I
saying
wouldn't
he could
rule it.
be.
I
He's
could
saying
be.
it
Could be. But again, my value, the value of winning basketball games and trying to you can't devalue the importance of a winning culture. You can't devalue it. Like, there is something about trying to develop, and the second you trade guys off and, it becomes a struggle. It becomes a struggle because then you're probably going to lose more games, and you're sending a message to your team that, we're trading these guys. I don't think we would rather have the draft picks. There's something to be said about trying to build a winning culture with players like Grayson who give you everything they have around all these young guys. So I don't want to devalue that.
There's no doubt there is something to be said for that. Operation Santa Claus is back. Every $20 donation gets you an entry for your shot at autographed gear or premier tickets from your favorite teams. Guys like Randy Johnson, Larry Fitzgerald, Buda Baker, Gonzo, Lourdes Gurriel Jr. have all provided merchandise for us. Text the word donate to 620-620 now through Friday. Again, that's the word donate to 620-620. It's Operation Santa Claus, and it's presented by Sanderson Ford. Hey, ASU fans, you know who you should be rooting for this weekend, right? Right? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Well, I'm going to say this, and I hope this doesn't come off as disrespectful to Jalen Green. I think the Suns are going to be just fine without him. I know it sounds counterintuitive because everybody saw the best of Jalen Green and his opening night.
Yes.
I'm just saying in the last 5 games, the Suns have won 4 of 5 games. And I say that because when he got injured, the team did not pout or whine like a lot of sports fans in the Valley were doing in real time. They actually played harder. When he went down.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Love telling you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center and Dr. J. Schwartz, a team eye doctor for your Suns and your Arizona Diamondbacks, ready to help you right now with all of your eye care needs. For me, I had LASIK surgery done 15 years ago. No glasses, no contacts, see great at daytime, nighttime, up close, far away, no issues at all. I could read all the tickers at the bottom of the television. I don't have to squint. I actually, believe it or not, how I knew I needed a LASIK surgery and some eye care need from Dr. Schwartz is I was getting a lot of headaches because I was constantly squinting to read stuff that was further away, and it was leading to headaches. And so I went to the eye doctor, and they said, yeah, your vision is changing. It's getting worse. We can get glasses for you, or we could do a vision correction procedure. I went with the vision correction procedure. Call the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. They've got locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa. They offer 2 years of interest-free financing, which a lot of people take advantage of. Call 480-483-EYES or go online at teamidoc.com.
2 of the Valley's trusted HVAC and plumbing companies are now one. Hayes Cooling and Heating and Orangutan Home Services are now service experts. Celebrate with a $99 AC Precision Tune-Up. Call 866-EXPERTS or visit serviceexperts.com. License details online.
We're here with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, what is that great ride you pulled up in?
Man, it's my Honda from Arrowhead Honda. Just like on the field, I know the importance of reliability and performance and trust my ride to Arrowhead Honda. Whether you're looking for a rugged SUV or a sleek sedan, Arrowhead Honda has you covered.
Head down to Arrowhead Honda today and score big with unbeatable deals and top-notch service.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
When I answered the phone in the middle of the night, I heard the words no one is ever prepared for. Your husband is gone. This is Deb, owner of RJP Estate Planning. When my husband passed, life changed forever for me and my daughters. And what followed was unimaginable. Unexpected claims and disputes from people trying to take what wasn't theirs. But I had 2 things on my side: a caring and competent team at RJP Estate Planning, and my living trust that ensured no one could take what was rightfully mine. Let RJP help protect your family, just as we've helped over 40,000 Arizona families since 1995. And if you're 60 or over, you can save 60% on a living trust.
To save 60% on a living trust, call 480-576-5457 by November 13th. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Do the holiday parties, tailgating, and family get-togethers have your liver working overtime? Let Active Liver help give your liver some relief. Pick some up online at Amazon or Vitacost.com or at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or ShopRite.
ASU Sun Devil football hosts West Virginia. Saturday. We pregame at breakfast. Kickoff 11 a.m. Listen to ASU versus West Virginia on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
An 11 a.m. kickoff at home on a Saturday. Well, I mean, I think it's supposed to rain, first of all. I think, isn't it supposed to rain all weekend?
Yeah. Yes.
So I don't know if it's going to
rain
hot.
this year for us in the Valley.
I'll take it. Every drop. Every drop. And I know these things are, it's not up to ASU. It's dictated by the TV contract. So I certainly wouldn't blame anybody over there for that. But I'm struggling to remember the last time a game at Mountain America Stadium / Sun Devil Stadium that would have started before noon that was at home. I mean,
the only one that comes to mind for me is Notre Dame.
Was that before noon?
14, but I can't remember what time of the day it was. I remember it being midday.
That's just a weird. Like I saw, I'm like, wow, 11 o'clock. Okay, like you're gonna tailgate with breakfast, basically, right? Like you're gonna bring an egg casserole and some bacon and some sausage.
Yeah, but which
sounds fine.
Yeah,
it's just that's an That's an unusual start time for the game.
You know what it's like to go to the Diamondback day games, and you get in there and like the media's all there at 10 o'clock. It's breakfast.
Oh, I know. Yeah,
you're getting breakfast.
Yeah, it's just when you're
eggs and pancakes.
You don't tailgate for a baseball game. I'm just thinking like the fans who are going early. Like it's Bloody Marys, it's mimosas, it's a casserole, it's bacon, it's breakfast when you're tailgating for that game. It's obviously, it goes without saying, it's a must-win game for ASU. They need chaos in the worst kind of way. Texas Tech beating BYU this past weekend was not the desired outcome at all, and Texas Tech throttled them. And so now what you're hoping for is just chaos, because the way things go now, if Texas Tech wins out and whoever wins the game between BYU and Cincinnati in a couple of weeks wins out, that's it. You can't get in. You can't. You have no path to getting into the Big 12 title game because both of those teams would only have one conference loss and you're out. So you just need as many Texas Tech, BYU, Cincinnati, Houston, Utah losses as you can possibly get. And partially, I hate to say it, ASU fans, but that means you're rooting for U of A this weekend to beat Cincinnati.
Yes. Cincinnati controls their path to the Big 12 title game. Everybody's talking about Texas Tech and BYU. Texas Tech is 9-1, BYU is 8-1, but the path is Cincinnati's because Cincinnati, with BYU's loss, Cincinnati they have a head-to-head matchup with BYU down the stretch, and if they win that, it would give them the tiebreaker advantage. They also face Arizona, and they face TCU. So if Cincinnati beats BYU and wins the game against Arizona and TCU, they're in. Yeah. They are in. So you start to figure out, is there still a way? Like I was looking at college football playoff traffic. Cruise control, Texas Tech, BYU, Cincinnati. Bumper to bumper, Utah. Sitting on the shoulder, Arizona State and Houston. Arizona State and Houston need like all the chaos in the world to happen. And like you mentioned, like Cincinnati might have to beat BYU, but then they probably have to lose 2 games or lose that game to Arizona. So like there's a few things that are going to happen to get Cincinnati that third loss. Utah's got to get that third loss, I think, because you lost the tiebreaker to them. So there's a lot of chaos that has to happen.
Yeah, and it's not, and because of that, it's not feeling, and I know when we have Graham Rossini on tomorrow, he will say that we are, we're not thinking about anything else other than Big 12 title game, as it should be. They shouldn't think about anything other than a Big 12 title game. But we're getting to the point where it's not quite a miracle that you need, but it is just a heavy, heavy dose of chaos across the board, which is why, as I mentioned, you're rooting for Arizona this week to beat Cincinnati. You are certainly rooting for ASU to beat West Virginia. That's got to happen. You're rooting for UCF to upset Texas Tech. That's probably not going to happen. You're rooting for Baylor to beat Utah. You're rooting for TCU to upset BYU, right? Like, I mean, you just need as much of that as you possibly can. And I know ASU fans probably going to have a hard time saying that they're rooting for Arizona, but certainly they would understand the significance of a Cincinnati loss.
And Arizona's
and how that
bowl
could open
eligible.
The door for them. Yeah, for the first time under Brett Brennan. They are bowl eligible.
Congratulations to them. They became bowl eligible with their win. So they're in a good spot. They're having a good season, and they can help Arizona State. Arizona State's got to win out, and like you said, you got to find a way to get in there, you got to get ahead of Utah, you got to get Cincinnati, you got to get ahead of BYU, and one of Texas Tech, BYU, Cincinnati, you got to get ahead of 2 of them. You got to get two of those teams. You got to get ahead of.
BYU winning would have really gone a long, long way in kind of keeping the dream alive. And when that didn't happen, it just got very complicated. Here's the other thing that's complicating things for Kenny Dillingham a little bit. And I know it's been a minute since we've seen ASU play because they had to bye this last weekend after their really impressive road win at Iowa State, given the circumstances. Kenny Dillingham notes something that I hadn't really thought about until he said it. And as soon as he said it, I'm like, yep, he's absolutely right. This team has been, and I'll use his word here, terrible at responding to success this season.
We've been horrible at responding to success this year. We've been really good at responding to failure, but we have not responded to playing a good football game or beating a good team well. So we need to do that. We need to show this season that we can play a good football game and come back and play another one and stack them. And that's what I'm excited for. I'm excited to see if our guys can go out there, play with the same passion and energy back-to-back weeks and stack good football games.
Top 15 team against Mississippi State, lost. 4-1 against Utah, lost. beat Texas Tech, lost the next week to Houston, right? Like every time they've had these moments where you think, okay, here we go, here we go,
get
here
too
we
high
go.
and they
can't
move past the wins sometimes.
And I think he's saying that now because I think you can view the Iowa State game not as a surprise, but certainly as okay, that was a very successful moment for you. Jeff Sims,
unbelievable.
His jersey is hanging in the ASU Athletics Hall of Fame right now, and it's still all stained up and everything from the paint on the field and the grass on the field, and that's great. But we found out this week Xavier Alford's out for the season.
Right,
maybe
huge.
they get Prince Dorba back, but they're still all beat up. They're still got a ton of injuries, and he wants them to handle success better because they have not handled success. And unfortunately, I hate to say it, that's kind of been the mantra of this program for years and years and years and years and decades.
Following up success of a year?
Yeah.
Well, Graham went back-to-back with the 10 wins.
And that was really the only time they followed.
Yeah.
The only other time I can remember before that, was when Bruce Snyder, after the Rose Bowl year, they won 9 games, and they had a really good year and went to the Sun Bowl. Pat Tillman was Pac-12, Pac-10 Defensive Player of the Year.
And then the next year, they were not good.
And the next year, they were not good. They just, every time, again, there's expectations. And we've broken record, we've been saying this, Gambo. Every time there's expectations on this program, they don't live up to them. And kind of this season, in some ways, is more the same of that.
I don't think that the expectation is, or even should be, that you're just going to be in the Big 12 championship game every year. I think you've got to look at a 5-year block and say, can they get there twice and then get to good bowl games in the other 3? Because, look, Arizona State's, say what you want. Like, they're going to go to a pretty good bowl game. A lot of people are projecting them to go to the Holiday Bowl right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're going to get to go to a pretty good bowl game. Like, they're right up there amongst the topper echelon teams. If they could finish out, there's no harm, like, where they are in the standings. It's just, look, they're better than Arizona and Baylor and Colorado and Iowa State and Kansas State and Oklahoma State and TCU and UCF and West Virginia. They're better than all these teams. Yeah. And so it's tough because when you had the success you had last year, you want it again. I want to get back to the Big 12 championship game. I want to get back to the playoffs. That was so much fun. We had so much fun. But I think if you look at it in a 5-year window, if you could do that twice in 5 years, I think that's remarkable.
I think it is too, and I'm not trying to diminish what following up a season like last year with a 9 or 10 win season this year and a great bowl appearance would mean. It would mean a lot.
It would be like Snyder.
I'm just talking about I'm just talking about this year. Every time we got our hopes up about what they were capable of doing, they got very quickly dashed.
Yes.
Very quickly dashed.
Well, the Utah game, they didn't have a snowball's chance in hell. The weather was terrible. They were playing Sims. It was on the road. Utah's very good at home. The Houston game is the one that really got me. Like you should have beat Houston. Yeah. You should have beat Houston.
Yeah.
Didn't the next week Houston lose to, West Virginia?
I believe that's the case, yes.
Like, that Houston game was the one. Like, you were here, you were home. And then you just didn't play very well, and they ended up taking the game from you.
When we come back on Burns and Gambo, time to reset with Lauren. She'll get us caught up on what's going on in sports. 4 o'clock reset, right around the corner here on Burns and Gambo.
This Friday, the 2nd annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament, presented by Sanderson Ford and benefiting Operation Santa Claus. The more you give to the clause by texting the word donate to 620-620, the greater your chance to win awesome autographed merch and experiences that you can't get anywhere else.
The final boss of prizes?
It's a baseball autographed by World Series champ Luis Gonzalez, a jersey signed by World Series champ and Baseball Hall of Famer Randy Johnson, plus a football signed by Cardinals great, future NFL Hall of Famer Larry Fitzgerald. See you at Dink and Dine Pickle Park, Mesa Riverview this Friday. More info at arizonasports.com. Click on contest. Message and date rates may apply.
Our Scottsdale roots run deep. Now we're expanding our office to make your estate planning experience even more personal.
For decades, Scottsdale families have trusted Morris Hall to safeguard their futures, creating plans that protect loved ones, preserve wealth, and ensure that legacies last for generations.
Brooks Crandall, attorney at Morris Hall.
And now, we're deepening that promise with our expanded Scottsdale office located at Scottsdale and Shea. That means more space, more resources, and the same trusted guidance families have relied on for years. With 9 offices across Arizona, we're here to serve families statewide. Because estate planning isn't just about today, it's about every tomorrow that follows. And whether you're starting a family, preparing for retirement, or planning for the next generation, we're here to help you do it with confidence. Whether you're just getting started or need to update an existing plan, we'll be with you every step of the way.
Schedule your appointment today at our Scottsdale and Shea office or at one of our 8 other locations across Arizona. Visit morrishall.com.
It's Wolf. I've been telling you about how great Aria Dental Implant Center is, but don't take it from me. Listen to Michael, a recent Aria patient.
I had partials, and I was dealing with those for the last, 12 years or so, 15 years. And it just got to the point where I just got tired of it, and it just was, I needed to do something. I didn't know what I needed to do. And so I came into Dr. Joe and had the consultation.
My name is Dr. Joe Marinfar, and I have a practice in Phoenix where we focus on the all-on-4 process.
Everything was, from start to finish, was phenomenal, and it really amazed me. Don't hesitate. Don't hesitate. This is the last set of teeth, I guess you could say, you're going to have, and so you're done.
Aria Dental Implant Center helps patients regain their quality of life while saving them thousands of dollars. Go see my friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com and tell them Wolf sent you.
At the Window Depot, builders and contractors don't wait weeks. You get what you need today. Factory direct windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, it's all in stock and ready to go at wholesale prices. Whether you're tackling a remodel or a multifamily project, we've got job site quantities and no membership required. Our windows are proudly manufactured and assembled in Arizona with small business service and big box selection. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for me by name and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
Low T, start for free. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Add a GLP-1 medication for just $149 and say goodbye to that belly fat for good. Don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. Fix your low T with no startup fee and add a GLP for just $149 only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com.
Oh, hey, welcome to gift wrapping. Whoa, Zoe Saldana.
Hey, can you wrap these, please?
Wow, iPhone 17s. You splurged.
At T-Mobile, you can get 4 iPhone 17s on them. It's the perfect gift for everyone.
I'm the worst. I only got my mom a robe.
Well, it's better than socks.
So I have to trade in my old phone, right?
No, at T-Mobile, there's no trade-ins needed when you switch. Keep your old phone or give it as a gift.
Incredible.
In fact, wrap up my old phone, too, for my Aunt Rosa. Forget that. Aunt Liz will be jealous.
Sounds like my family. Drama.
Oh, I got it. I'll give it to my abuela. I'll take reindeer paper with, hey, where are you going?
To T-Mobile. Thanks, Zoe. The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Get 4 iPhone 17s on us. No trade-in needed when you switch. Plus 4 lines for just $25 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 4 eligible port-ins on essentials for well-qualified customers. Auto pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end in balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 256 gigabytes, $830 required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker and Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Phoenix Suns back in action tonight, looking to push their 3-game winning streak to 4. They are in Dallas to take on the Mavericks. As far as the Suns' injuries are concerned, it's just Jalen Green. He's working his way back from a right hamstring strain, and it's going to be a while until he's back. So may just omit him from the injury reports in the future until we get any further update. But besides the point, he's there. Mavericks have both Anthony Davis and Derek Lively II listed as questionable. But based on reports from ESPN's Tim McMahon and our John Gambadoro, it sounds like both of them are going to miss tonight's game. Tip-off is at 6:30. Pre-game coverage starts at 5:30 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. In other NBA news, Clippers guard Bradley Beal is going to miss the remainder of this season and undergo surgery on his hip. Beal was in the first year of a 2-year deal in Los Angeles. The second year a player option. And then more bad injury news for the Arizona Cardinals. Wide receiver Marvin Harrison Jr. underwent surgery for appendicitis earlier this week. He has been ruled out for Sunday against San Francisco. The Cardinals had a closed walkthrough today, so when we get the latest injury report, we will pass that along. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Get in on the action at Casino Arizona this November with Tailgate Touchdown for weekly drawings and a chance to win a 2026 Chevy Silverado.
Arizona Sports. The local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
All right, halfway home on this Wednesday, and at 4 o'clock every day, Lauren steps in, tells us what's going on in sports, the top stories of the day. I'm sure she's leading with Illinois' big win last night in college basketball, right?
No, but I easily could.
Yeah,
I'm Illinois, they upset number 1 Texas Tech at home. Andre Stojakovic went off. His dad, Peja, in the stands.
Peja Stojakovic!
Wow.
Oh, Peja.
I didn't realize the pin I was pulling on that grenade when I jokingly said that.
Oh,
Of course.
Every time the grenade will go off.
Of course. Yes, of course. That is undoubtedly a huge story in the world of sports.
Yes.
I don't know if it made the cut of the 4 o'clock reset, but you tell me.
It did not. It's my top story of the day.
I'm sure.
Yes.
You know what? We all have our own. Maybe that's what we should do one of these days.
What's that?
What is our top story of the day? What's the most? What is the most important thing going on in sports for each of us? And for Lauren, it would be Illinois' win over Texas Tech. For you, it might be Bradley Beal being out for the season.
Why you gotta go there?
Well, just because. Tell me I'm wrong.
What is the most? I have to think about. I have to think about that.
I mean, I don't know.
I mean, yesterday was my first favorite basketball player ever passed away, Michael Ray Richardson.
Yesterday that would have been yours.
Yesterday, Michael Ray Richardson passed away. It was Sugar, one of my favorite players ever.
Brainstorming out loud, just thinking of ideas, but that's not the purpose we're here for today.
No.
It's the 4 o'clock reset, so go. I didn't mean to send us a skew like that.
Let's start with the real top story of the day. Here is Jonathan Gannon from earlier today.
Okay, a couple updates here real quick. Barron came in Monday after the game. He's in concussion protocol. We already talked about Zay Jones going to IR. Simi Fajoko's going to go to IR. Marvin, 2 nights ago, had surgery, appendicitis, so he's going to be out. And Mac Wilson with the ribs will be out. Everybody else, you guys will see that report today. Varying levels of each guy, what they're working through.
So good night, everybody.
Yeah, Merry Christmas, everybody. My goodness.
I mean, it's just the hits keep coming, man. The hits keep coming. And it's this season, I've said this, sometimes you have a player like Darius Robinson had a lost season. I almost feel like it's a lost season for this team. Just a whole season, just a lost season.
There have been so many things that have gone wrong that I started thinking about what's gone right for the Cardinals this year. And honestly, and I haven't spent a lot of brain power thinking about it, the only thing I've come up with so far is the practice facility that's going to be built and how needed that is. I mean, and the announcement of that is great. That was awesome. I'm really going to have to work hard to think about what,
Like Will Johnson while he's on the field.
I guess. Yeah, you're right. I mean, if we sat here, we could come up with enough things, but certainly the scale of, the good to the bad, it's off.
We're topsy-turvy.
Yes, we are.
And Jackson Dart, he is still in concussion protocol, and Jameis Winston will be the starting quarterback for the Giants against the Packers. Because Jameis Winston now has to address the media, here he is today during his presser.
I want fans to know that I'm going to do my best. Obviously I'm going to have fun, but I'm going to execute, have a surgical execution, and just play ball, man. Like, this is something I've been doing since I've been 4 years old. Now I just get to do it in the greatest city in the world. I'm going to be saying it with my son. It's the greatest city in the world. Yeah, that's a Hamilton reference if y'all don't know. 10-year reunion.
Jameis Winston.
Okay. You know what? That team could use a little joy, too, with a new head coach and with Cam Scadaboo's injury and Jackson Dart's injury. So, Jameis
I already
Winston
saw
is there to
people
provide it.
connecting the dots between Monty Ossenfort and Brian Dable. They were together for like 4 years.
In New England, yeah, I did see that. I did see that. There are already questions about whether Brian Dable would go back to Buffalo because their offensive coordinator is struggling, et cetera, et cetera. So, yeah, all that.
And during that game, Drew Brees will actually make his Fox Broadcasting debut. It will be him and Adam Amin, and he will handle the play-by-play for that game, Packers-Giants.
See how he does, okay?
And, Gambo, your favorite thing in the NFL happened today.
What?
Gronk signed a one-day contract with the New England Patriots. Here is a back and forth between him and Robert Kraft.
Since we play the Jets tomorrow night, how about a 2-day contract?
Let's do it.
Okay.
What's the signing bonus?
Nothing's changed.
I think it's the dumbest thing in all of sports. One of the dumbest things. I'm going to sign with this team and retire with them. You're not going to play. You're retired. Like, Rob Gronkowski's retired. The guy's been retired for a long time now. It's been a few years since he's been retired. Like, I don't know. I'm surprised they even cover it.
Well, when he has a back and forth with Robert Kraft about signing a 2-day contract so he can play on Thursday
Gronk's
night.
kind of a bright star. I'm sure that's a very easy bait at the end of the hook to get Boston area reporters to come out and cover that for a day. I'm sure.
Very easy. And the Phoenix Suns, they have game 1 of a back-to-back tonight. They are in Dallas, face off against the Mavs. Game start for that one's at 6:30. Pregame starts here at 5:30. Derek Lively, Anthony Davis, both out for the Mavs tonight.
Yeah, they're just, they're just really up against it. Kyrie's out, no Anthony Davis, and now they're talking about they're going to trade Anthony Davis. If you come in, the new GM, whoever comes in, you've got to undo in the best way you can what Nico Harrison did. Now you've got to trade Anthony Davis. And it's got to be for some kind of draft capital or something to kind of start a little bit of a rebuild around Cooper Flagg. Because Bernsey sent me a picture. It was like 18 months ago. They were celebrating being in the NBA freaking finals.
There's a tweet from Kevin O'Connor who said this was just 18 months ago, and it was Nico Harrison hugging Luka Doncic after winning the Western Conference Finals. And it's like, damn.
Yeah, then Michael Finley took the beer out of Luka's hands.
Yeah, that was 18 months ago. And now look at him. It's crazy. And yeah, they're going to trade AD. And it's a mess. It's a mess. And we'll see if there's any surge that the Mavs get from finally doing the thing and firing Nico, the thing the fans have been chanting for the better part of the last 6 months, and see if the players themselves, or if there's enough good players to do anything about the fact that they fired Nico Harrison. Because sometimes you'll get a little surge after you fire a coach. I don't know if you get one if you fire the GM or not.
To that point, Mavericks Governor Patrick Dumont has requested the medical data indicating that Anthony Davis is not a risk of aggravating his left calf strain before giving the green light to come back.
So they want to assess the risk and see, can we play him? Can we push him through it? Or could he possibly re-injure it? Interesting.
Especially if they're looking to trade him there. And Clippers guard Bradley Beal has a fracture in his hip and will undergo season-ending surgery.
Dodging that bullet. Did we dodge that bullet or not?
Better than Keanu Reeves in The Matrix.
Did we dodge that bullet? Can you imagine if that was us right now and that was our news today?
Yes.
I mean, what a disaster it would be. What a freaking disaster.
Given the state of Arizona sports right now, I actually can't imagine that. I can imagine it.
Let me tell you something. The Phoenix Suns, thank God they did the right thing. And the buyout. I mean, they had to. They had no choice. I mean, I'm glad they did because there was some internal debate about what to do. They were even asking candidates for the head coaching job, well, how would you use Bradley Beal? How would you utilize him? How would you get the most out of him? Because there were some people in the organization that still wanted to be hey, we should try to keep him. There's no Kevin Durant. We need scoring. He's a scorer. We're going to lose all this scoring, but I'm so glad that they moved on. So glad.
I mean, I wish him no ill will. This isn't about him and being happy that he's hurt. It's not about that. To Gambo's point, it's about being happy that it's just not my problem anymore, that it's somebody else's problem. And understand the problem takes on a totally different perspective when he signs a 2-year, $11 million contract versus being owed $50 million, whatever.
Right. Doesn't hurt the Clippers.
It's a much easier thing to digest if you're the Clippers because it wasn't that expensive.
It was a flyer. It was a flyer.
Exactly. Exactly.
And Illinois basketball might be my top story of the day, but U of A basketball got a win over NAU last night,
their butts.
84-49. Koa Pete played 21 minutes.
He didn't have a great game.
10 points, 7 rebounds, 3 assists. He was 3 of 10 from the field.
Okay. Yeah. The big game coming up is the UCLA game.
Yep.
That's going to be a
Friday,
ton of fun.
8 p.m.
Ton of fun.
Just enjoy that one. And with that, that's your 4 o'clock reset.
Same night, ASU is hosting Gonzaga, by the way, for what it's worth at Desert Financial.
Oh, really?
On Friday night.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw
Good game for ASU.
Saw a video of Bobby Hurley, come on out. This is Gonzaga that's going to be here.
Gonzaga destroyed ranked Creighton last night.
Did
they
they?
looked great.
Yeah, and remember, for what it's worth, totally different basketball team. ASU hung a little bit with Gonzaga last year, if memory serves. They ended up losing.
They'll now face off against a Gonzaga team that has Adam Miller, ASU's old player, on it.
Well, thank you, Lauren. We are giving you the chance to win tickets to see your Cardinals take on the 49ers or the Jags. The team needs you now more than ever, so be ready to call in and win when you hear the sounder. Could this Cardinals season get even uglier than it already is? That's coming up on Burns and Gambo.
This Friday, join us at Dink and Dine Pickle Park, Mesa Riverview for the 2nd annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament. You don't want to miss the great mascot matchup at noon, featuring our own Jared Carlin.
Boo, boo, we hate Jared.
So knock off work early and come hang out while players compete for the golden paddle and cash prize money. The 2nd annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament, presented by Sanderson Ford and benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Join us at Dink and Dine Pickle Park, Mesa Riverview this Friday. More info at arizonasports.com. Click on contests.
Every time I turn around, my friends at Pure Talk give me one more reason to feel good about switching. This month, for instance, they're supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat veterans struggling with PTSD. The result? They're saving lives on both ends of the leash. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. I like being in business with an American wireless company who shares my values. Yeah, I appreciate unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and I bet you will too. But I think you'll really appreciate doing business with a company who gives back to the men and women who volunteered to defend our country. Just dial pound 250, say micro. With Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, you can switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Hi, I'm Emily, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where a small box with a burgundy bow will help you win the holidays. As an in-house designer, I love creating meaningful, fine jewelry gifts. Choose a necklace with a gorgeous infinity charm to symbolize your everlasting love. Or go for a personalized piece with an engraving, their zodiac sign, favorite color gemstone, or their initial accented with pave diamonds. Because a friend wants you to be a holiday hero. Stop by or shop now at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Feed a family, make a kid happy, and win a new car.
It's the 25th anniversary of Operation Santa Claus, presented by Sanderson Ford, Sanderson Lincoln, U-Haul, and ABC 15. Make a donation of food, new toys, child-sized clothing, or money, and you could win a new Ford F-150 truck or Lincoln Corsair SUV. For more info, go to givetotheclaus.com.
Sanderson Ford, Lincoln, and ABC 15.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a game plan for your appetite. Meet the Sonic Smasher, the QB1 of burgers. 2 hand-smashed Angus beef patties, always made to order with melty cheese and Smasher sauce. And this month only, buy 1 Sonic Smasher, get a free large drink when you order in the Sonic app. Hydration, covered. Flavor, elite. Open the app, call to play, and score yours now Only at Sonic. Live free. Eat Sonic.
It's the Black Friday sale, and it's on at Brooklyn Betting. That's right, Bay Centurions. Brooklyn Betting is celebrating Black Friday with 30% off everything in-store and online now through November 30th. We're talking mattresses, sheets, pillows, everything you need for the best sleep ever at Brooklyn Betting. So here's what you do. Get on over to one of Brooklyn Betting's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the Black Friday sale at Brooklyn Betting. For the best sleep ever, you got to get the best mattress ever, and that's at Brooklyn Betting.
Southwest Gas is committed to delivering safe, reliable, sustainable, and affordable natural gas service. Every thriving community starts with a strong foundation. From warming homes to fueling industries that drive our economy, natural gas provides the energy you can count on. Because energy does more than fuel your day, it provides comfort, reliability, and connection. Southwest Gas fuels the homes and local businesses that bring our neighborhoods to life. For more information about how Southwest Gas is supporting a sustainable energy future, please visit swgas.com. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Thursday morning. No Marv for the Cardinals on Sunday. Can they overcome another loss at the receiver position? We'll get into it starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Peoria, thanks to you to hanging out with us here on this Wednesday afternoon. Hello to Peoria and everybody out there listening on the Burns and Gambo Show, or who have subscribed to our YouTube channel at Arizona Sports. You can watch all of our shows whenever you want. I was watching a little bit of Bickley and Marotta this morning from the home office. Well, yeah, absolutely. When I'm getting ready for our show, I got Bickley and Marotta on the TV in the background. Absolutely. So we appreciate everybody hanging out with us here. And unfortunately, it was our top story of the day. Marvin Harrison Jr., emergency appendicitis. Happened a couple of nights ago. He's not going to play this week. Teo Mackey of AZ Central looked at, recent history of guys who have had their appendixes removed in the middle of the season. 2 weeks, 3 weeks. I mean, we're not exactly sure what to expect. The Cardinals are kind of tight-lipped about injuries anyway. Mack Wilson Sr. is out. Baron Browning showed up, and now he's in concussion protocol. On Monday, he wasn't feeling so great. And so it takes this story that we're about to talk about now, and it puts a different spin on it. And it was on NFL.com. And it was sort of revising their prediction and what the rest of the season is going to look like for the Cardinals. And
I knew it was going to be this, too.
Yeah.
I knew it. I just knew it when I looked at it, and I was like, oh, okay. I could almost tell you exactly what it was going to be. Yeah, it was an interesting story. And, what was fascinating about it is they actually, revisionist history. So it's predicting every remaining game, final record, playoff outlook for each team. They went through the Cardinals' midseason report, and they said our projected record, this is NFL.com, our projected record for the Cardinals through Week 10 was 6-3.
That's what they thought it was.
They thought they were going to be 6-3, and they're 3-6. So they said that's what they said. I was right about September. I was wrong about the Titans game. That's what they said. But they expected the Cardinals would be 6-3, and the Cardinals were 3-6. They go to the second half and they double down and they say, here's our final projection for the Arizona Cardinals. The previous projection was 8-9. So their projection was Arizona would go 8-9 this season. So they actually had him with a pretty good start, Burnsy, 6-3, and then they had him finishing 2-6 in the final 8 games.
Losing 6 of their last 8 games after a 6-3 start. Yeah, I vaguely remember that being their prediction. Yeah.
So they revise it and they say our final projection right now for the Arizona Cardinals is 5-12. They've got the update. They had their preseason picks and their updated picks. They have them losing to the 49ers, beating the Jaguars, losing to the Bucks, losing to the Rams, losing to the Texans, beating the Falcons, losing to the Bengals, losing to the Rams. So they have them finishing 2-6 to put them at a 5-12 record.
They had them finishing 2-6 either way.
Yes.
Right? It's just a different 2-6
Yeah, they
now.
just changed the Falcons game. They originally gave the Falcons a loss. Now they gave it a win for the Cardinals. And they originally gave them a win over the Rams. Now they're giving them a loss to the Rams.
So, I mean, in a sense, their second half projection of the Cardinals has not changed one iota other than swapping a couple of wins for losses.
Right,
but
it was
they're
the
still
first
saying
half.
2-6. It was the first half where they were expecting great things and because they're let down. But to the point that we were trying to make yesterday about, hot seats in the future and how this thing is going to go. And again, you have to blend in today's news with sort of these expectations. And today's news is it's devastating. It's absolutely, when you consider your number one, and this is nothing against Michael Wilson, your number one wide receiver right now is Michael Wilson. Your number two wide receiver now is Greg Dortch.
Yeah, Zay Jones is out.
Zay Jones is out.
And
Simi
Fehoko
is out.
Fajoko's out.
Yeah, it's so. It's when you look at it like that through that lens, and you just James Conner's injury and all the injuries in the second, they're so beat up right now. And I'm not trying to blame everything that happened this year on the injuries. I think that's certainly part of it, but I don't think that's all of it. I think now any idea of Jonathan Gannon's got to win X number of games to be able to keep his job or to be able to at least stay out of the hot seat conversation.
Yeah.
I don't know, Gambo, how Jonathan Gannon is supposed to win X number of games to stay off the hot seat conversation when you've got this few guys that are available for the next few weeks.
Well, the thing that I want to look at with this, and I want to get your opinion on this, if this is right, say this is right, and it very well could be, it would mean losing to the 49ers, losing to the Rams, losing to the Rams again. That would make this team 0-6 in the division. Mm-hmm. That'd be the second time in 3 years that Jonathan Gannon was 0-6 in the division. So overall, he would be 3-15 in the division.
It'd be 3-15. It'd be, if you're asking my opinion, it'd be very, very, very difficult for him to survive that. Very. But
0-6 in the division for the second time in 3 years.
But again, I will add the same two caveats that I added the last time we had this conversation. Caveat one is, how much is Michael still paying Steve and Cliff? And does that factor into this at all? Does he want to be paying 3 different guys to be the head coach of his football team or just 2? So that's one. And number 2, and we're going to keep saying this over and over again for the next few months until there's resolution, how much leeway does Jonathan Gannon and to a certain extent Monty get by the fact that they might be ready to move off of Kyler Murray and go a different direction? How much does Michael say, okay, I get it. Last year was terrible. We didn't win a single game in the division when it was all said and done. I want to see how you two do when somebody other than Kyler is your quarterback. And those are the two things that I think any conversation about Gannon or Monty or offseason changes, you have to bring those up. You have to bring both of those up as factors in the conversation. Agree?
Sure,
Disagree?
the quarterback thing is a big deal for sure. But there's got to be a commitment to fix the offensive line because of just the struggles with the offensive line.
Well,
look, go ahead.
Okay, I don't mean to cut you off.
Jump in. Go ahead.
You guys can come back, but massive staff changes. Massive.
More experience. Somebody did a piece today. I can't remember who it was.
It was I saw
Walter Mitchell. Was it Walter Mitchell?
Was it?
Did a thing, and I have it in my email. I do have it in my email. I'm just going to go
about them not hiring experienced coaches.
Didn't hire any experienced coaches. Like everybody was a first-year coach. Like
I mentioned.
Here it is right here. There's a guy named Walter B. Mitchell. And he says, here's the coaching staff Monty hired to compete in the NFC West. Years of NFL experience at their roles coming in. Gannon, 0. Petzing, 0. Rallis, 0. Woolfolk, 0. Fry, 0. Denson, 0. Debo, 0. Garcia, 0. Feeney, 0. Tony, 0. Smith, 0. Steele, the tight ends coach, had 3 years of experience in that role. And the special teams coach, Rogers, had 14. So those are the only 2 guys on the whole staff that had experience in their roles. His point was that they just have a very inexperienced coaching staff. So to your point, I don't disagree with this. It might be like, hey, we're going to really make some changes to the coaching staff because, you can't have this happen again. I mean, you could lose a fan base over stuff like this. You could lose your fan base. Everybody's worried about season tickets and merchandise and everything that people spend their money on. And, when your team goes through a year like this, it's tough. Yeah. It's difficult.
Yeah. I want to shout out Dan Bickley, too, because that was part of his Bickley Blast this morning.
The Bickley Blast.
Was mentioning the thing about the coaches as well, because that was something that he brought up. When we come back, the offseason for the Arizona Diamondbacks, aside from the Cattell Marte conversation, what does it look like? We'll talk about it next on Burns and Gambo.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Allen left wing. He'll drive to the basket. Euro step in the lane. The layup goes, and Grayson Allen has a new career high 42 2 on the night.
The Suns visit Dallas to see what Cooper Flag is all about. Pre-game tonight at 5:30, 6:30 tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
I love telling you about the Lund Mortgage team and what a difference the Lund Mortgage team makes for people's lives. There was a review that came in just the other day. A couple had used the Lund Mortgage team. They originally tried to use somebody else for a mortgage. They had an adjustable rate mortgage. It kept going higher and higher and higher. They couldn't afford their mortgage. They called the company like, yeah, we can help you for $20,000. They're like, screw that. We can't do that. So they called the Lund Mortgage team. And they had Matt Oliver work with them. And Matt Oliver was able to put together, through a lot of planning and a lot of work, a great rate for them, a fixed rate that they love. And the only charge was $2,000. It was $2,000. They saved $18,000. They got a great rate that they love, and they saved a lot of money. The Lund Mortgage team is all about making sure that you get the right mortgage for you. So give them a call at 623-889-0130. Whether it's a new home loan, refinancing, or even getting pre-approved for a mortgage, there's nobody that does a better job out there than the Lund Mortgage team. Call them at 623-889-0130 or go online at lundmortgage.com.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, y'all. It's the Rocket Roger Clemens here. Spent a lot of time pitching heat. Years later, the pain in my joints remind me of those days, but I'm not looking to sit still, and I definitely am not interested in going under the knife. That's why I chose QC Kinetics.
Not just for elite retired athletes. QC Kinetics gives everyday folks joint pain relief using regenerative treatments that work with your body to help repair joint damage.
No surgery, no long recovery, whether it's your knees, hips, shoulders, or back. My friends at QC Kinetics will help you get moving again so you can get back to doing the things you love.
QC Kinetics medical professionals will look at your x-rays or MRI to determine if you're a good candidate.
I trusted QC Kinetics to help me feel like myself again, and I'm proud to recommend them to you.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-691-6641. That's 602-691-6641. 602-691-6641.
When I answered the phone in the middle of the night, I heard the words no one is ever prepared for. Your husband is gone. This is Deb, owner of RJP Estate Planning. When my husband passed, life changed forever for me and my daughters. And what followed was unimaginable. Unexpected claims and disputes from people trying to take what wasn't theirs. But I had two things on my side: a caring and competent team at RJP Estate Planning and my living trust that ensured no one could take what was rightfully mine. Let RJP help protect your family, just as we've helped over 40,000 Arizona families since 1995. And if you're 60 or over, you can save 60% on a living trust.
To save 60% on a living trust, call 480-576-5457 by November 13th. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker and Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Phoenix Suns back in action tonight. They're in Big D, taking on the Mavericks, the Dallas Mavericks, of course. Looking at the latest injury report, nothing new to report regarding the Phoenix Suns, but as far as the Mavericks are concerned, both Anthony Davis and Derek Lively II have been listed as questionable going into this one, but based on the reporting of ESPN's Tim McMahon and our John Gambadoro, it sounds like both Davis and Lively are going to miss tonight's game. Tip-off is at 6:30. Pre-game coverage starts at 5:30. right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. In other NBA news, Clippers guard Bradley Beal is going to miss the remainder of this season, set to undergo surgery on his hip. Beal was in the first year of a 2-year deal in Los Angeles. The second year is a player option. And then more bad injury news for the Arizona Cardinals. Wide receiver Marvin Harrison Jr. underwent surgery earlier this week due to appendicitis, and he has been ruled out for this Sunday against San Francisco. Cardinals had a closed walkthrough today, so when we get the injury report, we will pass that along. This report is brought to you by Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm. Trusted guidance for every stage of life. Visit morrishall.com.
Hey, it's Luke. Will the surprising Suns be able to pull off their 4th straight win tonight in Dallas? We're talking Suns Mavericks tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Gonna give a little symbol.
I think we gave this already. Didn't we put tip jar in for this already?
We tip jarred Boston. Was it this Boston?
I've got like half of the self-titled album in the rotator.
This is we're just another band out of Boston on the way to try to make ends meet.
The other one was Rock and Roll Band.
Rock and Roll
Peace
Band.
Of Mind.
Yeah, great.
Yeah,
what a great group.
I knew
great group.
We had Boston in there. I didn't know if we already
Self-titled front to back is maybe my favorite 8-track sequence there is.
They're so great. They're so great.
Yeah.
Their music is fantastic.
Oh, we even got a little singing on this one.
Peace of mind.
Normally we've edited out.
In there?
Seriously, normally we've edited out the words. It's all just music, but we got a little singing in there. Welcome back, Burns and Gambo here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. The Arizona Diamondbacks are up right now. Mike Hazen, he was on with us yesterday, speaking to us from the general manager meetings in Las Vegas. Obviously, the Ketel Marte news, and not even news, speculation is kind of dominating the conversation. And we will revisit that in a very specific way a little bit later on in the show. But I'll just briefly mention that Gambo had reported 5 to 7 teams have already kind of called and kicked the tires a little bit on what it might take for a Ketel Marte deal.
Yeah, a lot of calls right now, a lot of interest in Ketel Marte, lots of interest. Up to 7 teams have called right now. The Arizona Diamondbacks just peaking, gauging interest, inquiring about what it would take to get him. Hasn't gotten any further than that. Diamondbacks at this point still believe that it's unlikely that they will trade Ketel Marte, but obviously they will listen to offers because they have to. It's their job, and they have to do that.
They do. And like I said, we'll get into more detail on the 5 to 7 teams. Not that we're going to name names, but what it means, what you're weighing, kind of all the different decisions and options and things like that. It's not the only thing going on with the Arizona Diamondbacks right now. Certainly there are other conversations. Yesterday we had Mike Hazen on. He could not comment on Zach Gallen, so he didn't go there.
I'm not able to. I can confirm that we offered him a qualifying offer. I'm not able to comment on anything outside of that. He's a free agent.
So there's that. There's the continued suggestion that Alec Thomas or Jake McCarthy is going to be gone this offseason, that they're going to trade one of them.
Probably, I could tell you that it probably is going to happen, that they will probably trade either Jake McCarthy or Alec Thomas. There's a lot of interest in both guys. There are teams that like Jake better. There are teams that like Alec better. Not going to get back a lot for them, Burnsy. You're not going to get back like a starting pitcher for them. It's probably more going to be like a bullpen arm. You would trade one of those guys and get back a bullpen arm and maybe a minor league guy. So Alec is 25 years old. The center field market is not very good. He hits the ball hard. They still have a lot of guys at center field. They have to figure out, Lawler could play there possibly. You got Tim Tawa. You got Barossa. If you traded Alec, then Jake McCarthy could play some center field. So you've still got 4 guys in the mix there. Mm-hmm. If you traded Jake, he's a little bit more of a corner outfielder for them. So you'd still be set with Alec in center. And, Gurriel's going to come back halfway through the season. So that's where they're at. They are probably going to trade either Alec Thomas or Jake McCarthy. But I'm going to warn everybody now, it is not going to be for what you think it's going to be. It is not going to be for what you think. You're talking about probably a bullpen guy. to address the bullpen need.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I wish I could say it's going to be more, but it's not.
Yeah. The three names that there are three. There's a couple different sets of three names here that I want to focus on for a second. The first set of three names are the three top prospects in the Diamondback system, or three of the top prospects. Now, one of them, Jordan Lawler, has had enough Major League time. I don't know if we could call him a prospect anymore, but I think we still consider him that. Between Jordan Lawler, Tommy Troy, and Ryan Waldschmidt, those are the three players that, at least a week ago, Mike Hazen had mentioned, hey, maybe if we have to, we'll dangle those guys to see if we can get the starting pitching that we need. But then there came a suggestion in a report yesterday that teams just aren't hunting prospects like that right now, that they're really more looking for major league help, major league ready guys, which then leads you to wonder kind of the future of Jordan Lawler and Tommy Troy and Ryan Waldschmidt, because they're all kind of considered very important parts of the future one way or another, either as players at the big league level or to acquire big league players. Those three players are saying is very important for the Diamondbacks.
Yeah, I think that you'll see those guys get spring training invites, but I would expect both Waldschmidt and Tommy Troy to start the season in the minor leagues with the chance to come up. I've got a lot of things that they've got to figure out right now. Who's going to be the first base platoon? If Pavin Smith is going to be the guy at first against righties, who's going to be the guy against lefties? There's a lot of internal discussions about Paul Goldschmidt right now because there are people in the organization that want to bring Paul Goldschmidt back. So we'll see if that happens. It may depend on the price. Third base is they want to fix their defense. Blaze Alexander, they like his defense. The question really, is offense. Is there enough upside there offensively for him? And if you say, okay, listen, I'll deal with Blaze Alexander hitting 250 and playing good defense, I got to try to get him not to strike out so much. Then they need other guys to step up. As we talked about yesterday, me and you, they really need Gabby Moreno to become more of an offensive force. So it could be where, okay, I'm sacrificing Gino and all his home runs, but what did that get us anywhere? It really didn't get us anywhere anyway. Gino strikes out a lot. So you may get you may take a step down as far as production at third base, which would mean you definitely need other guys that haven't stepped up to step up.
Yeah, and the other set of three players I want to talk about, there's a little crossover with one of them. You mentioned Blaze Alexander. I mentioned Jordan Lawler and Pavin Smith. You asked Mike yesterday if either of those guys could be an everyday player, and this was the answer we got.
I see some of them having the ability, whether all of them are, that's probably a stretch. Do I see some of them having the ability to be everyday players? I do. Do I think some of them may need protection on the platoon side of things? I do. Now, how that all comes together while still trying to satisfy and solve the pitching?
This pitching, and that's something else Mike said yesterday.
It's the most expensive commodity on any market. Amateur, minor league, prospect, trades, it's the starting pitching is, and you see it. You saw it in the World Series again and again and again. Savage versus Yamamoto. You just see how the games get dominated in the postseason, and it was for us in a lot of cases with Gallen, Merrill, and Fott in 23. You see how starting pitching takes over the game when it's that good.
So everything this offseason is geared towards finding starting pitching.
Yeah.
Everything they're going to do this year,
including, and I'll just say this now, and I'm just looking for my notes on it, but including the Japanese market. There's a lot of pictures on the Japanese that have been posted, from Japan, and those are players, and I've got a list of them right here. Now, my understanding is that the Diamondbacks are in on some of these guys, but it's unlikely that they would be able to sign any of them because of cost. Mm-hmm. Because you're putting your fingers up.
I'm doing the money sign.
You're doing the money sign.
It's the money sign because
right. Are they in on some of these guys? Yeah, there's a lot of guys that they are in on. There's a lot of players that posted. They're going to be in on some. They're going to have conversations. They're going to throw some offers out there. But, a lot of these guys, teams are going to unload to pay for some of these guys, and that might be out of their price range.
I'm still curious about the Merrill Kelly thing and whether they bring him back, and how, it doesn't solve every problem, but it certainly solves a problem. And I think even if that happens, man, Brandon Pfaadt figuring it out, and Ryan Nelson and whether he's arrived or not are two of the most important questions of the offseason for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Those two guys, I cannot stress enough how important they are to the bottom line over there and what this season is going to be, holding things off until Corbin Burns is able to come back. Because you've got two good young pitchers. We just don't know how good. Ryan Nelson looks like he's been terrific. He needs to stay there. Brandon Pfaadt needs to figure it out. Whatever it is, he's got to figure it out.
This is just, I know you were very high on him last year, and I was too. I wasn't as high on him as I was. Like I thought Merrill Kelly was going to still be better, but I was expecting Pfaadt to take that jump. Just take that jump. Like, see, right now the problem with the Diamondbacks is that they've got Ryan Nelson, who I think could be a solid number 2 pitcher, and they've got a 4 and a 5 with Rodriguez and Pfaadt. That's what they are. Brandon Pfaadt is no better than a number 4 pitcher. He's a back-end rotation guy. So they're going to start the season the way they are right now. They don't have a number 1 until Corbin Burns comes back, and they don't really have like a number 3. I think Ryan Nelson's a 2. I do. But they've got to go out there and get a starting pitcher that could be that number 3. That's what they need. They got to go get a guy that you could say, I think he's better than Pfaadt and better than Rodriguez, but not as good as Ryan Nelson. That's what they need.
Operation Santa Claus is back. Every $20 donation gets you an entry for your shot at autographed gear or premier tickets from your favorite teams. Randy Johnson, Larry Fitzgerald, Buda Baker, Gonzo, Lourdes Gurriel Jr. We've got so much stuff. Text DONATE to 620-620 now through Friday. Again, text the word DONATE to 620-620. It is Operation Santa Claus presented by Sanderson Ford. Offensive line, quarterback, what would the Cardinals do in the draft? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Pepe, 8 games left, man. What do you need to see from the Arizona Cardinals in 8 games?
And these 8 games moving forward, I want to continue seeing guys fight, having guys show that, how much the game means to them, how much winning means to them. Because at the end of the day, that's when your team is, not in the position to go in the playoff. Now you get an opportunity to see the character of your team.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Got an email today from V's Barbershop. It's their 26th birthday. 26 years ago. I don't know if it was today or this week or this month, but 26 years ago, the very first V's Barbershop opened up, and I'm looking at a picture of a very, very young Jimmy V standing in front of the very first V's Barbershop in Arcadia, the one that all of us used to go to, the one that I used to drive all the way in from Gilbert just to get my hair cut at. And it's amazing to think over the last 26 years how V's has grown. They're all over the valley. And I mean, what was great about the original V's 26 years ago, the best barbers and the cool old-fashioned vibe is what's great about V's all across the valley. Every single V's barbershop has exactly that waiting for you. And because it's their 26th birthday, they are celebrating. If you go to vbarbershop.com, you can get 26% off a whole bunch of products that they've got on their website right now, grooming products and whatnot. I really encourage you to check it out. But more than anything else, I encourage you to go to V's Barbershop because it truly is one of a kind after 26 years. Go to vbarbershop.com to book your appointment at V's.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for me by name and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, Lauren's here, and before she starts scarfing down her McDonald's fries there on the other side of the glass, she got an update on our social media poll question of the day. Kellen is the delivery driver, and he just
gave her the. We're having the discussion on why McDonald's Cokes are better than anybody else's Coca-Cola.
They store them in metal kegs.
Yes,
they store the Coke in metal kegs.
It's not cocaine,
and
Lauren.
no, although that was
stainless steel tanks. It's the true reason. McDonald's store. They're the only company that are allowed to do this. They store the Coca-Cola in stainless steel tanks. So their Coca-Cola tastes better than everybody else's. It's true. It's a true story.
It works.
McDonald's?
Oh, yes.
Coca-Cola or Mexican Coca-Cola? Have you ever had a Mexican Coke that's made with the real sugar instead? That would be
McDonald's.
That'd be a blind taste test I'd like to try.
Yeah.
Because there's no doubt the Coke at McDonald's is superior.
Yes.
There's no doubt.
Yeah, the only company that could use stainless steel to store the Coca-Cola.
That's a blind taste test I would like to try to see if I could tell, to see which one's better.
I am pretty confident that I would be able to tell which is which. Mm-hmm. It's just then which do I prefer.
Which one is better? Yeah, because Mexican Coke is
delicious.
It's delicious.
Delicious.
It's
something about real sugar, baby. Yum.
Seriously, real sugar. If you're gonna eat it, right? Like really, if you're gonna have it, have it. If you're not, don't waste your time on the fake stuff. Eat sugar.
Yeah. If I'm gonna have a soda, I'm having a regular soda. I'm not having diet soda.
Yeah, but I'm even talking about like soda with actual sugar in it versus high fructose corn syrup, whatever.
Right. Yeah. Right. Regular cane sugar you want. You want the regular cane sugar.
Put it right in my veins, baby. Mm-hmm. What do we got for poll question today? What are we asking?
Poll question today is, what outcome is more likely after the Suns' surprising start?
Pain.
Is it a top 8 finish in the West or a bottom 3 finish in the West?
Based off of Kellen's great article at ArizonaSports.com, in which he kind of theorizes that the West is not as tough as we thought in the NBA. And so what we're saying is 9, 10, 11, and 12 in the West are off the table. You can't pick any of those. It's either 1 through 8 or the bottom 3. Which is more likely?
I'm so optimistic right now, and I hope I stay that way. But I'm going to say that they have a much better shot at the 8 seed than they do a bottom 3 team.
I'm going to agree, but not because of my optimism about the Suns. I think there are 3 teams in the West that are way worse than the Suns are going to be. Way. So for me, that's not an option, them finishing in the bottom 3. I think it'd be more likely they'd be in the top 8.
And that is what our audience believes as well. 74% of our audience going with a top 8 finish, 26% going with a bottom 3.
Perhaps the poll question should be, when do you actually want to start hearing about mock drafts? And give
is there a never option?
Is there? Give us a date.
It's supposed to be November 12th. It's not. It's not. It's just not.
It's just not. And I
it's
hope,
just so unfair.
And I hope for my half of the show.
Yeah.
You know, and I don't speak for the whole show. I'm just speaking, and not even my half, my quarter of the show, you know, with Mitch and Lauren too. I really don't want to spend a ton of time talking about mock draft. You know what I mean? Because it's just, God, it's so long from now. You know, it's just like, oh, it's forever. It's the end of April. But I understand.
Okay, we'll just sign off now. Good night, everybody.
No. But you know what I mean? I don't think every day, well, let's look at what this mock said and what that mock said, because that'll drive me bonkers. But
I think the thing is the quarterback. I think the thing that makes the mock draft interesting is not like where the Cardinals are picking and who they're going to get. It's like, who do they think are legitimate quarterbacks? Like right now, CBS's mock draft has the Reese kid, the linebacker of Ohio State, as the number 1 pick. They got Mendoza, the Indiana quarterback, number 2. They got the wide receiver out of Ohio State, Carnell Tate. God, he is so good. He is just so freaking good.
Ohio State wide receivers tend to be really freaking good, don't they?
I hope the one that we get is good.
I said that trying to get a reaction.
Yeah.
I knew exactly what I was doing.
They got him going to the Giants. They got Dante Moore, the quarterback out of Oregon, going to the Browns. And then they got Ty Simpson, the quarterback out of Alabama, going to the Jets. So they actually have 3 quarterbacks in the top 5 picks, which is interesting because right now the Cardinals are picking 11th, and they got them taking the offensive lineman out of Utah, the big Spencer Fano kid, which would be great. Like, you know, I mean, that would be great. The question that I had for you wasn't about the mock drafts. It was, do they need to fix their offensive line before they draft a quarterback?
It's a great question. And I think
because some teams have done that. I'm not drafting a quarterback until I know I got a line that can protect him. Yeah. You don't want to draft a kid and have his brains beat in.
It's a tremendous argument, and I think that I'd be more inclined for the Cardinals to find their quarterback by trying to go the Kurt Warner, Carson Palmer recycled
retread
route, rather than drafting a kid. I know they're going to have to at some point in time. But I do think that their offensive line, it's, you know, I know what Drew Petzing said. It has regressed. It's gone backwards. And Will Hernandez has been a disappointment. Isaiah Adams has been a disappointment. It might be time to put Adams back in there to see if he can be less of a disappointment than Will Hernandez. Evan Brown has not followed up his good season last year with a better one this year. Jonah Williams is absolutely in need of being replaced as soon as possible, and it's almost like a non-negotiable at this point. It just has not worked for him and them. So yeah, I mean, it's I guess it just depends on, and truly this is kind of a cop-out answer. If there is one of these kids in next year's draft that Monty Ossenfort, assuming he's still the shot caller, looks at and says, that's the guy, I know it, that's the guy. That is my franchise quarterback and will be here. You're Drake May, you know, who's killing it right now in New England. If you can look at...
When's the last time they lost a game?
Exactly. If you can look at one of the quarterbacks in this draft and say, I got to have him, he's the one, then you take him. And you figure out the offensive line later. But if you don't have a guy that you feel that passionate about, fix the offensive line first, because the offensive line needs fixing bad.
Yeah.
It needs money. It needs picks. It needs all of it right now. Yeah, it's an argument I can certainly get behind.
And that's the thing I want to try to look at a different angle here. Then, here's what the mock drafts say, and the Cardinals are going to take this offensive lineman. I look at the quarterbacks, and I see them, and I'm like, okay, if you get yourselves in a position to get one, is it worth it? Or do you feel like you've got to fix that offensive line before you go get that quarterback?
There was, we didn't mention this yesterday. I'll take us into a break with this one.
Okay.
Dane Brugler over at The Athletic it wasn't a mock draft. It was a big board, right? Just ranking the top 50 players in college football for the draft. He had 4 quarterbacks in his top 15 and then none after that. And again, it wasn't a mock draft with just here are the best players regardless of position. He had Ty Simpson 2nd. He had Mendoza 7th. He had Dante Moore 12th. He had Lenoris Sellers 15th. And then after that, not a single one for the rest of the top 50. So you had those 4 guys in the top 15 and nobody else.
Oh, the Cardinals will be picking in the top 15. They'll be picking in the top 10.
Yeah.
So they should be able, if they wanted to go get that guy, they could, but it would be passing up on offensive linemen.
He also had Jordan Tyson 8th. By the way, Tyson will not play this week against West Virginia. Kenny announced that
the CBS
today.
one had him 19th. They had him falling a little bit.
Really?
Yeah, maybe because he's not playing.
The Cardinals injury report has dropped, and it has dropped like an anvil on our head from a 10-story building.
Heavy. Can't pick it up.
It's very heavy, and it's painful. And it's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
This Friday, join us at Dink and Dine Pickle Park, Mesa Riverview for the second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament. You don't want to miss the great mascot matchup at noon, featuring our own Jared Carlin. Yes, he is in fact the Arizona Sports mascot. So knock off work early and come hang out while players compete for the golden paddle and cash prize money. The second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament, presented by Sanderson Ford and benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Join us at Dink and Dine Pickle Park, Mesa Riverview this Friday. More info at arizonasports.com. Click on contests.
You know, my son's baseball game the other day, my wife's a really good friend, Natalie. One of our best friends, Natalie, was saying, hey, her hot water heater went out. And she had contacted this company that wanted to charge her $3,600 for a 50-gallon tank. Big house, too. $3,600 for a 50-gallon tank. My wife said, well, why don't you just go with Christian Brothers? So she said, hey, Gambo. And she said, hey, Gambo. She said, honey, not Gambo. But she said, hey, honey, can you help Natalie, have someone call her? So I sent a message over to Shay, and I had them call Natalie and her husband, Andy, and they got themselves a 80-gallon hot water tank for less money. Got a better price by a lot for an 80-gallon tank because Christian Brothers was able to give them just a great price on a great hot water heater. So if your hot water heater goes and you need a new one, Christian Brothers, and they even said, like, why would somebody try to sell you a 50-gallon tank for this size house? It doesn't make any sense. It needs a bigger hot water heater. So they got the right hot water heater for their house, bigger capacity, and a better price. So if you're looking for a hot water heater or any plumbing needs, I recommend that you call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Progressive knows road trips without your pet can be tough.
Hi, this is Next Stop Dog Boarding.
Hi, it's Scott again. How's Squeaks doing? You can tell if he's stressed by his eyebrows. Oh, and his breathing should sound like this.
Scott, Squeaks is exactly the same as last time you called.
Okay, let's talk in 20 to see if anything's changed.
With Progressive, your pet is covered up to $1,000 in vet bills in case of a car accident. So next time, you can take your pet with you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Coverage for dogs and cats is included with the purchase of collision coverage and subject to policy terms.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here for Legacy Green Solutions, the Basin's most trusted team for artificial grass, putting greens, and hardscape. They transform my backyard into a true oasis. The artificial grass looks amazing, feels great, and even our dog loves it. Clean, cool, and built to last. Legacy Green Solutions is simply the best. Family-owned, rooted in the Valley for over 25 years, and voted Best of the Valley. Text GREEN to 620-620 or visit LegacyGreenSolutions.com to save 15% today.
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form.
especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $321 per vehicle. So buckle up, learn more, and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
Low T, start for free. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Add a GLP-1 medication for just $149 and say goodbye to that belly fat for good. Don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. Fix your low T with no startup fee and add a GLP for just $149 only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Varaldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker and Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Phoenix Suns back in action tonight. They're in Dallas, set to take on the Mavericks. Suns are looking to push their current 3-game winning streak to 4 in a row if they can get the win tonight. As far as injuries are concerned, nothing new to know about regarding the Suns. Jalen Green's still out, but we are aware of that already going in. Per the latest injury report for the Dallas Mavericks, Anthony Davis is still listed as questionable. Derek Lively II still listed as questionable. But based on reporting from earlier today with ESPN's Tim McMahon and our John Gambadoro, it sounds like both Davis and Lively are going to miss tonight's game. Tip-off is at 6:30. Pre-game coverage starts a half hour from right now, right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And then more bad injury news for the Arizona Cardinals. Wide receiver Marvin Harrison Jr. underwent surgery earlier this week due to appendicitis. He's been ruled out for this weekend's game against San Francisco. The Cardinals had a closed walkthrough today, and we just got the latest injury report. And Burns and Gamba are going to be reacting to the laundry list coming up next. This report is brought to you by ProSmile Dental. Start your smile transformation with the pros. Visit ProSmileAZ.com today to book your free consultation.
Suns at the Mavericks. Pre-game tonight at 5:30, 6:30 tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Jonathan Gannon with an injury update.
Okay, a couple updates here real quick. Barron came in Monday after the game. He's in concussion protocol. We already talked about Zay Jones going to IR. Simi Fajoko's going to go to IR. Marvin, 2 nights ago, had surgery, appendicitis, so he's going to be out. And Mac Wilson with the ribs will be out. Everybody else, you guys will see that report today. Varying levels of each guy, what they're working through.
Just like
it's just this night. You just want this nightmare to be over. The nightmare of the 2025 season. It's just like it just didn't go the way it was supposed to go. They were supposed to get off to a great start. They should be 6-3 right now. We should be talking about the playoffs and the schedule and and things like that. And instead, you're 3-6 and you've got one of the worst records and there's 8 games left, and half your team is injured, and your quarterbacks are going to be on the trade block if you don't cut them. And you just lost a game to Seattle in which you were down 35-0 to the Seattle Seahawks. It's just like, damn. Again, like I said, sometimes it's just not your year. It's just not your year.
The phrase you used earlier was a lost season, and it's really starting to feel like it's just a lost season.
Just
the
a loss.
The whole season. Where like you said, sometimes players have a lost season. Darius Robinson last year had a lost season where it's just one you just let's just forget about it and move on and act like it didn't happen. This is a team one, and it really does, so little has gone right that it really doesn't take you long to come up with a list of the things that have gone right. I do think Lauren's point is correct. I think Will Johnson has gone right this year. I think, okay, there's a part that you can use and is going to be very functional for you and very good for years to come. I think that's great. I think, as crazy as it sounds, the fact that they're building this practice facility, I think that's great. I think that's a great sign because it's been long overdue and well needed. Beyond that,
that's a really great. I am racking my brain right now,
trying to think of
what has gone right for the Arizona Cardinals this year.
What has gone right?
You're fairly limited.
I mean, okay, I'll throw this one out.
I mean, Trey McBride in the end zone.
Okay, that's gone right.
Trey McBride getting touchdowns in the end zone.
Clarity on Kyler Murray. Has that
clarity? Yes.
Has that gone right this year?
Well, not for the right reasons.
No, of course not. Nope. No, but at the end of the day, ultimately, the ends justifying the means. At least, if nothing else, we can say in 2025, we got clarity on Kyler Murray and whether you should move forward. Now, Mitch, you look like you want to jump in. I see you. No, okay, you're.
I was going to say the better than expected reunion with Calais Campbell.
Okay, that's gone.
I mean, but it's just.
It's
all the losses.
Nothing can be looked at through the prism of wins and losses.
Okay.
Because if that's the case, then
Calais came back and he's going to finish his career with the Cardinals.
If that's the case, nothing's gone right this year, right? If we're just going to look at everything through wins and losses,
for me,
nothing is.
For me personally, having Lorenzo Alexander, our good friend, finally come over to the dark side was one of the that to me was that was special.
Called him Booter Baker.
Didn't pack it in.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of that has to do with Jonathan Gannon. I don't know what he said at halftime, but
that's not in their character. I mean, we think about Buda Baker, Calais
like
Campbell.
Gambo.
I know. I've been listening to him. I work with him too, right? Yeah, I do.
So, welcome to the club,
Buda
Baker.
Yeah, that's a positive for you this year.
Yeah, I got Zoe on my side now. He can't say his name either.
Funny.
I was with Mark McClune the other night on the Cardinals
and
postgame.
McClune tagged us all on social media, and that was funny.
There you go.
Jonathan Gannon was asked today about if the plans change with all these injuries.
You see who's available, and you put a plan together, That's all I can really say, Josh, about that. Everybody goes through it.
When does that, because you said like you have A, B, C, D heading to the season. When does that change?
A, B, C, and D changes weekly,
Yeah, it does. Because
I almost, okay. Does he sound defeated to you?
Yeah.
Okay, because he does to me. He just sounds defeated. Like, and I feel bad. I like Jonathan Gannon. I like Matty Osifor, and I want them to do well. And I'm rooting for them. I don't want them to be fired. But, when you've had so many injuries and from James Conner on, it's just like, he gets up there like, what the hell do you want me to say?
I know, but I also want to be really clear about this.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to make it sound like that just because I thought he sounded defeated today, that means Jonathan Gannon is defeated. I think there's a real distinction.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sure that press conference sucked for Jonathan Gannon to have to do that.
Sure. Got to tell you,
more guys are out. More guys are out, and look at our wide receiver room. It's Michael Wilson, Greg Dortch, and Xavier Weaver. And we've got Andre Bocellia and Tajon Palmer and Jalen Brooks on the practice squad, and we gotta go beat the San Francisco 49ers this week. And then they email out the injury report. Everybody else who didn't practice today in the closed walk-through practice, which was Gambo's waving the white flag again, just like he was in the 2:00 hour of the show. This handmade white flag.
Surrender.
But I don't
surrender.
Yes, Jonathan Gannon's voice was one of defeat. But I don't think that means he's defeated.
No, you're exactly right. There's two different things. But you get this news, and he's out. It's hard enough to compete in this league. And when you don't have your starting running back, you don't have your backup running back, you don't have your middle linebacker that calls out the plays, you don't have your top wide receiver. It's just there comes a point where you just don't have the bodies to compete. You just don't have the body. Think about that. I mean, last week they played without their number one cornerback, their number two cornerback, and their middle linebacker, their number one running back, their number two running back, their number one quarterback. Start to add it up.
Yeah.
You went into Seattle without your number one and number two cornerbacks, your number one linebacker, your number one quarterback, your number one running back, your number two running back. There comes a point when, I know it's next man up, but after a while, next man up is it's not going to work.
You ready for this? You ready? Okay. Sit back and get comfy. The Cardinals held a walkthrough today. Their injury report is merely an estimation. Did not practice. Kelvin Beachum, Baron Browning, Marvin Harrison Jr., Will Johnson, Bilal Nichols, Dadrian Taylor Demerson, Jonah Williams, Mac Wilson Sr. Limited in practice today. Evan Brown, Will Hernandez, Bam Knight, Max Melton, Walter Nolan, B.J. Ojolari, Darius Robinson, Xavier Weaver.
Wow.
I mean, it's and you're right. At
Bam
some point,
Knight's hurt now, too?
Next man up, Bam Knight, it's ankle.
Oh, God.
It's an ankle. So, I mean, it's just, and I really had thought yesterday that this game was one of the most important games Jonathan Gannon was ever going to coach in his Cardinals career.
Did you change your mind?
Yeah, a little bit. I think I'm just kind of forced to.
It's going to be hard to compete.
It's just going to be very hard to compete with an injury report like this. It's
San
going to be
Francisco's
very
got
hard.
a big injury report, too. They're fighting for a playoff spot, just so you know. They are.
I'll tell you what, it's not as big as the Cardinals.
It's not.
It's not. No, I'm looking at it. It's side by side. It's literally not as big as the Arizona Cardinals. It's half the size, if even that. It's yeah.
But they're without, like, Warner's out for the year, and
course.
Ayuk hasn't played a game
Guys
yet.
who aren't on
Bosa's
the injury
out.
report.
Like, they're not on the injury report. They're just out.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, the latest on Ketel Marte and how many teams have kicked the tires. Gambo's got the info. You will hear it next on Burns and Gambo.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Allen left wing. He'll drive to the basket. Euro step in the lane. The layup goes. And Grayson Allen has a new career high 42 on the night.
The Suns visit Dallas to see what Cooper Flag is all about. Pre-game tonight at 5:30, 6:30 tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, back here to tell you about the attorneys at Berg Simpson. And when I mean the attorneys at Berg Simpson, I mean the very, very good lawyers who work for Berg Simpson, some of the best, quite frankly, in the country, which is what completely, totally sets Berg Simpson apart from all the other options out there and all the other choices that you have out there. Berg Simpson has over 30 lawyers named in the Best Lawyers in America publication. They have over a dozen lawyers named in the Super Lawyers publication. Their founder, Michael Berg, is listed as one of the 50 best trial lawyers in the country. He's the only trial lawyer to ever be inducted into the Trial Lawyers Hall of Fame at Temple University in Philadelphia. And they're listed as one of America's most influential law firms by the National Trial Lawyers. So when you're going through all the choices, if you've been hurt in an accident and you know you've got so many options out there, Berg Simpson is just different. If you're ever in need, let the best team represent you by calling 602-777-7000. That's 602-777-7000, or visit them at bergsimpson.com. Berg Simpson, good lawyers, changing lives.
Every day, reliable, comfortable, connected. Every day you rely on power. At APS, we work around the clock to deliver some of the most reliable power in the country. But with Arizona's extreme weather, outages can happen. Stay safe and informed with alerts by keeping your contact information up to date. And visit our outage center for updates online or on the APS app. For more ways to stay safe and informed, visit aps.com/brighter.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters, a leading installer of artificial turf in the Valley. And Mike, you've got a great special going on if people sign up for the turf maintenance program.
Turf maintenance and cleaning is very essential to the longevity of your turf. Give us a call. We're giving up to $250 off on all cleanings, depending on size of project. We offer a 3-step process like none of our competitors in the business.
623-263-7388, online at turfmonstersaz.com.
For generations, Scottsdale families have trusted Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm to protect what matters most.
And now, with our newly expanded Scottsdale office, we're here to serve even more families for decades to come.
Mike Halliday, attorney at Morris Hall.
At Morris Hall, estate planning isn't just paperwork, it's about lifelong relationships. We help you safeguard your legacy, ensure your loved ones are cared for, and give you confidence that your wishes will be honored. Scottsdale families have trusted us for generations, from parents to children and even grandchildren. And with our new office conveniently located at Scottsdale and Shea, we're expanding that commitment of providing premier estate planning services. Whether you're just getting started or it's time to update your plan, schedule an appointment to visit us at Scottsdale and Shea or one of our other 8 offices across Arizona. We'd love to help you build a plan that gives you true peace of mind.
Morris Hall, estate planning rooted in trust and growing stronger in Scottsdale. Visit morrishall.com to learn more and start planning today.
It's the Black Friday sale, and it's on at Brooklyn Betting. That's right, Basinonians. Brooklyn Betting is celebrating Black Friday with 30% off everything in-store and online now through November 30th. We're talking mattresses, sheets, pillows, everything you need for the best sleep ever at Brooklyn Betting. So here's what you do. Get on over to one of Brooklyn Betting's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the Black Friday sale at Brooklyn Betting. For the best sleep ever, you got to get the best mattress ever, and that's at Brooklyn Betting.
Hey, Arizona contractors and homeowners. Pioneer Landscape Centers now carry irrigation supplies, and we're celebrating at select locations. From turf to stone, we're your go-to for top-quality landscape and hardscape materials. Tap into more at pioneerco.com. That's pioneerco.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
What's on tonight? The games that we're going to watch this evening, and it's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Suns basketball, 6:30 tonight. They're taking on the Dallas Mavericks. First game after those Fire Nico chants turned into reality. Fire Nico. Whether it means anything for tonight's game or not, I have no idea. We're not going anywhere.
No.
But Mitch is going to slide into the captain's chair. I'm going to slide over into the back seat there, and he's going to drive from 5:30 to 6 for Here Come the Suns.
Preview the game.
So, yes, preview the game coming up at 5:30. So, but we'll be here to converse with Mitch about that and whatnot. So that's coming up at 6:30 tonight. Locally, the only team in action tonight. There's a bunch of NBA action tonight, NHL as well. But locally, that is what's on tonight. The Suns are taking on the Mavericks at 6:30. All right. Our co-top story of the day, probably. I mean, Marvin Harrison Jr. is number one. I think the Ketel Marte news, especially after, I think, the pretty frank honesty that Mike Hazen gave us yesterday when talking about the situation and just, hey, look, I don't want to go trading my best players, but when people ask me about my best players, there are just certain times I have to listen, and this might be one of those times. It sounds like there have been just a shade under a third of the league that has called about Ketel Marte.
Yeah, I've got it at 7 teams right now that have called for Ketel Marte to just inquire about his availability and whether they could start dialogue with the Diamondbacks on a possible trade. Again, I still think what I'm being told is still unlikely that they're going to trade Ketel Marte. It would take a hell of a package to get him. I don't think you can get 2 starting pitchers for him, but it would have to start with at least 1 quality starting pitcher and then other things because Ketel Marte is a great player and has a great contract. But yes, there is a lot of teams that have at least inquired about Ketel Marte from the Diamondbacks to check on his availability and see if they could start dialogue on a potential trade. And there may be more, but as of now, I had no less than 7.
I think that's good. Honestly, I'm encouraged. Not that I'm rooting for them to trade Ketel Marte. Not that I know for sure that that's going to be the right way to go on this one. I just don't know how else they're supposed to acquire starting pitching. You know, I don't know how else they're supposed to reshape the organization because I still want them to be competitive next year.
Yeah.
I think they still have a really good core. Now, obviously, dealing Ketel from that core means the core takes a hit.
Huge hit. Unless you get better in another area.
Yeah, and clearly, and Mike said it as much yesterday. Look, we had, and he didn't name Ketel by name, but he might as well have. We've had the best offense, one of the best offenses in baseball the last 2 years. Hasn't gotten a squat. Now, there's some around the game who believe that trading Ketel Marte for starting pitching is, in essence, robbing Peter to pay Paul. You're okay, yeah, you're getting better in one area, but you're getting worse in another. And at the end of the day, it might not get you any further where you want to go.
But they don't have the pitching. They still could have the offense. Perdomo taking a big step up. You've got Corbin Carroll. If Gabby Moreno starts to play well, if you get a better first base platoon, if you're able to go get Paul Goldschmidt to bat against the left-handers, your offense might still be okay. You might have to score in different ways. You might have to be more manufacturing of runs. You don't have Suarez's power. You don't have Naylor anymore. I mean, if you lose Marte, think about that from last year's team. Marte, Suarez, Naylor gone. Mm-hmm. That's a lot of your offensive production. And Lourdes Gurriel's out for half a season.
That's what I was going to say. And Lourdes Gurriel Jr. too. So you would, I don't think adding Paul Goldschmidt is enough to offset that entirely. But you're changing the way your team is organized. I just don't. what's the other path to acquiring pitching other than Merrill Kelly? You know, and I don't want to assume that he's back, but I have a good feeling he's going to be back. Other than Merrill Kelly, what's your path? I mean, it's not Jordan Lawler, it's not Ryan Waldschmidt, it's not Tommy Troy, it's certainly not Jake McCarthy or Alec Thomas, it's certainly not spending money. You did that last year with Corbin Burns. You're not going to do this again. And again, remember, we're just, and you've brought this point up many, many times, and I think it needs to be repeated. And Mike even talked about it yesterday to a certain extent. It's about getting to that point in the season where you start getting guys back.
Yeah, can you hang around the first half of the season until Corbin Burns, Lourdes Gurriel, A.J. Puck, Justin Martinez come back? Now, again, they're coming back, but you don't know what type of level they're going to come back at either. So that's another thing. Yeah, they're coming back, but what version of each player are you going to see?
Right, what does it look like?
You don't know. You just don't know.
I keep thinking with the Cattell thing, too, that contract, and like I said earlier in the show, I looked at it again this morning, last night. It's just so favorable, you know, and it's favorable for the Diamondbacks, but it's just so favorable for some team that wants to add a significant bat to go into next season, and it's just not going to cost you a lot of money. $16 million next year, 12 the year after that.
28 for the next 2 years in his prime.
And then it goes up a little after that, but it's still not obscene.
No.
It's not. It's like, oh my God, I can't believe we're paying. It's half as much as you're gonna. It's half as much as Pete Alonso's gonna get. It's half as much. Okay, maybe not half as much as Pete Alonso, but Kyle Tucker, it's half as much. It's just. And so if you're thinking about doing this, and you've got a surplus of starting pitching, like enough that you feel comfortable with it, you can deal from. My little spidey sense, my little voice in my head is that they're going to find a way to deal Ketel Marte, because I just think the contract is going to be too appealing for one team to pass up on. That's just my guess, though.
So multiple players back. It would have to be at least one starting pitcher. They don't believe that they can get two starting pitchers, like major league starting pitchers. Nobody's going to be like, I would take two guys from my rotation. So one starting pitcher, and then maybe a position player and a minor league prospect or two could get a deal done. Again, it's hard to get it done. Dialogue's going on right now. I could tell you at least 7 teams have inquired about his availability and whether the Diamondbacks would be willing to trade. That doesn't mean they're going to trade him. It just means that there are a bunch of teams that are calling.
Yeah, and that's, and like I said, I think that's a good thing to give Mike Hazen some options when it comes to this. Now, if it doesn't work out and Ketel Marte comes back, then it's really going to need Ryan Nelson to solidify himself and how good he is. Then it's really going to be about Brandon Pfaadt and trying to figure out how to take that leap. Then it's really going to be about Eduardo Rodriguez and hoping. And I'm going to use, and I hate using the word hope because hope is not a strategy, but hoping that Eduardo Rodriguez and the way he pitched for the second half of the season, the last 3 months of the season. I mean, if you look at his numbers from July 1 on, he was serviceable. Wasn't great, but he was serviceable enough that you could have him in your rotation and give yourself at least a decent chance every single night. You got to hope. And that's just, I hate using hope as any kind of a strategy for a baseball team, because I think you'd be hoping on Erod, you'd be hoping on Brandon Pfaadt, and you'd be hoping that if you do re-sign Merrill Kelly, he doesn't go and get old on you real quick.
Yeah. So right now you don't have a number 1, you don't have a number 3 pitcher. You've got a 2 in Ryan Nelson, and you got a 4 and a 5 in Pfaadt and Erod, however you want to put them. You don't have a number 1. You're not going to get a number 1 because you got Corbin Burns. You could use the number 3. Now, if you get Merrill Kelly and then you make a trade for somebody else, then I think that they'll feel pretty good that they have got 6 guys when Burns comes back.
Because you need 6 guys.
Yeah, you need 6 guys.
But
you also need somebody until Burns comes back as well.
Yeah, that's going to do it for us, but it's not.
We're not going anywhere.
We're not going anywhere. We're going to start previewing the Suns game with Mitch next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You're still here? It's over. Go home. Go.
This Friday, the second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament, presented by Sanderson Ford and benefiting Operation Santa Claus. The more you give to the clause by texting the word donate to 620-620, the greater your chance to win awesome autographed merch and experiences that you can't get anywhere else.
The final boss of prizes?
It's a baseball autographed by World Series champ Luis Gonzalez, a jersey signed by World Series champ and Baseball Hall of Famer Randy Johnson, plus a football signed by Cardinals great, future NFL Hall of Famer Larry Fitzgerald. See you at Dink and Dine Pickle Park, Mesa Riverview this Friday. More info at arizonasports.com. Click on contest. Message and date rates may apply.
When you switch to Progressive and bundle your home and auto, you could save hundreds, and that's a surprising amount of money.
Whoa, that's like farmer's market money.
That's like give me a gallon of that locally sourced raw honey money.
That's certified organic heirloom tomatoes in every imaginable color except red money.
That's let's get 2 pounds of pink oyster mushrooms money. I'm not even sure I like pink oyster mushrooms.
Guess it's time to find out, because you could save hundreds when you switch to Progressive and bundle. Then the world is your pink oyster mushroom. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Vanity Fair calls BritBox a delicious streamer. Collider says everyone should be watching. Catch Britain's next best series with BritBox. Stream acclaimed new originals like Code of Silence.
You read lips, right?
And Linley, based on the best-selling mystery series.
Say hi, Linley. Take it from here.
And don't miss the new season of Karen Piri, coming this October.
You don't look like police. I'll take that as a compliment.
See it differently when you stream the best of British TV with BritBox. Watch with a free trial today.
At Bank of America, we're proud that more than 20,000 veterans and people with military backgrounds have joined our ranks since 2015. Now we're committed to adding 10,000 more over the next 5 years. By helping veterans achieve their career goals, we're moving from appreciation to action. And together, helping expand economic opportunity across America. Visit bankofamerica.com/great place to work. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
When I answered the phone in the middle of the night, I heard the words no one is ever prepared for. Your husband is gone. This is Deb, owner of RJP Estate Planning. When my husband passed, life changed forever for me and my daughters. And what followed was unimaginable. Unexpected claims and disputes from people trying to take what wasn't theirs. But I had 2 things on my side: a caring and competent team at RJP Estate Planning, and my living trust that ensured no one could take what was rightfully mine. Let RJP help protect your family, just as we've helped over 40,000 Arizona families since 1995. And if you're 60 or over, you can save 60% on a living trust.
To save 60% on a living trust, call 480-576-5457 by November 13th. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Hey, I'm here today with Dr. Justin Field of Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. When I had low back pain, I went to the experts at DISC. There are people who have low back pain and herniated disc. Doc, what is the treatment for a herniated disc?
When patients fail conservative treatment, they come to me with a herniated disc in their low back, and they've got pain down their leg, maybe weakness and numbness with that as well. When it comes to surgery, we do something called a microdiscectomy, which is done through a less than 1-inch incision, done under a microscope, under general anesthesia, and we're able to remove a little bit of bone to be able to gain access to that herniated disc. We remove it, and people wake up and they feel so much better. Not only is their back pain improved, but that the leg pain, the weakness, numbness associated with it is gone.
Thank you, Dr. Field. If you suffer from neck or back pain, go see the spine experts at DISC at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Here come the Suns. Our pregame coverage of Phoenix Suns basketball. Brought to you by Michelob Ultra.
Suns are hot right now, and they're making their way back on the road for game number 12 on this young season. Suns are in Dallas, set to take on another Western Conference foe. This one, the Dallas Mavericks. Welcome into Here Come the Suns here on Arizona Sports, live here from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort studios. Burns and Gambo, kind enough to let me butt in, take the leadership chair, but then they were also kind enough to stick around to be able to talk about some Suns hoops. Gambo, how are we doing this afternoon?
Good. Excited to see the Suns after, this little winning streak that they're on right now. That great record at home, playing the Mavs without Anthony Davis or Derek Lively. No Derek Lively. So, chance to get 2 games over 500. Who would have thunk that in the beginning of the season?
I think that has been the recurring theme, Burnsy, is just a lot of pleasant surprise based on the basketball that we've seen. You could say overall this year, but really specifically the last 6 games.
It's been a long, long time since I've felt to myself, Mitch, that I'm looking forward to getting home tonight and watching a Phoenix Suns basketball game. Haven't really been able to say that a whole lot with a straight face for quite some time. So I am looking forward to walking out of here at 6 o'clock for that game at 6:30 to see what tonight brings, see what tomorrow brings, see what energy level they play with, and what we're going to be talking about tomorrow, because it has been an enormous amount of fun watching this team play.
This team just seems a lot more fun. You see it in the post-game interviews, like after Grayson Allen, a record-setting performance that we'll get into in just a second, the way that Jalen Green, Mark Williams hounding him when he's having the television interview.
Having fun again. Just having fun again.
And it goes back to what Matt Ishbia and Brian Gregory and Jordan Ott were kind of preaching earlier on in the summer. And I like the way that you phrased it, is that I, myself included, was very hesitant to really trust that this group was going to move forward and be able to push through on the promises that they had set
for the right reasons, right? First-time GM, first-time coach. Still a relatively new owner. Like, okay, they were going to try it a new way, Matt Ishbia's way, and I think people were reluctant to buy into that and believe that it could be true, that it could work.
And I mean, so far it's worked. And 11 games, and we're all being very hesitant, understandably so, because it's the easy part of the schedule. But I do like going back to the argument that if you're going to play these lower competition teams, like, go out and beat these lower competition teams. This Dallas team tonight, Pelicans a couple of nights ago, very simple examples of, like, if you're better than them, go beat them. Yeah. I don't care what the final score is.
And there's more teams now that I think are beatable than we thought there would be in the beginning of the season.
Yeah, I mean, I think if, and Kellen, we've referenced this many times, but your co-host on Arizona Sports Tonight wrote a terrific column on the website today about how, Minnesota maybe not as tough as we thought. Golden State, the comments from Draymond Green last night about, hey, we're just not in it to win it the way we were doing it last year. And I'm paraphrasing, but that's basically what he said. Look, there's no doubt that it's very early in the season. There's no doubt we have to take this kind of by game, week-by-week basis, and we've all been very impressed. There's also no doubt that they have played some of the worst teams in the NBA so far this season. And so let's see. We don't need to decide anything today. We don't need to declare anything today. We can just kind of kick back, enjoy it, see where it goes, but also understanding that the Clippers, they're not very good. And Utah's not very good, and Sacramento's not very good, and New Orleans might be one of the worst teams in the league. Willie Green looks like he's dead man walking in New Orleans right now. So let's be cautious about how much we're going to pour into this right now. Let's just kind of enjoy it, because it's so very different than what it's been the last couple of years around here.
Yeah, you look back at the 6 wins that they've had: Pelicans, 2 against the Clippers, 1 against the Jazz, 1 against the Kings. But that Spurs win. That's the one.
That's the one. Stands out. And here's the thing. It's like, for them to really have a better season than last year, it is going to take them shocking some of these teams that they're not as good as. I mean, it's going to take a win over a Spurs team or Minnesota, Denver, Oklahoma City, the teams of Houston, the teams that you look at and say, okay, these are the better teams in the West. Golden State, who's not playing very well right now, but still, it's going to take winning some of those games as well. And I think they could catch some of these teams, maybe not by surprise, but just because, like Grayson Allen said when he was on with us yesterday, our identity is that we're going to play freaking hard. And we're going to play hard. And we don't have the talent that we had last year, but our identity is that we are going to play extremely hard. And, of course, the three-point shot has been such a weapon for them that I do think it's going to keep them in a lot of games.
See, I find it funny because you in particular, and I don't mean to call you out on this, but
go ahead.
You've been very against the idea of the NBA moving in the direction of a ton of threes.
I still don't like it, but that's the way the Suns are going to win.
Yes.
Although I do think that there is a scenario in which Mark Williams just continues to become a force and starts to become more relied on. They start to realize how good he is, and you could start have a little bit more of an inside-outside game with Booker and Mark Williams.
Yes.
But you can't discount what Grayson Allen and Colin Gillespie and Royce O'Neal bring to the table. I mean, you got to use what you got.
Yes.
And what they have right now is they've got some really good three-point shooters, so they have to use them.
But I also think the counter to that argument is, or maybe to back it up, is that it's one thing when you're just standing around jacking up a bunch of threes. But if your offense and your pace and your space and your movement is naturally creating those threes,
it feels a lot different.
It feels different. You know, like sometimes I'm honestly surprised the Suns are one of the top teams in the NBA in three-pointers attempted, because it doesn't just feel like they're standing around mindlessly jacking them up. It feels like it's really part of the plan and part of what they're doing, and part of what, and this is something we've talked a lot about too on our show, what is a very aesthetically pleasing brand of basketball. The ball moves, it pops, it's going here, it's going here, it's going there. There's player movement. It's Devin Booker the other night described it as almost like controlled chaos. If you're getting up your threes in an environment like that, it's not like I'm sitting around at home going, okay, there's 36, 37, 38, 30. You're like, we're not keeping track of how many three-pointers they're shooting. If it's happening naturally in the flow of the offense, which I think it is here, they're going to have a night where they're not shooting the ball well from three. Mm-hmm. I mean, it is inevitable.
And they'll lose.
And they'll probably lose when they have that night.
Unless Booker goes for 50, they might lose that game.
They might lose that game. It's coming. Let's not pretend that it's not. It's coming. They're not going to shoot like this all season long.
To your point, just how different it feels watching three-pointers in the flow of this offense. They had 39 field goal makes against the Pelicans, 29 assists, 19 makes from three. It does feel that it's more about how the offense is flowing and that it's designed threes and not somebody just comes up with the basketball in the half court and then spots up and takes it. You know, that the ball, they cut in and then they kick out. That's how it seems to work.
Yeah,
right
there's a lot more. It's incredible. Like without the true point guard, right? You don't have Tyus Jones here. Like without that, you're still fighting a team that's very connected with their passing. Doug Haller did a piece the other day on the 10 passes on the one possession. 10 passes on one possession. I think it was the second quarter of the game, and you just can't believe just how good the ball movement was. And so that's team chemistry, and that's trusting other guys, and it's important not to have an isolation guy that is going to get that ball and hold it for 7 or 8 seconds because he's waiting, to draw the foul or to that's Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant would, there are times that you move the ball and you get it to Durant and then the ball gets stuck. And he's working, he's trying to get his shot, and then he either turns it over, or he gets fouled, or he makes a shot. It's a lot easier to do what they're doing now with the ball movement without having a guy like that.
It's honestly one of my favorite stats to look at in a box score after a game. It's probably one of the first things, other than, like, I always look at Devin Booker's night just to see how it looked in a box score. How many assists to how many made shots? It's honestly one of the first things I look at when I look at a box score, because I think so much of a game can be told by that simple ratio. And it was honestly a number that the Suns last year, with a bunch of ISO heavy guys led by Kevin Durant, they never did well in that regard last year. There were only a handful of games, I think, where you could come in here and say, man, they were really, the ball was popping and it was moving and there was assists and things like it. Just that's one of the first things I look at when I look at a box score to see. And this team has been very good at that. Sixth in the NBA in assists, I believe.
As I said against the Pelicans, 29 assists for those 39 makes. What's crazy about it is there was not one player in the entire Suns box score that had more than 5 assists. So it's everybody is finding a way to get themselves involved in the offense.
And you've also got a lot of high IQ basketball players out there. When you're playing Grayson Allen and Royce O'Neal and Colin Gillespie, and you're playing them with Booker. And I've been so surprised at how good Mark Williams is, just how good he is, his ability to run the floor and, get down. He's become a mismatch for teams. Zubac was out of breath the other day trying to run the floor with him because he's just so smart and getting down the floor and making the right plays. So I think that they've got a bunch of very smart, high IQ basketball players.
Let's go into a different aspect of Mark Williams as we'll touch on the latest injuries. And I don't mean that as to say Mark Williams is injured, but this is the first night of a back-to-back. The second one will be back here in Phoenix tomorrow against Indiana. He's not listed on the injury report tonight, and we knew going into this year that they were going to do everything that they could to build him up slowly. The first time they had a back-to-back, he did not play in that second game against Denver. We got a back-to-back tomorrow. He's going to play in this one against Dallas. You said earlier you would prefer that he not play
I
tomorrow.
would. I'm going to play the long game here, and I want to make sure that he's healthy and that you don't wear him out and push an injury on him. Now, listen, he's been playing well and he's been healthy, and depending on like if his minute load is low tonight, maybe you might say, okay, maybe we can play him. If it's high, maybe they don't. I don't know. I think in the beginning of the season, the plan was to not play him in the back-to-backs. Mm-hmm. That could change at some point, but to me, this is still the beginning of the season.
I would have no problem if he doesn't play tonight at all. I'd be fine with that.
For tomorrow night?
For tomorrow, I'm sorry, I meant tomorrow night. Thank you. Because my brain was already going towards what I am a little concerned about is Oso Ighodaro, Nick Richards,
It's been a little rough.
The backup
plan. There's a plan.
I'm sure there is, but the backup bigs have been less than inspiring so far.
And the plan is that Malawach, sometime in December, maybe by Christmas, will start to pull minutes away from those guys.
But if we do get into a situation where they are limiting Williams' minutes, where they are limiting him on the second night of a back-to-back, as we think could happen tomorrow, or we wonder if it's going to happen tomorrow, then that really puts extra emphasis on the backup bigs and what they're going to be able to do when they're out there. And if they keep struggling the way they've struggled, that's going to be a setback for them, right? Like the minutes that Williams isn't, it's already been a setback. There's nobody in the NBA who has a wider gap from when they're on the floor to when they're off the floor. That says something about Williams, but that also says something about the guys who are replacing Williams. And if that doesn't get better soon, then that plan is going to need to get implemented very quickly to see if they can get better play out of their backup bigs, because it hasn't worked so far.
Indiana's a winnable game. Normally full strength.
They're a mess.
That's a game is like, okay, I can win that game. Let's play Mark Williams and get the win, but I don't know what they're going to do.
For reference as to the last time they played a game without Mark Williams, second night of a back-to-back, this was against Denver. They started Oso. He ended up getting 23 minutes in the start. Nick Richards got 10. Kamal Malawach got 13. And if I recall correctly, a lot of those Malawach minutes came towards the end of the game.
Because they were getting blown out, so it was, yeah.
But he was getting some of the minutes earlier on. And the fact that it was very slim in that area against Nikola Jokic, of all people, like we said, Indiana's a much easier target, but still something to keep an eye on. That's our frame of reference as far as that. Really quickly, on the Mavericks side, you had mentioned it at the top. No Derek Lively, no Anthony Davis, but we will get to see Cooper Flagg. He's officially available. A fun, fascinating talent that I'm very curious to see. He had his best game most recently against Milwaukee. I'm curious to see where it goes from here. And then based off of the other things that have been happening in Dallas, I'm curious.
They didn't have a point guard. I know, so that how do you run an offense without a point guard? And can you run the offense through Cooper Flagg? But I always like when you get a chance to see the rookies. This will be my first real look at him. I haven't watched a Mavericks game. Obviously, they've got a lot of internal things going on, a lot of injuries. They fired their general manager. But they are going to build around him one way or another. They're going to build around Cooper Flagg.
All right, coming up next, we'll bring in our Suns guru, Kellen Olson, get some more insight on this matchup against this Mavericks team. That's next here on Here Come the Suns on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
More Here Come the Suns coming up. Brought to you by Michelob Ultra.
Bickley and Marotta mornings. If you want a caffeinated drink, you either have the hot drinks, which are coffee and tea, or the cold drinks, which are like your Red Bull or soda. But if you don't like those kind of things, why aren't there savory caffeine drinks? Why can't I have caffeinated soup?
I don't know if it works like that.
Isn't this a tremendous idea? If you could just have a mug of like chicken noodle soup, minestrone, something savory that you could sip and it would give you caffeine the same, but it would be like eating a meal as well.
Are you getting paid off by Big Soup?
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right.
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing, where we believe there's only one way, the right way. We only use the most durable, top quality products at a fair price. As a third-generation roofing company, we believe that if you have a lifetime tile, you should have a lifetime underlayment, which is why we only use the best products and offer the best warranties in the business. Look us up at azroof.com for a free estimate.
Hi, I'm John Ray, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. When you buy an engagement ring or fine jewelry gift from Shane Company, you get more than what you paid for. Our jewelry comes with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. It covers everything. There's no fine print. You'll get unlimited cleanings, resizings, and repairs. Plus, it even protects your engagement ring's center stone. We stand behind the quality of our jewelry, and that's our gift to you this holiday. Peace of mind. Because a friend knows the best things in life are free. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
If you're suffering from stabbing pain, numbness, tingling, or burning in your arms, legs, hands, or feet, you may be experiencing peripheral neuropathy. If you or a loved one is suffering from neuropathy and has been prescribed a medication like Lyrica, Neurontin, or Cymbalta, there is an alternative. Amazing research has now shown that neuropathy symptoms can be reversed in as little as 1 week. At Restore Wellness, highly trained doctors are using a cutting-edge treatment and successfully slowing and often reversing the disease without addictive medications. If you're tired of living in pain, then call 480-447-9555. That's 480-447-9555. There's no surgery or prescription drugs. Don't wait to get relief. Call 480-447-9555. The first 25 callers will receive a full exam and in-depth consultation, absolutely free.
If you're a golfer in Arizona, here's something you need to know. You face a 2.4 times greater lifetime risk of skin cancer compared to the general population. That's because each round of golf means hours in the sun and up to 8 times more UV exposure than non-golfers. The T.W. Lewis Melanoma Center of Excellence at Banner MD Anderson Cancer Center urges you to protect your skin. Sunscreen, long sleeves, and a wide-brimmed hat aren't optional. They're essential. Be proactive. Protect your skin.
Hey, it's Pat. So I went for ice cream the other night, and they had 48 flavors. I couldn't decide. Well, the Valley Toyota dealers have put me in that same position. They have 19 hybrid models to choose from, more than any other brand. How could you choose? Like the ice cream shop, I had to test all 19. Unlike the ice cream shop, I didn't go home with a bellyache, so that's a small win.
Right now, get a rugged 2025 Tacoma SR or SR5 with 1.99% 60-month financing. Or get low 0.99% financing for up to 72 months on a full-size Tundra. With great deals like this, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 1.99% with $1,752 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 0.99% with $1,431 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 12/1/25 and exclude TRD Pro models. See dealer for details.
Here come the Suns pregame. Brought to you by Michelob Ultra on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
8 o'clock.
Yeah. Back here on Here Come the Suns on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Mitch Vareldis, John Gambadoro, Dave Burns, and now joined to make this a full round table.
The table is round.
The table is round. Kellen Olson, our Suns guru, my cohorts on Arizona Sports at Night, joining us now in studio. What's up, Kel? We've seen some good Suns basketball as of late, I would say.
We have, yeah. Excited to see them again today. Excited to see them tomorrow. You saw our boy Gambo, TJ McConnell, just came back a couple days ago, so we get to see TJ tomorrow. Always a good day to watch TJ play basketball.
Former U of A standout for the Arizona Wildcats.
Got Brandon Williams maybe in the starting lineup for the Mavericks tonight. We got just so many Wildcats in the NBA. Every night there's a Wildcat on your screen. Just every night.
That's why they get the best players to come play there.
Absolutely.
They put kids in the NBA.
Did you know this was going to be a U of A basketball segment, Mitch? Did you have any idea that's where it was headed?
You could compare Colin Gillespie to T.J. McConnell now, and it's actually a pretty fair comparison.
Easy.
You could.
Easy.
Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid.
You're hurting the true U of A guy over here in Kellen, who's like, slow down, Turbo, slow down.
It's a realistic conversation people can have now.
Nice start to the year. Easy.
They like him.
Koa Pete looks good, and forks up. That's all I'll say on that. All right, let's hyper-focus more so on this matchup. I want to approach this from the Dallas side because obviously on the Dallas side, there is way more headliney news, the headliniest of them all. was what they did yesterday, parting ways with general manager Nico Harrison. The Mavericks have been off to a dreadful start this year. 3-8 is the record that they have coming in. And it's no secret, Gambo, that Nico Harrison has been a frontlining topic ever since that trade was executed in February. I wonder if this is the reprieve game, like a man that has been reviled in Dallas for the last 9 months or so. I wonder if there's a different energy in the building and from this Dallas team tonight as a result.
Hey, this is fascinating, and I don't know if I'm fortunate or unfortunate to know so much about this whole story with how Luka left Dallas, but it was a major power struggle. There were a lot of rumblings something was going to happen, but everybody in the building thought it would be in the summer because Nico felt that he couldn't re-sign him to the super max. And Nico had fired all of Luka's friends that were working there. So it was really a war between two groups. And then like an hour before it happened, people in the organization started to find out about it. And then, that's what had happened. A lot of it was the weight was a problem. There were times when his weight was 270 plus and they would fake an injury to get him in shape to play. Because he was just so heavy and he couldn't play. So they would just basically come up with an injury and, okay, he's off for a couple days and that type of thing. So that was part of the problem. And so in the end, Nico made the trade, didn't get enough for him, and it ends up costing him his job.
Look, it doesn't happen every time, but sometimes when a coach gets fired, it gives them that little bump in energy, and it never lasts, a couple games, maybe 3, and then you just kind of go back to being what you are. I have no idea if the Mavericks, one, will get a similar bump from firing their general manager, given the fire Nico chance. And number 2, I don't know if Dallas has enough players to be able to take advantage of a fired Nico bump. You know what I mean? Like if they had AD and they had Kyrie and they had, Derek Love, okay, then let's talk about them going, hey, you know what? Whew, thank God that's over. We don't have to hear those stupid fire Nico chants anymore, and we can just go out and play basketball. Kellen, I don't know if they've got the dudes to be able to do that tonight or even in the near future to take advantage of any kind of lift you might get off of firing a GM.
But if they play half decent and keep this game competitive, this will be the liveliest the crowd has been all year.
Fair.
Because you guys remember the game after they traded Luke. Remember they showed up with caskets outside the arena. Everyone's celebrating the death of the franchise. Basically, everyone's booing the whole game, chanting "Fire Nico" before the game even starts. All of those fans are now going to be back. All the fans that said, "I'm not going to another game until Nico Harrison's fired." This is the game that they're supposed to show up to now. So there is going to be a whole lot of energy in the building.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of if Dallas can find a way to channel. I don't think their players care. Their fans absolutely care.
Yeah, I think the things that people care about the most is they didn't get enough for him. But here's the reality: if you started to bring, and we went through this with KD, if you bring Luka into the conversation, hey, we're going to trade you, he's going to rule out all the teams. He's going to say, I'm not going to sign with you. He was only going to go to Miami or LA, was from what I was told. He was only going to go to Miami or LA because there was 10 teams that called. The Mavericks well, why didn't you call us and let us know he was available? We would have gave you a lot more. And you probably wouldn't have because he wouldn't have signed with you. So he would have been just L.A. or Miami. And it didn't, and they ended up, again, they should have got more. I don't know if it would have helped save Nico's job. I just think Nico made a big mistake. The problem with Anthony Davis is availability. He's never available. He's always hurt.
He's played in 14 games since the trade?
I believe so.
I think it's 14 games since the trade.
Always hurt.
Mitch, this is one of those nights where it's great to have Dylan Brooks on your team because Cooper Flagg has been having a rough start to the year. They had D'Angelo Russell in the starting lineup for a few games lately, and then Brandon Williams went